In the world of fights breaks fear, Shiaoze traverses into this realm, becoming the fourth young master of the Shao clan. He acquires a binding feedback system that allows him to amplify his strength tenfold with each enhancement of his bound companions. Successfully binding Shiaoze, her strength increases. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold feedback, elevating his power to a 9-star fighter. Shiaoze consumes the Sacred Heart glazed pill, significantly enhancing her aptitude. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold feedback, elevating his aptitude to the level of an unparalleled genius. Shiaoze successfully refines the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, resulting in a substantial increase in her strength. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold feedback, successfully refining the Emperor Flame 20. Shiaoze initially believed this was the culmination of his journey, only to realize that as Shiaoze's power grew, so too did the number of individuals he could bind. The bloodline of Queen Medusa's 7-colored devouring python, the cursed poison body of the little doctor, and the 3 flower eyes of the azure scale, all yielding tenfold feedback. Years later, as the Soul Heaven Emperor incited chaos, Shiaoze effortlessly subdued him. It was then that Shiaoze recognized he had reached the pinnacle of the Duki continent, prompting him to gaze towards the vast world beyond. Chapter 1. Binding Shiaoze, tenfold feedback. At the Shao clan's routine testing assembly, a middle-aged man presiding over the tests found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Shao Yin. His words sent ripples through the gathered crowd. The Shao clan members awaiting their turn to test displayed expressions of shock, disbelief, and bewilderment. Such reactions were warranted, for Shao Yin was a rare talent within the clan, a genius not seen in a century. Just a year prior, during the same test, the magic stone had gleamed with 4 golden words: 1-star fighter. This revelation had reverberated throughout the Shao family, and even gained notoriety in Wutan City. An 11-year-old 1-star fighter, undeniably a prodigy, with limitless potential for the future. The entire clan had envisioned Shao Yin growing into a figure who would lead them to glory. Over the past year, Shao Yin had not disappointed. He dedicated himself relentlessly to his training, severing ties with the outside world. Most of the Shao clan's younger generation rarely encountered him, as he often rushed past them, immersed in his own pursuits. At the tea times, days or even weeks would pass without a glimpse of him, as he sequestered himself within his room, honing his skills. The only individual with whom he shared significant interaction was his younger brother, Shiaoze, the 4th young master of the Shao clan. Shao Yan's dedication garnered the praise of the clan's elders, who often used him as a benchmark to spur their own children. Look at how talented Shao Yin is and how hard he works. Can't you strive a bit harder in your training? This became the most frequently heard admonition among the younger generation over the past year. Even the clan's eldest elder, who had his disagreements with the clan leader, had urged his grandson Shao Ning to emulate Shao Yan's diligence and avoid idleness. However, despite being the most gifted member of the Shao clan in a century, after a year of rigorous training, the outcome was what shocked the onlookers most. Following their astonishment, murmurs of speculation filled the air on the testing platform. Shao Yin clenched his fists tightly. The astonished gazes of the crowd, filled with disbelief and skeptical murmurs, pierced his heart deeply. Although he had mentally prepared for such an occurrence since the fall of the contender, the reality of it still caused him immense discomfort. Silently, Shao Yin descended from the stage, disregarding the discussions around him, and made his way straight out. On a small hillside outside the plaza, Shiaoze leaned against a tree, resting his head on his hands, his expression relaxed. Finally, it is 3 years before the plot begins. As the 3rd brother, I shall now endure 3 years of cold mockery and scorn. Shiaoze, also a time traveler, discovered his binding feedback system upon beginning cultivation at the age of 4. When a bound individual grew stronger, he would receive a tenfold return. Faced with 2 choices, one being Shao Yin, the future renowned Flame Emperor, and the other being the extraordinary Shiaoze, with her formidable talent and profound background, Shiaoze pondered deeply before deciding to bind with Shiaoze. While Shao Yan's future was promising, his path was fraught with peril. His success was nearly impossible to replicate. A single misstep or a moment of wavering could lead to his demise. Particularly, during Shao Yan's final acceptance of the ancient emperor's legacy, his physical body had been shattered countless times. His survival relied entirely on his unwavering mental fortitude. Conversely, Shiaoze's path to growth was remarkably smooth. With her exceptional talent and astonishing background, her cultivation often rivaled that of Shao Yin, and she even surpassed him in combat prowess at times. Accompanied by a high-ranking Do Huang guard, there was scarcely anyone in the Gamma Empire capable of threatening her life. Additionally, As a scion of an ancient clan, she was virtually guaranteed to reach the pinnacle of Dosheng. Two prosperous paths lay before Shiaoze. Ultimately, he chose Xiao Suner for her reliability. After all, Xiaoyan was always at risk of unforeseen calamities, and the impact of his presence on Xiao Yan was uncertain. With his external aid and Xiao Suner ensuring a solid foundation at Dosheng Peak, achieving Do Di should pose no issue for him. Thus, Shiaoze resolutely selected Xiao Suner as his binding partner. Congratulations, host. Your strength has risen to 9-star Doja. Shiaoze beamed at the notification that appeared that morning. After claiming his reward, he would break through from 8-star to 9-star Doja. Are you enjoying yourself all alone here, brother Shiaoze? A delicate, youthful voice suddenly chimed in. Xiao Suner stood with her hands clasped behind her back, leaning forward playfully to peek at Shiaoze, her head tilted downwards. Though from Xiaoze's perspective, the sight of the beautiful girl before him was mesmerizing, it did nothing to diminish her already breathtaking beauty. Xiaoze was the same age as Xiao Suner, being merely a few months her senior, and 1 year older than Xiaoyan. They both cultivated during the same period. Xiaoze, having formed a bond with Xiao Suner, experienced a remarkable acceleration in his training due to a tenfold feedback effect. He frequently guided Xiao Suner and even assisted her in nurturing her meridians. Naturally, due to the influence of the system, his strength surged, and his mastery over fighting energy reached an impressive level. Thus, nurturing her meridians merely required the connection of their hands, enabling him to assist Xiao Suner in nurturing her entire body's meridians. Although the utility of this wasn't particularly significant, Xiaoze's assistance brought warmth to Xiao Suner at that time. Their relationship flourished, evolving from childhood friends to something deeper. I'm certainly delighted. I lie here thinking of someone, Xiao Suner remarked, a smile gracing her face, though it quickly faltered, revealing a hint of subtle displeasure in her tone. Brother Xiaoze, are you thinking of some beauty? Indeed, I am contemplating a beauty named Xiao Suner, he replied. Flatterer. Xiao Suner playfully chided, her tone lightening. The earlier discontent vanished without a trace, and her smile returned. It seems that cousin Xiao, you might be in trouble. Xiao Suner sat down, gazing thoughtfully at the towering testing stone tablet in the distance, speaking to Xiaoze with a contemplative expression. Chapter 2. Xiao Yan's humiliation. My third brother. I have long seen through him. However, he is strong-willed. Despite our frequent encounters over the past year, he has not confided in me about this matter. Xiaoze gazed at the receding figure of Xiao Yan, expressing a hint of helplessness. Indeed, cousin Xiao Yan is more mature than most, yet his character is equally tenacious. Xiao Suner nodded in agreement. Isn't elder brother Xiaoze going to offer some comfort? She inquired. Xiaoze replied with a relaxed demeanor. If he wishes to speak, he will naturally do so. Moreover, this minor turbulence is merely a small setback before his ascent. Contemplating Xiaoze's words, Xiao Suner gazed thoughtfully at the vanishing silhouette. Having grown up together, she had long realized that Xiaoze possessed an extraordinary confidence in cousin Xiao Yan. He seemed to firmly believe that Xiao Yan could soar from the shallow waters, transforming into a true dragon, breaking free from the confines of this small city of Wutan, and soaring through the vast expanse of the world. Initially, Xiao Suner attributed Xiaoze's unwavering faith to Xiao Yan's displayed talents. However, now, with Xiao Yan's inexplicable decline in strength, Xiaoze's confidence in him appeared to have only intensified, leaving Xiao Suner puzzled. Why does elder brother Xiaoze have such strong faith in cousin Xiao Yan? She wondered, her bright, clear eyes blinking with curiosity. Xiaoze turned to her, speaking earnestly. It is simply because he is my third brother. If I am this talented, how can he possibly fall short? What nonsense. Xiao Suner shot him a glance. What connection does your talent have with cousin Xiao Yan's? Yet, she did not deny Xiaoze's assertion of his own genius. Although Xiaoze had not undergone any formal testing, Xiao Suner was well aware that his strength far exceeded hers. There were various speculations regarding Xiaoze's avoidance of testing, the most prevalent being that the brilliance surrounding Xiao Yan made him, the fourth young master, feel somewhat inferior. Fearing that his own gifts might be measured against Xiao Yan's, only Xiao Suner, who had practiced alongside Xiaoze, truly understood the extent of his formidable power. His innate abilities and talents were nothing short of astonishing. Although they began their training together, Xiaoze's insights and realizations far surpassed hers by multiple folds. In fact, when Xiao Suner shared these insights with her protector, Ling Ying, a high-ranking Do Huang, even he was left in awe. Ling Ying candidly stated that he could never attain such understanding and perception. The ability to astonish a Do Huang speaks volumes about Xiaoze's extraordinary gifts. Even in a land teeming with prodigies, Xiaoze's talents could undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Little did Xiao Suner know, Xiaoze's remarkable abilities were entirely self-derived. She herself was a pinnacle talent of the ancient clan, possessing a divine bloodline, ranking among the elite even when compared to other ancient families. The fact that Xiaoze could achieve tenfold progress from Xiao Suner is a testament to the terror of his potential. This prompted Xiaoze to reflect countless times that his choice was indeed not erroneous. Since brother Xiaoze is unwilling to speak, then so be it. Why bother using such words to amuse me? Xiao Suner feigned anger, crossing her arms and turning her head away. No, I genuinely feel this way. Xiaoze hastily replied, for he could not confess to knowing the future plot. He could only attribute it to his own feelings. Hearing Xiaoze's urgent explanation, Xiao Suner, who had turned away, couldn't help but smile slightly. However,
She still did not turn back, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Really?" "Absolutely true. Ever since childhood. I've felt that my third brother is a dragon among men, destined to transform into a true dragon and soar into the heavens." Upon hearing Shiaoze's resolute words, Xiao Suner felt a twinge of curiosity. What special qualities did Xiao Yan possess that she had failed to discern, which warranted such trust from Shiaoze? Yet, it was evident that Shiaoze could not articulate a reason, as it was merely his own intuition. The two exchanged words without feeling awkward, relishing the time spent in each other's company. Suddenly, two young members of the Xiao family rushed toward the distance, chattering excitedly. "Hurry, hurry! Young Master Xiao Yan and cousin Xiao Ning are fighting. Is it true? Let us go and see if the genius has truly fallen." On the hillside, Shiaoze abruptly sat up, prompting Xiao Suner beside him to exclaim, "Brother Shiaoze, shall we take a look?" "Of course," Shiaoze replied, swiftly rising to follow the two individuals toward the scene of the incident. Xiao Suner smiled slightly and followed closely behind. After completing his test, Xiao Ning also promptly departed from the plaza. Although Xiao Ning was a few years older than Xiao Yan, with Xiao Yan's formidable rise, his grandfather often used Xiao Yan as a benchmark to urge him to strive harder in his cultivation. This made it quite difficult for Xiao Ning to accept. The long-standing resentment erupted completely when he happened to confront Xiao Yan. Previously, when faced with the esteemed one-star Do fighter Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning had been notably subservient. Their battle quickly attracted the attention of onlookers, including the elders of the family. By the time the clan leader, Xiao Zhan, hurriedly arrived, the situation on the scene had already shifted. Xiao Yan lay on the ground, covered in dirt, with blood trickling from his mouth. Xiao Ning stood triumphantly beside him, brimming with arrogance. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan's arrival, Xiao Ning would have likely added further taunts. Xiao Zhan frowned, about to assist Xiao Yan when a voice interjected, "Father, allow me to take care of it." Upon seeing Xiaoze help Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan's expression softened slightly. Xiaoze examined Xiao Yan, noting that his injuries were not severe. The two had clashed, yet they remained mindful of their familial ties. Xiao Ning had not fought to the death, merely knocking Xiao Yan down before stopping. "Xiao Ning, why did you treat Xiao Yan, a fellow member of the Xiao clan, so harshly?" Xiao Zhan questioned, suppressing his anger. "Oh, Xiao Zhan, this is merely a sparring match between juniors. Why take offense?" An elderly voice suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of everyone present to the newcomer. It was none other than the elder of the Xiao family, wielding power comparable to that of the clan leader. "Sparring? In the face of a fellow clansman, one should not strike with such severity. Elder, your audacity is indeed remarkable." A fleeting flash of anger crossed Xiao Zhan's face, yet he maintained his composure. He had just perceived the signal conveyed by Shiaoze, assuring him that Xiao Yan was unharmed. Haha, Xiao Ning was blissfully unaware. Believing he was contending with the family's prodigy, the one-star Do fighter Xiao Yan, and thus exerted his utmost effort. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Ning's full-force strike would send Xiao Yan sprawling to the ground. This could indeed be deemed an inadvertent misstep. Moreover, matters among the younger generation of the clan are best left untouched by us. Do you not agree? The elder subtly derided Xiao Yan, who had now diminished in power and status, even overshadowed by his own grandson, Xiao Ning. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to speak further, Xiao Yan's voice resonated unexpectedly. "Father, I concede this bout was due to my inadequacies." Xiao Yan understood that prolonging this matter would only result in a futile dispute between the clan leader and the elder. Continuing this farce would only exacerbate the embarrassment. It would be wiser to conclude this spectacle, categorizing it as a friendly sparring among the younger generation, rather than a deliberate vendetta against the fallen genius. Xiao Zhan grasped his son's sentiments. As both father and clan leader, he recognized that since Xiao Yan had spoken, the matter should be swiftly laid to rest. The elder interjected, decisively proclaiming that this was merely a matter among the clan's youth, requiring no intervention from us. Wouldn't you agree, clan leader Xiao Zhan? Chapter 3, An Eye for an Eye. Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened, and with a final flourish of his sleeve, he departed with Xiao Yan and Shiaoze. Before leaving, Shiaoze cast a glance at the triumphant Xiao Ning. The elder, donning a beaming smile, ushered Xiao Ning away. Indeed, having gained the upper hand over Xiao Zhan in this affair brought him genuine delight. Xiao Ning was even more elated. Having bested a once-revered genius with just a few blows, his satisfaction was palpable. The events that transpired here spread rapidly throughout the Xiao clan, solidifying the reputation of the fallen genius. "Father, I am unscathed. If need be, I can simply avoid them in the future," Xiao Yan said with a wry smile to Xiao Zhan, who was visibly troubled. "My son, you have suffered. It is my inadequacy as a father that, after all this time, I have yet to uncover the cause of your waning Do Qi." Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not disclosed to Xiao Zhan the decline of his Do Qi. Shiaoze, supporting Xiao Yan, elaborated. "Father noticed it long ago. Yet out of respect for your wishes, he refrained from inquiring, instead discreetly seeking the truth." Shiaoze spoke with calm assurance, acknowledging that Xiao Zhan was indeed a commendable father, treating all his children equally. In the original narrative, Xiao Zhan was able to earn Xiao Yan's heartfelt call of father, and naturally, he could do the same for Shiaoze. "Fourth brother, you two are aware?" Xiao Yan suddenly felt that his year-long secrecy had become a farce. "Third brother, we see each other frequently, and besides, we are brothers. Although you have been preoccupied with your cultivation this past year, we have met numerous times, and I could still discern a hint of the truth." Xiao Yan nodded in silence, speaking with a bitter tone. "So, does this mean that even my father cannot remedy my decline in Do Qi?" Xiao Zhan let out a slow sigh. His youngest son, whom whom he felt both the utmost pride and concern for. Unlike the eldest and the second, who had ventured out early into the world, and unlike the fourth, who remained inconspicuous yet caused him no worry, Xiao Yin was a source of both pride and anxiety. The room fell into a heavy silence. Outside, Xiao Suner stood at a distance, waiting patiently. She spoke softly. Elderling, can you discern the reason behind his dou qi deterioration? It appeared that an unknown force was siphoning his dou qi. Every time he cultivated and stored it within his body, it would be absorbed. Though Ling Ying could not perceive the presence of Yao Lao, he was attuned to Xiao Yan's internal condition. Xiao Suner nodded, her curiosity piqued, though she had no intention of intervening. However, should Brother Shiaoze request her assistance, she would not decline. Yet, she feared that Brother Shiaoze still regarded her as merely an ordinary member of the Xiao family. A gentle smile graced her face at the thought of Shiaoze. Ling Ying, hidden in the shadows, felt a tumult of emotions as he observed the relationship between the young lady and that Xiao boy. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their standings. The gulf between them was indeed vast. The likelihood of their union was exceedingly low, and even if the young lady were to insist, she would likely face opposition from the elders of the family. Thus, he could only remain silently vigilant by her side. Moments later, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan, emerged, his face etched with worry. Upon seeing Xiao Suner, he paused momentarily, well aware of her close connection with his fourth son. However, he was not in the mood for idle chatter and merely nodded in greeting before hastily departing. After a while, Shiaoze stepped out, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Xiao Suner waiting for him, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Xiao Suner approached him proactively, leaning slightly forward, her bright and enchanting eyes assessing his expression. Surely, Brother Shiaoze would not let this matter rest, would he? Of course. He is my third brother. Does he truly believe that anyone can easily best him? Shiaoze maintained his smile, though his gaze was somewhat cold. Since the Grand Elder had stated that the younger generation should not participate in the sparring, they would resolve this matter through a contest among the younger generations. Suner, come. Let us create a ruckus together, Shiaoze declared with spirited enthusiasm, to which Xiao Suner obediently nodded, following closely behind him. While waiting, she had inquired with Ling Ying about Xiaoze's current strength and received a rather surprising response. He was a 9-star Dou fighter. To challenge Xiao Ning with such prowess would be a walk in the park. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a case of the strong bullying the weak. The Dou Technique Pavilion. This was the locale where the Xiao clan's descendants selected their techniques and engaged in sparring to hone their skills. At that moment, Xiao Ning was surrounded by a throng of admirers, their eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, I threw a single punch, sending him crashing to the ground. He attempted to rise and continue the fight, yet I was reluctant to strike again. However, he stubbornly approached me. Ah! Xiao Ning exclaimed triumphantly, relishing the sensation of having subdued a once great talent, feeling elated by standing atop the fallen genius's reputation. Had it not been for the increasing crowd, including the clan leader's arrival, he might have persisted in rising to challenge me again. I genuinely did not wish to engage further. With feigned benevolence, Xiao Ning remarked. While a smile adorned his face, his heart was brimming with joy at the admiration from the onlookers. How can this be? Xiao Ning's cousin interjected. You should continue to fight. The sudden voice caused the atmosphere to freeze. All eyes turned toward the speaker, and as they recognized the newcomer's face, their gazes shifted with a hint of skepticism and uncertainty. Shiaoze smiled as he declared, this time, I shall be the one to fight you. A silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions mixed with doubt yet tinged with intrigue. Shiaoze exuded a formidable aura, instilling a sense of caution among them. Xiao Ning approached Shiaoze with a subtle smile, questioning, have you come to avenge your fallen genius brother? Oh, so the brother of the defeated has come to confront me. I am eager to witness your prowess. As the two stepped onto the martial arts arena, spectators gathered around, clearing a substantial space for the impending clash. Xiao Ning stood at the center, feigning nonchalance as he gestured for Shiaoze to strike first. Then I shall not hold back, Shiaoze replied, his expression unwavering as he swiftly advanced. A layer of pale blue energy enveloped his fist, and by the time Xiao Ning reacted, it was already too late. A powerful punch struck Xiao Ning squarely in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Seizing the advantage, Shiaoze mounted him, pressing his knees against Xiao Ning's arms, preventing him from shielding his head. Simultaneously, his fists rained down upon Xiao Ning's head, encased in a layer of delicate blue energy. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. This was no illusion. It was indeed the radiance of elemental energy. Upon becoming a fighter, one selects their corresponding attribute techniques, transforming the formless white energy into elemental energy, thus creating such a spectacle. In other words, what they witnessed was a bona fide fighter mercilessly assaulting a martial arts practitioner. Chapter 4. The Enraged Lion. As the Grand Elder hurried toward the Combat Techniques Pavilion, he inquired of his attendant, what is transpiring? Yes, young Master Shiaoze has come to confront young Master Xiao Ning. Young Master Shiaoze possesses formidable strength and has subdued young Master Xiao Ning, the attendant explained hurriedly, his brow furrowed in concern. Shiaoze had always kept a low profile, never revealing his capabilities, and even abstained from participating in the testing event. It was unexpected to discover that he had been concealing such strength. The Grand Elder had previously held disdain for Xiaoze's refusal to partake in the testing event, aligning with the mainstream belief that Shiaoze feared comparison to Xiao Yin and the ridicule of being deemed inferior. He had not given much thought to Xiaoze's absence from the event, believing that one could evade scrutiny temporarily, but not indefinitely. The coming adulthood ceremony mandated participation from every member of the Shao clan, at which point the testing would inevitably occur. Simultaneously, he was assigned to manage the ordinary enterprises of the Shao family, adhering to the family's regulations, which even the patriarch could not contravene. However, the attendant informed him that Shiaoze's lack of cultivation talent was a misconception. On the contrary, he possessed formidable strength, capable of overpowering Xiao Ning, at least at the advanced level of combat energy. The thoughts swirling in the Grand Elder's mind did not hinder his swift progress as he hurried forward. Upon arriving at the combat technique pavilion, he witnessed Shiaoze in the midst of a violent altercation. Shiaoze was atop a man, relentlessly striking the fallen figure's head. The unfortunate soul appeared woefully disheveled, screaming in agony, his face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head. Had the attendant not revealed that the one being assaulted was Xiao Ning, the Grand Elder would scarcely have recognized him. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of compassion surged within the Grand Elder, swiftly followed by a torrent of indignation. Overcome by anger, he disregarded the family's edict against striking juniors without cause. His combat energy surged forth, propelling him toward the center of the fray. The overwhelming pressure of his energy caused the onlookers to blanch visibly. The Grand Elder approached Shiaoze with haste, his palm charged with combat energy, poised to strike in fury. Shiaoze had long anticipated the Grand Elder's approach. His perceptive abilities were not to be underestimated. The combat energy within him spiraled furiously, extracting a substantial amount of power and converging upon his palms along a specific trajectory. Utilizing the advanced combat technique, Swallow's Return, his pale blue energy erupted brilliantly, meeting the Grand Elder's palm in a clash. Rather than contesting directly with the Grand Elder, Shiaoze adeptly utilized the momentum, executing a graceful maneuver akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, landing lightly at the edge of the training ground. The onlookers, their faces ashen, gazed at Shiaoze with wide eyes, disbelief etched upon their features. If the attributes of Shiaoze's combat energy had previously astonished them, this moment rendered them utterly incredulous. Shiaoze had managed to deflect the Grand Elder's attack solely with his combatant's prowess. The Grand Elder, taken aback, registered the ease with which Shiaoze had neutralized his assault, a flicker of absurdity crossing his mind. Though consumed by rage, he retained a semblance of rationality, refraining from employing advanced techniques. Nevertheless, he channeled a portion of his combat energy, intending to impart a lesson to Shiaoze. The mere fact that Shiaoze could mitigate the might of a grand combat master left him astounded. Before the spectators could fully process the unfolding events, a thunderous roar resonated from outside the combat technique pavilion, reminiscent of a lion's roar. "You insolent old fool," accompanied by a surge of pale blue combat energy. A figure rushed in like a tempest. The entire pavilion seemed to be swept by an 8th-level gale, causing the onlookers to sway precariously, their faces paling in terror. The oppressive presence of the Grand Combat Master induced a sense of suffocation among the crowd. The potent energy enveloped Xiaozhan, ultimately coalescing into an illusory lion's head upon his visage. The lion's face, filled with fury, appeared poised to devour, exuding a chilling aura. It was none other than the Shao family's premier technique, a mid-level mystical art reserved solely for the patriarch, the furious lion's wrath. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he felt the overwhelming pressure of fighting spirit and a faint sense of impending doom. His mouth slightly agape. He attempted to articulate an explanation, yet the enraged lion would not entertain such notions, charging at him like a tempest. In his haste, the elder hastily gathered his fighting spirit. Boom! The two formidable forces collided without any stalemate, the pale blue energy dominating and sending the opposing force flying. The onlookers had retreated to the edge of the training ground, yet they still felt an oppressive heaviness in their chests, as if a colossal stone were pressing down upon them. All eyes were intently fixed upon the center of the arena. This was the essence of strength. This was the law of the fighting spirit continent. The strong acted as they pleased, while the weak could be injured merely by spectating. Some gazes turned toward Shiaoze, who stood motionless, enveloped by a soft blue luminescence that shielded him from the impact of the fighting spirit. Their eyes brimmed with envy. This was the embodiment of a fighter, an existence they too aspired to revere. The elder staggered back several paces, each step deeply embedding into the training ground's surface. The fierce collision surged his blood, rendering his complexion a shade of red, only to swiftly fade into pallor. He forcibly swallowed the blood rising in his throat, which only worsened his countenance. Xiaozhan intends to kill me, he thought. Does that old fool truly believe I would hesitate to end his life? Xiaozhan, his hair and beard bristling with fury, glared with wide eyes as pale blue fighting spirit surged around him, akin to a lion in a rage. Earlier that day, his third son had just been assaulted, filling him with a smoldering ire. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the elder, that old wretch, bullying his youngest son. This was the moment Xiaozhan could no longer restrain himself. With the prowess of a 5-star fighter and the mid-tier techniques of the mysterious realm, this strike was sufficient to send the elder reeling. Xiaozhan feigned another attack. The elder, struggling with his turbulent blood, exhibited a face that shifted from blue to purple. Yet, in the name of honor, he stifled the blood that threatened to spill forth, leaving no time for explanations. At that critical juncture, Xiaoze's voice rang out. "Father, I am unharmed." Braving the elder's oppressive fighting spirit, Shiaoze stepped forward, smiling as he reassured Xiaozhan. He then turned to the elder and remarked, "Elder, this is rather ungracious of you. Just this morning, you stated that the younger generation sparring was not for your involvement. Yet now, you resort to bullying them. What gives? Elder, Do your words hold no weight? Or is it that only your Xiao Ning is permitted to strike, qualifying as sparring among peers? When others retaliate against your Xiao Ning, it is no longer considered sparring, necessitating your intervention? Shiaoze's barrage of remarks was nothing short of a dagger to the heart. After all, just that morning, the elder had asserted that the skirmish between Xiao Yin and Xiao Ning was merely a friendly exchange among the youth, urging Xiao Zhan not to be petty or calculative. Yet, in the afternoon, upon witnessing Xiao Ning's beating, he unleashed his wrath, bullying the younger members of the family. The crowd in the training ground, hearing Shiaoze's words, erupted into fervent discussions, pointing fingers at the elder in a frenzy. Chapter 5. Temporarily deprived of his elder position. The Grand Elder could not help but feel the hypocrisy of the situation when his grandson engaged in physical altercations with others. It was merely regarded as a youthful sparring match. Yet now, when his grandson faced a similar fate, he reacted with indignation, resorting to bullying the young. Such an audacious display of power, had it not been for the timely arrival of the esteemed clan leader. Who knows how far he would have gone in wielding his strength as a grandmaster to suppress the talented fighters of the clan. The Grand Elder's face twitched. He was indeed aging, but not deaf. The words of the onlookers pierced his ears like sharp thorns, burrowing into his heart. It was both jarring and deeply frustrating. Yet, the truth of the matter resonated with what Shiaoze had articulated so perfectly, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Compounding his discomfort was the presence of the infuriated Xiao Zhan, which left the Grand Elder feeling utterly trapped, filled with regret over his decision to be here while allowing anger to cloud his judgment. In that moment of realization, he understood that the root of his predicament lay with Xiao Ning, his grandson, who was prone to aimless antics and mischief. Internally, the Grand Elder lambasted Xiao Ning mercilessly, yet he maintained a stoic silence on the outside. Shiaoze, having overheard the remarks from the Xiao clan's youth, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. If an elder could not command respect, then his position was surely in jeopardy. The Grand Elder's silence, was it a result of having no words left in the face of reality? Taking the opportunity, Shiaoze pressed on, and the Grand Elder finally managed to steady his turbulent emotions and opened his mouth to offer an explanation. Grand Elder, there is no need for explanations. All that transpired today is evident for all to see. Xiao Zhan interjected, casting a glance at the hastily arriving second and third elders. As an elder, the Grand Elder had failed to earn the respect of the clan, openly violating the family's rules by bullying the young and even attempting to stifle the clan's gifted members, thus impeding the growth of the Xiao family. Therefore, in my capacity as clan leader, I hereby impose the following punishment: the temporary removal of the Grand Elder from his position. Should there be any further infractions, his cultivation shall be revoked, and he will be expelled from the clan. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd at Xiao Zhan's words. The Grand Elder, as the subject of this decree, was no less astonished, his face contorted in anger as he exclaimed, Xiao Zhan, you would strip me of my position for the sake of your son. The two other elders exchanged bewildered glances, having arrived last. They had only witnessed Xiao Zhan's fury directed at the Grand Elder. What could the Grand Elder have possibly done to merit such a severe punishment from Xiao Zhan? The surrounding members of the Xiao clan began to murmur among themselves. Was this punishment not excessively harsh? Though bullying the young was indeed disgraceful, the Grand Elder was still an elder. Indeed, to remove an elder from his position for the sake of an unproven genius seemed to flout the established norms. The severity of the clan leader's punishment was disproportionate. Who would dare to devote themselves to the Xiao family knowing that an elder's position could be revoked due to a minor mistake? As the murmurs swirled around him, the Grand Elder found an unexpected calm. While he acknowledged his initial fault, he believed Xiao Zhan's response was equally unjust, punishing a minor transgression with an excessive reprimand, thus failing to earn the respect of those present. Indeed, the other two elders also began to persuade Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, your punishment is excessively severe. Although the Grand Elder has erred, it does not warrant the removal of his position. Such an action would dishearten many within the Xiao clan. Indeed, you are seizing upon a minor fault to impose a harsh penalty. This punishment is profoundly unjust. In the face of the crowd's skepticism and the elders' pleas, Xiao Zhan merely smiled coldly. Do you all consider my punishment to be excessive? As he surveyed the surroundings, those who met Xiao Zhan's gaze instinctively averted their eyes, unwilling to confront the fury of this enraged lion. Zaire, showcase your current prowess. Xiao Zhan suddenly turned to Shiaoze. Without hesitation, Shiaoze revealed his true strength. Soon, the perceptive among them keenly discerned that the aura of a fighter emanating from Shiaoze was overwhelmingly potent. He was far from a novice. At the very least, he was a high-tier fighter, and among them, he was indeed exceptional. The two elders were left dumbfounded. They could certainly identify that Shiaoze's cultivation level was an astonishing 9-star fighter. The Grand Elder's mind was in turmoil. Shiaoze was merely 11 years old. In the past, when Xiao Yin advanced to a 1-star fighter at 11, he was hailed as the most gifted individual of the Xiao clan in a century. So what title should be bestowed upon Shiaoze, who at the same age is a 9-star fighter? The most extraordinary talent in a millennium? Have you all witnessed this? An 11-year-old high-tier fighter. Xiao Zhan's voice brimmed with pride. If he were to thrive without interruption, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a fighter king in the future, with a high likelihood of becoming a fighter emperor, and even the legendary fighter zone is not beyond possibility. Should the Xiao clan boast a fighter king at its helm, it would be considered a first-rate power throughout the entire Jiama Empire. The small city of Wutan would no longer require a tripartite balance, but would instead see the Xiao clan's dominance. If a fighter emperor were to arise, the clan could ascend to the pinnacle of power within the Jiama Empire, flourishing and gaining an abundance of resources for your cultivation. As for the fighter zone, that is far too ethereal. I harbor no extravagant hopes. Yet even so, Shiaoze remains the beacon of hope for the Shao clan's prosperous future. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan's tone shifted dramatically, mingling fervor with indignation. Yet now, the Grand Elder dares to strike at the hope of the Shao clan's future. To wield the strength of a great fighter against a mere fighter. What else could this be but a ruthless assault? A lesson from an elder, perhaps. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's explanation, every gaze directed at the Grand Elder was laden with resentment and fury. This was no ordinary genius. This was the future fighter king, even the fighter emperor. If they had previously maintained an indifferent attitude, they now began to empathize. People only truly feel pain when their own interests are jeopardized. They were acutely aware of the benefits of having a powerful protector. Not only does it provide a profound sense of security, but it also signifies an abundance of cultivation resources. Advanced combat techniques, medicinal pills to aid in cultivation, and guidance from stronger individuals. All these advantages were enough to stir their hearts. The other two elders were equally aware of the allure of having high-ranking powerhouses within the family. The resources for cultivation they yearned for, as well as the elixirs necessary to break through critical bottlenecks, could be obtained through the presence of such formidable figures. Greater cultivation not only promised longer lifespans, but also secured their place in the family hierarchy. Now, the audacity of the Grand Elder to jeopardize the family's future left them both incredulous. They had not yet exhausted their own lifetimes. In an instant, both elders glared furiously at the Grand Elder. Caught off guard, the Grand Elder was stunned, realizing that the target of his wrath was such an extraordinary talent. Regret swiftly filled his heart. Chapter 6. You shall bear the cost of compensation. Since Shiaoze had showcased his abilities, the Grand Elder had undoubtedly incurred the wrath of many. If anyone had harbored doubts about the implications of Shiaoze's strength, they were swiftly dispelled by Xiao Zhan's explanation, leaving no one daring to underestimate Shiaoze's potential. A guaranteed Do Wang, with a high probability of becoming a Do Huang, or even aspiring to the legendary Do Zone. Such accolades were lofty, yet entirely befitting Shiaoze's innate talent. At merely 11 years of age, he had already attained the rank of a 9-star Do Shi. Many among them might squander their lives and only achieve that status. The vast chasm between them solidified their conviction in the remarkable achievements Shiaoze was destined to attain. Grand Elder, you truly ought to reconsider. How could you dare to act against the future Do Wang? Should you injure him, you would become a pariah of the Xiao family. Indeed, should the Xiao family possess a Do Wang, even legendary alchemists might choose to reside with them, ensuring a steady supply of elixirs for cultivation. With a Do Wang's presence, the methods available for future training would at the very least reach the advanced level of the yellow rank. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the immense benefits Shiaoze would bring to the Xiao family, and even Shiaoze himself felt a tinge of embarrassment. Naturally, if he truly reached such heights in the future, he would be willing to extend his assistance to the Xiao family as best he could. The Grand Elder's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple. This time, however, it was not due to his internal injuries, but rather the weight of the crowd's scrutiny and their accusations against him. Xiao Zhan scoffed and addressed the Grand Elder. Now, do you have any objections to the penalty I impose upon you? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression fluctuated, and finally, he sighed heavily. I willingly accept the punishment, temporarily resigning from the position of Grand Elder. Should I err again, I shall self-destruct my own cultivation and depart from the Xiao family. As the Grand Elder spoke despondently, the entire Do Technique Pavilion erupted in commotion, all eyes turning toward Shiaoze. They endorsed the Patriarch's punishment and acknowledged the immense value of this prodigious talent. Xiao Zhan continued, since the Grand Elder has acknowledged his wrongdoing, let us also include the repair costs of the Do Technique Pavilion and the medical expenses for the injured Xiao family members present. What? The Grand Elder was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Zhan to wait for his response. The repair costs of the Do Technique Pavilion were manageable, but the majority of the injuries sustained by the Xiao family members were indeed due to his actions. How could it be that I am to bear this expense? The Grand Elder's heart ached. Resigning from his esteemed position meant that all expenses would need to be deducted from his personal treasury. How could this not cause him distress? Meanwhile, the young members of the Xiao clan, injured from the recent battle, erupted in cheers. They had initially feared they would bear this silent loss alone. But to their surprise, the clan leader had thoughtfully considered their plight, arranging for the Grand Elder to cover their medical expenses. How could they not feel elated? After all, treatment costs money, and the gold the Xiao family provided each month was meager. Spending it on healing would indeed be a burden. If the Grand Elder were to foot the bill, however, it would be of no concern, as it was not their own money. Amidst the jubilant shouts, the Grand Elder found Xiao Ning, who had been knocked unconscious after being struck by the shockwaves of the battle and colliding with a wall. With a heart full of concern, the Grand Elder lifted Xiao Ning and departed the Battle Skills Pavilion, all while the cheers continued. After all, he was his own grandson, and the troubles he caused would have to be shouldered by him alone. On another front, Xiao Zhan led Shiaoze away from the pavilion. Once they reached a secluded corner, Xiao Zhan halted and remarked to Shiaoze with a hint of irritation, Zaire, you have truly given your father a tremendous surprise. A 9-star fighter. He pressed his fingers against his temples, feeling slightly dizzy from the overwhelming joy. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Perhaps it could be termed a shock. Shiaoze chuckled lightly, jesting, you are aware, aren't you? Xiaozhan returned the smile, saying now, we can leverage this incident to oust the Grand Elder, serving as a warning to others in the clan, lest Yinner be subjected to rumors or even physical confrontations. After all, who does not wish to trample on the former genius? With a sigh, Xiaozhan turned to Shiaoze, his expression earnest. Zaire, you must assist your third brother more in the future. If possible, investigate the mysterious disappearance of his fighting spirit. Certainly, but father, you must help me decline certain social obligations. I refrained from showcasing my abilities previously to avoid such encounters. Shiaoze nodded, adding his request. Xiaozhan patted his chest in assurance, declaring grandly, rest assured, nothing shall disturb you. Focus on your cultivation and grow stronger swiftly. After a while, Shiaoze watched as Xiaozhan departed. He could sense the genuine joy radiating from his father, whose departing footsteps were filled with vigor. Standing still for a moment, Shiaoze contemplated before turning toward the back mountain. Upon reaching the verdant slopes of the back mountain, he indeed spotted a familiar figure. The girl, with her flowing black hair cascading down to her waist, wore a light blue dress. A white jade belt cinched her slender waist, accentuating her delicate form. As if sensing his presence, she turned, and upon recognizing him, a smile blossomed on her face. Xiaoze, brother, I knew you would be here waiting for me. Xiaoze stepped forward to stand beside Xiao Suner. After all, this was a place they often frequented together. Xiao Suner gently brushed aside her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. It is worth mentioning that today, brother Xiaoze has truly captured the spotlight. And it seems that countless admirers have emerged within the Xiao family. You little girl, are you already feeling jealous at such a young age? Xiaoze remarked, playfully sniffing the air as if searching for an elusive scent of jealousy. How annoying. Xiao Suner pouted, lightly swatting him. In all honesty, it seems that brother Xiaoze will soon attract a multitude of admirers. It's not like I enjoy mingling with them. Xiaoze shrugged, turning earnestly to Xiao Suner. In the past, I kept a low profile, and they were reluctant to approach me. Now that I am in the limelight, I have no desire to associate with them. That is true, Xiao Suner chuckled softly. She held absolute authority on the matter. Having been inseparable from Shiaoze since they began training together at the tender age of 4, their bond of childhood friendship was genuine. Thus, she understood that Xiaoze's words were indeed valid. Harnessing the energy of Douqi Xian imposes strict demands on one's meridians, and strengthening them is undoubtedly beneficial. Nurturing the meridians, Xiao Suner mused, delicately placing her pearl-like fingers upon her lips, feigning coyness. Is brother Xiaoze truly intent on using your Douqi to traverse my meridians? Chapter 7. Nurturing the meridians, teaching combat techniques. In a clearing amidst the woods, Xiao Suner and Xiaoze sat facing each other, their palms pressed firmly together. Streams of pure Douqi flowed from Xiaoze, coursing through Xiao Suner's hands and permeating her entire being. Xiaoze's Douqi is of the water attribute, and it was thanks to the techniques imparted by Xiao Suner that he successfully transformed his Douqi. Although the technique was of a low tier, merely low-level Xin rank, the gentle nature of the resulting water attribute made it relatively easy to control. Had Xiaoze possessed a fire attribute, he would have hesitated to nurture Xiao Suner's meridians after ascending to the rank of Doushi. For the searing ferocity of fire attribute, Douqi would risk injuring another if introduced into their body. The soft, azure-hued water Douqi gradually enveloped Xiao Suner, casting a faint blue glow around her. Her already porcelain-like skin, comparable to exquisite jade, appeared even more radiant under the ethereal light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the minute, hair-like veins beneath her skin. Both were deeply engrossed in their training, their breaths steady and calm. Time flew during their practice. And after an hour, Xiaoze slowly ceased the flow of Douqi, not due to exhaustion, but because Xiao Suner's body had reached its limit and could no longer withstand further enhancement. Even the most potent elixirs have their limits, dictated by the body's capacity for short-term improvement. Xiaoze briefly assessed the Douqi within him, having expended approximately 30%. Fortunately, this represented significant progress compared to the time before he reached the rank of 9-star Doushi. Previously, when he was merely an 8-star Doushi, nurturing for an hour would have consumed around 70% of his Douqi, whereas now it had only required 30%. Not only has Xiaoze's quantity of fighting spirit significantly increased, but its quality has also seen a remarkable enhancement. He has established a more formidable foundation for Xiao Suner, ensuring that her future growth and strength will reciprocate tenfold. This has culminated in Xiaoze's fighting spirit vortex being dozens of times more potent than that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, his vortex possesses an extraordinarily terrifying capacity for absorbing fighting spirit. Previously, when he withstood the Elder's attack, he had actually gathered all of his fighting spirit and executed the Yin Fan strike, which allowed him to block the blow unscathed. Following that moment, his vortex rapidly absorbed fighting spirit, enabling him to restore his own energy. This was crucial for him to withstand the pressure of fighting spirit released by a great fighter. This was merely the absorption rate after Xiaoze had suppressed it. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could even create a phenomenon where fighting spirit would gather around him and flow into his body. Such feats are achievable only by advanced practitioners. Naturally, Xiaoze would refrain from employing such abilities unless in dire circumstances, as the influx of vast amounts of fighting spirit poses a significant challenge to his meridians. The first time he attempted this, he felt a sharp pain in the meridians responsible for transporting the fighting spirit. A fleeting thought crossed Xiaoze's mind as he turned his gaze to Xiao Suner. Due to his water attribute fighting spirit, a faint layer of mist enveloped her, as if she had just emerged from a bath. the moisture still lingering like a gem radiating youthful vitality. Shiaoze's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, the pale blue glow surrounding her had receded. Yet the brilliance emanating from her gaze surpassed any physical light. It was a perfect embodiment of innate beauty. Upon opening her eyes, she found Shiaoze gazing at her motionlessly, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. "Have you had your fill of watching, brother Shiaoze?" she teased, simultaneously channeling her fighting spirit to evaporate the mist around her. "Of course not. If I could, I would gaze at you indefinitely," Shiaoze responded with a hearty laugh, rising to stretch his limbs. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glance from Shiaoze revealed a smile of pure happiness. "Indefinitely? I too wish to journey alongside brother Shiaoze forever." Shiaoze stood and inquired about the yin fan strike, expressing her desire to understand it better. She had clearly witnessed Shiaoze, as a 9-star fighter, withstand the blow of a great fighter, with the yin fan strike playing a crucial role. Shiaoze readily agreed. Recognizing that this profound technique was imparted to him by Shiaoze, meant to facilitate her mastery of the yin fan strike. "No problem." Shiaoze nodded gently, her body beginning to shimmer with golden fighting spirit. Observing this, Shiaoze did not hesitate, delivering a controlled palm strike towards her. He moderated his strength to approximately that of a 1-star fighter. However, the inherent gap between fighters and those cultivating fighting spirit is vast. And Shiaoze did not underestimate it. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely raised her hands, ready to clash with Shiaoze's palm. Bang! As Shiaoze retreated further back, her body resembled a golden butterfly, gracefully fluttering away before gently landing several paces distant. They had been controlling their strength earlier, so neither sustained any injuries. "Brother Shiaoze, how did I do? Are there any shortcomings?" she inquired, her realization beginning to dawn. Shiaoze nodded and remarked, "You have grasped it quite well. However, to advance further, one must comprehend the essence of the yin fan strike." "The essence of the yin fan strike?" Shiaoze tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Essentially, it involves using strength against strength, which comprises two crucial aspects, borrowing force and delivering force. You have balanced these two aspects admirably. But have you considered why you have only been able to return about 30% of the exerted strength?" A flicker of understanding sparked in Shiaoze's eyes, as she contemplated her brother's implication that she ought to adjust the balance between borrowing and delivering force more appropriately. "Precisely. When facing opponents of comparable strength or those weaker than yourself, you can perfectly leverage their force to counterattack, as their strength does not exceed the limits of what you can borrow. However, when confronted with someone significantly more powerful, their strength surpasses your borrowing capacity, which not only risks injury but also diminishes the efficacy of your counterattack." Shiaoze illustrated his point with an example, saying, "For instance, when I faced the Grand Elder, I knew he was a grand battle master, and there was a vast disparity in our levels. Even a casual strike from him would be beyond my ability to withstand. Thus, I employed the yin fan strike, maximizing my borrowing technique without any intention of countering. Consequently, I was able to effortlessly absorb the Grand Elder's strike, emerging unscathed. If you can achieve a perfect harmony between borrowing and delivering force, then your mastery of the yin fan strike will reach a remarkable level." Shiaoze listened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As she gazed at her brother, who imparted his wisdom with such fervor, a glimmer of admiration crossed her features. In her eyes, Shiaoze seemed omnipotent, effortlessly resolving numerous challenges. It was precisely his extraordinary talents that captivated Shiaoze, who hailed from an ancient clan. "Do you understand?" Shiaoze's voice, warm as a spring breeze, resonated. Shiaoze nodded vigorously. "I understand. I must grasp the nuances." Soon, the two figures danced through the forest, their movements intertwining. With each clash, they swiftly separated, pausing briefly before charging at one another once more. Chapter 8. Do not provoke him again. In the Grand Elder's courtyard, Xiaoning awakened in pain. "Ah!" he gasped, sitting up in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. His memory was fragmented. The last scene etched in his mind was of someone atop him, relentlessly striking. The subsequent images were so horrifying that they felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Creak. The Grand Elder entered with a box of ointment, leaving Xiaoning uncertain if it was merely his imagination. He couldn't shake the feeling that his grandfather appeared unusually pallid today. "Grandfather." As Xiaoning began to speak, the movement aggravated the injury on his head, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. "Do not speak for now. It may exacerbate your injury," the elder said as he applied ointment to Xiaoning's head, providing him with a modicum of relief. Although Shiaoze had struck Xiaoning mercilessly with his martial energy, he had no intention of truly harming him. A mere lesson in discipline was deemed necessary. Shiaoze had intentionally used his martial energy to inflict painful welts upon Xiaoning's head. Painful and lingering, they would torment him for several days, rendering him to live with his head resembling that of a pig. Once the elder had finished applying the ointment, Xiaoning could barely contain his curiosity. What transpired in the combat technique pavilion? The elder's gaze turned peculiar as he regarded Xiaoning. "Do you not recall the events that unfolded there?" Xiaoning paused, delving into the recesses of his memory. "I remember being pinned down and beaten. Perhaps it was the pain that conjured an illusion. But I thought I saw you battling the clan leader." "It was no illusion." The elder interjected, and Xiaoning's eyes widened with a mix of astonishment and concern. "Grandfather, you weren't injured, were you? The clan leader is a 5-star dome master." "I am quite all right," the elder reassured him with a shake of his head. "But you have yet to inform me. Did Shiaoze face any repercussions?" Xiaoning remained fixated on Shiaoze, Despite the soothing balm on his head, the pain still palpable. Without needing a mirror, he was acutely aware that his head had transformed into a grotesque sight. It would be impossible for Xiao Ning to harbor no resentment towards Shiaoze. Upon hearing this, the elder straightened, looking earnestly at Xiao Ning. He did not receive any punishment, and you should refrain from provoking him in the future. What? Why? Grandfather, you are the elder, you must avenge me. Xiao Ning exclaimed incredulously, having always felt the elder's protective affection. Why, then, was he now advising restraint against Shiaoze? I have temporarily stepped down from my position as elder, the elder sighed, imparting his wisdom to Xiao Ning. It is time for you to mature. He had come to understand that with Shiaoze, the exceptional son of Xiao Zhan, holding significant influence within the clan, any aspirations to contest authority were futile. Now stripped of his position, it was prudent to adopt a more docile demeanor and avoid further conflict. Should he continue to oppose Xiao Zhan, the consequences of being stripped of his cultivation and exiled from the Xiao family would be the least of his worries. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ning, the elder's mental shift was profound. When he heard that his grandfather was no longer the elder, it felt as if lightning had struck, leaving him utterly stunned. How could this be? The clan leader would not easily strip the elder of his title. Xiao Ning exclaimed in disbelief. The elder gently patted Xiao Ning's shoulder, urging him to regain his composure. He then slowly recounted the events that transpired in the combat technique pavilion after Xiao Ning had lost consciousness. Shiaoze is a 9-star Do master. Xiao Ning let out a startled cry, unable to resist the urge to touch his head. Remarkably, he had survived under the fist of a 9-star fighter. It was not that Shiaoze could not have done more harm, but rather that he had merely intended to impart a lesson, sparing Xiao Ning's life. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Ning. Shiaoze still considered the bonds of kinship. Otherwise, he might never have seen his grandfather again. The resentment he felt for being beaten into a pulp by Shiaoze dissipated swiftly. How could he dare provoke such power? Xiao Ning murmured to himself, and the Grand Elder's eyes reflected a sense of comfort upon hearing this. The Grand Elder feared that his grandson, in a moment of folly, might choose to oppose Shiaoze. Indeed, Shiaoze was not someone to be trifled with. The Grand Elder had merely temporarily lost his position. With a weighty tone, he counseled, as long as Shiaoze continues to grow, our Xiao family will surely flourish. In time, with my standing, I shall be able to secure more resources for your cultivation. You must strive diligently and abandon your idle ways. Xiao Ning gazed at the Grand Elder's face, which seemed to have aged a few years, his eyes moistening with emotion as he felt a pang in his nose. His grandfather had sacrificed so much, enduring humiliation and even seeking to appease Shiaoze. He could not afford to be willful. He must heed his grandfather's words. I understand, Grandpa. I will never provoke Shiaoze again. When the opportunity arises, I will apologize to Xiao Yan. He affirmed earnestly, nodding his head, having been enlightened by his grandfather. Xiao Ning now recognized that Shiaoze was indeed the hope for the Xiao family's future. Clinging to this support was undoubtedly wise. Very well, rest a while longer. You are not to venture out until your head heals, instructed the Grand Elder, gently assisting Xiao Ning to lie down. In this process, Xiao Ning seemed to mature. He obediently nodded and settled down upon the bed. In the back mountain, Shiaoze swiftly dodged an attack from Xiao Suner. Let's call it a day. Too much of anything is counterproductive. Hearing Xiaoze's words, Xiao Suner let out a sigh of relief. After an intense bout, she was now covered in a sheen of perspiration. Brother Shiaoze, I feel that my mastery of the swallow counter has significantly improved. Indeed, strive to perfect it. Mastering the swallow counter to its fullest will yield far greater results than mere proficiency. As a high-level mystic technique, it is sufficient to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Shiaoze replied before retrieving a box from a hidden corner, revealing an assortment of essentials for barbecuing. Are we having roast meat today? Xiao Suner quipped playfully, her movements akin to a nimble butterfly as she darted towards the edge of the forest. Shiaoze remained behind, preparing to roast a rabbit. The rabbit population in the back mountain often surged, sometimes necessitating the dispatch of Xiao family members to manage the overabundance. Given their rapid reproduction, without natural predators, their numbers could easily spiral out of control. Shiaoze frequently took Xiao Suner to catch rabbits for roasting, alleviating the burden on the Xiao family. Before long, Xiao Suner returned, each hand grasping a rabbit by its ears. A rabbit's foot danced playfully, while another rabbit gazed with a dreamy expression. Observing this scene, Shiaoze couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the familiar lines from a poem. The male rabbit's foot dances, the female rabbit's eyes are dreamy. Of course, both male and female rabbits could exhibit such behavior, rendering gender distinction impossible. Upon closer examination, Shiaoze confirmed that both rabbits were indeed female. His movements in handling the rabbits were remarkably adept. Soon, the two skinned rabbits were skewered over the fire. As the flames licked at them, a layer of golden fat oozed from their skin, sizzling as it dripped onto the flames, producing a delightful crackling sound. As dusk approached, the light in the forest dimmed, leaving only the flickering flames to illuminate the faces of the two individuals. Shiaoze focused intently on roasting the rabbits, while Xiao Suner sat quietly beside him. Her eyes slightly squinted as she watched him. The surrounding sounds, aside from the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, were dominated by the occasional crackling of the burning firewood. This slight cacophony, rather than detracting, enveloped them in a sense of warmth and comfort. Chapter 9. Xiao Yan's Reaction. The next morning, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, acutely aware that his internal fighting energy had yet to increase. And a bitter smile crept across his face. Heaven, why must I be granted talent only to have it so cruelly stripped away? Xiao Yan lamented. At this moment, he had yet to attain the calmness and maturity that often follow ridicule, his mindset still somewhat unstable. Well, today is the day to collect the subsidy, he mused, ultimately deciding to go in person. After all, there would be plenty of disdain to endure in the future. Avoiding it this time would not guarantee evasion in the long run. It would be wiser to start adapting and learn to disregard the scorn of others. The Shiao family provides gold coin subsidies for their underage members, a fixed amount each month. Additionally, to encourage diligent cultivation, the family offers extra gold coins based on the level of cultivation achieved. Previously, when Xiao Yan was at the rank of a 1-star Do fighter, he received a substantial 50 gold coins monthly. In the Dochi continent, for an ordinary peasant family, a yearly expenditure of merely 20 gold coins sufficed for basic sustenance. Xiao Yan pondered, the subsidy I am about to collect will likely amount to just over 20 coins. As he walked along the path, Xiao Yan suddenly noticed 2 Xiao family youths nearby and instinctively lowered his head, quickening his pace. It wasn't until he had passed by them that he realized he had not overheard any whispers from the pair. Once he was a distance away, he found himself perplexed. He had noted that the 2 Xiao family members not only refrained from casting him disdainful glances, but seemed rather intimidated. Particularly, when they caught sight of him, the 2 conversing youths abruptly fell silent, as if fearful that their words might provoke him. Xiao Yan certainly did not believe his Do fighter aura still lingered. After all, he had just been knocked to the ground by Xiao Ning the previous day. The name of the fallen genius had likely spread throughout the Xiao family by now. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had not misinterpreted the fear reflected in the eyes of those 2 Xiao family youths. Xiao Yan found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion as he encountered several members of the Xiao clan. Without exception, their gazes toward him were tinged with a hint of trepidation. Upon seeing him, they promptly sealed their lips, refraining from uttering a word. This only served to amplify the perplexity that resided within Xiao Yan. Could it be that his father had issued some form of edict? Yet, even as the clan leader, it seemed unlikely that his father would exhibit such favoritism toward him, particularly as it could easily incite discontent among the clan members. Not to mention, there were 3 esteemed elders within the family whose authority was on par with the clan leader. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan felt a tinge of apprehension alongside his confusion, fearing that his father might act impulsively on his behalf. At that moment, a delicate call broke through his thoughts, prompting Xiao Yan to glance in the direction of the sound. It was Xiao Mei, who had always trailed behind him during his days of brilliance, affectionately calling him cousin. Encountering someone somewhat familiar, Xiao Yan seized the opportunity to inquire about the unfolding events. Xiao Mei, what transpired within the family? It seems that everyone's attitude toward me has shifted. Taken aback by his question, Xiao Mei hesitated. Cousin Xiao Yan, are you unaware of what occurred yesterday? A brow arched in surprise, Xiao Yan responded. What happened yesterday? Was it not merely that he had been bested in combat? He had indeed been oblivious to the happenings of the previous day, having spent it quietly recuperating in his chamber. Although Xiao Zhan had been a witness, he had been preoccupied with matters following the elder's downfall. Moreover, he felt it inappropriate to convey such news to Xiao Yan. Considering both he and Shiaoze were his sons, revealing which was more accomplished could potentially bruise the other's pride. Thus, Xiao Zhan resolved to let Xiao Yan uncover the truth himself, or perhaps have Shiaoze relay it. Realizing that Xiao Yan was indeed unaware, Xiao Mei began to explain. In the afternoon yesterday, the 4th young master, Shiaoze, engaged in a duel with Xiao Ning at the combat hall. What? 4th brother? Is he unharmed? Xiao Yan felt a surge of anxiety, never anticipating that the root of the matter lay with his younger sibling. Contrary to what Xiao Yan imagined, however, Shiaoze had not only emerged unscathed, but had even withstood an onslaught from the elder who had hurried to intervene. Gasping in astonishment as the details unfolded, Xiao Yan felt a wave of shock wash over him. 4th brother has already reached the rank of a 9-star fighter? How extraordinary. The gravity of the revelation left Xiao Yan astounded. He had once attained the rank of a 1-star fighter himself and understood all too well the arduous journey from the age of 4 to 11, a mere 7 years, required to achieve even that. The notion of Shiaoze attaining the status of a 9-star fighter was nothing short of remarkable. After absorbing the events of the previous day, Xiao Yan remained somewhat puzzled. Even if such an incident had transpired, it shouldn't have instilled such fear among the Xiao clan members, should it? He had crossed paths with several clan members along the way, and each time they beheld him, their eyes reflected a mixture of dread, and they seemed too intimidated to converse in his presence. Xiao Mei nodded, her gaze shimmering with admiration as she replied. It is because cousin Shiaoze has made a declaration. Xiao Yan paused, realizing that this must pertain to the words spoken by his younger brother. He also noted a subtle shift in Xiao Mei's demeanor, a blend of admiration and respect. Once, Xiao Mei had also displayed such an expression towards him. Oblivious to Xiao Yan's slightly complex gaze, Xiao Mei cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and raised her chin slightly. Xiao Yan could discern that Xiao Mei was mimicking someone. It was the exact words of her cousin, Shiaoze. Xiao Yan is my 3rd brother. He is not someone whom anyone can easily bully. You all should manage your hands and feet, and keep your mouths tightly shut. If I hear even a whisper of gossip, or if it reaches my 3rd brother, do not blame me for being impolite. We are of the same generation, and according to the Grand Elder, matters among peers are not to be meddled with. Instead of spreading rumors, why not focus on your own cultivation? Rather than belittling others, strive to elevate yourselves. Xiao Mei, feigning a deep voice, appeared charmingly adorable, eliciting a faint smile from Xiao Yan. Could this truly be the words of his usually unassuming 4th brother? Nevertheless, Xiao Yan felt a warm glow in his heart. With such a prodigious talent as his fourth brother speaking out, the family members would undoubtedly refrain from casting aspersions or scorn in his direction. They might even hesitate to converse with him, fearing their disparaging remarks would be overheard. Did you know, cousin Xiaoyan? Many in the family now regard Shiaoze's words as a motto to inspire themselves. Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled as she reverently repeated the last phrase, rather than belittling others. Strive to elevate yourselves. It was evident. Xiaoyan nodded with a smile, for Xiao Mei was a living example of this principle. No longer subjected to the derision of others, Xiaoyan felt a profound sense of joy. The attitude of the family towards him had even grown more apprehensive than before, which brought him a sense of relief. He resolved to double his efforts. Being surpassed by his own fourth brother left Xiao Yan with a bittersweet feeling. He was strong-willed and wished to be a protective older brother. With determination, Xiao Yan vowed, as long as I can continue to absorb fighting energy and cultivate, I shall never give up. Chapter 10. The return of Yan achieves great success. Tenfold feedback. In the wooded hills behind the Xiao residence, sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As two figures moved swiftly, they stirred a gentle breeze that sent tiny particles of dust swirling, shaping the sunlight into beams. The forest was illuminated with golden shafts of light, gathering brilliance for the duel unfolding between them. Shiaoze's palm radiated a soft blue glow of fighting energy as he leisurely struck toward Xiao Suner. In contrast, Xiao Suner's hands shimmered with golden fighting energy, resembling streams of golden light dancing at her fingertips. Amidst the verdant woods, the golden brilliance from Xiao Suner's fingers outshone the sun itself, with a resounding impact. The two figures separated instantly. Xiao Suner's petite form spun gracefully in the air before gently landing on the fallen leaves, akin to a beautiful golden butterfly. Anyone who had observed the duel techniques at the training pavilion days earlier would surely find this scene strikingly familiar. Xiao Suner's movements mirrored those of Shiaoze from earlier, characterized by an effortless elegance as she deftly countered her opponent's strikes. Shiaoze felt as though his palm had struck a layer of cotton, with no power released whatsoever. Just days prior, he found himself occasionally offering guidance, but as time progressed, his input became unnecessary. Xiao Suner had grasped all that she needed to understand. In that recent exchange, it was evident that she had comprehended the essence of the Yin Fan strike. A fleeting golden glimmer danced in her eyes, and a delicate smile graced her soft pink lips. Approaching Shiaoze, her fingertips shimmered with golden energy. Despite her fair and tender hands, they exuded formidable strength. This time, the outcome of their contact was completely different. Shiaoze was sent hurtling away. A tingling sensation coursed through his palm, and a smile spread across his face. As Xiao Suner's opponent, he was keenly aware of what had transpired. Initially, it felt as if he struck cotton, but soon he realized that beneath that softness lay a layer of unyielding steel. This revelation explained why he had been so forcefully propelled backward. Xiao Suner hurried over, her bright eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her face radiating palpable joy. Brother Shiaoze, I have mastered the Yin Fan strike. Indeed, the ability to accurately adjust the balance between utilizing force and applying strength according to the opponent's prowess was a true testament to her mastery. Shiaoze gracefully descended from the tree, nodding in appreciation. Hearing his commendation, Xiao Suner's smile broadened, now tinged with a hint of mischief. Oh, shouldn't you be rewarding me? After all, I've been at your side these past few days. My body feels as if it might fall apart. Feigning surprise, Shiaoze adopted a weak demeanor. Perhaps so, but how would you like to reward your brother Shiaoze? As she spoke, she drew closer, her breath fragrant like orchids. At the mention of the word reward, she even playfully moistened her soft pink lips with her delicate tongue. Clearing his throat, Shiaoze replied, I don't have much in mind, but how about treating me to a grand feast? Pondering for a moment, Xiao Suner suggested, the finest restaurant in Wutan City. A lavish spread awaits. Wouldn't you say I am quite sincere? Indeed. I've long heard that the beast feast there is utterly exquisite, leaving one yearning for more. Shiaoze clapped his hands in admiration. Let us meet at the Xiao family gate in half an hour. An hour from now, Xiao Suner proposed, stepping back slightly. After all, this is my first outing with brother Shiaoze. I wish to have ample time to prepare and indulge in a proper bath. Just look at me. I'm drenched in sweat. Drenched in sweat? Shiaoze echoed, inching closer and sniffing the air deliberately. I don't detect any odor of sweat, only a delightful fragrance. Uft. Brother Shiaoze, you speak nonsense. Who would smell fragrant while soaked in sweat? Xiao Suner burst into laughter, showing no resistance to his playful examination, instead feeling a flicker of joy at the attention. Indeed, my dear sister Suner is just like that. Shiaoze, with his rustic yet charming words of affection, believes that emotions must be nurtured from a young age. Nonetheless, he has never engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Both of them are still quite young, and Shiaoze exercises great restraint, refraining from any misconduct toward Xiao Suner. He understands that the ancient bloodline within her remains unstable. It is essential for her growth to remain pure before her ascension. Enough of these embarrassing remarks. Xiao Suner lightly tapped Shiaoze and then scampered back a few steps like a startled little rabbit. Xiao Suner has mastered the great, enhancing her strength. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward. Insight, utilizing strength against strength, beginner. After choosing to accept this reward, Shiaoze quickly comprehended the essence of this so-called insight. It resembles a philosophy. By integrating various combat techniques, he can create entirely new ones. In the future, Shiaoze might even derive numerous combat techniques based on this principle of utilizing strength against strength. He has grasped a key to the creation of combat techniques. Pondering this, Shiaoze was pleasantly surprised by the tenfold reward. Initially, he had anticipated receiving a more advanced combat technique. To his astonishment, the very essence of Yin Fanji was unveiled before him. It is not impossible for Shiaoze to master this insight, but it may require decades of relentless practice to truly grasp the principle of utilizing strength against strength. The tenfold reward has spared him many years of labor, and naturally, he felt quite satisfied. It was time to prepare. After all, this was the first time he would venture out with Sun'er. An hour of preparation was ample time. As Shiaoze stepped out of the woods, he spotted a figure and raised an eyebrow, walking toward it. Third brother, were you waiting for me? This was their first meeting in days, yet it felt entirely different. Perhaps it was the dazzling aura of genius that now enveloped Shiaoze, even more radiant than before. Yes, I came specifically to express my gratitude, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, though a hint of distance lingered in his demeanor. Sensing this, Shiaoze approached without hesitation, clasping Xiao Yan's shoulder and giving a gentle pat on his chest. Third brother, we are brothers. Why speak so formally? But isn't it my fault that you can no longer remain low-key? Xiao Yan responded hesitantly. Seeing my brother being highlighted yet still maintaining a low profile, does that make me human? Shiaoze said nonchalantly. Previously, my low profile was merely to avoid unnecessary distractions and focus on my cultivation. Now that I have showcased my talent, with father shielding me from those matters, it feels no different to me than before. With Xiaoze's explanation, Xiao Yan finally felt relieved and embraced him tightly, stating earnestly, Fourth brother, thank you. Chapter 11. The super wealthy little girl. After conversing with Xiao Yan for a while, Shiaoze remarked, I have an appointment with Sun'er, third brother, so I must take my leave. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding, a smile of contentment gracing his features. His younger brother was indeed a winner in life, a fact that filled him with envy. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but he also had a beautiful companion by his side. Go ahead, prepare well, and I wish you a delightful date. Xiao Yan sincerely blessed, for after all, he was his own younger brother. This time, as Shiaoze and Xiao Sun'er were training together, their relationship blossomed rapidly. Even though Xiao Yan entertained thoughts of using Do Qi, he did not set his sights on Xiao Sun'er, as their relationship was not particularly close. Intruding into her room uninvited could very well result in a swift expulsion. Subsequently, unable to find a suitable subject for experimentation, Xiao Yan's aspirations regarding Do Qi dissipated. He immersed himself wholly in his training until the Do Qi eventually vanished. Oh, third brother. After taking a few steps, Shiaoze suddenly turned back to call out to Xiao Yan. What is it? Do you need my assistance, third brother? A smile graced Xiaoze's face as he spoke earnestly. I have always believed that you are a dragon among men, destined to transcend these minor setbacks and transform into a true dragon soaring across the Do Qi continent. Upon hearing such words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Never had anyone believed in him quite like Shiaoze did. He believed in his potential, in his future. Even Xiao Zhan had never bestowed upon him such remarkable trust. Third brother, do not give up. A temporary downturn does not signify a future shrouded in darkness. After uttering these encouraging words, Shiaoze said no more, merely waving goodbye and departing swiftly. Standing there, Xiao Yan pressed his lips together, feeling as though sand had entered his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, they began to glisten with unshed tears. Throughout the past year, he had been diligently training alone in his room. Yet, Do Qi continued to elude him, culminating in the testing event where it was laid bare for all to see. What met Xiao Yan was nothing but mockery and disdain. Those who once closely followed him now maintained a silent distance, though his father treated him with the same care as before, tirelessly seeking a remedy for his plight. Xiao Yan could sense that Xiao Zhan had lost much hope in him. It was as if the last remaining lifeline was being clutched tightly by Xiao Zhan, who longed to uncover the reason behind Xiao Yan's loss of Do Qi. Yet, the family's most sought-after genius, his own fourth brother, exhibited unparalleled trust in him. How could this not touch Xiao Yan's heart? Indeed, the challenges before him were but minor ripples on the vast ocean of his life. How could he remain stagnant here? Training. I must train. He donned his most elegant attire, styling his hair in a manner befitting an adult. Gazing into the bronze mirror at the striking young man reflected back at him, a broad smile spread across Xiaoze's face. He rummaged through his bedside and unearthed a black card, a standard gold storage card capable of holding a maximum of 5,000 gold coins. Cards of higher value required not only financial resources, but also strength. Although it was suggested that the young lady should treat, it was never truly intended for her to bear the expense. This black card was bestowed upon Shiaoze by an elder during the distribution of subsidies. His monthly subsidy had surged to 100 gold coins. Furthermore, any requests for cultivation resources could be directed to the Xiao family. At this moment, the black card displayed a remarkable 2,000 gold coins. According to the elder's explanation, this was compensation for the subsidies Shiaoze had previously neglected to claim. Having prepared sufficiently, it was time to await Sun'er at the entrance. As Shiaoze stepped outside, he glanced at the time, noting that it had only taken him half an hour, leaving him with ample opportunity. Inside Xiao Sun'er's room, a plethora of garments lay strewn across the bed. Dressed in a nightgown, Xiao Sun'er incessantly held up various outfits against herself for comparison. Elder Ling, what do you think of this one? And this one? Ling Ying, concealed in the shadows, observed his young mistress's earnest efforts to adorn herself, feeling a mix of emotions. My lady, your natural beauty renders everything you wear enchanting. But I wish to select the most exquisite outfit, Xiao Sun'er declared, setting down 2 garments to pick up another with utmost seriousness. Today marks my first outing with brother Shiaoze, albeit under the guise of a celebratory dinner. I must present my finest self. Ling Ying, feeling somewhat helpless at her indecision, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. My lady, you and young Master Shiaoze are inseparable, seeing each other almost daily. He has likely grown accustomed to your attire. Xiao Suner paused, realization dawning upon her. Ling Ying seized the moment, suggesting, why not wear an outfit you have never donned before? It may very well captivate young Master Shiaoze. That makes sense. Thank you, Elderling. A few days prior, he had just become a 9-star fighter, and now he had firmly solidified his status, taking a significant leap forward. Once one truly becomes a fighter, the pace of cultivation accelerates dramatically, potentially allowing for several stars to be gained within a year. Coupled with the unique fighting aura crafted by the system for Shiaoze, his progress in training would be exceedingly rapid, with Suner's enhancement providing a tenfold feedback to become a 1-star fighter. Shiaoze silently wished for a breakthrough to a fighter himself. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Shiaoze, what are you pondering so intently? Naturally, he was contemplating whether his dear sister Suner would take the full hour to join him. When he laid eyes on Xiao Suner, a hint of astonishment flickered in his gaze. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a golden hairpin from which several crimson threads hung. She wore a light azure undergarment layered with a white gown, embellished with red floral patterns at the cuffs and neckline. She appeared as though she had stepped out from a painting. Moreover, Xiao Suner's ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial lotus, rendered her even more divine. She perceptibly noticed the admiration and astonishment that flashed across Shiaoze's eyes, filling her heart with sweetness akin to nectar. Brother Shiaoze, does it look beautiful? She asked, spreading her arms and twirling in place for him to admire her fully. Indeed, it looks splendid. This outfit is truly captivating. Xiao Suner is truly more beautiful. Shiaoze couldn't help but nod in admiration. A radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Suner's face, justifying the considerable time she had devoted to selecting her attire and perfecting her appearance. Shall we go, brother Shiaoze? Feel free to indulge. Oh, you little rascal. Are you not afraid I might eat you into poverty? Hee hee, brother Shiaoze, you are welcome to try and see if you can truly devour me. A proud expression adorned Xiao Suner's face as she tilted her chin, resembling an adorable little kitten. Shiaoze was well aware of Xiao Suner's immense wealth, which could rival nations. For her, consuming 1,000 of his worth would merely be a drop in the ocean. Chapter 12. Lady Ya and young Master Oba. Shiaoze and Xiao Suner walked side by side along the bustling streets. Their pairing, akin to a golden boy and jade girl, attracted the attention of passers-by. However, they paid no heed to the gazes and proceeded directly to their destination. Upon arriving at the Shimda restaurant, the evening lights were just beginning to illuminate the surroundings. Inside, the establishment was ablaze with light and filled with the lively chatter of patrons. What a lively restaurant. It truly deserves the title of the best in Wutan City. Shiaoze remarked to Xiao Suner as he observed the throng of people entering and exiting. It seems we may have to wait for a while. Do not worry. Brother Shiaoze, I have already made arrangements. We can go straight in, Xiao Suner said with a mysterious smile, guiding him into the restaurant. Soon, they were led by a server to a private room on the upper floor. The design of this room was quite ingenious. Looking towards the interior of the restaurant, one could see the performance of singing maidens and the diners enjoying their meals. Gazing outside, the marketplace remained brilliantly lit even in the night. Xiao Suner, you have chosen a splendid private room. Hee hee, I specifically reserved this room to avoid any unwelcome distractions, she replied. Shiaoze nodded in agreement. Knowing full well that Xiao Suner's beauty would inevitably draw attention from others, dining in a private room certainly alleviated many potential inconveniences. By the way, how much does this private room cost? Xiao Suner raised a delicate finger and smiled lightly, including the beast feast we are about to enjoy. It totals 1,500 gold coins. Wow, that is quite expensive. If I recall correctly, the Xiao family's annual profit is only about 100,000 gold coins. Shiaoze exclaimed. TSK, a year's profit for the Xiao family would only suffice for over 2 months of dining at Shingda restaurant. So how about it? Isn't this feast from Xiao Suner quite generous? It is exceedingly generous. As they spoke, the dishes of the beast feast began to gradually appear. These were edible magical beasts, specially cultivated and prepared, providing numerous benefits to those who consumed them, enhancing vitality and strengthening the body. Although not as potent as the potions crafted by alchemists, they were still highly sought after. After all, this was the Do-Chi continent, a world where strength reigns supreme. Anything that could bolster one's power would incite fervent pursuit. The aroma of the meat filled the air, and Shiaoze inhaled deeply, gazing hungrily at the table laden with beast meat. Brother Shiaoze, stop staring and start eating. Together, as the two conversed and admired the picturesque scenery, they savored the exquisite feast of the warcraft. Such moments of joy are always fleeting. Shiaoze raised a glass of icy blue juice, clinking it gently with Suner. The instant it touched his lips, an exhilarating chill enveloped him. Yet, as he swallowed, he felt a fiery warmth igniting within. This novel sensation compelled Shiaoze to examine the peculiar drink in his hand. Suner explained, this is a low-grade potion cultivated by the Shingda Tavern. Regular consumption can enhance one's meager fighting spirit. Shiaoze paused, taken aback, and began to attune himself to the state of his inner energy. Fortunately, his intimate knowledge of his own condition allowed him to discern the slight increase in his fighting spirit. Indeed, regular consumption could yield such subtle enhancements. However, the tavern's clever marketing certainly piqued the interest of many. Shiaoze emphasized the word meager, eliciting a series of soft giggles from Suner. However, the fact that Xingda Tavern could offer such coveted products hinted at an intriguing backstory. Suner nodded, stating, it is actually somewhat connected to the Xiao family. The force behind Xingda Tavern is the Nayland family. The Nayland family, one of the three prominent families of the Gamma Empire, once allied with the Xiao clan? Shiaoze was taken aback, surprised to discover the powerful entity behind the tavern was indeed the Nayland family. Yet, given their status as one of the three great families, it was not unexpected for them to have influence throughout the Gamma Empire. No wonder Xingda Tavern could thrive in the heart of Wutan City. It was backed by the Nayland family. My third brother's betrothed is the eldest daughter of the Nayland family, Suner remarked, taking a sip of her juice with a suggestive tone. In previous years, the Nayland family frequently communicated with the Xiao family, but this year, the dynamics might be shifting. Shiaoze understood the implications of Suner's words, with Xiao Yan reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. It was uncertain whether the Nayland family would maintain their ties with the Xiao clan. Yet, according to the original narrative, the Nayland patriarch honored his promises. Even with Xiao Yan's downfall, the engagement remained intact. Nevertheless, it was also possible that the Nayland patriarch might be indifferent to such matters. Suner nodded, pondering the uncertainty of the future. Young Master Oba, please conduct yourself with dignity. Just as they were enjoying the view outside, a sharp reprimand suddenly echoed within the tavern. The two turned their gaze downward to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a qipao, exuding a commanding presence. However, her face was marred by frost and her expression was stern. Opposite her sat a stout young boy, around 13 or 14 years old, whose excessive indulgences were evident in his sunken eyes and pallid complexion, his gaze hollow and vacant. The altercation had scarcely begun when the tavern manager arrived to intervene, halting the conflict and admonishing the boy not to cause trouble within the establishment, perhaps mindful of the tavern's bustling patrons. The boy refrained from further outbursts and chose to sit quietly in the hall, while the beautiful woman ascended the stairs to dine above. As the observant Shiaoze exchanged glances with Xiao Suner, a realization dawned upon him. Was that not Miss Yufei, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house? Xiao Suner was taken aback. How could her brother possibly know of Yufei? Brother Shiaoze, how did you come to know that was Miss Yufei? Shiaoze, noticing the bewilderment in her eyes, responded, what are you pondering? Did we not invite Miss Yufei to our family's coming-of-age ceremony last year? Oh, I remember now. She mentioned the Yuba family, didn't she? Xiao Suner exclaimed, sticking out her tongue before hastily shifting the topic. Although the Uba family ranks among the three great families of Wutan City, provoking Miss Yufei of the Mitre auction house seemed quite audacious. Shiaoze nodded, reflecting. This is what they call being blinded by desire. Moreover, from the look of him, he appears unwilling to concede. He gestured for Xiao Suner to glance downstairs, and indeed, the young master of the Uba family could be seen indulging in food while his gaze frequently strayed toward the staircase. Fortunately, we arrived early and reserved a private room, Xiao Suner said, patting her chest in relief. Otherwise, encountering this fellow would have soured our mood, even if we were not afraid of him. Indeed, one can surmise that Miss Yufei is hardly enjoying her dinner at this moment. Xiao Suner, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the implication of Shiaoze's words. After a moment's contemplation, she concurred, prompting the two to order a few more desserts. During this time, Shiaoze discreetly assessed the price of their lavish feast. It fell within his budget, yet he mused that he would soon find himself impoverished once more after today. Chapter 13. Are there more experts? Suner, I must step out for a moment, Shiaoze declared suddenly, setting down his cup as he rose from his seat. Xiao Suner squinted her eyes and smiled knowingly. After uttering that brief statement, Shiaoze departed the private room, his right hand caressing the black gold card, intending to settle the bill first. Observing the closed door, Xiao Suner queried, Old Ling, what do you think Brother Shiaoze is up to? A voice from a corner of the room, tinged with amusement, replied. He is likely going to pay the bill. Surely he isn't seeking an opportunity to cross paths with Miss Yufei? What nonsense are you spouting, Old Ling? Xiao Suner shot a glare toward the source of the voice. Ha! I was merely jesting. When Master Shiaoze left, he was clutching his gold card. So it's reasonable to assume he's off to settle the account. Ling Ying's tone turned more serious. Xiao Suner nodded, stating, Brother Shiaoze is trying to spare me the expense by paying himself, but I've already taken care of the bill. Moments later, the door creaked open. Shiaoze peeked inside, and upon seeing Xiao Suner's amused expression, with the bill in her hand, he couldn't help but smile in resignation. It seems you were well aware of my intentions, Suner, and that you had already settled the payment. Approaching Xiao Suner, he gently ruffled her hair. You even left a fully loaded black gold card at the counter. Isn't that rather extravagant for this meal? Hee. Suner promised to treat Brother Shiaoze to a sumptuous feast, so I naturally wouldn't skimp. Xiao Suner narrowed her eyes slightly, reveling in Shiaoze's gentle caress. However, Brother Shiaoze, did we not agree that I would be the one to treat today? She inquired. Indeed, you would treat while I would settle the bill. But my plans have been thwarted. After all, this is my first date with you, holding significant sentimental value, so I wish to cover the expenses this time, he replied. Oh, Brother Shiaoze, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. A mere 2,000 gold coins is hardly an issue for me. Xiao Suner asserted earnestly as she grasped his hand. Moreover, your assistance in mastering the Yanfanji technique has saved me considerable time, which is, in essence, money as well. In this exchange, I have gained quite a fortune. You little rascal, how can you keep such accounts? He teased, as they shared laughter. A figure suddenly descended the staircase. The show is about to commence. Brother Shiaoze, let us hasten. Upon spotting Yufei, they promptly rose to descend. Yet Shiaoze paused, flipping her wrist to reveal 2 black cloaks. Shiaoze cast a covetous glance at the spatial ring adorning her finger. What a rare treasure. Brother Shiaoze, don the cloak. It will facilitate our movements, she urged. Very well. As they traversed the corridor, the attendants were unfazed. It was not uncommon to see cloaked figures, having encountered them perhaps a dozen or 20 times in a month. Those cloaked individuals might have various reasons, be it disfigurement, being wanted criminals, or clandestine lovers. Such matters were of no concern to the Shinda Tavern. As long as patrons dined without causing trouble and paid their dues, the establishment would remain indifferent to them. In fact, there existed a subtle competitive spirit among taverns in Uten City. If individuals without cloaks came to dine, it implied that the tavern lacked allure, resulting in poor business. After all, if numerous such patrons frequented the tavern, some might indeed be fugitives. Their willingness to risk exposure merely to dine there illustrated the tavern's magnetic appeal. Of course, this scenario harbored many risks. Only taverns with substantial influence were inclined to accommodate such guests. Upon descending, they found Yafei had already exited the tavern. The short, portly young master from the Uba family discreetly trailed behind her. Shiaoze noted that this rotund young master was accompanied by a fighter as a bodyguard. Thus, they followed the young master, who wore an evident look of desire, flanked by his guardian as they pursued Yafei. The young master from the Uba family was clearly indulging excessively and had likely engaged in numerous misdeeds within Uten City. Yet, rather than curbing his excesses, the family's leaders had instead dispatched additional guards, further enabling his nefarious behavior. Shiaoze whispered to Shiaoze, who nodded in agreement, seemingly having made a discovery. Brother Shiaoze, do you notice how the path we tread grows increasingly secluded? She remarked. It seems so. Miss Yafei appears intent on leading the Uba young master to a deserted location to teach him a lesson. That fellow truly is as Brother Shiaoze described, blinded by lust, completely oblivious to the obvious trap laid before him. The two followed closely, unperturbed by any potential peril. Shiaoze was accompanied by Elder Ling, and Shiaoze was aware of the formidable Dou Emperor guarding her. Thus he felt utterly reassured. In the entirety of Wuten City, where could be safer than beside Sun'er? At last, they arrived at a secluded alley, where the young master Uba could no longer contain himself, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Miss Yafei, what a twist of fate that we should encounter one another in such a remote place. It must surely be heaven's design. Yield to me, he declared. In the alley, Yafei maintained her composure, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her gaze. She had anticipated that this young master Uba would exhibit greater patience, waiting until they were in a completely deserted lane before making his move. This is not a match made in heaven. It is I who lured you here, young master Uba, Yafei replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes, her tone tinged with frost. Regrettably, Uba was oblivious, his grin growing more brazen. So Miss Yafei also harbors feelings for me. Then I shall not hold back. With unsteady steps, Uba advanced toward Yafei, his lecherous gaze almost palpable. A wave of revulsion washed over Yafei. His stare was as tangible as a physical force, raising goosebumps across her skin. Suddenly, she noticed her Dome Master Guard lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. No, you cannot harm me. I am the young master of the Uba family. If you lay a hand on me, my father will surely seek vengeance. Uba exclaimed, his bravado faltering as he saw the fierce young man approaching. With a single strike, the Dome Master had been dispatched effortlessly. What chance did a mere practitioner of Dochi stand? Yafei exhaled a sigh of relief. Hidden in the shadows, Shiaoze and Shiaoze had witnessed the unfolding drama and were preparing to depart when circumstances took a sudden turn. Yafei's expression shifted as she furrowed her brow, confronting the fierce young man. The diminutive Uba, blood oozing from a large dent in his skull, was clearly beyond saving. Did I not instruct you to merely teach him a lesson? She demanded. That is indeed what you conveyed to me, but regrettably, I have no desire to comply. Miss Yafei, the fierce young man chuckled, advancing step by step toward her, his menacing expression rapidly transforming into one of lust. I have taken a liking to you as well, Miss Yafei? Outside the alley, Shiaoze exchanged glances with Shiaoze, shock reverberating in his heart. Another formidable opponent? Chapter 14. Capturing Hearts with Deception. Yafei's countenance shifted dramatically. Her own guard was revolting. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yafei feigned calmness, her voice icy as she sought to intimidate him with words. Humph, the fierce young man scoffed, kicking the young master Uba aside. Miss Yafei? Surely you do not believe me to be so easily deceived? He stepped closer to Yafei, an expression of intoxication and infatuation dawning upon his face. Upon hearing Miss Yafei's intention to lead this fellow to a desolate place for a lesson, I immediately recognized that my opportunity had arrived, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yafei, upon hearing this, discerned that the fierce young man was prepared to flee, and a flicker of panic crossed her countenance. She took a step back, only for the brazen youth to advance further. There is no need for such reckless desperation. There are countless virtuous women in this world. As Yafei backed against the wall, retreating to the limits of her escape, her anxiety became unmistakable, prompting her to hastily add, if you release me, I assure you, I will introduce you to a suitable match. With your status as a fighter, many women would be eager. It seems Miss Yafei remains oblivious to her own allure, her exquisite beauty, her striking figure, complemented by an air of unattainable grace. The fierce young man, contemplating the secluded location, appeared unperturbed by the prospect of conversing with Yafei a little longer. Typically, his interactions with her as a guard consisted solely of commands and compliance, devoid of any casual discourse. Having lingered in the company of a beauty such as yourself, how could I possibly find interest in mere painted faces? He continued, his tone growing urgent as he confided. Do you know what occupies my thoughts most each day? It is how to possess you, how to ravage you. His breath quickened involuntarily as he spoke. Yafei, witnessing the young man's fervent state, recognized that the allure of beauty was futile against him. After all, as he had stated, she herself was the most significant temptation. Biting her silver teeth, she hesitated momentarily before deciding to reveal her true identity. I am of the Mytel family, and I have come to Uten City solely for training. You must consider this carefully, should you lay a hand on me. You will incur the wrath of the Mytel family. The fierce young man was taken aback. As a guard, he was unaware of Yafei's genuine identity. He had not anticipated that she belonged to the Mytel family, merely visiting Uten City for her own development. This revelation left him in a state of uncertainty. After all, the Mytel family stands as one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire, wielding significant influence throughout the realm. If he had previously felt confident in dealing with Yafei and escaping afterward, that confidence had now waned considerably. The consequences of a common auction house chief's demise were starkly different from those of a member of the Mytel family. His heart raced, thoughts racing as he grasped the gravity of the situation. As a guard for the Mytel auction house, he was all too aware of the power they held within the Gamma Empire. If a full-scale pursuit were to ensue, his escape would be impossible, for he was merely a one-star fighter. Seeing the flicker of hesitation on the fierce young man's face, Yafei felt a slight sense of relief. This was a testament to her years of honing a keen, ruthless gaze. Just as she contemplated her next words, the fierce young man suddenly cast a glance at the short, stout figure he had kicked into the corner. A clever scheme dawned upon him. I must thank Miss Yafei for the reminder. However, I have already devised a plan. The fierce young man suddenly chuckled. As long as I don a slight disguise and portray it as if members of the Obama family have sullied you, by the time I arrive, it will be too late. In a fit of impulsive rage, I will eliminate him. Then, I shall leave behind a letter lamenting my inadequate protection, fearing punishment, thus severing all ties and embroiling the middle auction house in disputes with the Obama family. Even if I am ultimately unmasked, I will have secured ample time to escape. Miss Yafei, what do you think of my plan? The fierce young man grinned wickedly, his keen eyes capturing the flicker of panic across Yafei's face, which delighted him immensely. The thought of finally dominating the lofty Miss Yafei, of possessing and ravaging her, sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Outside the alley, Shiaoze and Shiaoze exchanged glances. Shiaoze remarked, this fellow possesses not only lustful intentions, but also the audacity to match. Brother Shiaoze, shall we intervene? It seems this remote place is truly devoid of passersby. The two continued to wait, observing that Yafei had yet to be harmed. Hoping for another to come to her rescue, they were reluctant to reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, the fierce young man had been merely boasting thus far. He seemed to revel in Yafei's disarray and trepidation, likely having never witnessed the noble and composed Yafei in such a vulnerable state. If no one intervened, they would have no choice but to rescue her. They could not bear to witness an innocent suffer defilement. Shiaoze shrugged, his sole perception confirming the absence of others, and he let out a resigned sigh. He moved stealthily towards the alley. Engaging in combat at the Dome Master level posed some hindrances for Shiaoze. Yet Shiaoze was untroubled by this. Although Shiaoze was merely a 9-star Do practitioner, his displayed combat prowess transcended his rank. He had even withstood a strike from a Grand Dome Master unscathed. If necessary, Shiaoze could summon Elderling for assistance. Within the alley, the fierce young man reveled in Yafei's visible distress. He was intent on peeling away her calm and noble facade, revealing her panic and vulnerability before him. The moment of indulgence had finally arrived. With a sinister grin, the young man extended his hand, causing Yafei to tremble slightly, as if envisioning her grim fate. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over her. Why had she chosen to wait until this secluded place? Had she exposed the young Master Obama's pursuit earlier, perhaps a savior would have passed by now. In despair, Yafei closed her eyes, only to stubbornly reopen them. Even if she were to perish, she would not succumb to such cowardice. Yes, keep your eyes open. Closing them would diminish the thrill of the moment. The fierce young man gazed into Yafei's eyes, speaking with feigned affection. Yafei's eyes widened in surprise as she detected a shadowy figure cloaked in a cape suddenly materializing behind the fierce young man. Just as he reached for Yafei's arm, a chilling sense of impending doom gripped his heart, accompanied by a surge of violent qi emanating from behind him. The fierce young man had not yet comprehended the situation when he felt a crushing blow to his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. Almost immediately, a searing pain surged through his head, and in the next moment, his consciousness was engulfed in darkness. I suppose I am a bit shorter. Only able to strike at the neck. After toppling the fierce young man, Shiaoze delivered an additional kick to his head. Noticing that he lay still, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shiaoze raised his gaze to Mei Fei and said, Miss Mei Fei, you are safe now. Upon seeing the youthful and handsome visage before her, the tension in Mei Fei's heart finally eased, and her legs weakened, causing her to lurch forward. Shiaoze was momentarily taken aback. While the trope of a hero saving a damsel often leads to romantic entanglements, this level of enthusiasm was unexpected. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to evade her, for given her velocity, avoiding her might result in his face meeting the ground instead. Chapter 15, Revelations and Turmoil. gasping for breath. Shiaoze gently patted Mei Fei on the shoulder. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed, and she straightened herself. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she said, noticing the discomfort etched across Shiaoze's face. Although it appeared as though she had taken advantage of him, he was, after all, her savior. And she did not wish to dwell on it further. Moreover, she had been the one to leap forward. Who could she blame? Thus, she sincerely expressed her apologies. "It's nothing, merely a bit unexpected," Shiaoze replied, waving his hand dismissively. Just then, another figure quietly appeared beside him. Xiao Sun's tone was laced with ambiguity. Earlier, she had witnessed Mei Fei embracing Shiaoze, her fists clenched in response. A fine spectacle indeed. Mei Fei was taken aback, realizing that they had been observing all along. Shiaoze, seeing Xiao Sun's implication, was unfazed, as he had no intention of concealing his actions. "We were also at the Shengde restaurant, on the second floor, and witnessed the entire incident. We sensed that the fellow would not relent easily." After explaining, he took Xiao Sun's hand and leaned in to whisper, "I truly did not mean it. She lunged at me, and had I dodged, she would surely have fallen and perhaps marred her lovely face. There might have been a better way to handle it. Don't you think? Couldn't you have simply supported her?" Xiao Sun huffed lightly. Yet, considering Mei Fei's presence, she mimicked Shiaoze and whispered back. Ahem. It was a dire situation. After listening to Xiaoze's explanation, Mei Fei understood what they meant by watching a show. Now, as she observed the two young men whispering in front of her, she realized why Xiao Sun had chosen to expose their actions. It must have been her earlier intimate interaction with Shiaoze that sparked her discontent. Were they childhood friends, perhaps? Seizing the moment, Mei Fei discreetly appraised Xiao Sun. Unlike Shiaoze, who had pulled his cloak up, revealing her entire visage, Mei Fei could only glimpse the lower half of her face. Noting her exquisite chin and perfectly shaped lips, Mei Fei could imagine the beauty that lay beneath the cloak, perhaps a pair of enchanting eyes that sparkled with life. The youthful and handsome visage indeed seemed remarkably well matched. Ye Fei's thoughts flitted by in an instant, and she then deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude to the two individuals. So it was, Ye Fei thanked them for coming to witness her performance. At this moment, it was Xiao Sun who stood in astonishment. "You do not mind our actions? If every time I encounter peril in my life, I could meet individuals like you two, who are willing to lend a hand while enjoying the spectacle, how fortunate I would be," Ye Fei earnestly proclaimed. Shiaoze merely nodded in response. Ye Fei did not take offense at their enjoyment of the show. Rather, she was more concerned with the fact that they had saved her life. She could discern between matters of significance and triviality. "Well then, since the matter is resolved and words have been exchanged, we shall take our leave." Shiaoze lowered the hood of his cloak and spoke. "Might you reveal your names, so that Ye Fei may express her gratitude in person?" Ye Fei hastily inquired. "No need for haste. We are both in Wuten City, and we shall have the chance to meet again. In truth, we have already crossed paths, Miss Ye Fei," with a wave of his hand. Shiaoze took Xiao Sun away. Before departing, Shiaoze did not forget to remind her. "By the way, Miss Ye Fei, you are well aware of tonight's events. We acted out of necessity, so please do not disclose our existence." Of course, Ye Fei was not one to repay kindness with malice. She immediately assured him that, with her wisdom, she could certainly perceive their reluctance to reveal their identities. After all, as a member of the middle family, she possessed a degree of influence within Wuten City. Ordinary individuals would not let such an opportunity for gain slip by. As for seeking out Shiaoze based solely on his appearance in Wuten City, that would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Upon returning to the middle auction house, she promptly dispatched trusted aides to handle the situation in that area. The Yuba family, one of the three prominent families in Wuten City, Ye Fei would not be deterred. However, in order to avoid complications and potential inquiries that might lead back to her saviors, she chose to exercise discretion. The following day, the Yuba family issued a sensational bounty throughout the city. The youngest son of the family head had been slain in a secluded alley the previous night, alongside a fighter bodyguard, leaving the scene in disarray. No clues could be found. Or perhaps the head of the Yuba family had indeed discovered a lead, which ultimately pointed to Miss Ye Fei, the chief auctioneer of the middle auction house. The middle auction house was not something they could provoke. Ye Fei remained oblivious to the subsequent actions of the young master of the Yuba family. Seizing the opportunity, she demanded compensation from the Yuba family head. The young master had attempted to harm her and tarnish her reputation, and she sought an explanation from the Yuba patriarch. Ye Fei's arguments were indeed impeccable. After all, apart from Shiaoze and Xiao Sun, the only other person privy to the matter was her trusted aide. In the absence of evidence linking her to the incident, the Yuba patriarch found himself at a disadvantage. When it came to influence, the Yuba family could not compete with the middle auction house. Currently, there exists no evidence. Rather, it is his son who has been harassing Ye Fei, with intentions of committing acts of defilement, a fact corroborated by numerous witnesses. This affair has left the patriarch of the Oba clan utterly appalled, having already endured the anguish of losing a child. To his dismay, he now finds himself compelled to pay a sum due to the misdeeds of his younger son. Ultimately, as all leads went cold, the Oba family issued a bounty of 100,000 gold coins, causing a sensation throughout the city of Wutan and igniting a fervent search for the perpetrator. Among the throngs were opportunists seeking to eliminate the innocent and claim the reward deceitfully. However, the patriarch of the Oba clan swiftly discerned their intentions, executing them and displaying their remains at his doorstep as a warning to others. This provoked the officials of the Gama Empire to intervene, cautioning the Oba patriarch against escalating the matter further. As the overseers of Wutan City, they prioritized order and stability, fearing that excessive commotion might deter merchants from conducting business in Wutan, thereby undermining their own interests. Moreover, the individual in question was known for his nefarious activities, and the authorities were not displeased to see someone willing to deal with him. Ultimately, this bounty episode concluded in an anticlimactic manner. Chapter 16, Pinnacle of the 9 Stars. In the miter auction house, Yifei removed her luxurious mink coat, the lighting casting a somewhat nebulous glint in her eyes. She could not shake the memory of that young boy. I cannot forget that little fellow, Yifei mused, recalling the indelible experiences of that night in the alley. The boy had mentioned that they had met once before and that he too resided in Wutan, implying that their paths would cross again. Yifei's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She presided over countless auctions daily, encountering innumerable individuals. Even if a young man had indeed gazed upon her from the audience, she was likely unaware of it. As she glanced at the invitation on the table, Yifei suddenly paused. She seemed to have fallen into a mental impasse, as she typically spent most of her time at the miter auction house. Thus, she subconsciously assumed that her encounter with the young man had taken place there. Yet, in reality, her activities extended beyond the confines of the auction house. As one of the foremost powers in Wutan, the miter auction house frequently received invitations from various families. During occasions of celebration, these families would invite other factions to showcase their prosperity and strength. Upon reflection, it appeared that the young man, possessing the remarkable ability to vanquish a one-star fighter at such a tender age, was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. If they had not met at the auction house, then it must have been within the circles of the prominent families, suggesting that he hailed from one of the 3 great clans. Witnessing the assassination of the young Master Oba without intervening likely indicated that he was not affiliated with the Oba family, leaving only the Shao and Gailey families as possibilities. Following this line of reasoning, Yifei meticulously pondered, her eyes growing increasingly luminous. She felt she was treading a path towards uncovering the young man's true identity. In recent years, the Gailey family had not produced any notable talents, while the Shao family seemed to have recently birthed a genius, reputed to be the youngest fighter in a century. Upon contemplating this, Yifei hastily approached the cabinet to rummage through her documents, swiftly locating information on the youngest combatant. Xiao Yan, the 3rd son of the Shao clan's patriarch. Indeed, I attended the family's ceremony last year. Could it be him? Perhaps I should gather some intelligence on the Shao family to ascertain if any significant events have transpired recently. Yifei had to depart hastily last year due to pressing matters, and thus had never encountered Xiao Yan in person. She summoned her trusted aide and instructed her to investigate any recent developments concerning the Shao family. Following prior incidents, she requested a change of guards to female personnel, as she wished to avoid similar experiences in the future. Meanwhile, while Yifei diligently sought to uncover the identity of Shiaoze, he remained within the confines of the Shao estate, not venturing outside. Atop the rear mountain, beneath the shade of trees, a solitary figure sat cross-legged upon a meticulously smoothed stone. This figure was in deep meditation, as surrounding combat energy surged towards him like fledglings returning to their nest, coalescing into a small energy vortex around his form. Shiaoze slightly relaxed the gravitational pull of his combat energy vortex, allowing a substantial flow of energy to circulate through his meridians and ultimately converge within the vortex. He felt a slight swelling within his meridians, accompanied by a faint, tingling pain. Since his first full exertion of the combat energy vortex, he had realized that this phenomenon was beyond his current capacity. The feedback from the system indicated that the vortex's intensity was misaligned with his physical strength. Prolonged exertion could lead to his meridians fracturing under the immense pressure of the combat energy. Nevertheless, through subsequent training, Shiaoze discerned the advantages of the combat energy vortex. Specifically, he learned to regulate the absorption capacity, keeping it within the tolerable limits of his meridians. Once his meridians adapted, he could then increase the absorption rate. This approach would gradually enhance the strength of his meridians, enabling him to fully withstand energy absorption in the future. Consequently, his training speed could potentially accelerate exponentially. As the shadows lengthened, the energy vortex beside Shiaoze gradually dissipated. He opened his eyes, releasing a puff of turbid air into the atmosphere. The growth of his combat energy had reached its zenith. He was merely a step away from achieving the liquefaction of combat energy, officially becoming a combat master. Internally, he scrutinized his combat energy vortex, observing the pale blue energy swirling gently, reminiscent of crashing waves. Vast. This adjective should not typically characterize a practitioner at his level. However, should other practitioners of the same tier behold the magnitude of Shiaoze's combat energy, they would undoubtedly question whether their years of training had been in vain. I can confidently claim to have reached the pinnacle of a 9-star combatant, Shiaoze mused with a chuckle, reminiscing about the absurd classifications he had encountered previously. At that moment, he turned to glance down the mountain, where a graceful figure flitted between the trees like a delicate butterfly, swiftly approaching his side. Brother Shiaoze, have you completed your training? Xiao Suner inquired with a bright smile. Shiaoze's most admirable trait lies not only in his unparalleled talent and intelligence, but also in his exceptional dedication to his craft. It feels like there is a slight improvement, he remarked, nodding as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Suner's hair. And how is your training progressing? He inquired, offering a comforting word. Xiao Suner nodded in understanding. I know, and I am quite pleased with my current pace. After all, not everyone can compare to you. My extraordinary brother Shiaoze, such a cheeky girl. I offer you my encouragement, and you dare to call me a monster. Shiaoze playfully intensified his ruffling of her hair, ignoring her mock protests. Will you dare to say that again, Shiaoze, your brother? I won't. Shiaoze, having escaped his playful grasp, stuck out her petite tongue at him with a smile. Monster. And with that, she dashed away, evading Shiaoze's reaching hands. Oh. You cheeky girl. I see you're lacking in combat practice, aren't you? Let us have a proper spar. The two engaged in a lively exchange, their combat creating gusts of wind that swept away the surrounding fallen leaves, clearing a spacious area. Seizing the opportunity, Shiaoze's arm, akin to a sinuous serpent, lightly tapped Shiaoze on her rear. Chapter 17, One-Star Fighter, Continuous Breakthrough. As time quietly slipped away in the midst of training, Shiaoze remained deeply immersed in his practice. Nevertheless, he dedicated even more time each day to assist Shiaoze in nurturing her meridians. He eagerly awaited her advancement to a one-star fighter, anticipating the tenfold feedback that would allow him to directly break through to the fighter level. It was not that Shiaoze was incapable of breaking through himself. Rather, he yearned for the fighter realm that the system promised as a reward. What unique experiences might await him? He had previously encountered a similar plateau and received a unique fighting cyclone throughout his journey from 1-star to 9-star fighter. This distinctive cyclone had proven immensely beneficial, though the subsequent stages would involve the conventional transformation of fighting energy into liquid form, coalescing into a higher quality of fighting energy. He held on to the hope that the system might yet bestow upon him an unexpected surprise. Shiaoze gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a delightful tingling sensation coursing through her meridians. Is my brother Shiaoze, now at the pinnacle of 9 stars, unable to unleash his fighting energy anywhere else but onto me? She said with a blush, her breath fragrant like orchids. Ever since Shiaoze had stabilized at the peak of 9 stars, he had sought her out daily to assist in nurturing her meridians. You truly are a cheeky one, taking advantage and yet acting coy, Shiaoze teased as he pinched her cheeks, stretching them playfully. Despite the slight distortion of her features, it did little to conceal Shiaoze's captivating beauty. Stop it, Shiaoze protested, swatting at his hands while casting him an exasperated glance. By the way, after all this time nurturing your meridians, how do you feel? Is there still an effect? Shiaoze ceased his playful antics, cleared his throat, and feigned seriousness. There is still an effect, albeit not as pronounced as at the beginning. But of course, the stronger the meridians, the better. Shiaoze chuckled and said, since brother Shiaoze, you have nowhere to vent your fighting spirit, why not channel it into my body? I would like to vent, but sooner. You wouldn't be able to withstand my release. It seems that merely an hour and a half has passed, and already you are reaching your limit, Shiaoze teased. I still have more than half of my fighting spirit left within me. I am quite curious about how your fighting spirit has amassed to such monstrous proportions. Brother Shiaoze remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. I dare say that even ordinary Dome Masters could scarcely rival your reserves. Although, in terms of quality, I might still fall short of a Dome Master, given the significant transformation that fighting spirit liquefaction entails. Shiaoze nodded, replying modestly, however, in terms of quantity, my fighting spirit would certainly rank among the elite, even among low-tier Dome Masters. In truth, the reality was even more astonishing than he portrayed. Nonetheless, this revelation drew Shiaoze's awestruck gaze, her eyes fixated on his abdomen. Could it be that brother Shiaoze possesses some extraordinary anatomical structure that allows for such a vast reservoir of fighting spirit? What are you implying? Do you wish to dissect me for a closer examination? Shiaoze playfully covered Shiaoze's eyes, preventing her from staring any longer. Wait, brother Shiaoze, I think I can feel something. As they playfully tussled, Shiaoze suddenly exclaimed. Shiaoze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended her meaning. He had keenly sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding energy. Swiftly, he stepped aside as Shiaoze obediently nodded, settling herself cross-legged upon the stone platform. A torrent of heavenly energy surged forth, flooding into her body. It seems you are on the verge of breaking through to a Dome Master. I suppose my guidance is unnecessary? Shiaoze observed intently. For her, transcending to the Dome Master level should not pose a significant challenge. Though for an ordinary individual, this transformation could be arduous, often requiring numerous attempts, as it necessitated the condensation of a Do-Chi cyclone within the body. Naturally, this made the breakthrough quite formidable. The Chi-gathering elixir could guarantee a complete condensation of the Do-Chi cyclone. In the original narrative, when Nalan Yinran sought to annul their engagement, this elixir served as part of her reparations. This illustrates why alchemists are so highly sought after in the Do-Chi continent. The potions they concoct possess remarkable efficacy. From low-tier to high-tier practitioners, there exists a demand for these elixirs. Regrettably, the prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are stringent, and Shiaoze's attributes do not align. He could only hope to obtain alchemist qualifications from the system in the future. His thoughts flitted by. In the original tale, Shiaoze seemed to have successfully condensed her Do-Chi cyclone in one attempt, and reflecting upon it now, it should pose no issue. Shiaoze's own Do-Chi cyclone was aided by the system. Although he possessed some relevant experience, he felt Shiaoze likely did not require it. Her profound background would encompass all cultivation methods from low-tier to high-tier. Should she encounter any difficulties, he would offer his guidance. Shiaoze silently contemplated, his eyes intently fixed on Shiaoze's progress in cultivation. Shiaoze furrowed her brows slightly, feeling the Do-Chi within her body accumulate to a point where it could no longer be contained. She was well aware of the intricacies involved in condensing the Do-Chi vortex and had studied countless classical examples. The essential techniques for forming the Do-Chi vortex were second nature to her. With her formidable control and her meridians, which had long been nurtured to an impressive resilience, Shiaoze could compress the Do-Chi within her without fear of harming herself. The pale, attribute-less Do-Chi flowed through her meridians, ultimately converging in her lower abdomen. Gradually, the pale Do-Chi became richer, its hue deepening until it transformed into a milky white. With an exceptionally sturdy foundation, coupled with astonishing mastery and seasoned experience, Shiaoze's breakthrough unfolded in a systematic manner. Noticing this, Shiaoze felt a sense of relief. With a soft thud resonating within her, Shiaoze slowly opened her eyes, her gaze radiant with the gathered energy. Observing this scene, Shiaoze smiled and congratulated her. Sun congratulations. You are now a true Do fighter. Ding. Shiaoze's strength has increased, reaching 1-star Do fighter. The host receives tenfold feedback. Congratulations to the host for advancing to 1-star Do master. The familiar notifications filled Shiaoze with joy. Brother Shiaoze, I have finally stepped into the realm of Do fighters, now standing on the same level as you. Sun exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet and feeling the abundant Do-Chi within her, which contained a more terrifying energy compared to the Do-Chi itself. I know you're eager, but please hold on for a moment. Shiaoze chuckled, raising his hand to halt Shiaoze's approach, urging her to be patient. In response to her puzzled gaze, he chose to claim his reward as a vast amount of heavenly and earthly energy began to converge towards him. Sensing this familiar breakthrough fluctuation, Shiaoze's mouth slowly opened in astonishment. Seeing you break through inspires me. I shall also attempt to advance to Do master. A smile graced Shiaoze's face, while Shiaoze wore an expression of helplessness. I've only just entered the Do fighter level, and you're about to become a Do master? Chapter 18. Breaking through to Do master. Hope for revival. At the peak of the back mountain, on a stone platform, Shiaoze's breakthrough occurred as naturally as flowing water. He voraciously absorbed the immense heavenly and earthly energy, as modeled Do-Chi circulated through his meridians, surging into his lower abdomen. This unrefined Do-Chi, when mixed with his refined Do-Chi, posed the risk of tainting his own energy. The influx of such vast amounts of Do-Chi also carried significant dangers. Severe cases could even lead to the destruction of one's Do-Chi vortex, causing a fall from the Do fighter realm. However, facing the modeled Do-Chi, Shiaoze's internal Do-Chi vortex unhesitatingly devoured it all. The pale blue Do-Chi vortex spun rapidly, resembling a whirlpool, exuding an incredibly terrifying gravitational pull. All the Do-Chi entering the vortex, whether refined or modeled, was compressed uniformly, purging impurities and refining the essence. With each rotation, impurities are expelled and released through the body's pores and breath. Drip. A droplet of liquid fighting energy gradually materializes, ultimately descending into the vortex. Its hue markedly deeper than the light blue fighting energy surrounding it. As the first droplet of liquid fighting energy emerges, more droplets follow suit, cascading like gentle rain within the vortex. These droplets, upon reaching a certain volume, begin to circulate spontaneously throughout Shiaoze's body, nourishing his blood, meridians, and bones. His physical prowess ascends at an astonishing pace, as if he is undergoing a sublime transformation, an overwhelming sense of euphoria enveloping him. Shiaoze even perceives a subtle enhancement in his soul, as if it too has been revitalized. Moreover, he keenly senses that the texture of this liquid fighting energy is somewhat unique. Although it is liquid, it possesses a density akin to that of a solid, incredibly rich and substantial. As time progresses, Shiaoze notices the rain within the fighting energy vortex gradually diminishes. The light blue fighting energy vortex continues to whirl rapidly, exuding a sense of insatiability. Is it still unsatisfied? Shiaoze muses to himself. After feeling a significant enhancement in the strength of his meridians, he relinquishes his restraint on the fighting energy vortex. A more terrifying allure erupts from the vortex, as the energies of heaven and earth converge around his form, creating a colossal whirlpool. An overwhelming influx of worldly energy surges through every pore of Shiaoze's body. Unperturbed, he utilizes breath control as his foundation, meticulously organizing and integrating the incoming energies, ultimately funneling them back into the fighting energy vortex. The previously diminishing rainfall within the vortex intensifies once more. Shiaoze gazes at the whirlpool of heavenly energy forming around Shiaoze, her eyes filled with astonishment. Beside her, a shadowy figure materializes, concealed in darkness, rendering its essence indistinct, as if merely a phantom. Master Shiaoze's talent is likely exceedingly rare even among the ancient clans. To achieve such prowess merely by breaking through to the Do master realm is unprecedented in my experience, Ling Ying remarks, his gaze awestruck. As a high-ranking Do Huang, he has witnessed grand spectacles, yet this scene is unlike anything he has encountered before. Indeed, Brother Shiaoze's extraordinary talent may very well be unparalleled. He could perhaps ascend to the status of a revered sage in the future, or even catch a glimpse of the path to sanctification. Shiaoze gazes at Shiaoze in the vortex with hopeful anticipation. Ling Ying, hearing such high praise from Shiaoze, is equally taken aback. The Do Zun represents an exalted existence within the Do Chi continent, while the Do Sheng encompasses the terrifying ability to forge small worlds from the boundless void. However, unlike his previous silence, Ling Ying now nods in agreement. Perhaps Master Shiaoze truly possesses the potential to transcend numerous obstacles and constraints, garnering the favor of the ancient clan's cherished jewel. It seems that the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying Brother Shiaoze's breakthrough has also drawn the attention of the Shiao family. I shall descend to clarify the situation. Xiao Suner expresses her concern to Ling Ying. Master Ling, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on Brother Shiaoze to prevent any mishaps during his breakthrough. The old man nodded in understanding. I comprehend, miss. With that, Ling Ying melded back into the shadows, attentively monitoring Xiaoze's progress. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner descended to the foot of the mountain, where she fortuitously encountered Xiao Zhan, who had come to check on matters. Suner, what brings you here? Is it that Xiaoze is above? Upon seeing Xiao Suner, Xiao Zhan immediately connected her presence with that of his son. Although Xiaoze was quite discreet as a father, he remained concerned about his son's affairs. Typically, wherever Xiaoze appeared, Xiao Suner was sure to follow closely, thus prompting Xiao Zhan's inquiry. Indeed, Uncle Xiao Zhan. Brother Xiaoze is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing him to avoid any unforeseen interruptions. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Breakthrough? Isn't Xiaoze a 9-star fighter? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he inquired with some difficulty. Is he breaking through to become a fighter? Yes, Xiao Suner replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Zhan gasped in astonishment. Should this breakthrough succeed, it would signify an 11-year-old fighter. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Xiao family truly stands on the brink of revival. After overcoming his initial shock, Xiao Zhan burst into hearty laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, revival is imminent. Revival is imminent. Suner, I implore you to help watch over Xiaoze, and should anything go awry, please inform me at once. Of course. Uncle Xiao Zhan. Xiao Suner responded with a warm smile. This was the father of Brother Xiaoze, a title she might need to alter in the future. At the crucial juncture leading to the back mountain, he barred other clan members from approaching out of curiosity. A breakthrough to the fighter realm indeed manifests such phenomena. Xiaoze truly possesses extraordinary talent. Xiao Zhan envisioned a few years hence, when Xiaoze would surpass him, guiding the Xiao family towards a more illustrious future. He patted his chest with a sense of reassurance, vowing silently, before Xiaoze matures, I must protect him well. The turbulent energies of heaven and earth gradually calmed, and Xiaoze slowly opened his eyes. He felt the diminutive blue vortex of fighting energy within him, now reduced by half, and within that vortex, a pool of liquid fighting energy that possessed a texture akin to solid matter. A wave of satisfaction surged through Xiaoze. This was the indication that appeared after Xiao Suner had broken through to a 1-star fighter. Now, it was time to share his joy with Suner. Chapter 19, Affiliated Binding. Suner, I must apologize. We have once again widened the gap. Xiaoze jested, eliciting an elegant roll of her eyes from Xiao Suner, who huffed in retort. Huh. I have only just reached the fighter realm. How could I assist you in your cultivation at the fighter level? Xiaoze was somewhat taken aback. Humph. Then pray tell. Brother Xiaoze, how did you manage to create such a spectacle upon breaking through to the fighter realm? Xiao Suner inquired, leaning in curiously, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as they fixated on Xiaoze's countenance, as if seeking to unravel the mystery. To be honest, I am uncertain how to impart this knowledge. A natural breakthrough, perhaps? He chuckled, just kidding. Brother Xiaoze, how does it feel to have achieved this breakthrough to the fighter realm? Xiao Suner chuckled softly. Her curiosity piqued about Xiaoze's current combat prowess. After all, what kind of strength could such an unprecedented phenomenon cultivate? It left her feeling restless with anticipation. A sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloped her, elevating both her body and soul. Merely based on physical capabilities, I could easily defeat 10 versions of my former self. Xiaoze remarked earnestly, acknowledging his significant advancement in power alongside the myriad of combat skills at his disposal. In the realm of low-ranking Dome Masters, he should be virtually invincible. If I were to encounter the Grand Elder now, perhaps I wouldn't need to rely on the previous strategy of using Yin Fan to dissipate all my strength. I could face him head-on. Xiao Suner gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes widening. Xiaoze had only just ascended to the rank of Dome Master, possibly still stabilizing at a mere 1-star. Yet the Grand Elder was a formidable Dome Master. Although the Grand Elder's potential had waned and his vitality diminished, he was still a seasoned Dome Master, far surpassing ordinary counterparts in strength. The mere fact that Xiaoze, freshly promoted, could contend with him spoke volumes about the magnitude of his enhancement. Indeed, Xiaoze, you too, she replied. The two descended the mountain together, bidding farewell at the crossroads. As Xiaoze stood at the intersection, watching Xiao Suner depart, he turned his gaze toward the shadows nearby. His heightened spiritual perception allowed him to easily detect a concealed figure. Father, no need to hide. Is there something you wish to discuss? Haha, Zaire, I refrained from approaching because I saw you conversing with Suner. Xiao Zhan emerged from the shadows, scratching his head and chuckling heartily. Well, Xiao Zhan observed Xiaoze closely, though he regrettably could not discern any signs of a breakthrough in his aura. Father, please speak plainly. I heard from Suner that you were attempting to break through to Dome Master? Xiao Zhan inquired eagerly, needing to confirm this matter personally. Yes, I have just achieved the breakthrough, Xiaoze replied, releasing a faint aura. Immediately, Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, acutely sensing the intensity of the Dou Qi emanating from his son, causing him to swallow hard. Excellent. Zaire, your innate talent is likely unparalleled in the Xiao family for centuries. The future of the Xiao clan may truly flourish under your guidance. He was acutely aware of the challenges the Xiao family would face ahead, knowing that mere survival would be a commendable feat, let alone prosperity, especially with the looming threat of the Soul Palace. However, there were still a few years before the Soul Palace would make its move, providing ample time for Xiaoze to develop. At worst, He could take the initiative and eliminate the Guardian, severing the Soul Palace's spies within the Gamma Empire. Yet, executing a silent takedown of a Dozone powerhouse would still present a considerable challenge for Shiaoze. It wasn't that he couldn't grow to become a Dozone. Rather, time was of the essence, and he needed more of it to mature fully. Based on the timeline, in 2 years, Xiao Yan would face the annulment of his engagement with Nalan Yinran. Following that would be the 3-year agreement of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Amidst all this, the Soul Palace had somehow determined that the Xiao family of Wuten City was indeed the same Xiao clan from years past. In the event of the downfall of the Xiao family, the Soul Palace covertly intervened, capturing the patriarch of the Xiao clan, all in pursuit of the ancient artifact, the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade. If one could preemptively sever their channels of information, perhaps it would afford Shiaoze additional time for development. Of course, if all else fails, relocating the entire Xiao family, or even temporarily dispersing them, could be considered. However, such matters are to be contemplated for the future. For now, the focus must remain on enhancing strength. The pivotal factor in whether Shiaoze can expedite his power augmentation lies in the 2 prompts provided by the system. Shiaoze gazed at the system panel. Congratulations to Xiao Sun for elevating her strength to a 1-star Do fighter, advancing a major realm. And congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. In addition to the main binding of Xiao Sun an auxiliary binding has been added. Shiaoze pondered over these 2 prompts, gradually grasping the conditions and requirements for the emergence of auxiliary bindings. With each major realm ascension by Xiao Sun a special reward could be obtained, most likely an auxiliary binding. The auxiliary binding differs from the main binding in that it does not completely bind a person but rather binds a specific aspect. This could pertain to bloodlines, abilities, or physical constitution. Only when the bound aspect experiences enhancement can Shiaoze receive feedback. At first glance, this seems far inferior to the comprehensive nature of the main binding. Yet, the auxiliary binding possesses a distinct advantage. The feedback multiplier is no longer fixed at tenfold. Specializing in a singular aspect through auxiliary binding allows for feedback that could mirror the original or, with a stroke of luck, result in a 10,000-fold return. This prospect holds immense allure for Shiaoze. Though he has never been one to rely on luck, one must have aspirations. Should a 10,000-fold feedback indeed materialize, it would propel him to unprecedented heights. Eagerly, Shiaoze resolved to experiment with auxiliary binding. The prerequisite for binding is mere contact, even a glance suffices. Naturally, he opted to observe his 3rd brother, Xiao Yan, who had once been a source of hesitation for him. After observing, Shiaoze fell into contemplation. The current Xiao Yan could be described as a blank slate, possessing only the strength of his soul as a notable asset. In the future, he might bind a burning decision or alchemy skill. At present, Xiao Yan's situation primarily emphasizes potential for future growth. Suddenly, Shiaoze noted that the options provided by the system did not include cultivation as one of the choices. It appears that auxiliary binding is solely intended to expand my abilities, talents, and constitution, or is it that the system has precluded any loopholes for me? What if all the auxiliary bindings obtained later are solely related to cultivation? If any of those were to yield a 10,000-fold feedback, it would truly be a leap from Do Huang to Do Zone. Shiaoze felt a twinge of regret, but quickly recalled the vast array of talents and abilities in the Do Qi continent, which are ample enough for his growth. Merely acquiring the alchemy skill and receiving a 10,000-fold feedback would be sufficient to elevate him to great heights. In the original text, the vibrant bloodline of the 7-colored sky-devouring python, the cursed poison body, and the bi-snake 3-flower eyes, each capable of yielding immense benefits for Shiaoze, are mentioned. Chapter 20. The Xiao Family Celebration, Xiao Yu's Return. In recent days, Shiaoze has been diligently solidifying his Dome Master realm. As he continued to stabilize his foundation, he made a significant breakthrough within the 1-star realm. This left Xiao Sun astonished. Having just consolidated her own Do practitioner realm, Shiaoze had progressed again. In her heart, she could only silently exclaim, "What a remarkable talent!" In the Xiao family's rear mountains, Xiao Sun tugged at Shiaoze, hastening towards the hot spring. After practicing all morning, it was the perfect time to cleanse themselves. With a hint of implication in her voice, Xiao Sun said, "Brother Shiaoze, please keep watch for me and ensure no one approaches." "No problem, leave it to me," Shiaoze confidently assured her. With his current level of spiritual perception, even Xiao Zhan would struggle to conceal himself in front of him. Moreover, a high-level Do Emperor was secretly guarding nearby. What entity could possibly sneak up to the hot spring? Seeing that Shiaoze seemed to have no ulterior motives, Xiao Sun's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Brother Shiaoze, you mustn't think of peeping." "Ahem. Do you think I would stoop to such behavior?" Shiaoze coughed lightly, promptly responding with righteous indignation. "Hee, one can never be too sure," she teased. Despite her words, Xiao Sun clearly had no defenses against Shiaoze, swiftly shedding her clothes and gradually entering the hot spring. The mist swirled around them, and the occasional sound of water seemed to hint to Shiaoze that an exquisite beauty was bathing within the spring. He hummed a light tune, seated comfortably on the periphery, engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Sun. At just 11 years old, they were still mere children, free from any peculiar thoughts. Speaking of which, it seemed that recently, some clan members had been busy organizing matters. Was there a significant event occurring within the family? "Brother Shiaoze, don't you remember? It's the annual coming-of-age ceremony. This year, it seems to be cousin Xiao Ning's celebration," she explained as the sounds of water drew closer. "Indeed, Xiao Ning has come of age. Time passes so swiftly. Shiaoze lay back, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky with a complex expression in his eyes. Silently contemplating, Shiaoze had always been low-key and had no interactions with Xiaoyu. The only connection they shared was the recent encounter with her brother, Xiaoning. Where do you plan to develop in the future, brother Shiaoze? Will you join a sect, or follow in Xiaoyu's footsteps and enroll in an academy? Now, the Xiao family could no longer support the resources required for his rapid growth, so it was time to consider the future. After a moment of reflection, Shiaoze continued. Sects have many restrictions and rules, which I find unappealing. So, that means you intend to enroll in the academy, like Xiaoyu, the Canaan Academy? Xiao Suner's voice, obscured by the mist, was somewhat unclear. Indeed, Canaan Academy is currently the best option, providing the resources necessary for my swift advancement. Shiaoze nodded, feeling inclined towards joining Canaan Academy. It offered freedom from constraints and access to techniques and combat skills. Most importantly, within the inner courtyard lies the Fallen Heart Flame, which is immensely beneficial for cultivation. The family's coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, and it seems that the enrollment date for Canaan Academy is also near. Suner, would you like to accompany me? Certainly. Furthermore, we have never been apart since childhood. If Brother Shiaoze were to attend Canaan Academy alone, I might struggle to adjust. The two of them, one outside the hot spring pool and the other soaking in the warm water, set their future aspirations together. In the residence of the Grand Elder, he had heard whispers of the unusual phenomena in the back mountain that day. Although there were many rumors circulating within the family, none of the higher-ups had come forth to confirm them. The Grand Elder speculated that it could very well be Shiaoze. During those low-key years of Shiaoze, he spent most of his time in the back mountain. After he emerged as a genius, he almost never appeared within the family. The only place one could find him was the back mountain. The Grand Elder murmured to himself, such a degree of phenomenon. Combined with his previous strength of a 9-star fighter, could he have possibly broken through to a Dome Master? Even if he were to become a Dome Master, the phenomenon would be utterly outrageous, terrifying indeed. No, I must have Xiaoning come to apologize. Shiaoze's potential has been fully revealed. I must not become his adversary. For even fostering animosity would bring forth great detriment. The Grand Elder suddenly rose to his feet, only to hear exclamations from outside the door. Upon stepping out, he beheld a tall, graceful figure clad in the uniform of Canaan Academy, adorned with a golden star on the chest. At the sight of this figure, the Grand Elder's face broke into a smile of relief. It was his granddaughter, Xiaoyu, a student of Canaan Academy. Being accepted into Canaan Academy already signifies remarkable talent. Grandfather, Xiaoyu approached, her voice tinged with concern. I heard that you were dismissed from your position as Grand Elder by the clan leader? The Grand Elder nodded, saying, I have no objections regarding the handling of this matter. Noticing that Xiaoyu seemed eager to speak further, he interjected, Are you aware of the entire situation? Xiaoyu shook her head, explaining that she had only learned from the clansmen that the position of Grand Elder had been temporarily revoked. Shiaoze is not Xiaoyan. Back then, Xiaoyan was merely a 1-star fighter, yet his presence amplified the clan leader's authority. Shiaoze's strength is even more formidable, only 11 years old, and already a 9-star fighter. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, followed by a sharp intake of breath, her ample chest trembling slightly. 9. A 9-star fighter. Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance down at her own chest, where a solitary golden star was embroidered on her attire. Suddenly, she felt that the disparity between individuals was more pronounced than the gap between man and dog. Xiaoyu did not question this, for it was her grandfather's words that led him to resign from the position of Grand Elder. A bitter smile crept onto her lips as she helplessly remarked, An 11-year-old 9-star fighter is indeed someone we cannot provoke. Moreover, just a few days ago, unusual phenomena were reported in the back mountain, and I seriously suspect that Shiaoze may have broken through to the Dome Master level. The Grand Elder said gravely, I was just planning to find Xiaoning, urging him to personally apologize and resolve the conflict with Shiaoze. Alas, I never expected that cousin Shiaoze would possess such terrifying talent. Xiaoyu sighed. Meanwhile, within the depths of Xiaoyu's heart, a sense of curiosity regarding Shiaoze began to stir. According to her grandfather's words, Shiaoze had likely transcended the realm of combatants quite some time ago, yet he remained remarkably unassuming. Soon, as Xiaoyu's imagination took flight, an image of a humble, devoted cultivator, utterly absorbed in his practice, materialized in her mind. Grandfather, may I accompany you? Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, eager to witness Shiaoze for herself. The Grand Elder scrutinized Xiaoyu intently, and it was only when he perceived a hint of confusion in her expression that he chuckled softly. Very well. You two can be considered peers. Perhaps you can engage in some meaningful exchange. Chapter 21. A glorious reunion with Yafei. In a flurry, the Grand Elder sought out Xiaoning, hastily ushering him along with Xiaoyu towards Shiaoze's residence. Grandfather, what is the purpose of this? Xiaoning asked, bewildered as he looked up at his grandfather. Did I not instruct you to apologize to Xiaoyan? Indeed, I did apologize. And Xiaoyan mentioned that we had resolved our differences amicably. Xiaoning replied, perplexed by the sudden urgency surrounding the matter. Why are we revisiting this today? Did you request Xiaoyan to speak favorably of you in front of Shiaoze? The Grand Elder pressed on. Not at all. Xiaoyan stated that he was unable to assist and advised me to handle it myself. Xiaoning scratched his head in thought. It made sense, after all. As the aggrieved party, Xiaoyan would likely not wish to be seen as favoring Xiaoning in front of Shiaoze. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a surge of frustration, his voice rising in urgency. So, have you even attempted to locate Shiaoze? Yes, but I cannot find him. Xiao Ning responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved by his grandfather's relentless questioning. The Grand Elder emitted a sound of confusion. Grandfather, we have arrived at Shiaoze's residence. You may verify it for yourself, Xiao Ning indicated, sensing his grandfather's uncertainty. The Grand Elder cast a dubious glance at Xiao Ning, struggling to comprehend his grandson's predicament. Straightening his attire, he approached the door and knocked. After a considerable wait, silence prevailed. He is not at home. Xiao Ning leaned in, a hint of grievance coloring his tone. Shiaoze hardly ever stays in his house. I have sought him multiple times. Yet I have not even caught a glimpse of him. I even searched in the back mountains, but to no avail. They are simply too vast. After listening to Xiao Ning's explanation, the Grand Elder felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Nevertheless, it was clear that Shiaoze was the antithesis of Xiao Yan. While Xiao Yan was almost perpetually confined to his quarters, diligently cultivating, Shiaoze seemed to eschew the confines of home, preferring to roam freely outside. At that moment, Xiao Yu, who had been observing quietly, interjected, "Isn't the coming-of-age ceremony approaching? He is likely to attend, if only to make an appearance. We can seize that opportunity to extend our apologies." The Grand Elder contemplated this and deemed it a reasonable course of action. Soon, the family's coming-of-age ceremony commenced. The atmosphere resounding with the vibrant sounds of drums and festivities. A multitude of esteemed guests, graciously invited by the Xiao family, were guided to their seats in the VIP section. Among them, a strikingly tall figure stood out, captivating attention with her enchanting demeanor that inevitably drew ardent glances from those pretending to be indifferent. Miss Yafei wore an impeccable smile, effortlessly engaging with the prominent figures of Wuten City while simultaneously surveying the surroundings. Her gaze lingered particularly on the younger members of the Xiao family, imbued with a hint of anticipation. Unfortunately, despite the presence of most significant individuals from the Xiao family, the young man she longed to see remained absent. Yafei gently beckoned a young member of the Xiao family. "Could you please inform me how much longer until the ceremony begins? I would like to explore the Xiao residence." "Miss Yafei, there are approximately 3/4 of an hour remaining. You may enjoy your visit at your leisure. There's no need to trouble yourself. I prefer to explore alone," she replied with a smile that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze, leaving no room for offense. Meanwhile, Shiaoze sat cross-legged on a stone platform, gradually ceasing his cultivation. Feeling a surge of strength within, he clenched his fist in satisfaction, having finally advanced to a 2-star dosure. Beside him, Xiao Suner rolled her eyes. "How is it that after such a short time, you've already made a breakthrough? With that tone, one might think you had been stuck at 1-star dosure for years. Haha, do not be too harsh on me. We broke through on the same day, yet you are already a 3-star, while I remain at 2. Can we truly compare? Enough of your banter. Hurry and freshen up," Xiao Suner urged, pulling Shiaoze towards the hot spring. "Quickly wash up. I have prepared a formal outfit for you. Today is the ceremony marking your coming of age, and you must at least make an appearance." Shiaoze nodded, swiftly cleansing himself in the hot spring. Approaching the edge of the pool, he found a formal outfit laid out for him. Xiao Suner stood outside the pool, wearing a gentle smile. As the sound of the splashing water ceased, her anticipation grew. At the entrance, a figure emerged, adorned in embroidered boots and a white and gold formal robe, accentuating his tall stature and strikingly handsome features, making him the focal point of the crowd's gaze. Xiao Suner's eyes sparkled as she watched Shiaoze. After donning this outfit, he appeared utterly transformed. Shiaoze, running a hand through his still damp hair, cast a resigned glance at Xiao Suner. "Suner, do you think this outfit is a bit too ostentatious?" "Brother Shiaoze, it is an annual ceremony. A touch of flamboyance is perfectly acceptable." Xiao Suner appraised him from head to toe, noting how striking her brother appeared today. With a smile, she approached and took his hand, leading him down the mountain in a light jog. As they descended, Shiaoze took the opportunity to admire the attire adorning Xiao Suner. Upon discovering a similarly adorned garment of white with golden trimmings, it appeared to harmonize splendidly with her own attire. "That girl." Shiaoze refrained from further comment and followed Xiao Suner to the venue. "Oh, there is someone over there who seems somewhat familiar," Xiao Suner remarked suddenly, while Shiaoze had already recognized her. "Have you forgotten? That night, we rescued that individual. Miss Yafei," Xiao Suner exclaimed, drawing Yafei's attention toward them. The moment Yafei spotted Shiaoze, her eyes brightened. Compared to the dim light of that alley, the youth's attire now radiated vitality, even having encountered numerous noble science. Yafei couldn't help but concede that this young man evoked a most peculiar sensation within her, akin to a fluttering heart. "Miss Yafei, we meet again. I told you we would cross paths eventually," Shiaoze said with a smile, halting his steps. Today, Yafei donned an exquisite gown, skillfully accentuating her advantages and showcasing her figure to perfection. Xiao Suner politely nodded at Yafei. "I never anticipated that the one who saved me that day would be the 4th young master of the Xiao family, Shiaoze. I must express my profound gratitude once more," Yafei hastily declared, her appreciation evident. After some time of conversation among the three, Xiao Suner interjected. "The coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. We should hasten to the venue to avoid being late. Indeed, while my absence as a guest may be acceptable, your absence, Shiaoze, as a young master of the Xiao family, would be rather inappropriate." The trio swiftly made their way to the venue, arriving just as the ceremonial bells began to toll. The young man stood tall, handsome, and brimming with spirit, capturing the attention of all present. The young lady, naturally beautiful, though not fully matured, already exuded the grace of an extraordinary beauty, her eyes sparkling and her lips adorned with a gentle smile. The harmonious pairing of their attires seemed as though they were destined for one another. Adding to the allure was the captivating Yafei, whose entrance immediately commanded the attention of the audience. Shiaoze, feeling the gazes of the crowd upon him, wore a faint smile. Indeed, they had made a dazzling entrance. Chapter 22, Apologies and VIP Cards. As the bells for the coming-of-age ceremony rang out, Shiaoze, Shiaoze, and Yafei made their radiant entrance, as though they were the true protagonists of the event, captivating the majority of those present. With a smile, Shiaoze quickly led Shiaoze to the section designated for the underage members of the Shiao family. Such a spectacle of attention was not unfamiliar to her over the years. Thank you all for your presence at the Shiao family's coming-of-age ceremony. Shiaoze heard Xiao Zhan begin to deliver a lengthy speech, his smile momentarily faltering. It seemed that, regardless of the setting, lengthy oratory was an inevitability. On the elevated platform stood the core members of the Shiao family, including the clan leader and elders. As a member of the main lineage, he too had the right to stand upon that platform. However, Shiaoze chose to remain with Shiaoze in the area reserved for the younger members of the Shiao family. The protagonists of today, the young scions of the Shiao family who have reached adulthood this year, are situated in another area, preparing to undergo their assessments. Shiaoze glanced around and noticed someone waving at him from the corner. He took Shiaoze by the hand and approached, finding Xiao Yan smiling brightly at him. Fourth brother, you have truly saved my life. Huh, Shiaoze replied, somewhat perplexed. Third brother, there is no one here threatening your life. Why do you say such things? You cannot imagine, Xiao Yan recounted, his heart still racing. Before your arrival, everyone was scrutinizing me, particularly those fellows in the VIP section. Their gazes were as piercing as if they wished to see through my very being. Thankfully, you showed up and drew their attention away. Haha, third brother. It's not that dire. Even if I hadn't come, with the formal commencement of the adulthood ceremony, they wouldn't have fixated on you for long. Shiaoze chuckled as he offered some words of reassurance, while Shiaoze remained quietly by his side. In Shiaoze's presence, she radiated the vivacity of a neighborly girl, akin to childhood sweethearts. Yet, before outsiders, she typically exuded a cool detachment, appearing unapproachable. Even if others sought to draw near, they would find themselves thwarted by her seemingly polite smile, which belied a distance that was as vast as a chasm. As Shiaoze and Xiao Yan conversed, they observed the adulthood ceremony. This year's proceedings were rather unremarkable, devoid of any unexpected dark horses or exceptionally gifted talents. The tests unfolded with an air of mediocrity. Some participants, thrilled to meet the standards in their combat energy tests, rejoiced at the prospect of continuing their cultivation within the Shiao family. Others, however, faltered and descended from the stage in despair, resigned to accept their fates as peripheral managers. Xiao Ning, the grandson of the elder, displayed a modest level of talent, barely passing the assessment. Following his previous humiliating defeat at the hands of Shiaoze, he had kept to himself, avoiding any further provocations, seemingly having matured considerably. Fourth brother, by the way, did the elder come to apologize? Huh, what brings this up? Has the elder wronged me in any way? Shiaoze inquired, caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden change of topic. Earlier, Xiao Ning came to me to express his regrets, and we managed to resolve our grievances amicably. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, then recounted the details candidly. However, he ultimately requested that I speak kindly of him in your presence, which I declined, insisting he should apologize to you directly. It seems Xiao Ning cannot find you, and he will likely seek you out after the ceremony concludes. Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, an elderly figure approached them. Shiaoze, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. The elder? Xiao Yan remarked, recognizing the sudden appearance. I am no longer merely the so-called elder. Very well, let us find a secluded spot. Upon reaching a quiet area, they discovered someone was already waiting there. Shiaoze's expression shifted subtly, for it was none other than Xiao Ning. Shiaoze, my grandson, previously clashed with you, and in a fit of anger, I acted rashly. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. The grand elder spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his face etched with regret. Xiao Ning echoed his sentiments, repeatedly bowing to Shiaoze. He chuckled. Grand elder, such words are unnecessary. Though you have temporarily been stripped of your elder title, your contributions to the Shiao family are indelible. Shiaoze had anticipated this encounter, yet he was astonished by the grand elder's forthrightness. It takes a village to raise a child, he thought, and he was not stingy with his compliments. After all, we are kin. Can we not resolve even the most significant of disputes? The conflict between Xiao Ning and myself stemmed from the humiliation of my third brother. Now that my third brother has no objections, I shall not dwell on the matter any longer. Indeed, Shiaoze, you possess a truly magnanimous spirit. You are destined to lead the Shiao family toward a glorious future. The grand elder exclaimed with unrestrained joy, showering Shiaoze with a cascade of extravagant praise. Hearing such compliments caused Shiaoze to blush slightly. The grand elder, usually so stern, surprised him with his flair for flattery. Very well, grand elder. Since we have resolved this matter, I have other affairs to attend to and must take my leave. Shiaoze could no longer bear to engage in this verbal sparring with the old fox. It was an unequal contest. The grand elder had a remarkable talent for weaving flowery language from every angle. Were it not for the grand elder, Shiaoze would be oblivious to his own virtues. As Shiaoze departed, the grand elder exhaled a sigh of relief, while Xiao Ning gazed at him with admiration. Grandfather, why was I not aware of your talent for flattery before? Why have you never praised me? Upon hearing his grandson's question, a fleeting look of annoyance passed over the grand elder's face as he playfully tapped Xiao Ning on the head. If you possessed even a tenth of Shiaoze's diligence and accomplishments, I would sing your praises to the heavens. The problem is, you do not measure up. When given the opportunity, you prove inadequate. Oh, grandfather, please stop. I am not a genius, and if you continue, I shall become a mediocrity, Xiao Ning exclaimed, shielding his head and retreating hastily. The grand elder halted at this remark. He truly could not bear to see his grandson reduced to mediocrity. Xiao Ning, you must strive to excel, he urged. Meanwhile, the young members of the clan were facing challenges posed by others. Where's my third brother? Perhaps cousin Xiao Yan could no longer bear the scrutiny of others and has already taken his leave? Shiaoze mused, glancing around to find that no one was paying attention to this corner. Sooner, did you remain silent after my departure? He inquired. Indeed. I am not well acquainted with cousin Xiao Yan, and we had no common topics to discuss, Sooner replied matter-of-factly. Ah, now I understand why my third brother left. While I was present, the atmosphere was warm enough for conversation, but once Xiao Yan found himself alone with Sooner, her icy demeanor drove him away. Sooner, with a beaming smile, was aware of the reason for his departure. It was the outcome she desired. Previously, Shiaoze had monopolized the conversation with cousin Xiao Yan, leaving her no opportunity to interject. As Xiao Sooner pondered, she leaned closer to Shiaoze, grasping his hand. Brother Shiaoze, do you have any plans for today? After the adulthood ceremony concludes, I intend to seek out Xiao Yu to inquire about the specific enrollment dates for the Canaan Academy. Following that, shall we indulge in a meal together? Xiao Sooner suggested. Alternatively, let this occasion be on me. Absolutely. Sooner is determined to thoroughly treat brother Shiaoze. She added with a playful grin. As the two engaged in conversation, they observed the battles among the Xiao family disciples. Frankly speaking, it was rather tedious for both Shiaoze and Xiao Sooner. Having frequently sparred with one another, their combat skills were quite exceptional. To them, the engagements of the Xiao family disciples appeared to be mere amateur skirmishes. Seizing the moment, Shiaoze tested Xiao Sooner by asking her to identify the flaws in their fighting techniques. Utilizing her keen understanding of combat, Xiao Sooner swiftly analyzed their tactical shortcomings and timing. Fortunately, they were situated in a secluded corner. Otherwise, their discussions would have certainly astonished and bewildered any onlookers. For these two youths possessed a grasp of battle that might surpass even some seasoned mercenaries. Ah, it has finally come to an end. If not for brother Xiaoze's request for my analysis during the fights, I might have been bored enough to leave, Xiao Sooner expressed, stretching her limbs as the adulthood ceremony officially concluded with Xiao Zhan's announcement. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Upon seeing Shiaoze, Yafei beamed with a radiant smile. In this secluded corner, void of any witnesses, Yafei boldly spoke, young Master Shiaoze. I wish to express my gratitude for your timely assistance earlier. She produced a crystalline card adorned with the exquisite emblem of the Miter family from her inner garment. This is a VIP card for the Miter family, which grants discounts on purchases at the Miter auction house. Shiaoze accepted the card, feeling a lingering warmth emanating from it. If the need arises, I shall certainly visit the Miter auction house, he replied. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Young Master Shiaoze, I will take my leave now and not intrude upon your private moment, Yafei said with a smile, waving farewell to the two. As Shiaoze watched Yafei depart, he prepared to take Xiao Sooner to find Xiao Yu. Let us go seek out cousin Xiao Yu. Not so fast. Brother Shiaoze, please hand me that card first, Xiao Sooner suddenly requested. Without a second thought, Shiaoze placed the card into her fair palm. Oh, Miss Yafei truly understands men. This card still retains warmth, Xiao Sooner remarked with a teasing smile while gazing at Shiaoze. He shrugged nonchalantly. What are you looking at? It's merely a card infused with warmth. Am I supposed to be lost in thought over it? Shiaoze rolled his eyes and added. Let us go. After we ascertain the dates, I have matters to attend to. What matters? She inquired. I plan to embark on a journey. Brother Shiaoze, you are going on a trip? The unexpected news prompted a gasp from Xiao Sooner. Where are you headed? Why this sudden thought? I cannot say for certain. Ever since my promotion to Dome Master, this idea has lingered in my mind, refusing to dissipate. Shiaoze offered a vague explanation. And upon seeing Xiao Sooner's puzzled expression, he gently ruffled her hair. Do not worry, with my current strength. As long as I exercise caution and refrain from getting entangled in certain matters, ordinary people cannot harm me. Yet, this seems rather abrupt. Xiao Sooner quickly interjected, moreover. The enrollment date for the Canaan Academy is approaching, I assenti it? Planning to embark on a journey at this juncture seems ill-timed. Thus, she intended to consult cousin Xiao Yu regarding the specific dates. Otherwise, this thought would continue to haunt her, and her focus on cultivation would wane. Xiaoze's reasoning rendered Xiao Sooner silent. Regarding her cultivation, he would not jest. Very well, does brother Xiaoze require my company? No need, he replied. I merely wish to fulfill my ambition, and I am uncertain of my destination. Xiaoze shook his head, fully aware that his destination was Qingshan town. Bringing Sooner along would be quite inconvenient, and the conditions of travel, lacking the comforts of the Xiao residence, would be less favorable. Hence, Sooner should remain at the Xiao family estate for her safety. Noticing that Xiao Sooner was about to speak, Xiaoze hastily added, and she finally nodded in silence. Following him while tightly clutching his hand, Xiaoze sighed inwardly. The little medical sage was the designated subordinate he had chosen. This journey to Qingshan town was truly indispensable. After acquiring the binding, Xiaoze meticulously examined the Xiao family's status. To put it plainly, currently, only Xiao Sooner among the Xiao family could be considered a golden legend. With the assistance of medicine elder, Xiao Yin might regain his talent and master alchemy, potentially becoming a golden legend as well. However, At present, he was merely an ordinary white-level individual. Essentially, the entire Xiao family remained within the realm of the white ordinary. His acquisition of Xiao Suner's feedback could barely qualify as a golden legend, considering the formidable talents available in the early stages. The little medical sage's calamity poison body was undoubtedly top tier and possessed a remarkably low acquisition difficulty. In a certain small town in the eastern region of the Monster Beast Mountains, the Medusa Queen's colorful swallowing python bloodline had yet to be refined with and evolved. Furthermore, based on the original text description, the ultimate evolution of the Medusa Queen was highly unpredictable, not to mention the inherent dangers she posed. As he was merely a fledgling dome master, daring to venture deep into the desert would be foolhardy, as a single finger from the Medusa Queen could crush him. The azure-scaled beast was also a viable option, but its distance was too great, potentially hindering his arrival in time for the Canaan Academy's enrollment. In summary, among those in the Jiamar Empire with golden legend-level talents, the little medical sage's acquisition difficulty was the lowest. As the two were about to proceed to the residence of the Grand Elder, they encountered Xiaoyu at the corner. She was engaged in cheerful conversation with Xiaomei, evidently heading towards the back mountain. "Cousin Xiaoyu, please hold on a moment," Shiaoze called out, prompting the two ahead to halt. Upon encountering Shiaoze and Xiao Suner, both Xiaoyu and Xiaomei were taken aback. These two individuals were the pride of their family. How could they suddenly seek them out? Xiaoyu halted her steps, gazing at the approaching Shiaoze, who had indeed left a significant impression on her when they first crossed paths at the gathering. The once unassuming child had now blossomed into a remarkably handsome and suave young man. In her childhood, Xiaoyu had met Shiaoze on several occasions, particularly when she was heading to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs, where he had cautioned her to be vigilant against prying eyes. Grateful for his warning, Xiaoyu remained cautious, ensuring she did not undress completely while enjoying her bath. This vigilance proved fortuitous, as she indeed caught a peeping Tom. Yet, the awkward twist was that the voyeur was none other than Xiaoze's elder brother, Xiaoyan. At the time, Xiaoyu found the situation quite amusing, as Xiaoze's well-intentioned advice inadvertently led to trouble for his brother. Thus, she retained a profound impression of Xiaoze, even though news of him was scarce thereafter. "What brings you here, Xiaoze?" Upon Xiaoze's arrival, Xiaoyu's attention was immediately drawn to her long, elegant legs. Undoubtedly, what captivated the eye most was her pair of long, shapely legs, complemented by the white and blue uniform of the Jianan Academy. The hem of her skirt revealed a generous expanse of her thighs, accentuated by her knee-high boots. "Cousin Xiaoyu, Suner and I plan to participate in the recruitment of Jianan Academy. We wish to inquire when the academy will arrive in Wutan City," Xiaoze said, momentarily distracted by her alluring legs before shifting his focus to her eyes. While her legs were indeed enchanting, he resolved not to be captivated by them. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. Although she had learned from her grandfather that Xiaoze and Xiao Ning had reconciled, a part of her still worried about Xiaoze possibly seeking trouble with her. Yet, just as her grandfather had described, Xiaoze possessed a magnanimous spirit. The recruitment date for Jianan Academy is approximately a month from now. If you and Cousin Suner wish to participate, I can assist you, alleviating many inconveniences. Especially since the head of recruitment happens to be my mentor, Xiaoyu assured, sensing Xiaoze's skepticism. She even patted her chest, emphasizing the credibility of her mentor. "A month, you say?" Xiaoze pondered, appreciating the ample time at their disposal. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan departed Wutan City for the eastern part of the Beast Mountain Range, taking 5 days to reach a resting place. Subsequently, with the heavy Xuanzhong ruler on his back, he journeyed for another 2 days to arrive at Qingshan Town. Thus, if he headed directly to Qingshan Town, he might not even require 5 days. "Then I must sincerely thank Cousin Xiaoyu. Despite the previous misunderstandings with Cousin Xiao Ning, your willingness to assist me speaks volumes of your generous character," Xiaoze complimented, recognizing Xiaoyu's commendable disposition. Such flattery was something he had learned from the Grand Elder. Xiaoze now realized that the Grand Elder's colorful rhetoric held its value. Indeed, life is a continuous learning experience, one that is never truly exhausted. Upon hearing Xiaoze's heartfelt praise, Xiaoyu's smile became significantly more vibrant. After all, what woman does not yearn to hear that she possesses a generous spirit? The relationships among the group had initially been somewhat distant, but Xiaoze's words acted as a lubricant, swiftly drawing them closer together. Xiaoyu even took the initiative to approach and discuss numerous matters regarding recruitment with the two. Xiaomei, standing nearby, listened attentively. As she also planned to develop her future at Canaan Academy, there was no harm in gathering more information. Before long, the group harmoniously agreed to venture to the back mountain together, preparing to indulge in a bath at the hot springs, an adult ceremony that left them feeling sticky. Naturally, Xiaoze remained vigilant outside. Chapter 24. The Masquerade, Sister Yafei. The following morning, Xiaoze awoke to an overwhelming soreness in his arms. The previous day, the three women had bathed together, their laughter and playful banter echoing from the hot spring, tantalizing the ears and stirring the heart. Xiaoze struggled to quell the restlessness within. After parting from the three, he had spent half the night practicing his punches in the back mountain. While Suner and Xiao Mei were merely young girls, Xiaoyu was a different story, sensual, mature, and full of allure. Shaking his head, Xiaoze attempted to dispel the distracting thoughts. He had already informed his father of his impending journey. He planned to visit the middle auction house to procure some essentials before setting off. The only individuals privy to his travel plans were Xiao Zhan and Xiao Suner. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, with whom he had enjoyed such pleasant conversation the previous day, remained uninformed. Shiaoze retrieved a storage ring from his pocket. A gift from Xiao Zhan upon learning of his expedition. It was said to be one he had used in his youth, now replaced but still functional. Perfectly suited for Xiaoze's use. Inside the ring lay a gold storage card, an abundance of healing potions, and various adventuring supplies. His father's thoughtfulness was truly commendable. Upon realizing his resolute intent to depart, he had managed to prepare a storage ring and its contents in just one afternoon. As Shiaoze gazed at the pale gray ring, a warm current flowed through his heart. Such a feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. Although it was the lowest grade of storage ring, it was worth at least 70 to 80,000 gold coins, approximately the annual profit of the Xiao family. Grateful, Shiaoze tucked the ring into his pocket. Wearing it openly might incite unnecessary complications and attract unwanted attention. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Suner standing at the entrance, graceful and poised like a budding lotus. Brother Shiaoze, are you leaving so early? She inquired. Having made his decision, he felt it prudent to act swiftly to avoid departing from Wutan City under the cover of night. Very well then. Suner shall accompany you a little further, she replied, and together they strolled along the path, chatting and laughing, completely devoid of the somberness and sorrow typically associated with farewells. Upon reaching the Xiao family gate, Shiaoze affectionately ruffled Xiao Suner's hair. She pouted playfully, though she did not resist his gesture. All right, it is best not to linger. I must take my leave now, he said, waving goodbye to Xiao Suner as he turned to depart. As Xiao Suner watched Xiaoze's figure fade into the distance, her ruby lips parted slightly. Elderling, I implore you to watch over brother Shiaoze and ensure no harm befalls him. Yes, miss. Ling Ying hesitated for a moment before acquiescing, then added with a hint of uncertainty, but miss, your safety. Xiao Suner chuckled, urging Ling Ying to hasten to guard Xiaoze. Feeling Ling Ying's departure, Xiao Suner's gaze drifted towards the horizon, where Xiaoze had vanished. Safe travels, brother Xiaoze. Meanwhile, Xiaoze arrived at the middle auction house in Wutan City, seeking out the recently awakened Yafei. Ah, Yafei lazily stretched and yawned, her voice slightly hoarse. Upon hearing from my subordinates, I can hardly believe it's truly young Master Xiaoze. Haha, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such an early hour. Miss Yafei, Xiaoze replied, seated in the reception room, a smile adorning his face as he watched Yafei emerge from her chamber. Naturally, with her status, Yafei could possess her own suite within the auction house. Well then, young Master Xiaoze, you must have come to procure something special, she said, personally pouring a cup of tea and placing it before him. As she regarded him with a hint of surprise, she pondered for a moment before listing several items along with their prices. Xiaoze listened attentively, his interest piqued as he gestured for her to continue. Might I see the exquisite mask? He inquired. If young Master Xiao desires it, I can graciously offer it to you, considering the significant favor you have bestowed upon me. She replied. Xiaoze shook his head with a smile, responding earnestly, my intention in saving you was to prevent the innocent from suffering indignity, not to seek favors in return. Moreover, the VIP card you have graciously provided is more than sufficient in my eyes. Yafei gazed intently at the young man's earnest expression, a charming smile gracing her lips. Very well. Shortly thereafter, having prepared herself, Yafei entered with a black wooden box. Upon opening it, a leather mask was revealed. Young Master Shiaoze, since you are unfamiliar with the exquisite mask, allow me to assist you in donning it, she offered. That would be fine. Thank you, Miss Yafei, he replied, with her delicate, fair fingers. Yafei carefully grasped the edges of the mask, gently placing it upon Xiaoze's face while imparting various precautions. The exquisite mask is valued at 10,000 gold coins. It does not possess the cooling breathability of higher-grade ice silkworm skin, so it may feel slightly stifling. Everyday actions like washing or shaping your face will not distort the mask, but it could be damaged by sharp objects. Yafei continued to share her advice, akin to a caring elder sister meticulously instructing her younger brother before a journey. As Xiaoze observed her closely, he found her flawless visage devoid of any imperfections, and a subtle fragrance enveloped his senses. Very well, after approximately the duration of an incense stick, once the mask has settled, you will be free to express your emotions, she concluded. Xiaoze nodded impassively, waiting quietly for the exquisite mask to secure itself, while internally reflecting on the moment. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan's generous gift of a gold card before his departure, he would truly find it impossible to afford this exquisite mask priced at 10,000 gold coins. In the world outside, one must always be prepared to spend. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Yafei emerged from her chamber with a mirror. It seemed sufficient. Xiaoze took the mirror, and within its reflection appeared a young man with somewhat rough skin, the incongruity of which, juxtaposed with Xiaoze's current stature, suggested a hint of underdevelopment. Thank you, Miss Yafei. Xiaoze expressed his gratitude. Xiaoze, we are already quite familiar, and you have saved my life. How about you acknowledge me as your elder sister, and call me Yafei Jia? I shall look after you, what do you think? Yafei hesitated for a moment before speaking, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, fixed upon Xiaoze. Yafei Jia? Xiaoze was momentarily taken aback, as this was a privilege usually reserved for his third brother, and he instinctively uttered it. Ah! Yafei's heart swelled with joy as she settled beside Xiaoze. This handsome youth, viewed from any angle, was utterly endearing. The mere utterance of sister made her heart flutter. Chapter 25. The Azure-Feathered Demon Eagle, Beasts in Turmoil. Yafei Jia, how much discount can I receive on this exquisite mask if I use the VIP card? Xiaoze inquired, pleased with the mask's quality. My dear Shiaoze, since you have called me sister, I shall protect you. I can still afford the cost of this mask, which I will gift you. Yafei leaned against Shiaoze, feeling the strength of his physique as she smiled radiantly. No, Yafei Jia, since I have called you sister. I cannot take advantage of you. That would imply I sought you out for monetary gain. Shiaoze resolutely declined. He was not without funds and saw no need to accept charity. Moreover, his acknowledgement of Yafei as his sister was not intended to exploit her generosity. Observing Shiaoze's stubborn gaze, Yafei fell into a moment of silence, feeling a touch of helplessness. It seemed her newly recognized brother was rather obstinate. In that case, the VIP card would typically afford an 8% discount, but I shall grant you a 5% discount instead. That amounts to 5,000 gold coins. This way, you do not receive it entirely for free, and I can satisfy my desire to provide some benefits to my brother. Shiaoze contemplated this before nodding, presenting a gold card in return. I am truly grateful, Yafei Jia. With a smile, Yafei accepted the card and handed it to her subordinate for payment. Shiaoze engaged in light conversation with Yafei for a while. After all, one must be cautious when receiving favors. By merely calling her sister, he secured a discount of 3,000 gold coins, equivalent to 2 lavish feasts of magical beasts. Those few utterances of sister were indeed quite valuable. Yafei Jia, I kindly ask you to keep my recent travels a secret. Rest assured, trust in your sister's discretion. Yafei replied earnestly, surveying Shiaoze with a smile as she opened her delicate arms. Before you depart, won't you give your sister a farewell embrace? Shiaoze found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. But without hesitation, Yafei stepped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Regrettably, it was Shiaoze's mask that truly felt the warmth of her generous heart. In the eastern region of the Monster Mountain Range, Shiaoze swiftly navigated through the dense forest, the piercing cry of a blue-feathered magic eagle echoing ominously behind him. Ever since departing from Wutan City, he understood all too well that where crowds gathered, troubles ensued. Thus, he endeavored to traverse less populated areas. After all, he possessed a rudimentary map, which vaguely marked several locations in the eastern region of the Beast Mountain Range. By following it, he could surely find Qingshan Town. Even in a world brimming with extraordinary martial prowess, the unauthorized creation of detailed topographical maps constituted a capital offense. The simplified map he had acquired was thanks to the heartfelt assistance of his newly recognized sister, Yafei. However, opting for solitude also meant confronting the myriad challenges of the wild, the foremost of which were the various beasts and magical creatures lurking in the wilderness. As Shiaoze ventured near the Beast Mountain Range, he inadvertently provoked a second-tier, flying magical beast, the blue-feathered magic eagle. With a swift motion, a faint azure energy attack descended from above, severing all branches in its path. Shiaoze surged forward with newfound vigor, narrowly escaping the devastation that had obliterated his previous position. TCH, this mangy creature truly believes it can overpower me, he thought as he glanced at the eagles soaring above, then hastened deeper into the forest. As anticipated, the blue-feathered magic eagle circled above before swooping down in pursuit. Shiaoze deliberately slowed his pace, feigning exhaustion and a lack of fighting spirit. The eagle, having previously hunted creatures of this caliber, found it somewhat astonishing that its prey had endured for so long without succumbing to fatigue. It gradually descended further, unleashing another azure energy attack. Shiaoze pretended to narrowly evade it, rolling clumsily on the ground. The magic eagle suddenly pounced, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike at Shiaoze's head. For an ordinary person, such an attack would surely result in a catastrophic fate. Yet, feeling the intense pressure of the wind, Shiaoze remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. When the distance was just right, he swiftly rolled over, conjuring a water mirror with his right hand. Force dispelling water mirror. The oval-shaped water mirror stood before the lethal claws, which pierced through it with ease. However, the azure energy enveloping the claws was entirely dissipated in the process. The force dispelling water mirror was a defensive martial technique employed by the mentor, Jiren, in the original narrative, though only of advanced yellow rank. It was a widely utilized defensive technique among water attribute practitioners. As Shiaoze gazed at the claws mere inches from him, his heart raced slightly. Yet his hands never faltered. Azure Sea Vortex. A significant amount of his energy was expended as the water mirror shattered explosively, creating a massive vortex that spanned several yards. Simultaneously, Shiaoze's body was repelled like a cork from the depths of the ocean, flung away with great force. Meanwhile, the blue-feathered magic eagle, remaining stationary, found itself far less fortunate. The whirlpool spun with a furious velocity, interrupting its ascent, while within its rapid rotation lay concealed blades of water. As time progressed, the wounds on the azure-feathered magic eagle multiplied, and the cerulean whirlpool became tinged with a faint crimson hue. The magic eagle gaped in terror, only to be mercilessly inundated by the sea. Its eyes were filled with dread as it gazed at its prey, several yards away. Had it not exhausted its energy and stamina in the struggle? Shiaoze rose leisurely, dismissing the notion of depletion. Exhausted energy? What a jest! The energy consumed during his flight was far outweighed by what he had regained. After his promotion to Dome Master, the Do-Chi vortex within him had strengthened, enhancing his recovery capabilities. Under normal circumstances, his rate of recovery surpassed his energy expenditure. The Azure Whirlpool was a low-level Shin-tier combat technique. Its might not particularly formidable. Yet, Shiaoze's Do-Chi quality was extraordinarily high, and his mastery over it was exceptional. Before long, the azure-feathered magic eagle met a gruesome demise within the whirlpool. its body reduced to a mass of shredded flesh, mingling with countless feathers in the flowing waters. With my current strength, facing a second-tier magical beast would be more than sufficient. A single burst of power could obliterate it. However, encountering a third-tier beast would present a different challenge. Surpassing ranks was always the most arduous endeavor. Shiaoze retrieved a pale blue magic core from the currents, having successfully acquired a second-tier core. The procurement of magic cores from magical beasts was not guaranteed. It was a matter of probability. For his first hunt to yield a core was quite fortunate, indeed. This singular core was worth several thousand gold coins. He produced a map and ascended to the treetops to survey the surrounding terrain. To his astonishment, he realized he was nearing Qingshan town. Suddenly, a rumble reverberated through the ground, and he gazed into the distance, spotting a horde of magical beasts rushing towards him. They were drawn here by the tumult of battle, but it seemed more like a frantic escape. Seeing the panicked beasts, Shiaoze opted for caution, choosing to observe the unfolding events. Though they were merely first-tier magical beasts, the reason for their flight remained uncertain. Could it be a higher-tier beast? If that were the case, he would need to join their exodus. Chapter 26, A Hundredfold Feedback. The Perfect Ebon Poison Body. Shiaoze concealed his presence amidst the foliage, remaining undetected by the fleeing magical beasts. This was merely the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, populated by the lowest tier of first-tier magical beasts, even wild animals. Even if they surged forth, they posed no threat to him. What truly concerned him was the cause of their frantic retreat. Beasts were cunning and had a keen perception of danger. What could instill such fear in them? Could it be that a higher-tier magical beast from within the depths of the mountain range had ventured out to hunt? Generally, higher-tier beasts seldom ventured to the outskirts, as the creatures there offered no substantial benefit to their level. After a while, as the magical beasts vanished from sight, Shiaoze sensed no imminent danger approaching. Had this group of magical beasts gone mad? Shiaoze concealed himself in the trees for a quarter of an hour, only to realize that this was not a sustainable strategy. Perhaps he should circumvent this area entirely. Swiftly descending to the ground, he gestured at the map, noting that the location of Qingshan town precisely avoided the direction from which the magical beasts were approaching. In the realm of the Duki continent, one must not be overly curious. Serendipity belongs to others, while I should steadfastly focus on enhancing my strength through the feedback system. Folding the map away, Shiaoze set off towards Qingshan town. Indeed, along the way, he encountered no significant traces of magical beasts trampling the ground. A slight sigh of relief escaped him. Yet he remained vigilant, carefully surveying his surroundings. This was still the periphery of the magical Beast Mountain range, and encounters with beasts were not out of the question. It was fortunate that he had only stumbled upon a second-tier magical beast. He had indeed been unlucky. The periphery was primarily frequented by wild animals and first-tier magical beasts, while second-tier beasts were relatively rare. Perhaps the beast he had encountered was a flying creature, with a broader hunting range, which led to their unfortunate meeting. Suddenly, Shiaoze spotted a black handprint on a nearby tree trunk, instantly sharpening his focus. His spiritual perception began to scan the vicinity frantically, yet he sensed no magical beasts or humans. Approaching the black handprint, he discerned that it belonged to a human. Though he could not ascertain whether it was male or female, he observed that the mark seemed not to be the result of fire attribute Duki scorching, but rather formed through some form of corrosion. Plucking a handful of wild grass from the ground, Shiaoze cautiously placed it over the black handprint. In the blink of an eye, the grass began to creep up the black stain. Alarmed, Shiaoze quickly discarded the grass from his hands, simultaneously releasing a layer of light blue Duki to cover his palms anew, before scrutinizing the handprint closely. Upon confirming that all was well, he exhaled in relief. Through his recent examination, he had established that this black handprint had been corroded by a potent toxin. Encountering such a toxic entity near Qingshan town was bound to stir my imagination. Shiaoze observed that the handprint extended deeper into the forest. He retrieved the map and compared it to his earlier position. Indeed, the trajectory of the handprint led directly to the location where the magical beast had previously fled in terror. Could it be that the little medical fairy's cursed toxic body had manifested? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate further. He had found no residual Duki on the black handprint, suggesting that the source of this toxic mark was likely an ordinary person, rather than a cultivator. Should it not be the little medical fairy, Shiaoze would still have an opportunity to retreat. As for engaging in a confrontation with such a toxic presence, he deemed it best to avoid that fate. Following the trail of the toxic handprint, Shiaoze advanced, noticing that some wild grass along the way had also been contaminated, now withered into a heap of dry foliage. He meticulously sidestepped these dead plants, his body enveloped in an impenetrable cloak of Duki to prevent any ashes from settling upon him. Before him, a new system prompt materialized. Little medical fairy, can bind to the cursed toxic body, medical arts, beast mastery. Upon encountering the system notification, Shiaoze realized that his situation had stabilized. The entity within the valley was none other than the small healer afflicted by the calamity poison. Among the several binding options available, only the calamity poison was a pale golden hue, while the others appeared in white. The criteria by which the system categorizes abilities remained a mystery to Baize. However, it could presumably be assessed based on factors such as innate talent, rarity, and potential for growth. Presently, the highest ranking he had witnessed was the ancient clan's divine bloodline of Do Di residing within Shao Suner, which radiated a rich dark gold. At this moment, the calamity poison of the small healer represented the second golden evaluation he had encountered. Without hesitation, Shiaoze chose to bind the calamity poison. Host has successfully bound the calamity poison of the small healer. Upon receiving the system notification, Shiaoze exhaled in relief. Although the calamity poison bore numerous drawbacks, its advantages were unmistakably significant. In the original narrative, even after many years, the small healer was able to surpass Xiao Yan's progress upon their reunion. One could only imagine the formidable nature of the calamity poison. At that time, Xiao Yan had devoured 2 types of, propelling his cultivation to meteoric heights, far outpacing his peers at the Jia Nen Academy. In such circumstances, the small healer still managed to outpace Xiao Yan. Moreover, he possessed the system's multiplicative feedback, which might enable him to eliminate those drawbacks through the rewards received. Shiaoze gazed at the small healer, who lay unconscious in the valley. Typically, the calamity poison would not erupt unless she ingested poison, which would amplify its potency. However, prior to the events in the Yun Empire, the small healer had exhibited a strong aversion to consuming poison, likely due to past catastrophic experiences resulting from such actions. Shiaoze contemplated this while eagerly anticipating the forthcoming feedback. Generally, once the calamity poison erupted, its inherent toxicity would escalate, ultimately overwhelming even the poison itself, leading the bearer to endure the torment of myriad toxins consuming their very being. In such a dire state, one would be slowly poisoned to death. Consequently, following the conclusion of this outbreak, the calamity poison would enhance. Shiaoze patiently awaited the outcome, and soon enough, the system notification reappeared. The small healer ingests poison. Toxicity increases, calamity poison enhances. Congratulations, host has received 100-fold feedback. Perfect calamity poison. Gasp. Shiaoze's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this an unprecedented benefit? It had directly triggered 100-fold feedback. He glanced at the small healer, noting no signs of awakening, and promptly opted to claim the reward. If the system dared to designate it as perfect calamity poison, it surely meant that many of the drawbacks had been eliminated. Thus, Shiaoze felt emboldened to accept the reward. Boom. In an instant, Shiaoze felt as though he had experienced the cataclysmic explosion of the universe, his body undergoing countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. Shiaoze's eyes widened in shock, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. The anguish of annihilation etched into his very soul, and the ecstasy of revival. All of this vividly conveyed to him that the experience he had just undergone was indeed real. The calamity poison body truly lives up to its reputation. Even the process of receiving rewards is exhilarating. Fortunately, this entire experience was compressed into a fleeting moment. Otherwise, I truly cannot ascertain whether I would have endured. Shiaoze remarked with a sense of relief. Upon regaining his composure, he discovered that his fighting spirit had surged by 6 stars, elevating him to the rank of an 8-star fighter. The calamity poison body is indeed formidable. In Chapter 27, Little Medical Sage, come with me. Shiaoze, having acquired the perfect calamity poison body, experienced an immediate elevation in his cultivation level by 6 stars, attaining the status of an 8-star fighter. However, compared to the portrayal of the calamity poison body in the original text, this is not exaggerated. In the original narrative, the little medical sage perfectly condensed the calamity poison body, elevating her cultivation by 3 stars, thus becoming a 7-star fighting sovereign. In contrast, Shiaoze's enhancement appears somewhat modest. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he currently harbors little calamity poison within him. After all, he has yet to ingest any poison, and his cultivation ascending by 6 stars is largely thanks to the feedback from the little medical sage. Speaking of poison, here lies a consummate master. Shiaoze's eyes brightened as he gazed at the little medical sage, who lay unconscious in the small valley. I wonder what kind of sparks would ignite when 2 possessors of the calamity poison body converge. Could they mutually devour the poison they generate, thereby achieving a spiraling ascension in cultivation? However, even if such a phenomenon were possible, the possessors of the calamity poison body would hesitate to attempt it. Should the poison within their bodies grow to a level that even the calamity poison body cannot suppress, they would endure the excruciating pain of a myriad of poisons ravaging their being, ultimately leading to a slow demise in agony. Yet, Shiaoze has no cause for concern. He possesses the perfect calamity poison body. Regardless of how potent the poison within him becomes, the calamity poison body can perfectly suppress it. With this thought in mind, Shiaoze swiftly approached the little medical sage. Observing her closely, he noted her exquisite beauty, accompanied by an ethereal and refreshing aura, as she lay unconscious on the ground. The white gown she wore was now stained, yet it could not conceal her delicate waist, slender and fragile. The darkened appearance of her hands diminished the overall beauty, likely a result of her having grasped tree trunks along her path, leaving behind traces of decay. Shiaoze pressed his lips together, gently placing his fingers upon the little medical sage's hand. A surge of potent poison transmitted through his fingers. However, the perfect calamity poison body immediately neutralized this toxicity, transforming it in a peculiar manner into fighting spirit, which enhanced his internal energy, though not to the extent of reaching the next level. He cast a glance at the little medical sage's luscious red lips, which appeared even more enchanting against the vibrant hues of her cheeks. The colorful shades on her face had yet to fade, indicating that she was still far from awakening. Perhaps she should absorb a bit more poison. Shiaoze, no longer cautious with mere fingertips, placed his palm directly over hers. He felt the fierce poison attempting to corrode his hand, yet it was all dissipated by the perfect calamity poison body, transforming into circulating fighting spirit within him. Seizing the opportunity, while the little medical sage remained in her stupor, Shiaoze absorbed all the poison from her palms. What a relief. Just a step away from success, I could become a 9-star dome master. Shiaoze murmured to himself. He noticed the vibrant colors fading from the cheeks of the little medical fairy. As her delicate hand moved slightly, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find a stranger standing beside her. Instantly, she reached into her bag for the self-crafted poison powder capable of incapacitating a fighter in an instant. Simultaneously, she exerted force in her legs, attempting to distance herself from Shiaoze. He merely observed her series of actions in silence. His gaze fixated on the powder in her hand, contemplating whether this toxin could allow him to take that final step toward becoming a 9-star dome master. A hint of concern flickered in his originally vigilant eyes. Are you alright? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, Shiaoze couldn't help but chuckle. She remained the kind-hearted character from the original tale, instead of questioning the unfamiliar presence beside her. Her immediate concern was whether the stranger had been harmed by her poisonous body. Of course, I am fine. I too possess the evil poison body. So why should I fear poison? Shiaoze replied casually, retreating a couple of steps, easing the tension in the little medical fairy's nerves and diminishing the wariness in her gaze. However, upon hearing the term evil poison body, the little medical fairy was momentarily stunned. At this point, she had yet to experience any fortuitous encounters or acquire the 7-colored poison manual, thus unaware that she possessed the evil poison body herself. You say my physique is called the evil poison body? You possess it as well. At this revelation, the little medical fairy could no longer maintain her composure. Her poison body was her greatest secret. Now, this most significant secret had been unveiled by another. Moreover, the stranger before her also shared the same constitution. The evil poison body is a unique physique that can consume toxins to rapidly enhance one's strength, identifiable by a 7-colored hidden line in the lower abdomen. A gleam flashed in her eyes. As a healer, she was certainly well acquainted with her own body. Indeed, there was a 7-colored hidden line in her lower abdomen. The little medical fairy was now 7/10 convinced of Shiaoze's words, her unwavering belief stemming from his apparent safety in her presence. She was acutely aware of the terrifying toxicity unleashed when her poison body erupted. Noticing the shift in her expression, Shiaoze continued, as the poison within your body gradually intensifies, the 7-colored lines will grow, extending all the way to the heart. This signifies the peak of the evil poison body's power, and its bearer will endure the torment of myriad poisons gnawing at their flesh. At this, the little medical fairy's body trembled slightly. Shiaoze pondered for a moment before adding fuel to the fire. Once the evil poison body fully erupts, it can instantly transform an empire into a toxic wasteland, with countless lives perishing from the lethal poison. The little medical fairy bit her lip tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Is this my future? To become a great poison master drenched in the blood of countless lives? If you had not encountered me, you might have become a renowned poison master, Shiaoze said with a smile, extending his right hand toward the little medical fairy. I can help you grow stronger while also controlling your poison body. As the little healer's eyes brightened, it was as if a glimmer of light had emerged from the darkness, compelling her to reach out and grasp it. She quickly lifted her gaze to Shiaoze, realizing that her toxic body had recently erupted. Any ordinary person who touched her would undoubtedly meet an instant demise. This was an entirely different concept from merely being in her presence. Yet, Shiaoze remained remarkably composed. In that moment, the little healer was thoroughly convinced that Shiaoze, like herself, possessed a cursed toxic body. Why do you wish to assist me? Although she yearned to master her toxic nature, she found it difficult to believe that someone would offer help without reason. I certainly have my own motives, Shiaoze replied, deliberately pausing, causing the little healer to hold her breath in anticipation of his purpose. I want you to aid me in my cultivation. What? She exclaimed. I have no desire to seek out or concoct poisons. As someone with a cursed toxic body, absorbing the toxins you create might be the best nourishment for my own. Shiaoze pulled the little healer to her feet and looked her in the eye with utmost seriousness, asking, are you willing to accompany me? Chapter 28. Poisoning at the Healing Hall? Help the venue. The little healer bit her lip, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Shiaoze asked, perplexed. If you wish to refuse, then simply do so. Why are you crying? No, I am willing. She fervently shook her head and replied. Throughout my life, whenever anyone discovered my toxic nature, they treated me like a ferocious tiger, avoiding me at all costs. Only you have chosen to accept me. Upon hearing this, Shiaoze's smile faded. He gently stroked the little healer's head, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Rest assured, you will be able to gain complete control over your toxic body, and in time, no one will fear you. Shiaoze made a solemn promise, and the little healer nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears. Naturally kind-hearted, she aspired to become an alchemist, but her innate limitations had thwarted that dream. Nevertheless, she resolutely chose to become a healer, dedicating herself to her aspirations. Alas, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her. A healer, endowed with a toxic body that could kill anyone who touched her, even against her will. Her toxic nature could inadvertently harm those closest to her. In the original tale, the little healer, upon arriving at the Union Empire, unintentionally caused the deaths of 2 beloved elders who cared for her deeply, continuing to worry about her even in their final moments. Such harrowing experiences led her to completely shut herself off emotionally, believing herself to be a born calamity. This was also the reason why Shiaoze wished to take the little healer with him. not solely for her potential to aid in his cultivation, but because his own perfect cursed toxic body could assist her in controlling hers, preventing any accidental harm to others. He sought to spare her from enduring such pain again. Very well, since you wish to follow me, let us formally introduce ourselves. Once Shiaoze confirmed her willingness to accompany him, he revealed his true identity. I am Shiaoze, the fourth young master of the Shao family from Wutan City. I am the healer of the Wanyao Zhai in Qingshan Town, the little healer. The young healer gazed at the somewhat weathered visage of the youth and curiously inquired, "Shall I henceforth address you as young Master Shiaoze?" "No need for such formality," Shiaoze replied, shaking his head while earnestly regarding the healer. "I wish for you to become my confidant, a companion with whom I can share both triumphs and tribulations." Upon hearing this, the healer's face brightened with a warm smile, nodding vigorously. Ever since their first encounter, her nods had multiplied, as had the smiles gracing her countenance. The healer had long sensed that Shiaoze did not perceive her as a subordinate or a mere attendant. Once he earned her trust, he had taken the initiative to lift her from the ground, no longer regarding her with condescension. This simple act significantly elevated her fondness for him. "You may simply call me by my name. I believe we are of similar age. This visage is but a mask, and removing it would cause damage. So it must remain for now," Shiaoze explained further, to which the healer obediently nodded. She scrutinized his face closely. Had he not mentioned it, she would not have realized it was a fade. Curiosity bubbled within her about the true visage beneath the mask, yet as Shiaoze had stated, it could not be removed for the time being, prompting her to quell her inquisitiveness. Through their exchange, their relationship had grown considerably warmer. "How did your cursed poisoned body manifest? Did you willingly ingest the toxin?" Shiaoze inquired, intrigued, for he recalled the healer's apparent aversion to consuming poison. Otherwise, she would not have sobbed into her blanket after the incident. "Not quite. I recall consuming a box of pastries and then feeling something was amiss. Realizing that my poisoned body was about to erupt, I hurriedly departed from Qingshan Town and ventured into the Beast Mountain Range, where I subsequently encountered you." Shiaoze's expression turned contemplative as he remarked, "You were poisoned. Someone intended to see you perish. The potency of the toxin must be tremendous to incapacitate one with a cursed poison body like yours." The healer nodded, her eyes betraying a simmering resentment. "Who could be so malicious as to wish my demise? I believed I had offended no one in Qingshan Town. Sometimes, trouble finds you even when you seek to avoid it," Shiaoze replied, shaking his head. This was precisely why he had distanced himself from others. Even a benevolent healer like her could attract the ire of those willing to administer lethal poison. "Do you desire to make those who poisoned you pay for their transgressions?" Shiaoze inquired, and the healer's eyes lit up, nodding fervently. Though inherently kind-hearted, she was not the type to dismiss those who sought to take her life. Shiaoze produced 2 cloaks, offering one to the healer. "Your clothes are soiled, and I have no women's attire available. For now, don this cloak to conceal your identity." The healer accepted the cloak obediently, wrapping herself tightly within it. "Furthermore, refrain from using my real name in public. It may attract unwanted trouble and implicate my family. So it is prudent to keep my true identity hidden." The little healer nodded, then posed a question. "How should I address you?" "Feel free to choose any code name." "How about young master?" That works." The two engaged in conversation as they journeyed towards Qingshan Town. Through the little healer's narration, Shiaoze swiftly discerned their target, Jishir Hall, the rival of Wanyao Pharmacy. After employing the little healer, Wanyao Pharmacy's business flourished, encroaching upon Jishir Hall's clientele. To sever one's financial lifeline is akin to slaying one's kin. It was no surprise that Jishir Hall sought to eliminate the little healer. Upon arriving in Qingshan Town, Shiaoze realized that verification was unnecessary. The owner of Wanyao Pharmacy had blocked the entrance of Jishir Hall with his men, while a young man knelt nearby amidst a crowd seething with righteous indignation. After listening for a while, Shiaoze grasped the situation. Following her departure from Wanyao Pharmacy due to the effects of poison, the little healer's leftover pastries were quickly discovered by Wanyao Pharmacy's staff, who promptly apprehended the poisoner. Through intense interrogation, Jishir Hall was implicated. At this moment, the owner of Wanyao Pharmacy, seething with rage, confronted Jishir Hall. Other mercenaries, having caught wind of the situation, gathered around demanding an explanation from Jishir Hall, warning that they would not hesitate to act otherwise. The little healer had saved numerous lives. However, the owner of Jishir Hall, a wiry, shrewd old man, appeared unfazed. "Wanyao Pharmacy, you think you can frame Jishir Hall with this puny trickster?" The owner of Wanyao Pharmacy retorted, "The evidence and witnesses are here. Your denials are futile. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall dismantle your Jishir Hall." The onlookers echoed their agreement. "Indeed, you would poison such a beautiful and kind-hearted person as the little healer? Truly inhumane. The poor little healer has been harmed by your treachery. Today, I shall stand up for her." Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged. "If a healer can be so easily poisoned, her skills must be lacking." Mushi stepped forward. The leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, one of the 3 major mercenary factions in Qingshan Town. A formidable 2-star Dome Master, despite being stagnant for years. He was not someone ordinary mercenaries dared to provoke. Mushi made it clear he was there to support Jishir Hall. He approached the owner of Jishir Hall and unleashed the pressure of his dochi. The surrounding ordinary mercenaries fell silent, retreating several steps in trepidation. Even those who had previously boasted about aiding the little healer dared not speak, fearing they would offend Mushi. They were merely common mercenaries. Offending Mushi would make their lives in Qingshan Town exceedingly difficult. The owner of Wanyao Pharmacy's expression darkened significantly. Previously, emboldened by employing the little healer, he had dared to utter threats against Jishir. However, if the wolf-head mercenary group sided with Jishir, Wanyao Pharmacy would find it challenging to withstand such opposition. As I mentioned before, if she could be poisoned so easily, then her medical skills are likely quite mediocre. Mushi remarked with a cold smile. A cold gaze swept over the crowd of spectators. Upon making eye contact with those around him, they all hastily lowered their heads, prompting a smug hum of satisfaction from him. Under the oppressive glare of Mushi, the momentum of the Wan Yaozhai faction diminished significantly. Spare me such nonsense. It is impossible for anyone to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. There will always be moments of carelessness. The proprietor of Wan Yaozhai said, his face ashen. The fact that the little medical sage was poisoned does not reflect her medical skills. Moreover, the evidence and witnesses are right here. Do you at Jishir intend to invert right and wrong? The owner of Wan Yaozhai clung tenaciously to the witness and material evidence while forcefully countering Mushi's claims. The Jishir owner let out a cold laugh. Hands clasped behind his back, and leisurely approached the witness. Leaning forward to scrutinize the individual, he remarked, "Hey, from Wan Yaozhai? I don't even recognize this person. Who knows where you found this scapegoat?" Coerced into falsely accusing him of being associated with Jishir. The elder slowly rose, exuding a sense of calm authority. The so-called witness is merely your one-sided assertion. Who can prove that you haven't colluded with the witness? As for the alleged material evidence, the poison in this pastry, who can attest that it originated from us at Jishir, even if it did come from our establishment? There is no guarantee it wasn't orchestrated by some malicious individual trying to frame Jishir. When he spoke of such a sinister figure, the elder deliberately cast a glance at the proprietor of Wan Yaozhai, inciting fury in him. His words ignited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. It seemed plausible. Perhaps the witness and material evidence presented by Wan Yaozhai were merely a self-scripted act by its owner. Nonsense. Why would the proprietor of Wan Yaozhai want to poison the little medical sage? She has brought substantial business to Wan Yaozhai. Someone retorted. If the little medical sage was indeed poisoned, why has her body not yet been seen? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Shiaoze, having heard enough, took the little medical sage and led her away from this contentious scene. With both sides firmly entrenched in their positions, he decided to seek evidence directly on the spot. The manufacture of such potent poison is not a simple task, and must leave some traces behind. Seizing the distraction of Jishir's attention, Shiaoze stealthily guided the little medical sage into their establishment to search for clues. After a thorough search, they indeed stumbled upon a hidden chamber. The remnants found within were precisely the components that had caused the little medical sage's poisoning. Now, with irrefutable evidence in hand, Shiaoze, already inclined to suspect Jishir's involvement, felt little hesitation in his subsequent actions. 2 years later, when Xiaoyan arrived in Qingshan town, Wan Yaozhai stood unrivaled. It seemed that according to the originally intended trajectory, the little medical sage had not perished from poisoning, and the matter had ended inconclusively. With her assistance, Wan Yaozhai continued to thrive, swiftly engulfing or dismantling Jishir. As for why the wolf-head mercenary corps supported Jishir, Shiaoze speculated it was likely due to Jishir's precarious situation, prompting them to resort to desperate measures. Summoning a vast array of benefits to entice the wolf-head mercenary corps, one could have them resolve the aftermath of the poisoning of the little healing sage. This could involve some rare medicinal herb or perhaps a share of profits for the next decade. Faced with such substantial gains, the wolf-head mercenary corps would inevitably be tempted, for mercenaries are inherently driven by profit. The flourishing Wan Yaozhai would not bestow such tremendous benefits upon them. Shiaoze wished to remain uninvolved in the machinations behind this. His sole desire was to deal with the principal culprit and accomplices responsible for the poisoning of the little healing sage. He planned to leave Qingshan town with her, severing all ties with the place henceforth. Upon reaching the entrance of Jishir, a heated argument ensued between the parties involved. Enough of the bickering. I have discovered the poison used to harm the little healing sage within Jishir. A hoarse, ominous voice emerged from Xiaoze's lips, revealing the distinct yet unsettling laughter of the Soul Palace elder. Xiaoze's words immediately silenced both sides, drawing the attention of all present towards this unforeseen third party. 2 figures cloaked in black emerged from the crowd. Shiaoze cast the evidence he had gathered onto the ground. A flicker of panic crossed the face of the Jishir owner, while the proprietor of Wan Yaozhai appeared somewhat pleased, sensing that this mysterious individual was aligned with his interests. The elder, still attempting to create confusion and deny his involvement, was interrupted by Shiaoze. There is no need for further deceit. I am merely here to avenge the little healing sage, who saved my life. Now that she has succumbed to poison, I seek retribution. As he spoke, Shiaoze advanced towards the elder, who, upon witnessing the mysterious figure approach, retreated in fear. It was as if a scholar had encountered a soldier, rendered speechless. Humph. When words fail, you resort to brute force? The elder retorted, turning to Mushi, who stood by watching the unfolding drama. Captain Mushi, you promised to intervene. Understood. How strong could a lurking coward truly be? Mushi replied confidently. Unleashing the aura of a dosher, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he charged forward. For one who hides in the shadows, consider carefully your ability to seek vengeance in your next life. The surrounding crowd recoiled under the oppressive force of his overwhelming do-chi, eyes wide with astonishment directed at Mushi. This is the might of a dosher. Haha, I return that sentiment to you unaltered. Shiaoze halted, a smile gracing his features. Arrogant. Mushi roared, lunging towards Shiaoze, eager to unveil his true identity beneath the cloak. The onlookers held their breath. Feeling pity for Shiaoze, why provoke a formidable dosher? Shiaoze summoned the water attribute Do-Chi within him, intermingled with a hint of poison attribute Do-Chi, transforming his originally light blue aura into a deep azure. With a swift motion, he struck first. In the eyes of the crowd, his fingers seemed to move in slow motion, yet landed swiftly upon Mushi's forehead. Thud! The scene appeared frozen at that moment. When Shiaoze withdrew his finger, it remained pristine as ever. However, Mushi now bore a gaping wound at his brow. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A two-star dosher, vanquished by a mere finger. Chapter 30, Directed Opportunity. An intimate embrace. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, until the body of the serpent fell to the ground. It was as if a clarion call had been sounded, awakening everyone present. The surrounding mercenaries instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves from Shiaoze, fearing that this enigmatic figure might take offense and extinguish their lives with a mere flick of a finger. After all, even the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, one of the three major mercenary factions, had met his demise from but a single poke. The old man let out a startled cry, driven by instinct to flee. A glance from Shiaoze was enough to halt him, as he kicked a stone at his feet. The old man felt a rush of wind behind him, followed by an excruciating pain in his skull, plunging him into darkness. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately spill blood. I merely seek vengeance for the little medicine sage. The mastermind and his accomplices have been dealt with, and this matter concludes here. However, should anyone wish to exact their own retribution for the two, you may voice it now. Shiaoze's chilling laughter resonated, reminiscent of a sinister specter. The mercenaries fell into a heavy silence. After all, they were not related to the victims. Who would take up their cause? The two had indeed poisoned the little medicine sage, and they had met their just deserts. It was a fitting end. Though the actions of this mysterious individual brought a sense of relief, the mercenaries dared not overstep. Just as they had cautiously retreated from the enigmatic figure, they now refrained from speaking out, wary of the potential consequences of a mere finger pointing at their foreheads. Well then, I shall take my leave, Shiaoze declared, leading the little medicine sage by the hand as they departed from Qingshan town under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Once they had distanced themselves from the town, the little medicine sage finally broke the silence. Shiaoze, you truly are quite cautious, wearing a mask, draping a cloak, and assuming the guise of an old man. She chuckled lightly. One must be prudent when venturing into the world. Caution is the surest means of survival, Shiaoze replied with a shrug, inquiring. Is there anything else you wish to take with you? No, I am unencumbered. For the time being, I am temporarily employed by the Wanyaozhai. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, she said, removing her cloak and shaking her head. Noticing her deliberate inquiry, Shiaoze sensed that she might have other intentions. What do you think about gathering some medicinal herbs in the Monster Beast Mountain range? It would facilitate our preparation of poisons later. That sounds good. Shiaoze nodded in agreement with her suggestion. He estimated that it had only been 5 days since he left Wuten City, with over 20 days remaining. I do not possess a specific cultivation method suited for you, so let us enroll together at the Jianan Academy. With your current capabilities, you should easily pass the entrance examination. As they made their way toward the Monster Beast Mountain range, Shiaoze elaborated on their future plans. Even the Xiao family likely lacked a poison attribute battle technique. Without troubling Sun Air, Jianan Academy appeared to be the most advantageous choice. Observing the little medicine sage joyfully gathering herbs, Shiaoze felt a surge of inspiration. In the original narrative, the adventures of Xiao Yin and the little medicine sage began during a herb-gathering expedition when they stumbled upon a hidden cave at the edge of a cliff. Presently, the little medicine sage had yet to uncover the cave. Their herb-gathering excursion indicated that they were not too far from Qingshan town. In a land abundant with medicinal herbs, where cliffs and caves abound, one might think such a setting would be scarce around the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. Is this not the essence of a directed adventure? With a clear path to follow, the young healer sought suitable herbs and brought Shiaoze along to gather them in this very region. Dear healer, let us venture to areas rich in medicinal flora, preferably where cliffs are present, Shiaoze suggested. Hearing this, the young healer tilted her head in contemplation. Shiaoze, do you intend to seek fortune within the Beast Mountain range? Since they were to linger in this vicinity for several days, why not indulge in a bit of amusement? According to your request, there are 2 locations near Qingshan town that meet your criteria. Let us set forth. Half a day later, they arrived at a cliff teeming with herbs. Alas, despite Shiaoze's prolonged efforts to sense hidden caves with his spiritual awareness, none were to be found. Shiaoze, I believe it's prudent not to harbor overly ambitious hopes, the young healer remarked as she harvested the herbs. Though tales of fortuitous encounters abound in the Duki continent, one cannot solely rely on such whims. Fear not, for I understand the wisdom that fortune favors the fortunate, he replied with a chuckle. Once the young healer had gathered the necessary herbs, they proceeded to their second destination. Upon nearing another cliff, Shiaoze's eyes sparkled with realization. The advantage of foresight was manifest at that moment. Even without precise knowledge of the location, he could discern enough characteristics to uncover a treasure. Young healer, she inquired, pausing her task. When luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted. Have you discovered a fortuitous encounter? She exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as, under Shiaoze's guidance, she too glimpsed the elusive cave. What incredible luck! There truly is a serendipitous find. With joyous exuberance, she leaped and grasped Shiaoze's hand, shaking it enthusiastically while pointing at the cave. This discovery was a shared adventure for them. Shiaoze, ever since I've been by your side, my life seems to have become infinitely more interesting. The young healer hinted, her tone suggestive. How delightful. However, it must not only be entertaining, but we should also strive to enhance our lives. Shiaoze responded with laughter, affectionately ruffling her hair to help her regain composure. They then devised a plan to reach the cave situated below the cliff. Securing a sturdy vine, they bound themselves closely together. Shiaoze wrapped his arms around the young healer's slim waist, drawing her into a warm embrace. We are about to leap. Hold on tightly. A muffled sound of shyness escaped her lips as she lowered her head. Once their feet found solid ground, the young healer's cheeks flushed crimson, and she swiftly distanced herself from Shiaoze. Her face felt as though it were ablaze, a sensation both exhilarating and disconcerting. While she harbored affection for him, such intimate contact ignited a wave of bashfulness within her. Surprisingly, she found no trace of resentment in her heart. Outwardly composed, Shiaoze felt a stir of emotions within himself. After a moment of quieting his thoughts, he approached the cave's entrance. The cliff here is shrouded in a delicate mist, with sunlight scarce. Consequently, only the entrance is clearly visible, while the depths are engulfed in utter darkness. Shiaoze fashioned a rudimentary torch and addressed the little medicine fairy. Come, let us venture inside together. I fear leaving you outside might result in you being taken away by some unknown beast. I am not so feeble. I carry defensive poison powder. The little medicine fairy retorted, displaying her pouch of toxins, yet she obediently approached him. Observing her bravado and words contrasted with her compliant demeanor, Shiaoze couldn't help but smile. Better to be cautious than to face unforeseen dangers. As they drew closer together, they entered the cave, one in front of the other. Chapter 31. The Colorful Poison Scripture. Purple Cloud Wings. The cave was silent, a chill permeating the darkness. The little medicine fairy rubbed her arms, feeling the biting cold. Glancing at Shiaoze's robust figure ahead, she instinctively quickened her pace to draw nearer to him. The makeshift torch provided little illumination, merely enough to discern their surroundings. The little medicine fairy's gaze was fixed on Shiaoze, her mind adrift in contemplation, pondering the visage concealed beneath his sturdy exterior. Just as she became lost in thought, Shiaoze abruptly halted. The little medicine fairy, unable to stop in time, collided with him. Their bodies pressed against each other, the sensation unfamiliar yet electric. Shiaoze remained still, while the little medicine fairy, flustered, stepped back from him. The force of their encounter could have reshaped mountains. Surely, Shiaoze sensed it. A blush crept onto her cheeks, but after their intimate embrace during the descent, she quickly regained her composure. What is the matter, Shiaoze? Why did you stop so suddenly? Cough, cough. We have reached the end of the cave. Are you lost in thought? I did offer a warning earlier. Shiaoze explained with an awkward cough. Though his voice had been soft, in the stillness of the cave, it was clear enough to be heard as long as one was not too distracted. Yes, I was somewhat preoccupied, the little medicine fairy admitted, her cheeks flushed. Noticing that Shiaoze did not mention their earlier awkwardness, she followed his lead. She directed her gaze towards the end of the cave, where a stone door emanated a faint yellow glow. It appears we have indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. She hastened to the stone door, recognizing it as a relic left behind by some ancient predecessors. Shiaoze approached her side, recalling that this was a mechanism door, with its switch likely hidden nearby. Expanding his spiritual perception, he swiftly located the mechanism. As the little medicine fairy furrowed her brow, attempting to decipher the stone door, Shiaoze kicked against a protruding section. The door creaked open slowly. Shiaoze, you are remarkable. How did you find the mechanism so quickly? She exclaimed, astonished, turning to him as the door opened. The flickering firelight reflected in her wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with admiration. Haha, it merely requires keen perception, he replied modestly. Do not be so modest. I sense that you, Shiaoze, possess an almost limitless capability. The little medical fairy remarked with a serious demeanor, counting off on her fingers as if sharing a treasured knowledge. My constitution. The events in Qingshan town, and this stone door before us seem to indicate that any challenge can be effortlessly surmounted in your presence. Well, if I continue to extol your virtues, I may become conceited. Let us proceed. The stone door has already swung open, and we must discover what treasures our predecessor has left behind. As the two entered the stone chamber, they beheld a considerable accumulation of gold and silver haphazardly piled to one side. It appears that this esteemed figure held little regard for such wealth. The little medical fairy mused thoughtfully. Perhaps there are even more precious items within. Shiaoze surveyed the stone chamber. At its center stood a table and chairs, the latter occupied by skeletal remains, while the table held 3 boxes. Aside from the heaps of gold and silver, there lay a flower bed abundant with rare medicinal herbs. Wow! Purple blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruits, snow lotus seeds, so many high-grade medicinal materials. This is the ice spirit flame grass, which is exceedingly hard to find in the outside world. The little medical fairy exclaimed gleefully as she rushed over, reciting each rare herb's name with precision. Indeed, as you said, Shiaoze, these high-grade herbs are the true treasures, far surpassing mere gold and silver. Haha, you should hasten to collect these herbs while I explore elsewhere. All right. The little medical fairy nodded obediently, producing a jade spade. She carefully began to excavate the herbs from the flower bed, preserving them with great care. Meanwhile, Shiaoze retrieved 3 keys from the skeletal hand and discovered a fragment of the map to the pure lotus demon fire. However, it was too early to contemplate the pure lotus demon fire. After a brief wait, the little medical fairy approached, her face alight with excitement. and nodded at Shiaoze. Come, let us open the treasure chests. Shiaoze proceeded to unveil the 3 boxes atop the stone platform. Inside were the 7-color poison manual, the advanced flying skill, Purple Cloud Wings, and the advanced combat skill, Roaring Lion's Song. Little medical fairy, you should take the 7-colored poison manual. I have previously stated my disinterest in concocting poisons. Very well, I shall forego the other 2 techniques, as they do not align with my attributes. The little medical fairy happily accepted the 7-colored poison manual and began to peruse its contents. Shiaoze, on the other hand, examined the Purple Cloud Wings and Roaring Lion's Song. With no immediate danger present, they could linger a while longer in the stone chamber. This place is both concealed and secure. Ordinary individuals would struggle to locate it, provided they remained wary of flying magical beasts. The 2 found separate corners of the chamber to commence their cultivation. Shiaoze unfurled the black scroll, revealing a pair of vividly lifelike wings. A gentle breeze caused the feathers upon the wings to sway delicately. Cultivating the Purple Cloud Wings was no simple task, for it housed the soul of a 5th-tier magical beast, the black flame Purple Cloud Eagle. Though it existed in a mindless, feral state, it was far from negligible. Legend spoke of its rare bloodline linked to ancient phoenixes, granting it unparalleled speed in flight. In the original tale, Xiao Yin was able to withstand the residual impact of the lingering soul due to his robust soul strength. With the assistance of the medicine elder, he maintained his true self, averting the fate of becoming a mere beast driven by bloodlust. Shiaoze held great confidence in his own soul strength, certain it surpassed that of his peers. Moreover, during his previous ascension to the rank of Dome Master, the feedback from the system had once again elevated the strength of his soul. Now, confronting the unconscious assault of souls should be relatively straightforward. After meticulously studying the scroll, Shiaoze summoned the little medical sage, who was engrossed in her research on the 7-colored poison scripture. Shiaoze, is there something you need? She inquired. I discovered that the 7-colored poison scripture contains records of the calamity poison body, which aligns closely with what you mentioned, he replied. As the little medical sage approached, she suddenly realized she might have misspoken. Shiaoze, I do not doubt your words. Well, although the calamity poison body is rare, it is indeed documented. I called you here to assist me in safeguarding my practice as I endeavor to master this flight do technique. Understood. The little medical sage tucked away the 7-colored poison scripture and stood vigilantly beside him. Xiaoze's fingertips grazed the wings depicted on the scroll, and a surge of soul impact emanated from them. Just as he prepared for a protracted battle, he discerned that this soul assault was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Previously, when he had endured the 100-fold feedback from the calamity poison body, he had experienced countless moments of devastating agony. Consequently, his resistance to such attacks had significantly heightened. Now, faced with the violent onslaught of souls, it felt akin to a gentle breeze against his face. Without hesitation, he continued his training. The energy expended to withstand this assault was minimal. He was determined to complete his practice in one vigorous effort. Azure blue do chi enveloped the wings on the scroll. The wings radiated a mesmerizing blend of purple and black light, growing increasingly intense. Ultimately, like a bolt of lightning, it coursed through Xiaoze's palm and into his body, initiating the creation of 2 slender meridians within him. A powerful pain surged forth, akin to an overwhelming tide. Chapter 32. Take off from the ground. Return to Wutan City. The challenges faced by Ziyuni in his training stemmed primarily from his qualifications. He had to withstand the remnants of the souls of 5th-tier magical beasts. Secondly, he needed immense fortitude, as the Ziyun wings would carve out 2 entirely new meridians within him. In the original text, even the formidable Xiao Yan, with his powerful soul strength and will, had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. However, Xiaoze found himself capable of enduring it. The pain surged towards him like a relentless tide, relentlessly battering against the rock that was Shiaoze. No matter how tumultuous the waves, the rock remained steadfast. Time flowed gradually, and the 2 new meridians began to form along his spine. At that moment, the pain began to dissipate slowly. Xiaoze opened his eyes to find the little medical sage gazing at him with concern. Xiaoze, are you alright? You seem to be in great agony. Did you succeed in your do technique training? The characters and wings on the scroll have vanished. Xiaoze rose to his feet, stretching his body, which had felt somewhat numbed from the pain. The training is complete. This flight do technique is rather peculiar. It can accommodate only one person during practice, and once mastered, it simply disappears. Is that so? The little medical sage nodded, intrigued. This was her first encounter with a flight do technique, and she hadn't anticipated its extraordinary nature. So, Xiaoze, does this mean you can now fly? She realized belatedly, that is a feat achievable only by those above the do ling level. You have truly accomplished it. In the realm of do chi, hierarchy is strictly enforced, with only do ling powerhouses capable of momentarily suspending themselves in midair. To truly soar through the skies, one must attain the strength of a do wang. With wings of do chi, one can glide majestically above. Let me give it a try. If successful, I shall take you flying. Xiaoze said with a smile as he removed his upper garment, exposing his bare torso. What are you doing? Xiao Yixin exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes at Xiaoze's sudden display of skin. Did you not say you were going to attempt a flying technique? Why are you taking off your clothes? She asked, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation evident in her voice. Although they had shared intimate moments before, such an abrupt act of undressing still felt inappropriate. What are you thinking? I am merely trying to prevent my clothes from being damaged. I possess but 2 outfits. Xiaoze clarified, turning his back to her. The immense do qi within him surged, flowing into the two newly formed meridians. Xiao Yixian parted her fingers and beheld a pair of palm-sized purple-black wings sprouting from Shiaoze's back. The wings radiated a violet luminescence as the do qi coursed through them, rapidly expanding from their diminutive size to nearly several feet in length. Wow! Xiao Yixian involuntarily gasped in astonishment as the wings began to flap slowly under Shiaoze's control. A powerful buoyancy enveloped Shiaoze, lifting him off the ground until he hovered at a height surpassing that of a person, before gently descending. This chamber is too confined. We must venture outside to test it, Shiaoze urged, leading Xiao Yixian toward the cave's exit. They had thoroughly scavenged this place, so departing now posed no concern. Upon reaching the rocky platform outside, Shiaoze unfurled his purple cloud wings once more. With Xiao Yixian's startled exclamation, he leapt boldly into the valley below. Shiaoze! Xiao Yixian shouted in alarm, peering down and feeling a rush of powerful winds. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, witnessing Shiaoze flapping his wings and gradually ascending. I'm not foolish enough to endanger my life. Shiaoze chuckled. You are incredibly audacious. Is this truly your first attempt at mastering a flying technique? To dare leap off a cliff, she exclaimed. It is indeed my first time. But I became familiar with the purple cloud wings while in the cave, Shiaoze admitted, feeling the substantial depletion of his do qi. He reflected, indeed. Flight is not something easily managed by a mere do shi. Were an ordinary do shi to squander their energy in such a manner, they would have long since exhausted their reserves. Fortunately, my do qi vortex is unique, and the quality of my liquid do qi is exceptionally high, allowing me to sustain the consumption required by the purple cloud wings. Very well, I have mastered it completely. Once I recuperate my do qi, I shall take you flying, Shiaoze declared confidently. Initially, Xiao Yixian had harbored some concerns, but now she brimmed with faith in Shiaoze, eagerly anticipating the moment he would take her on a flight. Having witnessed Shiaoze perform various high-difficulty maneuvers in the valley, she could hardly believe it was his first time mastering the art of aerial combat. Before long, Xiao Yixian's delighted cries resonated through the valley. At that moment, she had yet to tame a flying magical beast. This was her inaugural experience soaring through the skies. The overwhelming novelty filled her with exhilaration, blending fear with excitement. Though Xiao Yixian was held tightly by Shiaoze around the waist, she still clung to him, fearful of losing her grip. A hint of reluctance lingered on her face. Is this the sensation of flight? How utterly marvelous. No wonder so many aspire to become formidable beings. With such power, one could soar freely through the skies. Xiao Yixian exclaimed in wonder. Haha, if you wish, I can take you flying more often in the coming days. That sounds splendid. But won't that deplete your energy too much? Not at all. I believe I can manage. In the following days, Shiaoze took Xiao Yixian soaring through the valleys. He dared not fly at the periphery, where low-tier magical beasts thrived. Yet, one could never be certain when high-tier beasts might emerge. Flying in the open was akin to being a living target. If they lingered too long, they risked missing the enrollment date. During this time, Xiao Suner had also provided Shiaoze with numerous advantages, astonishingly breaking through to the third star consecutively. Such an absurd pace of cultivation left Shiaoze in awe. However, he refrained from claiming any rewards, intending to wait until he prepared to break through to the great fighter level. He pondered whether this non-advancement reward would yield any special effects upon claiming it, just before his ascent. As they observed the bustling mercenaries and merchants, Xiao Yixian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is this what a large city looks like? Indeed, it surpassed Qingshan Town's vibrancy. By the way, Shiaoze, you should reveal your true face now, shouldn't you? After knowing you for so long, I still haven't glimpsed your genuine appearance. Xiao Yixian's eyes brimmed with curiosity, her heart fluttering as if ants were crawling within. On their way back to Wutan City, she couldn't help but speculate about Shiaoze's looks. Alas, it was a pity to part with such a refined visage. It cost a staggering 10,000 gold coins, and removing it would lead to its ruin. What a shame. Shiaoze remarked wistfully. Let us freshen up. He led Xiao Yixian to a small stream. Standing by the water's edge, Xiao Yixian watched as Shiaoze jumped into the stream to cleanse himself. After spending over 10 days together, their relationship had grown considerably closer. They no longer maintained a facade of formality. At least Xiao Yixian now felt no embarrassment seeing Shiaoze bare-chested as he bathed. She boldly scrutinized his physique, even teasing him. Shiaoze, have you become more robust? You seem a bit different from a fortnight ago. Perhaps, I've been expending a lot of energy lately. And it has had a workout effect, Shiaoze replied. Xiao Yixian's eyes widened in surprise as she thought, what a striking young man. Chapter 33, The Rapidly Formed Sisters. What's wrong? Is my face not clean? Shiaoze inquired, touching his cheek, which felt pristine as ever. Not at all. I just didn't expect the beauty beneath the mask to be so exceptionally striking, Xiao Yixian said sincerely. Haha, flatter me some more, I do enjoy it. Shiaoze chuckled heartily as he donned fresh garments. Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes, suddenly intrigued. Given your looks, you must have quite a few admirers, right? Unfortunately, no. I tend to keep a low profile, and there is only one childhood friend in my family. Upon hearing that Shiaoze had only one childhood friend, Xiao Yixian felt a flicker of joy in her heart. She deeply resonated with Xiaoze's assertion of being low-key. His demeanor transcended mere modesty. Throughout their journey back to Wutan City, whenever they encountered a town where they could rest, Shiaoze would invariably don a cloak. According to his explanations, he had never ventured into a town on the road to Qingshan Town, consistently remaining on the periphery of the bustling crowds. This was far beyond what could simply be described as low-key. Having adjusted his attire and used his dou qi to dry his hair, Shiaoze encountered 2 guards from the Xiao family at the gates, who were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure and greeted him in unison. "Young Master Shiaoze, thank you for your hard work," he replied with a smile, taking Xiao Yixian by the hand as they entered the Xiao residence. Once Shiaoze departed, the 2 guards began to murmur among themselves. "Has young Master Shiaoze been out and about? I don't think so. I have no recollection of it. If you ask me, who should I inquire with? This is beyond our concern." After a brief gossip session, the guards returned to their mundane state. Shiaoze led Xiao Yixian to pay a visit to Xiaozhan. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Xiao Sun'er took a moment to steady her breathing as she looked at the figure of Ling Ying before her. With a slight furrow in her brow, she felt a twinge of unease, particularly regarding another person possessing the cursed poison body. It seemed she intended to utilize Xiao Yixian's potent poison for her own cultivation. Yet something about it left Xiao Sun'er feeling unsettled. Both Shiaoze and Xiao Yixian possessed the cursed poison body, as if they were destined to be together. The once buoyant mood of constant breakthroughs dissipated into thin air. "By the way, what is the current strength of Brother Shiaoze?" Ling Ying coughed lightly, aware of her competitive spirit. Noticing Ling Ying's hesitation, Xiao Sun'er felt a sense of foreboding. Could he have already reached the Great Dou Master level? Not quite. Ling Ying hurriedly clarified, but before Xiao Sun'er could breathe a sigh of relief, Ling Ying's next revelation widened her eyes in astonishment. Young Master Shiaoze has already attained the 9-star Dou Master level, and it appears he has been suppressing further breakthroughs. "Old Ling, it would have been better had you not explained," she retorted. "Well, I am merely speaking the truth," he replied with a chuckle. However, the speed of improvement for the cursed poison body in its early stages is indeed extraordinary. After awakening his physique, young Master Shiaoze achieved 6 consecutive breakthroughs. Yet, in the later stages, he may not surpass you, my lady, as you are the possessor of a divine bloodline from the ancient clan. After a moment of silence, Xiao Sun'er suddenly inquired, "Is it true that in the later stages of the cursed poison body, one cannot contain the toxic power and would suffer the torment of myriad poisons?" "My lady, rest assured, although the cursed poison body is rare, the ancient clan has methods to address it," Ling Ying explained. Hearing this, Xiao Sun'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hoped that Brother Shiaoze would not be overwhelmed by power and recklessly consume potent toxins. Xiao Sun'er murmured to herself, "Although the ancient clan possesses solutions for the cursed poison body, acquiring them is not as simple as one might think, at least until adulthood." She wished to continue accompanying Brother Shiaoze. "My lady, young Master Shiaoze has arrived, and he is accompanied by that young girl." As Ling Ying uttered her final words, her figure melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. After assuring Xiaozhe of his safety, Xiaozhe promptly ventured to the back mountain with Xiao Yixian. "Sun'er, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly," Xiaozhe exclaimed as he hastened to Sun'er, who responded with a radiant smile. The Xiao Yixian, standing behind Xiaozhe, was momentarily taken aback by Sun'er's beauty. This was the childhood companion Xiaozhe had mentioned, though not yet fully matured. She already possessed the nascent beauty of an unparalleled goddess, exuding an air of mysterious nobility. For any man, this was an irresistible allure. This single childhood friend could rival a multitude of enchanting confidants. Initially, Xiao Yixian felt a sense of relief at Xiaozhe's singular childhood bond, believing it reduced her competition. However, she soon realized that she might find herself at a disadvantage. After exchanging pleasantries with Sun'er, Xiaozhe introduced the two to one another. "This is my dear friend Xiao Yixian, whom I encountered during my adventures. She is beautiful of heart and form, a healer dedicated to saving lives. And this is my childhood companion, Xiao Sun'er, a natural beauty and a prodigy in cultivation." Following Xiaozhe's brief introduction, the atmosphere between them lightened somewhat, at least on the surface. Sun'er was well aware of Xiao Yixian's background, having had a high-ranking Dou Huang scout for information. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy regarding Xiaozhe's actions, she understood that such opportunities for growth and strength were invaluable. Any ambitious individual would seize upon such a chance. Since she could not alter the circumstances, she resolved to accept them. Xiao Yixian's first impression of Sun'er was her slender waist, barely fitting within a gentle embrace, combined with her delicate features, evoking the image of a frail beauty. Yet, this delicate figure harbored the formidable evil poison body, feared across the Dou Qi continent. Xiao Yixian knew little of Sun'er beyond her breathtaking appearance, but the latter's noble and enigmatic aura captivated even her. Despite their myriad thoughts, both women maintained a facade of joy in Xiaozhe's presence. "Seeing you both harmoniously interact brings me great comfort," Xiaozhe remarked with a smile, oblivious to the underlying complexities of their relationship. To him, their outward camaraderie was sufficient. "Sister Xiao Yixian, why do you appear so weary? Shall I assist you in freshening up?" Sun'er offered. "Oh, how troublesome of you, dear Sun'er," Xiao Yixian replied, as they both simultaneously ignored Xiaozhe and strolled toward the hot spring. Xiaozhe shrugged, silently trailing behind them. Their bond had swiftly evolved to the point of sisterhood. He could only marvel at the intricacies of female relationships. Chapter 34, Ascending to Great Dome Master. Boom. The long-suppressed Dou Qi vortex within Xiaozhe began to whirl violently, drawing in an immense influx of natural energy, as if the ocean itself had opened its gates dam. Not far away, the young healer had changed into a beautiful new outfit, appearing exceptionally lovely. She stood beside Xiao Sun'er, their hands intertwined, resembling a pair of inseparable sisters. The two ladies, each possessing their own distinctive charm, radiated elegance. Is there always such a commotion when Shiaoze breaks through? Remarked the young healer. Observing the energy vortex that had formed around Shiaoze, had he not mentioned his intention to ascend to the great fighter level, she would have assumed it was a higher-tier cultivator's breakthrough. Shiaoze's extraordinary talent was indeed among the finest in the Gamma Empire. Such a spectacle was only to be expected. Shiaoze explained with an air of nonchalance, completely forgetting her own astonishment during Shiaoze's last breakthrough. Upon hearing Shiaoze's explanation, the young healer turned her gaze toward Shiaoze. For a genius, this must be considered normal, she mused. This time, Shiaoze had informed Xiaozhan in advance about Xiaoze's breakthrough, ensuring that the Xiao family members would not be overly alarmed. When Xiaozhan received the news, he was utterly astounded. At the crucial juncture leading to the back mountain, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing in wonder at the energy vortex forming at the mountaintop. Xiaoze's talent truly is unparalleled, he thought. At just about 12 years of age, he was already poised to break through to the great fighter level. In comparison to himself, Xiaozhan suddenly felt that his own status as a 5-star great fighter seemed rather insignificant. Am I truly aging? Perhaps when Xiaoze ascends to Doling, I should pass the clan leader position to him. With the Doling powerhouse as the leader, no one in the family would dare oppose. As he pondered this, Xiaozhan envisioned a future wherein Xiaoze would assume the clan leadership, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years. Meanwhile, Xiaoze, who was diligently striving for his breakthrough, remained oblivious to Xiaozhan's intention of placing such a significant burden upon him. He could only perceive the tenfold feedback reward from Xiaoze's ordinary advancement as markedly different from previous breakthroughs. It appeared that only Xiaoze's progression came with unique rewards. Nevertheless, the solid foundation established through the previous energy vortex and Duki liquefaction facilitated Xiaoze's breakthrough remarkably. Vast torrents of natural energy surged into Xiaoze through every pore of his body, swirling chaotically within. Unlike Xiaoyan's reliance on medicinal pills for his breakthroughs, Xiaoze's ascent was predominantly fueled by the natural energies of the world, alongside the system's energy feedback. This necessitated a higher level of resilience from his meridians, as he needed to meticulously channel and infuse the natural energies into his body. These natural energies were not as gentle as the effects of medicinal pills. They were exceedingly violent and tumultuous. Drawing from his previous breakthrough experience, Xiaoze understood that the quantity of natural energy required was immense. Thus, he refrained from suppressing the allure of the energy vortex. Using his breath as a guide, he navigated the influx of natural energy, directing it along the established pathways of his cultivation technique, ultimately funneling this tremendous energy into the Duki vortex. The peculiar vortex within him welcomed the energy with open arms, spinning wildly at high speed, compressing the vast and chaotic natural energies through its rapid rotation. A torrent of mottled energy was expelled, leaving only the essence condensed into a mist. Under the tremendous pressure of the cyclone, it transformed into an even higher quality of fighting spirit. A creaking sound seemed to echo in Xiaoze's ears, as if something was buckling under the overwhelming strain. Beneath the terrifying pressure of the fighting cyclone, the liquid fighting spirit, which once filled the entire cyclone, began to compress dramatically. As the volume of the liquid fighting spirit decreased at an alarming rate, Xiaoze felt his energy multiplying exponentially. The sound of liquid flowing around him abruptly morphed into the clatter of solid collisions. Hastily, Xiaoze directed his focus inward to examine the fighting cyclone within him, only to find it eerily empty, save for a singular, spinning, deep blue crystal. This crystal, perfectly round and no larger than an ordinary pearl, emanated an overwhelming aura of boundless energy. The fighting crystal. Many formidable warriors from the fighting spirit continent believe that the creation of a fighting crystal signifies the true entry into the realm of fighting spirit cultivation. This seemingly insignificant crystal is a manifestation of a cultivator's internal energy. Though it appears diminutive, the energy it harbors is astonishing. Xiaoze continued to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, yet a flicker of confusion surfaced in his mind. He was well aware of the cultivation path of a great fighter. The breakthrough to becoming a great fighter involves condensing the fighting spirit within into a higher form of energy. This is the very foundation that enables great fighters to manifest fighting spirit armor and project their energy outward. However, typically, the condensed crystal within should take the shape of a diamond. Why, then, did his manifestation appear as a smooth orb? Unable to comprehend, he could only attribute it to the system's influence. As long as the fighting crystal was genuine, that was enough. Slowly, Xiaoze opened his eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing momentarily. This was the emblem of his perfect poison body. Unlike an ordinary poison body, there existed a multicolored hidden line at his lower abdomen. Should it extend to his heart, he would endure the torment of myriad poisons. However, Xiaoze's perfect poison body lacked this characteristic. The perfect poison body allows for flawless control over the toxicity within. Regardless of how terrifying the poison's potency becomes, the poison body can completely suppress it. This was in stark contrast to the path taken by the little medical fairy in the original tale. The little medical fairy first ravenously consumed poisons, accumulating vast amounts of toxicity, condensing poison pills, and constructing runes, ultimately achieving perfect control and reaching the rank of 7-star fighting sovereign. Yet Xiaoze was different. He possessed a perfect poison body. From the very beginning, there was no risk of losing control over the toxins. He could consume as many poisons as he desired. Any poison that entered his body would be instantaneously subdued by the perfect poison body. The stronger the poison body became, the more vivid the colors in his pupils would grow. This was the sole characteristic of Shiaoze's poison body. With a successful breakthrough, Shiaoze rose to his feet, smiling at the two women. Shiaoze Gij, tomorrow marks the day of enrollment for the Canaan Academy. I've heard that the instructor coming to Wutan City is your cousin Xiao Yu's mentor, a stunning beauty. Xiao Suner remarked playfully as she approached. It seems the minimum standard for instructors at Canaan Academy is a great fighter. Shiaoze attended the enrollment ceremony, and one could only imagine how astonished the beautiful mentor would be. The little healer expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Ah? Does that mean Shiaoze could become a mentor at the academy?" No. Being a mentor is quite troublesome. Although it's not like taking care of children. Students will still seek out their mentors when they have issues. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Shiaoze quickly waved his hands in refusal, eliciting smiles and gentle laughter from the two women, who were well aware of his aversion to trouble and his desire for a low-profile existence. They had even delved into this topic during their previous hot spring outing. Ignoring Xiao Suner and the little healer's teasing, Shiaoze stretched his body and inquired, "Are you both going with me?" Upon receiving unanimous refusals from Suner and the little healer, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 35, The Wealthy Lady's Hunger. The Gathering Chi Pearl. Despite her weariness, the thought of the person she was about to meet quickened her pace. As she opened the door, the youth's visage seemed unchanged since yesterday, yet imbued with a hint of maturity and the weariness of experience. Could it be that the nearly month-long journey had yielded such remarkable results? Shiaoze rose, smiling as he spoke. In response, Yafei shot him a playful glare, her tone mockingly reproachful. "Do you really think of me as merely an auctioneer? It seems you've forgotten about your elder sister amidst your reunion with your childhood sweetheart." Was it possible that Yafei had planted spies at the Xiao residence, fully aware of these events? Shiaoze felt a momentary awkwardness. His previous remark had merely been a courteous gesture, akin to expressing delight at seeing her. A hint of discomfort flitted across Yafei's face as she sank into a chair, discarding her mink scarf to the side. After a day of busyness. How exhausting. I wonder if anyone could offer me a massage? Shiaoze suppressed a chuckle at her abrupt change of subject. Recognizing her reluctance to pursue that topic, he tactfully shifted gears. "You've worked hard, dear sister. Allow me to assist you with a massage." Yafei relaxed her body, half closing her eyes, clearly signaling her intent to let Shiaoze take charge. Seizing the moment, Shiaoze approached her without hesitation. As he lowered his gaze, he realized that her beauty was unparalleled. The few girls he had been close to were either his age or slightly older. Yet none could compare to Yafei's exquisite allure. Taking a deep breath, Shiaoze placed his hands on her shoulders, carefully controlling his strength, which elicited a look of sheer contentment from her. She unconsciously emitted soft sounds of approval. Yafei's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes half-lidded in pleasure as she languidly remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such skills, Shiaoze. Would you believe me if I said this is my first time receiving a massage from you?" "Of course I believe you, elder sister." After a moment of relaxation, she straightened her posture, her demeanor still languorous. She noticed that her internal energy felt invigorated, as if Shiaoze's massage held the power to soothe her muscles and invigorate her blood flow. Yafei suddenly felt a familiar connection with her brother, as if he were a treasure trove, frequently surprising her with delightful discoveries. "This is the magic core I acquired during my training in the Beast Mountains. I would appreciate it if you could assess its value, dear sister Yafei," Shiaoze said, waving his hand to reveal a pile of magic cores on the table. Previously, he had ventured into the outskirts of the Beast Mountains with a little healer to gather herbs. Typically, valuable herbs were guarded by magical beasts, which inevitably led to encounters with them. On one occasion, they unexpectedly faced a small wave of magical beasts. Shiaoze courageously slew dozens, leaving the remaining beasts utterly terrified. From that singular experience, he amassed nearly 20 magic cores, although they were all first-tier cores, calculating at 500 gold coins each. He had effortlessly accrued close to 20,000 gold coins. Coupled with various other gains, his expedition yielded tens of thousands of gold coins. Once the enrollment at the Canaan Academy concluded, he intended to depart from Wutan City. When venturing into the world, a well-filled wallet offers a sense of security. Yafei gazed at the abundance of magic cores before her, her mouth agape, stammering, "Did you truly hunt all of these?" Upon receiving Shiaoze's affirmative nod, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Shiaoze, what is your current strength? I find it increasingly difficult to perceive you." Sister Yafei, have you truly ever discerned my strength?" Shiaoze remarked, scrutinizing Yafei. Having personally interacted with her, he was aware that her prowess had yet to reach the level of a fighter. Observing her somewhat indignant expression, Shiaoze quickly raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance. "All right, I was a fighter before, but now I am a great fighter." Yafei gasped, her almond eyes widening in astonishment, her expression bordering on disbelief as she inhaled sharply. A great fighter under the age of 12. It is likely that no one in the entire Gamma Empire could match that. In this moment, Yafei truly recognized how fortunate she was to have accepted this brother. In the future, Shiaoze would undoubtedly soar to great heights, standing at the pinnacle of the Gamma Empire. After a while, Yafei managed to compose herself from the shock and began counting the magic cores on the table. Magic cores are perpetually in demand and can be easily sold. "Do you wish to receive your gold coins now, or would you prefer to wait until after the sale?" "I would prefer to receive them now. A rough estimate will suffice. No need to be overly meticulous," Shiaoze replied nonchalantly. "That simply won't do. How could I allow my brother to suffer a loss?" Yafei pondered for a moment before rising and entering her bedroom. After a short while, she emerged with a pale gold card. This card contains 100,000 gold coins. Now that you are a great fighter, your training will undoubtedly require even more resources. Yafei presented the card with a radiant smile, her eyes glinting with an undeniable authority. Shiaoze paused, accepting it with a heart full of gratitude. Sister Yafei, your kindness today shall surely be repaid in the future. The pile of magic cores on the table was worth at most 50,000 gold coins, yet Yafei bestowed upon him a card containing 100,000 gold coins. I gather from your words that you are planning another journey? Yafei discerned the implication in Shiaoze's tone. Yes. I intend to apply to the Canaan Academy to explore broader horizons. Ah, I see. Yafei, seemingly lost in thought, spoke with a hint of barely perceptible melancholy in her eyes. By the way, Sister Yafei, I wish to purchase some items from you as gifts for my family. Very well, I shall fetch the list of goods for you shortly. Yafei rummaged through the table and handed the list to Shiaoze. A moment of silence enveloped them as Shiaoze focused on the items, while Yafei quietly observed him. On this journey, Shiaoze intended to prepare gifts for all his acquaintances. Having selected gifts for everyone else, he found himself hesitating over the present for his third brother. Suddenly, he spotted an item in the clearance section called the Gathering Chi Pearl. Sister Yafei, what is this Gathering Chi Pearl? Ah, that one. It is said to have been discovered by mercenaries while exploring ruins in the Monster Mountain range. Yafei's expression turned contemplative as she quickly recalled the origins of the pearl. The individual had intended to auction it off, hoping someone would recognize its value, but after 3 consecutive failures, he sold it to the auction house at a low price. Shiaoze continued listening, realizing that the pearl's repeated inability to sell indicated it must be rather disappointing in efficacy. However, the description stated that it could automatically absorb Do Qi. This was perplexing. The reason it had become a slow-moving item must lie in its unique properties. Although the pearl could automatically absorb Do Qi, extracting that energy proved exceedingly difficult for others. Even the Grand Do masters at the auction house could only manage to extract a mere trace of Do Qi, rendering it rather lackluster. After hearing Yafei's explanation, Shiaoze's eyes sparkled with realization. This was precisely suitable for Xiao Yan's current predicament. In Yafei's room, Shiaoze toyed with a thumb-sized jade orb, the Gathering Chi Pearl. This peculiar item possessed a reasonable capacity. Once an outsider absorbed Do Qi, it would automatically store the energy. In the realm of Do Qi, apart from mainstream weapons, such extraordinary items were ever present, likely the result of accidental creations by blacksmiths. Shiaoze attempted to absorb the Do Qi within the pearl and found it indeed exceedingly difficult. Yet, this posed no issue. The remnants of Yao Lao's soul could silently absorb the Do Qi from Xiao Yan's body. Absorbing the Do Qi within the Gathering Chi Pearl should also pose no challenge. Once the Do Qi within was depleted, it would automatically replenish its store. This way, the progress of Yao Lao's awakening could be significantly expedited, allowing Xiao Yan to reclaim his status as a prodigy sooner. Besides hoping for Xiao Yan's restoration, Shiaoze had his own ulterior motives. He intended to bind Xiao Yan's alchemical skills. While binding Yao Lao's alchemy skills was commendable, Shiaoze was ambitious. The future alchemical accomplishments of Xiao Yan would undoubtedly surpass those of his predecessor. The extent of Xiao Yan's growth and potential far eclipsed that of Yao Lao. This was the fundamental reason behind Shiaoze's choice to bind Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess. Of course, as the future Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan surely possessed more than just alchemical skills worthy of acquisition. However, the system's binding mechanism allowed for only one ability to be bound to an individual. Ultimately, Shiaoze chose the most practical pursuit, the art of alchemy. Well then, this Qi Gathering Pearl will prove useful to me. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Sister Yafei. Shiaoze contentedly stowed it away, along with the other items he had previously purchased. Yes, dear brother Shiaoze, keep up the good work. Yafei rose to see him off. Is this a gift for your family? Am I no longer considered a sister? She sighed, as she sat back down in her chair. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a beautifully crafted gift box resting on a chair across the room. The box bore elegant silver embroidery, inscribed with a few delicate words, for Sister Yafei. Humph, at least this fellow has a conscience. My efforts on his behalf have not been in vain, and his handwriting is quite commendable. Yafei joyfully lifted the gift box, examining it closely for a moment. The gifts prepared this time were, in fact, few in number. Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan, Xiao Soner, the little doctor, and Xiao Yu could barely be included. Although presented as parting gifts, in reality, only Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan would be bidding farewell to Shiaoze. It would seem somewhat unfair to gift just the two of them, so she decided to distribute gifts to all. After all, these presents were not particularly expensive. That evening, Shiaoze enjoyed a long-awaited family banquet with Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. After the meal, he presented his carefully chosen gifts to Xiao Zhan. Given Xiaoze's prowess, it was certain he would be accepted into the Jianan Academy, confirming his imminent departure from the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan, happily clutching Xiaoze's gift, departed with a smile, leaving the space for his two sons. Third brother, I trust you have no pressing troubles at the moment? Xiao Yan inquired, forcing a smile. Nothing much, just the usual difficulties with cultivation, came the reply. Those fellows haven't been bothering you, have they? No, they dare not speak in my presence anymore. In fact, my relationship with cousin Xiao Ning has improved significantly. Xiao Yan quickly responded, concerned that Shiaoze might lose his temper and turn someone into a pig's head. Haha, that's splendid. It seems you and cousin Xiao Ning have developed a bond through mutual rivalry. Shiaoze chuckled. He then retrieved a wrist guard, embedding the Qi Gathering Pearl within it. Third brother, This is a special item I specifically acquired for you. It may alleviate your circumstances. Xiaoyan was puzzled. What could a wrist guard possibly do? Hurry and wear it. There are hidden intricacies within. It is best to keep it on at all times. And do not remove it unless necessary, Shiaoze said with earnest conviction. Upon seeing Xiaoze's serious demeanor, Xiaoyan nodded solemnly, placing his trust in him. Xiaoze prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, Xiaoyan raised his hand to ask, "Fourth brother, what is your current realm?" Xiaoze casually replied with a light remark, gradually retreating. Only Xiaoyan remained, rooted in place, utterly stunned. With a dry throat, Xiaoyan murmured to himself. The great fighter is truly formidable. At that moment, his resolve solidified, and he vowed to take Shiaoze as his ultimate goal. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu knocked on Xiaoze's door. "Xiaoze, rise and shine. Time waits for no one, lest we find ourselves amidst a throng." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a delicate visage. Xiaoyu's hand froze mid-motion. "Who are you?" Xiaoze has hidden such a beautiful girl in his room. "Cousin Xiaoyu, you must be accountable for your words. This is my friend, the little medical sage." Xiaoze's voice emanated from behind the little medical sage as he approached in a white coat. She had taken refuge at the Xiao residence for a night, preparing to participate in the Canaan enrollment. Xiaoyu, astonished, pointed at the duo, her ruby lips parting slightly as she exclaimed, "You two are cohabitating." At that moment, the voice of Xiao Suner floated in. With a smile, she remarked, "Yesterday, the little medical sage had nowhere to stay, and it would have been troublesome to tidy up the guest room." Xiaoze offered her his chamber, while he stayed in Suner's room, tending to her meridians throughout the night. "All right, the one urging me is you, cousin Xiaoyu. Yet you are the one who is so inquisitive." Xiaoze fastened his belt, addressing the still curious Xiaoyu, effectively dispelling her probing thoughts. The four of them proceeded toward the enrollment square of Canaan Academy. Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei did not accompany them, evidently having not qualified, and thus refraining from joining the commotion. A sense of foreboding crept into their minds. With Xiaoyu expressing, "Those individuals are as fervent as ever. Some have been waiting overnight at the square for the Canaan Academy's enrollment team." Having successfully enrolled the previous year, Xiaoyu reflected, although recruitment is taking place in Wutan City, it also encompasses several neighboring metropolises, making the influx of candidates quite normal. "What shall we do now?" The little medical sage observed the crowd nearly overflowing the square and inquired. "Fear not, I shall lead you through the back entrance," Xiaoyu proclaimed confidently. Under her guidance, they arrived at the rear of the square. Here, a battalion provided by the city lord stood guard, each soldier fully equipped. They formed a formidable barrier, bolstering security. Xiaoyu instructed Xiaoze and the others to wait in place. She retrieved a green token from her bosom and approached the military commander. The resolute-faced commander cast a glance at Xiaoze's trio, his brow furrowing slightly. "Junior sister Xiao. It is not that I doubt you, but the youth of these three is rather striking. Rest assured, senior brother, I would not bring them here if their capabilities did not meet the standards. In fact, the strongest among them might even surpass you," she asserted. The commander, taken aback, regarded Xiaoyu with newfound respect. Since she was so assured, he decided to grant them passage. After all, should they fail the final assessment, it would be their own embarrassment. The commander dismissed her last comment, thinking, at such a tender age, no matter how gifted, they cannot possibly rival me. However, as he scrutinized them, their calm demeanor caused him to inwardly nod in acknowledgement. Upon encountering the gaze of an ordinary individual, one cannot help but avert their eyes. He is a true veteran of the battlefield, his eyes brimming with a murderous aura. "Let them pass," commanded the general with a wave of his hand, standing aside. The densely packed steel army gradually shifted, unveiling a narrow path wide enough for two. Xiaoyu brandished the jade token in her hand before Xiaoze and the others, beckoning them to follow. However, as she stepped onto the path, the triumphant smile on her face faltered, and a chill coursed through her body. This army had undeniably seen combat. The fully armed soldiers were not mere decorations. A faint scent of blood emanated from them, and traversing their midst evoked an indescribable sense of oppression. Xiaoze, on the other hand, felt unperturbed, his eyes glancing at the general standing nearby. He sensed that it was the general who exuded this oppressive presence. Having once battled through a minor beast tide, even the fiercest of beasts had quailed before him. In the face of such a formation, he felt at ease. Moreover, Xiaoze's greatest confidence stemmed from his own prowess. As a one-star great fighter, he was fully capable of piercing through this army. When one's strength is insufficient, the oppression one exerts is merely a fade, a paper tiger in the eyes of the strong. Beside him, Xiao Suner remained composed, with high-ranking Do Huangs guarding her daily. It was inconceivable that she would be intimidated by this array of soldiers. At first, little medical sage was startled, but she soon regained her composure. Having followed Xiaoze through a minor beast tide, she had witnessed the aftermath, a scene where blood flowed like rivers. The valley where the battle took place had collected a small pool of blood in its low-lying area. Though she had been nauseous for quite some time after the battle, her tolerance for the scent of blood and the accompanying pressure had significantly improved. Hence, after a brief period of discomfort, she quickly settled her nerves. The short span of a few meters proved to be an arduous journey for Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the end, she finally exhaled a breath of relief, her face slightly pale. Turning back, she noticed Xiaoze and the others watching her with calm expressions, causing her cheeks to flush. She silently mused, indeed, only those who are monstrous themselves can befriend such beings. The general standing at the periphery swiftly approached, his eyes wide with astonishment as he reassessed the trio. He acknowledged his previous oversight. The earlier pressure had been orchestrated by him. An ordinary person would have never made it through. They would have faltered long before reaching this point. Brother, you are being rather difficult. Shiaoze exclaimed, patting her chest, still a bit shaken. Ahem. This is a test instructed by Mentor Roland. Otherwise, everyone would attempt to take shortcuts. And would the enrollment ceremony still hold any meaning? Shiaoze nodded in resignation, casting him an exasperated glance before leading Shiaoze and the others into the heart of the square. Before departing, Shiaoze cast a glance back at the general. Does a standard test necessitate an officer to exert such pressure? The fleeting doubt flickered in his mind, but he chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of the presence of this illustrious leader, it makes no difference to him. A few individuals approached the central tent of the square when a strikingly voluptuous woman suddenly emerged. She rushed forward and embraced Shiaoze, her hands roving unabashedly over her. Get off, you perverse woman, Shiaoze exclaimed with a laugh, forcefully pushing her away, for otherwise, this mischievous individual would not cease her antics. Allow me to introduce. This is my dear sister from Canaan Academy, Shia, whose figure is utterly captivating, attracting many suitors. Shiaoze nodded, acknowledging the obvious. Dressed in a vibrant red garment, Shia possessed a youthful and charming visage. Though her beauty may not rival Shiaoze's, her voluptuous curves drew the furtive glances of passing young men. Some unable to suppress a discreet gulp, Shiaoze brushed off Shia's wandering hands, and then led her to stand before Shiaoze and the others. These two are my relatives, my cousin Shiaoze and my cousin Shiaoze. This one is Shiaoze's close friend, the little medical sage. Shia cast an inquisitive glance at the trio, immediately captivated by Shiaoze. Sisters, come out, she suddenly called into the tent. Instantly, a group of women of various shapes emerged, and before they could inquire, Shia pointed towards Shiaoze. Wow, what a handsome young lad. Whose son is this? How did he come to be in the central square? So extraordinarily dashing. Shia, you certainly know how to share with your sisters, Shia remarked, sensing trouble brewing with the arrival of this crowd of girls, and quickly interposed herself in front of Shiaoze. Ahem, this is my cousin Shiaoze. Do not get carried away, he is still underage. Oh my, I wondered why Shiaoze never mentioned her relatives. Turns out she was hiding such a beautiful young man. Shiaoze stood to the side, donning a smile that met popular expectations. Shiaoze took hold of Shiaoze's hand, a gesture tinged with possessiveness. While the little medical sage stood beside him, her eyes brimming with astonishment. It appeared a minor commotion was about to unfold outside the tent. Suddenly, a fierce voice erupted from within the tent. Why should I be the one to step outside? Just because you are a 3-star fighter? You may bear the title of senior, but as a freshman, I too am a member of Canaan Academy. The unexpected outburst left the girls outside momentarily stunned. Shiaoze raised an eyebrow. It seemed a clash was brewing between newcomers and upperclassmen. Shiaoze gestured for Shiaoze and the others to follow her inside. Upon entering the tent, they found clusters of Canaan Academy students seeking refuge from the sweltering sun. Beyond the shadows, a group of young men and women endured the harsh rays. The Academy students wore expressions of amusement as they glanced towards the center of the tent. The newcomers, surprised, also looked towards the heart of the tent, hesitant to resist, yet the individual at the center dared to voice their unspoken sentiments. A robust-looking youth, appearing around 15 or 16 years old, stood tall, evidently shaped by rigorous training. At this moment, arms crossed and a disdainful expression adorning his face. He gazed at the individual before him. Chapter 38, Offering Assistance. Mentor Roland. The atmosphere within the tent was somewhat tense, with the surrounding Canaan students watching the spectacle unfold. Outside the tent, the new students looked on with anticipation. Facing the newcomer stood a young man with a fair complexion. The 3 golden stars on his Canaan Academy uniform signified his prowess. Yet, at this moment, his once fair visage was marred by a grimace, revealing a countenance of displeasure. Rod felt the weight of his peers' scrutinizing gazes, and a wave of humiliation washed over him. Previously, he had relished in asserting dominance over those new students, delighting in the way he had tempered the arrogance of these provincial prodigies. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable challenger, one who dared to refute him in front of an audience. This affront was particularly galling for the prideful Rod. I have encountered several brash characters like you. Yet, those who boisterously boast ultimately meet with the most dismal of fates, he retorted, disdain dripping from his words. This was an unspoken rule at Canaan Academy, to temper the overconfidence of these local talents, preventing egregious conflicts upon their arrival at the academy. The burly young man rolled his eyes, scoffing. You, a mere 3-star combatant, believe you can diminish my spirit? To his surprise, the challenger appeared impervious to his taunts, responding with words that stoked his ire further, particularly the ambiguous laughter that followed. It ignited a fire within him. Very well, allow me, a 3-star combatant senior, to enlighten you about the academy's rules. The young man's arrogance spurred him to accept the challenge outright. The onlookers cleared a space, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The new students basking in the sun outside the tent were filled with hope, wishing for the burly youth to vindicate them. Shiaoze observed the 2 adversaries. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he could discern that both were of the same caliber, each a 3-star combatant. The burly youth's physique suggested a commitment to rigorous training. In the realm of low-tier practitioners, such a robust stature undoubtedly conferred significant advantages. As expected, once a Canaan student, acting as the referee, declared the match to commence. The burly youth charged forth with explosive force, delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Rod was unexpectedly sent staggering back 3 steps, his expression darkening instantly. The confidence that once illuminated his face was now shrouded in clouds of dismay. From their earlier exchange, he realized that this challenger's strength was no less than his own. Shiaoze, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself, this challenger proves to be quite formidable. He found himself rather pleased with the turn of events. While the intent to temper the overconfidence of local talents was commendable, such confrontations were unnecessary. Once they reached Canaan Academy, they would inevitably encounter peers of equal or greater talent, naturally diminishing their hubris. If one continues to harbor a disdainful attitude towards everything, Shiaoze believes this is not a sign of vigor, but rather folly. Such behavior, as leaving someone exposed to the elements for nearly half an hour, is undeniably inappropriate. While a myriad of thoughts swirled in Shiaoze's mind, Rod had already succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the burly youth, crashing to the ground. The heat of embarrassment flushed his face as if he had been struck repeatedly. The astonished gazes of those around him only deepened his humiliation. The newcomers, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of exhilaration, finally avenging their grievances. Upon seeing Rod on the ground, the burly youth displayed a hint of disappointment but refrained from kicking a man when he was down. At that moment, Shiaoze suddenly noticed that Rod seemed to be tossing something into his mouth. Shiaoze narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this was an attempt to cheat in the face of defeat. Indeed, Rod swiftly flipped himself over, his demeanor transforming dramatically, eyes glowing crimson as he charged at the burly youth. The latter sensed something amiss, yet Rod had already launched himself forward, his fists radiating a fierce aura, evidently employing some form of combat technique. With a resounding impact, the burly youth was caught off guard and sent flying. He staggered back several steps before half kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Rod pressed down hard, leaving a faint imprint on the ground, and surged toward the burly youth, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The onlooking girls gasped in shock. Other students from Canaan Academy frowned, contemplating intervening. As a life could be at stake, the newcomers, left exposed to the sun, were filled with concern. The burly youth raised his head, gazing at Rod's fist glowing with fighting spirit, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, his injuries left him immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the fist drew nearer. In that critical moment, he saw a hand enveloped in pale blue fighting spirit extend from the side, grasping Rod's wrist. Spare him where you can. This is an attack that could prove fatal, must it be so? Shiaoze's calm voice resonated nearby, prompting both Rod and the burly youth to turn their attention. The crowd directed their astonished gazes toward Shiaoze, completely unaware of when he had approached. Little brat, do you intend to defend him? Rod's eyes were bloodshot, clearly in a state of confusion. What have you ingested? Your strength may not have increased significantly, yet the effects seem to have clouded your mind. As Shiaoze spoke, he exerted force with his arm. With a crack, Rod's arm was brutally broken. Rod bent at an awkward angle, and Shiaoze raised his foot, delivering a kick to Rod's chest. He sent Rod flying, rolling several times outside the tent. Hiss! Who is this boy? So ferocious. It was astounding that he could overpower Rod, who had temporarily enhanced his strength with a pill. This youth's prowess was likely extraordinary. The atmosphere within the tent became utterly tense, with countless gazes fixed upon Shiaoze, the students from Canaan Academy wearing expressions of grave concern. The women who had learned of Shiaoze's identity were utterly astonished. Among the new students, some young ladies gazed at Shiaoze's figure, their eyes shimmering with admiration. In the midst of this silence, a gentle voice resonated. Oh dear, I was only gone for a brief moment, and you've caused such a commotion. Accompanying this voice, a figure clad in green appeared quietly. With a serene smile gracing her face, she exuded an aura akin to a crystal-clear spring flowing through one's heart. Her unique charm and grace were palpable, for she was none other than the instructor for this recruitment, Mentor Ruolin. Concerned for Shiaoze's well-being, Xiaoyu hurriedly approached, her expression brightening as she wrapped her arms around Ruolin's ample waist. Hee, Mentor Ruolin, I missed you so much. The one who intervened just now is my cousin, Shiaoze. He may have acted rashly. Please don't hold it against him. Oh, he is your cousin and is here to participate in this recruitment? Ruolin's eyes flickered with surprise and delight. It seemed she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. At that moment, Shiaoze was helping the robust youth to his feet. The youth expressed his gratitude, nodding toward Shiaoze. Thank you for your timely rescue. My name is Lei Luo. Shiaoze, Chapter 39, Punishment and Classification. Bring Rod in here. And let the new students come in as well. Her voice flowed like gentle water, soothing the hearts of those present. As if the summer heat had dissipated with her arrival, Mentor Ruolin instructed 2 students to carry the unconscious Rod inside. After assessing Rod's injuries, Ruolin furrowed her brow slightly and shot a disapproving glance at Shiaoze. You little rascal, you truly go all out when you strike. This enchanting glance made the surrounding boys blush, yet Shiaoze remained composed, shrugging as he replied, I held back. Compared to this fellow who aimed to kill Lei Luo, I can be considered merciful. The students around them were left speechless, but Shiaoze spoke the truth. Rod had indeed attacked Lei Luo's vital areas with lethal intent. Alas, Rod was also blinded by anger. Acting without restraint, Ruolin sighed, placing her hand on Rod's chest. She utilized her water attribute energy to restore the disordered aura within him, mending his injuries. Both water and wood attribute energies possess healing properties, and mercenary groups often recruit individuals with corresponding attributes, as it is significantly cheaper than healing potions. Shiaoze observed the envious gazes of the nearby boys. their expressions reflecting a yearning to receive Ruo Lin's treatment, as if it were the greatest fortune. Earlier, when Ruo Lin had cast a glance at him, it was indeed captivating, likely overwhelming for an ordinary man. However, Shiaoze remained unaffected. Having endured countless cycles of destruction and rebirth during his trials with the cursed poison body, he had developed an extraordinary resilience to such temptations and pleasures. Now, unless he allowed his heart to wander, ordinary allurements and delights scarcely stirred his spirit. The system's feedback rewards, aside from enhancing one's abilities, also bestow significant hidden benefits. Soon after, Ruolin gradually withdrew, standing up with an expressionless face. Rod's eyelids snapped open, and upon seeing Ruolin's visage, a flicker of admiration and longing glimmered in his eyes. Ignoring Rod, Ruolin turned to Shiaoze, a smile playing at her lips as she inquired, "Little one, how do you think I should handle you? Shouldn't I be generously rewarded?" Shiaoze feigned surprise in his tone, prompting the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Huh, you are quite the amusing little fellow. Pray tell, why should I lavish you with such rewards?" Ruolin chuckled lightly, pressing for an answer. "I have just aided Canaan Academy in preventing a fatal conflict among peers," Shiaoze responded, disregarding the astonished gazes of the others. This particular upperclassman from Canaan Academy was ruthless, taking advantage of the guise of sparring, yet striking with lethal intent. If Canaan Academy's students could freely kill the new recruits they attracted, it would not be long before no one would wish to enroll in Canaan Academy. "Humph," Rod retorted darkly. "That was merely a lesson for this fellow's disregard for the rules." "Is that so?" Shiaoze replied with a peculiar laugh. "A mere lesson necessitates such lethal force? Besides, I did intervene and afforded you a chance. My chest still aches fiercely. Moreover, the rules you speak of are nothing but rotten conventions." At this moment, a hint of interest flickered in Ruolin's eyes, beyond the prowess Shiaoze exhibited, which eluded her comprehension. Other aspects had not captured her attention until now, but Xiaoze's query piqued her curiosity. "Humph, this is merely an unwritten rule of Canaan Academy, one that many instructors tacitly endorse. On what grounds do you dismiss it outright?" Rod forced out, sneaking a glance at Ruolin. Noticing her calm demeanor, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was leveraging the authority of other instructors. Ruolin, however, held disdain for such rules. But it remains a rotten rule." Shiaoze disregarded Rod's fiery glare and continued, "Your so-called rules merely seek to diminish the pride of local geniuses, coercing them into submission. Yet, having joined Canaan Academy, they will soon realize that those around them are comparable, if not superior, to themselves. In such a context, if one still harbors arrogance, it is not pride, but sheer folly. Nevertheless, the number of foolish individuals in this world is ultimately scarce. The vast majority possess self-awareness. Yet to prevent the few foolish ones from erring, the majority with self-awareness must endure punishment. Is this not a rotten rule?" Shiaoze's final inquiry cast a heavy silence over the tent. The students of Canaan Academy had once faced similar circumstances. Unable to resist, they chose to join. In hindsight, it indeed seemed to be a rotten rule. Those newcomers who have already tasted the bitter fruits of this rule harbor a profound disdain for it. They resonate deeply with the words spoken by Shiaoze. The previously composed Ruolin suddenly broke into a smile. "You have convinced me, my eloquent little friend." Rod's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to glance at Ruolin. "I initially held a neutral stance regarding this rule, but you have successfully persuaded me. From this moment forth, such occurrences shall not transpire among my students." Ruolin cast a sweeping gaze over the students of Canaan Academy, her eyes radiating a clear warning. The students straightened up, no longer daring to laugh. They collectively vowed never to engage in any form of bullying against newcomers again. "As for you, Rod, for every half hour a newcomer stands outside, you shall stand for the same duration. If 10 newcomers stand for half an hour, you shall stand for 5 hours. Do the math and determine how long you shall be standing." Rod opened his mouth, glancing toward Mentor Ruolin, seeking mercy. However, the typically gentle Ruolin exhibited a rare flicker of anger in her eyes, prompting him to lower his head in acknowledgement of his misdeeds. Rod resigned himself to his punishment. He cast one last look at Shiaoze before stepping out of the tent to accept his fate. The newcomers exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with a hint of delight. Ruolin turned to them and said, "While I have forbidden this behavior, do not provoke me into further action. The fact that this has become an unwritten rule at Canaan Academy speaks volumes about your difficulty in being managed." Ruolin then took her seat behind a desk, producing a parchment and ink with a smile. "Dear students, you are all now part of Canaan Academy. The institution requires the classification of potential. Thus, we must ascertain your specific strengths, up to the highest rank of 5-star warrior. Is that understood? We shall proceed in order, one by one." Having learned from the earlier events, the newcomers fell into a more subdued demeanor. They lined up to report their strengths to Ruolin. Shiaoze felt a twinge of frustration. He desired recognition, yet wished to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 40. Each more extraordinary than the last. Inside the tent, the senior students of Canaan Academy maintained order, directing the newcomers to queue properly. However, all eyes subtly gravitated towards the end of the line. What might be the true strength of Shiaoze, who could effortlessly annihilate a 3-star warrior? This was a significant question looming in their minds. As the potential registration commenced, Shia was pulled aside by a few of her close friends to relax. After all, Shiaoze and his companions needed to queue, and she felt somewhat out of place among them. "By the way, just what is your cousin's strength? To be able to instantaneously defeat Rod. Surely he rivals that little enchantress?" Shia and I could not resist exclaiming, her gaze toward Shiaoze sparkling with curiosity and admiration. With formidable power and striking looks, how could he fail to captivate attention? The other beautiful girls also clung to Xiao Yu's hands, playfully inquiring about him. Xiao Yue furrowed her delicate brows, recalling Xiaoze's unassuming demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she offered her response. I can only say that the little enchantress pales in comparison to my cousin. Her words ignited a wave of curiosity among the beautiful young girls around her, who were left yearning for more information. They persistently pressed Xiao Yu for details about Xiaoze's true capabilities. Ruo Lin, pen in hand, swiftly inscribed the pertinent information onto the scroll, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. Level. The girl let out a sigh of relief, bowing slightly to Ruo Lin before turning aside to await her turn. The registration proceeded in an orderly manner, with the line advancing gradually. In the wake of the earlier altercation, Lei Luo lingered in front of Shiaoze, occasionally engaging him in conversation. He was not a local of Wutan City, but had traveled from another city to participate in the enrollment ceremony. In his hometown, he was regarded as a top-tier genius. The prior conflict had enlightened him to the notion that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Of course, the external force that had defeated him, Luo Da, was not included in this category. The true embodiment of there are always people beyond people was Shiaoze. Their exchanges were far from fervent. They merely discussed the differing customs of their respective cities. Meanwhile, Xiao Suner and the little doctor whispered together, hand in hand. Soon, it was almost their turn, with Lei Luo next in line. Among the new applicants, aside from Shiaoze and his companions, Lei Luo was undoubtedly the most promising. Approaching the table, Lei Luo proudly announced his information. Lei Luo, 17 years old, 3-star fighter. His declaration sparked a flurry of hushed discussions within the tent. The spectators had already speculated about his ability to subdue Luo Da, but hearing it confirmed left them astounded. A 3-star fighter at the age of 17. Ruo Lin's face lit up with delight as she hastily recorded the information on the scroll. It appears that this enrollment session is brimming with surprises. There are many exceptional candidates. After finishing her remarks, she turned her expectant gaze toward the last trio. What about you three? Who will step forward first? These three youngsters were all quite young, yet they met the enrollment criteria. Their exact strengths, however, remained uncertain. Xiaoze's companions exchanged glances, and the little doctor stepped forward with a smile. Allow me to go first. The little doctor, 12 years old, 3-star fighter, having wandered since childhood. She was uncertain of her precise age, and, recalling that Shiaoze seemed to be 12, she reported that number. Is this for real? A 3-star fighter at the age of 12? Goodness, even the Academy's little enchantress cannot compare. Excited discussions erupted around them. Ruo Lin regarded the little doctor with astonishment. Upon sensing the skepticism from those nearby, the little doctor released a hint of her fighting spirit, compelling the onlookers to believe her claim. For merely sensing her aura, it appeared that her fighting spirit surpassed even Lei Luo's earlier display. As a grand fighter, Ruo Lin could easily discern that the little doctor was speaking the truth. In her heart, astonishment surged. She had not anticipated that these three little beings would bestow upon her such a grand surprise. This was yet to involve the enigmatic strength of Xiaoze. Xiao Suner, merely 12 years of age, was already a 6-star fighter. In an instant, the previously lively tent fell into an eerie silence, as every gaze turned towards the graceful figure standing before them, eyes brimming with shock and awe. The mere association of 12 years with the title of 6-star fighter denoted an alarming potential that transcended the Academy's potential grading system. Ruolin's fingers, which held the pen, momentarily stiffened as she lifted her gaze in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as they settled on Xiao Suner. Without hesitation, Xiao Suner subtly released her fighting spirit for Ruolin to verify. To her surprise, this recruitment had indeed uncovered a treasure, a potential that surpassed expectations. Such records were rare throughout the Academy's history. If all goes as anticipated, you shall be the most promising student of this enrollment at the Canaan Academy. Ruolin exclaimed excitedly. Yet Xiao Suner gently shook her head, chiming with a playful laugh. Perhaps it would be prudent for Mentor Ruolin to wait until my brother Shiaoze has completed his registration before drawing any conclusions. Instantly, the curiosity within the tent reached a fever pitch. What could possibly be the extent of Xiaoze's strength that would inspire such bold confidence in Xiao Suner, who possessed transcendent potential? Xiaoze stepped forward, hesitating momentarily before speaking. I am Xiaoze, 12 years old. As for my strength, I kindly request Mentor Ruolin to assess it personally. Placing his hand on the table, he elicited a wave of confusion among the onlookers. Shui and I eagerly shook Xiao Yu's form, playfully imploring, come on, tell me Xiaoze's true strength. How does your family breed so many prodigies? First, we have the transcendent potential of Xiao Suner, and now another in Xiaoze. Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, for she too was unaware of Xiaoze's true prowess. All subsequent information had been mere speculation, unverified. Meanwhile, Ruolin, seated at the table, swiftly comprehended Xiaoze's intent. Is it true that those who stand out are often beset by the winds? This little one is quite clever. I am intrigued to see if you are merely putting on a facade. Then, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of numerous male students, Ruolin extended her fair, slender hand into Xiaoze's palm. Slowly closing her eyes, she began to sense his strength, and Xiaoze made no effort to impede her exploration. With curiosity alight within her, Ruolin delved into Xiaoze's abilities. His meridians were remarkably resilient, and his water attribute fighting spirit matched my own in intensity. Yes, just like mine. Boom. Ruolin abruptly rose, the table crashing to the ground unnoticed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Shiaoze, as though he were a creature cloaked in human skin. The onlookers were stunned by Ruolin's exaggerated reaction. What strength could provoke such a loss of composure from Mentor Ruolin? No wonder I could not fathom your capabilities earlier. Ruolin murmured to herself, while the surrounding students gazed on, eager for clarity. Mentor Ruolin, please do not be cryptic at this moment. What exactly is your strength? Speak up. The crowd was rife with impatience. Chapter 41. Seeking benefits while embracing serenity within the confines of the tent, Ruolin's gaze transformed as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Inspecting Shiaoze with keen interest, the term genius fell short of adequately describing him. She had recruited a future top-tier powerhouse. At merely 12 years of age, this dome master stood unparalleled throughout the illustrious history of the Canaan Academy. While other prodigies might have a chance at becoming formidable, Shiaoze was destined for greatness. Such an enviable talent promised a smooth ascent to the pinnacle of power. Ah, Shiaoze, you have truly astounded me. Ruolin's tone shifted. Acknowledging Shiaoze as an equal in the realm of cultivation, to refer to him as little one now bore a hint of provocation. Shiaoze smiled in silence, and Ruolin understood his sentiment. She then addressed the others, instructing them to register the new students and maintain order without causing any disturbances. Having finalized her directives to her students, Ruolin turned her attention to Shiaoze. Come, Shiaoze, let us find a secluded spot for a private conversation. Shiaoze gestured to Xiao Suner, the little healer, reassuring her not to worry. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Shiaoze hastily followed his mentor, trailing slightly behind her as they departed. Once Ruolin and Xiaoze's figures vanished, the tent erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and discourse. The main inquiry resonating throughout was the true extent of Xiaoze's formidable prowess. Remaining within the tent, Xiao Suner and the little healer became the focal point of attention. Xiao Yu's close companions flocked over, bombarding the two with questions about Xiaoze's capabilities. Yet, both maintained a veil of secrecy, responding only with smiles despite the girls' charming attempts to extract information. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yu who rushed in to rescue Xiao Suner and the little healer, physically separating them from the throng. Once in a quiet corner, Xiao Yu could no longer contain her curiosity. Cousin Suner, just how powerful is Shiaoze? What could possibly provoke such a reaction from Mentor Ruolin? With a proud smile, Xiao Suner shook her head under Xiao Yu's eager gaze. Cousin Yu, it would be best for you to inquire directly with brother Shiaoze. Hearing it from him would lend greater significance to the revelation, wouldn't it? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes, realizing that she would glean little from her cousin. However, asking Shiaoze directly might lead to evasion. The commotion within the tent even caused some newly arrived students to feel apprehensive. Was this truly the registration site for the enrollment ceremony? Yet, upon learning of the events transpiring within, the newcomers were left in a state of shock. Particularly, Xiao Suner garnered the most attention, especially with the enigmatic Shiaoze absent from the tent. In his absence, the remarkably talented Xiao Suner became the center of intrigue, a genius with surpassing potential. However, surrounded solely by girls, none dared to approach and strike up a conversation. On the other side, Shiaoze followed Ruolin to a desolate area. Ruolin, with her arms crossed, continued to scrutinize Shiaoze with an inquisitive gaze. How had he cultivated to such a level? A grand fighter at the tender age of 12. Ruolin felt as though all her years of training had been but a jest in comparison. Ruolin, could you perhaps temper your peculiar gaze? I did not come here merely to be regarded as a monster, she remarked with a hint of irony. If I were to divulge this, everyone would indeed perceive you as a freak. Ruolin exclaimed dramatically, a grand fighter at 12. It's simply unbelievable. It was precisely for this reason that she was reluctant to reveal her true capabilities. Shiaoze shrugged and replied, I would appreciate it if you, Ruolin, could keep my true strength under wraps. I can assure you that I will not disclose it to unrelated parties, but the Academy's principal must be informed. Ruolin pondered for a moment before clarifying. After all, as the most gifted student in the history of Canaan Academy, your training methods must be determined by the principal. Shiaoze nodded in understanding, smiling as he said, I am well aware of that. I simply wish to avoid drawing too much attention. I am quite intrigued by the Academy's training opportunities. Ruolin seemed to have gained insight into Xiaoze's intentions. It appears you, little one, desire the Academy as highest level of training while avoiding unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, she mused, Shiaoze could easily have claimed to be a 3-star fighter, and she wouldn't have bothered to investigate further. Yet, by disclosing his grand fighter prowess, he clearly sought substantial support from Canaan Academy. The two continued their conversation, and their rapport visibly deepened. Shiaoze felt a bit overwhelmed. Ahem, Ruolin, before we part ways, I have a request that I hope you might grant. Oh, what could a young one like you possibly ask for? Speak freely. Ruolin responded with great enthusiasm, knowing that merely recruiting him would be a remarkable achievement. Clearing the path for her own advancement as an advanced tutor. Seeing Ruolin's generous demeanor, Shiaoze quickly made his request. I would like Ruolin to stay at the Xiao residence during the enrollment period. Before you leave, I wish to secure some advantages for my family. Shiaoze articulated his intentions clearly, and Ruolin immediately comprehended. As an independent entity separate from the 3 great empires, Canaan Academy typically refrained from entangling itself with the powers of the enrollment locations. Moreover, Ruolin, as a recruitment tutor, was already a coveted figure, sought after by many who wished to leverage her influence to secure a place for their children at Canaan Academy. Ruolin cast a glance at Shiaoze, and without much hesitation, nodded in agreement. It was merely a matter of residing temporarily at the Shiao family's estate for 7 days to convey a signal to the outside world. She would not be genuinely aiding other factions or engaging in any self-serving schemes. Very well, but I will not meet with any factions. I am simply staying at a student's home. Do you understand? Shiaoze nodded. That was sufficient. The mere fact of Ruo Lin residing at the Shiao family would be enough to attract the attention of numerous factions in Wutan City, seeking to curry favor with them. Then, Mentor Ruo Lin, I shall take my leave to prepare your accommodations, Shiaoze said politely with a slight bow, then retreated. Ruo Lin smiled as she watched him depart. This student not only possessed unparalleled talent, but also exhibited impeccable manners. Upon receiving the news, the family's high-ranking members hurriedly arranged for her lodging, determined to ensure that Mentor Ruo Lin felt the warmth of home. Chapter 42, 7 Days. 7 Days. Do you know how I will spend these 7 days? In the evening, Xiao Zhan led the entire Shiao family elite, standing outside the main gate, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the person Shiaoze had mentioned. The high-ranking members behind him were still in disbelief. The mentor from Canaan Academy, who had always maintained an aloof position, was actually coming to stay at the Shiao family. If this had not come from Xiaoze's lips, they would hardly have believed it. However, Xiaoze now wielded considerable influence within the Shiao family, owing to his initial display of 9-star fighter prowess and the conflicts with the Grand Elder, painting a glorious future for the Shiao descendants. This had successfully solidified Xiao Zhan's position as the family patriarch, while significantly diminishing the power of the other elders and high-ranking members. Witnessing Xiaoze's 2 breakthroughs into higher realms, Xiao Zhan's resolve to pass on the patriarchal title to him grew stronger. Unbeknownst to Xiaoze, his authority had even surpassed that of all the elders. Xiao Zhan's anxiousness finally subsided as he approached with a joyful smile. You must be Mentor Ruo Lin. I am Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Shiao family. Ah, so you are the patriarch. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your son's talent is truly admirable. Ruo Lin replied with a gentle smile, addressing Xiaoze's father. I hope my large group of students will not be a burden to the Shiao family. Of course not. The Shiao family is fortunate to host the talented students and esteemed mentors of Canaan. It truly brings honor to our house. Xiao Zhan warmly welcomed them to the guest quarters, ready for their immediate accommodation. Such thoughtful hospitality filled Ruo Lin with satisfaction. The following morning, Xiaoze stood atop the mountain, noticing numerous carriages gathered at the Shiao family gate. The emblems on the carriages represented some of the most prominent factions in Wutan City. The upcoming journey to Canaan Academy primarily aimed at enhancing strength. Having established a brief goal, Xiaoze became even more reclusive, as if he had already departed from the Shiao family for Canaan Academy. Regrettably, Canaan Academy necessitates a week-long sojourn in Wutan City. Time swiftly passed, and the 7 days elapsed. Xiaoze sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, radiating a cerulean luminescence reminiscent of the boundless ocean. Ah, a 3rd-star dosher. My progress is commendable. Xiaoze perceived the crystals within the Do-Chi vortex expanding further, nodding in satisfaction. Over the course of a week, I ascended 2 stars. At the dosher level, unless one resorts to medicinal pills, it is exceedingly challenging to achieve such advancement through ordinary cultivation. Xiaoze occasionally harnessed the potency of the little medical sage's toxins, utilizing the adversity poison body to enhance his Do-Chi cultivation. Brother Xiaoze, are you prepared? Today is the day of departure. Xiao Suner arrived at the mountaintop with the little medical sage, feeling the lingering aura of Xiaoze and marveling inwardly. With his already extraordinary talent, combined with the rapid cultivation afforded by the adversity poison body, a mere day's training could equate to several years of effort for others. I am ready. There is little to take from the Shiao residence. I have already bid my farewells, and returning now would seem rather sentimental. Xiaoze stretched his limbs, completely retracting his aura, appearing as an ordinary youth. Let us go. We shall join Mentor Ruo Lin. The trio made their way to the entrance, only to find Xiaoyu waiting there. Upon spotting Xiaoze and the others, she approached with long strides. At last, I can see the 3 of you. For these 7 days, it seemed as though you had vanished entirely. Xiaoyu exclaimed, feigning exaggeration, although locating them was as simple as heading to the back mountain. Yet, Xiaoyu was not so idle as to seek out Xiaoze and the others. Ah, immersed in cultivation. I hope cousin Xiaoyu will not take offense. You 3 have enjoyed your seclusion, while I have been conscripted by Mentor Ruo Lin, busy with the new student registrations for the past 3 days. The quartet proceeded to the square, with Xiaoyu lamenting her plight. Xiaoze smiled gently, silently listening to her grievances. As they neared the square, Xiaoyu wisely fell silent. I thought cousin Xiaoyu intended to voice your grievances all the way to the square. Xiao Suner chuckled. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and retorted, though Mentor Ruo Lin is gentle, I cannot bemoan my troubles in her presence. Otherwise, I would suffer the consequences. Upon arriving at the square, they encountered the enrollment team of Canaan Academy, engaged in final preparations. Upon seeing the 3 finally appear, Ruo Lin sighed in relief. You 3 have finally shown yourselves. I was beginning to fear you would stand me up. Apologies, Mentor Ruo Lin. We have been at the back mountain of the Shiao residence all along. How could we possibly stand you up at Canaan Academy, the hallowed ground for learning? Hearing Xiaoze's words, Ruo Lin's expression eased somewhat. At that moment, Ruo Lin comprehended the profound tranquility Xiaoze had alluded to. I hope once we arrive at the academy, he does not skip classes. Ruo Lin instructed the group to assist in the final tasks. As Xiaoze approached a certain area to lend a hand, a figure emerged, a dark-skinned individual clad in the academy uniform, calling out to him. Xiaoze, Shiaoze could not help but ask, "Senior, do we know each other?" He gazed at the dark-skinned figure before him, wondering if this individual was a student recruited from the Tagore Desert. Upon hearing his words, the dark-skinned man's face visibly contorted with anger. 7 days. 7 days. Do you know how I have spent these 7 days? It dawned on Shiaoze that this was indeed Senior Rod. He scrutinized Rod, noting his sun-kissed skin, which had transformed remarkably in comparison to the Rod from 7 days prior. No wonder he failed to recognize him at first. He nodded and remarked, "It seems you must have sunbathed for a full 7 days, haven't you?" Rod clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, "You know what I have endured during these 7 days." Shiaoze shrugged nonchalantly, recalling Rod's inability to accept defeat, even resorting to lethal force during their sparring session. He felt he had previously gone too easy on him. Upon hearing Shiaoze's indifferent words, Rod lifted his fist in a moment of tension. The mention of Shiaoze's words caused Rod to freeze, swallowing hard. It was as if Shiaoze's words had rekindled the pain of his injuries. He felt a sharp, fiery pain in his chest. Despite having healed, why did it still hurt? "Senior Rod, once again, it is essential to possess self-awareness," Shiaoze stated. With a dejected sigh, Rod turned away and departed. Chapter 43. Traversing the Black Corner Region. An example to others. Shiaoze stretched lazily, finally arriving at the outskirts of a small town within the Black Corner region. Several recruitment teams had already gathered here, with numerous students from Canaan Academy lingering in the town. This town was under the jurisdiction of Canaan Academy, serving as a reception point for incoming recruitment teams. Instructor Roland approached the group, explaining, "The Black Corner region is a realm rife with chaos and bloodshed, where one may easily encounter natural disasters or man-made calamities. You still have a little time. Feel free to explore this town. It is a melting pot of recruitment teams from various regions, and you might find something of interest." She added sternly, "Remember, fighting is strictly prohibited in this town." After delivering her final admonition, she waved her hand, signaling the students to disperse. Shiaoze, along with Xiao Suner and Little Medic Fairy, chose to remain by Instructor Roland's side. "Instructor Roland, how long do you estimate it will take to traverse the Black Corner region and enter Canaan Academy?" Shiaoze inquired. "What? Are you so eager to behold the scenery of Canaan Academy?" Roland replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Normally, our group is considered late. The recruitment teams should arrive within 2 days. Despite being escorted by powerful individuals from the Academy, traversing the Black Corner region is no simple task. Natural disasters are manageable, but encountering hundreds of bandits would present a real challenge. A conservative estimate would be around 10 days. Shiaoze nodded, acknowledging that he found it difficult to cultivate while on the move, primarily due to the fear of attracting unnecessary trouble with excessive noise. Upon arriving at Canaan Academy, he would be free to devote himself to cultivation. He recalled that the Academy seemed to possess an expansive, seemingly infinite mountain range at its rear. The inner courtyard, renowned as the heart of Canaan Academy, lay hidden within that boundless expanse. As time flew by, on that early morning, after accounting for all the teams, an elder manifested a pair of wings behind him, gently fluttering before ascending into the air. The enrollment teams had gathered, and he granted them half an hour to prepare their belongings. Departure would commence promptly thereafter, without delay. His voice, enveloped in a surge of energy, resounded throughout the entire town. Shiaoze abruptly opened his eyes and rolled out of bed. He had been sleeping fully clothed for the past 2 days. Being away from home warranted a degree of caution, lest he become too comfortable. The other 2 beds stirred as Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner awakened in succession. At last, they were about to traverse the Black Corner region. He could hardly contain his eagerness to enter Canaan Academy and embark on his cultivation journey. The 2 women smiled and followed Shiaoze outside. Upon stepping through the door, they were greeted by a bustling scene, with throngs of people preparing their gear. The trio possessed spatial rings, traveling light without the need for extensive packing, and awaited beside Mentor Rawlin. In the midst of the flurry, time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had elapsed. Time to set forth. The grand procession departed, advancing toward the chaotic and blood-soaked lands of darkness. Each year, the enrollment ceremony at Canaan Academy attracts the envy of various factions. After all, such a massive gathering inevitably entices audacious individuals eager to take a bite. Particularly notorious within the Black Corner region are the infamous bandits, known for their bloodlust. Countless desperate souls flock to the region annually, yearning to join the ranks of these brigands. With each new generation, lessons remain unlearned. On the 5th day of their journey, a powerful energy fluctuation emerged from the rear of the procession. A formidable presence from the Academy had intervened. At the very least, it was at the level of a Dowang. Shortly thereafter, an elder manipulated dozens of severed heads, displaying them on the flags of the procession, an ominous warning indeed. The banners were soon laden with the heads of those who had attempted to assault the convoy, seeking to plunder whatever they could from the Academy's party. As they delved deeper into the Black Corner region, the number of heads on the flagpoles increased, amplifying their intimidation factor significantly. Many bandits would reconsider their actions, weighing the possibility of becoming a trophy upon those very poles. The once enthusiastic new recruits, gazing up at the gruesome, bloodied heads, turned pale. However, the mentor said nothing. Canaan Academy aimed to cultivate not mere flowers, but true warriors. If one could not endure the brutality of bloodshed, it would be prudent to abandon the path of cultivation altogether. Leaning against a flagpole, Shiaoze inhaled the faintly metallic scent of blood, his expression serene, even as his mind concocted new abilities. Ever since he had acquired the Calamity Poison Body, He had consciously endeavored to merge the poison's potency with the water attribute energy within him. Previously, initial successes have been observed. Yet a more profound development is required to ensure that both energies can fully manifest their inherent might. Especially the fusion of the perfect calamity toxin with water attribute combat energy may yield an entirely novel special attribute. Is it the venomous water or the toxic water attribute? Shiaoze dismissed the notion of naming it for the time being. It is not yet fully realized, and the matter of nomenclature can be contemplated later. Moreover, this unique attribute is likely unparalleled in the continent of combat energy. The name holds little significance as long as he understands the situation. In the following days, disturbances noticeably diminished. After all, the heads hanging from the flagpole were once vibrant lives. The price of daring to provoke the Canaan Academy is starkly evident. As Shiaoze rose to his feet, two majestic mountains appeared before him, with a quaint town nestled between them. He gazed at the gradually clarifying town and a sign bearing its name, Peace Town. This is indeed Peace Town, along with that peculiar death tree. Shiaoze looked toward the extraordinary tree, which has witnessed the historical struggle between Canaan Academy and the forces of the Black Corner Domain. To seek a semblance of peace in this chaos and bloodshed of the Black Corner Domain requires efforts far beyond the ordinary imagination. The death tree bore the remains of a Dou Emperor and two Dou Kings, serving as irrefutable evidence. Finally, they were nearing the outskirts of Canaan Academy. Traversing a primitive forest would lead them officially to Canaan City. Mentor Roland spoke to Shiaoze. He nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Following this, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and they safely passed through the primitive forest. A magnificent city emerged before the many new students. Canaan City. Canaan Academy is situated at the very heart of the city. Upon entering Canaan City, Shiaoze could distinctly sense that Mentor Roland had relaxed considerably. You must feel relieved now, Mentor Roland, Shiaoze remarked with a smile. Roland rolled her eyes, responding with a hint of exasperation. Now is the time for busyness, as we must arrange all matters concerning the new students' enrollment. With a pained expression, Roland grasped Shiaoze's hand. Please do not vanish from the mortal realm again. I will do my utmost, he replied. No utmost. At least wait until I have organized the new students' affairs. Roland glared at Shiaoze, her usual gentle demeanor evaporating entirely. All right. Chapter 44. The opportunity to enter the library. In the end, Shiaoze did not break his promise. He dutifully cooperated with Mentor Roland to complete the enrollment procedures for the new students, with 3 days remaining until the formal commencement of the cultivation courses. This offered the newcomers a chance to acclimatize to the academy. That morning, under Mentor Roland's guidance, Shiaoze arrived at a library. This is the place. Once inside, make sure to perform well. Currently, the dean is absent from the academy, and many external matters are decreed by the vice dean, Roland advised earnestly. Whether you can secure the highest level of training hinges on this opportunity to impress the vice dean. I understand, Mentor Roland. Shiaoze nodded slightly, stepping forward alone. Before he could knock, the door to the library swung open. An elderly voice emanated from within. Is that you, Shiaoze? Please, come in. Mentor Ruolin smiled and nodded. Observing Shiaoze's retreating silhouette, she made a gesture of encouragement. Once the door closed behind him, Ruolin turned to attend to matters concerning the new students. As Shiaoze entered the library, he was greeted not by the anticipated darkness, but by an abundance of bright light. The space was filled with books, illuminated not by open flames, but by large luminous pearls serving as sources of light. Following the directions, he arrived at a spacious and well-lit room. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, sat at a table, perusing some documents. Student Shiaoze, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Vice Dean. Shiaoze approached to pay his respects, yet the Vice Dean offered no immediate reaction. Shiaoze maintained his composure, his demeanor unchanged. After a leisurely 10 minutes of flipping through the documents, the Vice Dean finally closed the pages and lifted his gaze to the still bowing Shiaoze, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Calm and collected, humble and respectful, quite unlike what the documents suggested. Merely a 12-year-old boy. Enough, young man. Maintaining that posture must be tiring. I am Hu Qian, the Vice Dean of Canaan Academy. The elderly gentleman's voice resonated with warmth. Only then did Shiaoze straighten up, his gaze calm as he regarded the Vice Dean. Do you realize the stir your dossier has caused within the academy? The upper echelons have been fervently debating how best to nurture you, the Vice Dean remarked, gesturing to the documents he had been reviewing. This very dossier had already been scrutinized by all the senior members of the external faculty, leading to intense discussions aimed at determining Shiaoze's training. It had been over a decade since the dean left Canaan Academy, and the guardians of the institution would not intervene unless the academy's survival was at stake. There was a pressing need to cultivate top-tier warriors to exert deterrence externally, and Shiaoze was seen as an exceptional investment opportunity. The training proposal regarding Shiaoze was finalized only yesterday, prompting the Vice Dean to hastily arrange this meeting. However, as age brings wisdom, it also incites a desire for testing. The previous minutes had served as a test of Shiaoze's character, and the results were quite promising. May I inquire about what the Vice Dean wishes to convey? Shiaoze asked, neither obsequious nor arrogant. This is a training proposal tailored for you. Though it is not entirely altruistic, when you rise to become a formidable force, you shall be required to lend your aid to the academy during times of crisis. Additionally, you must remain at the academy for 3 years. The Vice Dean handed over a document. Shiaoze received it with both hands and examined it. It detailed access to the library once a month, along with a quota of 100 medicinal pills and one-on-one instruction from a senior mentor. The richness of this training plan left Shiaoze astounded. The mere opportunity to enter the library was of considerable value. It is worth noting that only the top 5 from each internal selection competition are granted access to the library. To stand out among the myriad of talented students at the external college and secure a place among the top 5, one must gain access to the library. Remarkably, Shiaoze has already attained this privilege. The quota for elixirs allows for the exchange of potions within the alchemy department or the option to commission an alchemist to concoct specific elixirs as needed. The opportunity for one-on-one instruction from senior mentors is also an exceptionally valuable prospect. Furthermore, there exists an array of benefits. The only price Shiaoze must pay is to become a formidable force and to lend his assistance during crises faced by the academy, alongside fulfilling a 3-year tenure in an official capacity. For Shiaoze, this is a guaranteed profit. However, he finds many of the benefits unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, he respectfully bowed and said, "Vice Dean, I am willing to accept, but I would like to propose a modification to the training plan." "Oh, you wish to amend the plan before even experiencing it?" The Vice Dean responded, surprised. "This is a scheme devised by us old-timers." Cough. "That is not my intention. Esteemed Vice Dean, I merely feel that some aspects do not align with my character and circumstances." "Very well, speak your mind," the Vice Dean sighed. Recognizing that the proposal had been meticulously crafted over an extended period, "I would like to increase my chances of accessing the library. I am willing to forego other training plans to achieve this." "Haha, you clever little rascal. You are indeed aware that the most precious aspect of this training plan is the opportunity to enter the library." The Vice Dean could not help but laugh heartily upon hearing Shiaoze's words. Shiaoze's astuteness pleased him greatly. Understanding how to advocate for oneself is key to rapid growth. "I shall permit your suggestion, but other benefits will be significantly reduced, or may even be entirely eliminated. After all, within the library, should fortune favor you, you could acquire Earth-tier techniques and combat skills, which are invaluable treasures outside these walls." "I understand," Shiaoze replied. Bowing again, he had strategically recognized the library's worth, prompting his request. "Very well, since you are so insistent. I shall negotiate with the other old fellows and strive to secure additional benefits for you," the Vice Dean said, stroking his beard. In the brief interaction, Shiaoze's qualities had thoroughly impressed him. He even entertained the notion of Shiaoze being a suitable match for his restless granddaughter. However, he refrained from meddling too much in the affairs of youth, allowing matters to unfold naturally. His role was to safeguard the present of the young and ensure their flourishing. "Thank you, Vice Dean." Shiaoze bowed once more and took his leave. Watching him depart, the Vice Dean glanced at the training plan in hand. He was about to engage in another round of negotiations with the Academy's senior members. Shiaoze's insistence on securing an additional opportunity to enter the library was not solely for his own advancement. It also aimed to procure a high-level poison-based technique for the little medical sage, who currently relied on a method provided by Xiao Suner. Otherwise, she would remain stagnated at the fighter level, unable to progress. Aside from techniques, Shiaoze had little need for anything else. In the realm of martial prowess, Chapter 45 unfolds with the aspirations of Xiao Suner. The following day, Shiaoze, accompanied by an envoy from the vice president, arrived at the library. After dismissing onlookers, the vice president cheerfully addressed Shiaoze, stating that his proposal had been approved, granting him 2 opportunities to enter the library. However, other training benefits would be reduced or even rescinded. Shiaoze calmly nodded, accepting the documents presented by the vice president, realizing that the outcome exceeded his expectations. Notably, the allocation for the second most precious elixir had not been revoked. "Do you wish to enter the library now?" the vice president inquired. "Indeed, I require advanced techniques," Shiaoze affirmed. The vice president, comprehending his resolve, rose and approached the wall behind him, casually striking it several times. With a resonant rumble, a dark opening materialized before Shiaoze. "Follow me," the vice president beckoned, observing Shiaoze's composed demeanor with satisfaction. Such unflappability is a rare trait. As they traversed the corridor, illuminated by large luminous pearls embedded in the walls, the vice president imparted essential guidelines and regulations regarding the library. Gradually, a light appeared ahead, and as Shiaoze stepped forward, the blinding brilliance caused him to squint. Before him lay an enclosed valley, reaching skyward infinitely, as if the mountain itself were boundless. Amidst the steep cliffs, a grand and ancient pavilion stood, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Above the entrance, a weathered plaque bore the words "Library of Tomes," inscribed in a vigorous script. The vice president led Shiaoze to the entrance of the library, bowing respectfully to the void. "The personnel from the Outer Academy's training program have arrived. I implore the esteemed elders to grant entry." Shiaoze gazed at the entrance, where 2 elderly figures in gray robes sat, having seemingly materialized from thin air. He lowered his gaze and stood still. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, the eyelids of the gray-robed elders twitched slightly, revealing their somewhat clouded eyes. They regarded Shiaoze with evident scrutiny, expressions of surprise flickering across their faces. One elder inquired directly, "Young friend, may I ask your age?" "Esteemed elders, I am Shiaoze, 12 years of age," he replied with a respectful bow. The 2 gray-robed elders exchanged astonished glances. No wonder the long-dormant training program was invoked. A 12-year-old, 4-star great fighter, undoubtedly a future powerhouse, exceptionally gifted, remarkable talent. They exclaimed in unison, expressing their admiration for his extraordinary abilities. Even in their extensive lifetimes, they had seldom encountered such prodigious talent. The elders extended their withered hands, forming intricate hand seals. As they did so, a peculiar and potent aura surged forth, intertwining with the space before Shiaoze. The space unfurled like water, rippling in concentric circles. The Vice Dean elucidated to Shiaoze, this is a spatial lock established by a Dozone expert, endowed with formidable protective capabilities. Even in the presence of a Dozone, one can remain unscathed. Shiaoze inclined slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Dean, for your clarification. A spatial door gradually took shape before them. The Vice Dean led the way, with Shiaoze following closely as they stepped through the portal. Thank you, esteemed elders, Hu Qian said, bowing respectfully. It is merely our duty, rasped a gray-robed elder, before lapsing back into silence. Hu Qian cautioned Shiaoze, you have 1 hour within, and may retrieve only one item. I have already warned you about the taboos. Do not overreach, lest you return empty-handed. Shiaoze nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, might it be possible to combine the two opportunities? I would prefer not to trouble you both multiple times. The elder remained silent, recognizing that such a decision was beyond his purview. Very well. The time shall be extended to 2 hours, and you may bring forth 2 items, spoke another gray-robed elder. Shiaoze expressed his gratitude with a bow before stepping forward. His gaze fell, deliberately avoiding the plaque above, which possessed an enchanting power capable of ensnaring one's mind. Shiaoze remained steadfast, a sense of desolation lingering in his heart, yet it did not sway him. It was only upon his entrance into the library that the three outside exchanged glances. They had intended to wait until Shiaoze succumbed to distraction before offering their counsel. To their surprise, Shiaoze appeared entirely unaffected by the plaque's allure, elevating their opinion of him further. Elders, how long do you expect Shiaoze to remain inside? And what might he acquire? Hu Qian inquired, feeling somewhat bored after a brief pause. The two gray-robed elders exchanged a knowing glance. Had it been the top 5 from the inner academy selection, they would likely have disregarded Hu Qian entirely. However, given that Shiaoze was the first genius in years to receive a cultivation plan, possessing the remarkable achievement of a 4-star Great Dome Master at such a tender age, coupled with his previous extraordinary displays, indeed piqued the elders' curiosity. Shiaoze is undoubtedly gifted, yet fortune and temperament within the library are equally vital. Ultimately, what he acquires rests solely upon him, one elder remarked slowly. Just as Hu Qian was about to respond, he abruptly turned towards the library, a flicker of surprise crossing the elders' minds. Is Shiaoze emerging already? Has it been less than 10 minutes? The Vice Dean furrowed his brow, gazing at the entrance of the library. Indeed, Shiaoze emerged with a calm demeanor. Shiaoze, why are you back so soon? You must understand the rarity of the opportunity within the library. What happened? Hu Qian exclaimed anxiously. If there were unforeseen circumstances, the previous stipulation can be waived. I can grant you another chance, but this time you may only take one item. No need, Vice Dean, Shiaoze replied with a smile, displaying the 2 scrolls in his hands. A scroll unfurling in a hue reminiscent of a vast azure sea. Another scroll, shimmering with an extraordinary spectrum of colors. I felt a profound satisfaction with my recent acquisition, thus I chose to depart early, wishing to avoid imposing upon the 2 esteemed elders engaged in their serene cultivation. Earth-level techniques. Both scrolls are of such caliber. The 2 gray-robed elders, with keen perception, discerned the rank of the scrolls in Shiaoze's possession, and were unable to suppress their astonishment. It appears that Shiaoze has indeed returned triumphantly. To have secured 2 earth-level scrolls so swiftly? Hu Qian could not help but express his amazement. Upon entering the chamber, several streams of radiant energy surged forth from the energy barrier, all gravitating towards me. Upon inspection, I discovered they were all earth-level techniques, precisely what I required, thus I refrained from further deliberation. Shiaoze provided an explanation, rendering the 3 present in contemplative silence. The news would undoubtedly astound those who had previously ranked among the top 5 in the inner academy selection. Chapter 46, Sparring Guidance. Class Evaluation. Before the library pavilion, the 2 gray-robed elders observed the retreating silhouette of Shiaoze. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled fortune. Had he not faced an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly rise as a formidable powerhouse in the continent of Douqi. The space rippled, enveloping the library pavilion back into the realm of isolation, and the sound ceased. Meanwhile, the vice president regarded the 2 earth-level techniques in Shiaoze's hands with a sense of deep admiration. This was his first encounter with someone endowed with such fortuitous circumstances. If Shiaoze's account was to be believed, upon entering the room, the energy barrier had unleashed several streams of light, all earth-level techniques. Techniques that could incite countless individuals to vie for them at the cost of their lives were laid before Shiaoze for his selection. Was this not a providential opportunity bestowed upon him? Indeed, the value of these 2 earth-level techniques far surpassed the original training program. Young lad, your fortune is remarkably profound. Hu Qian chuckled, stroking his beard with delight. I am indebted to the vice president for this opportunity. Shiaoze expressed his gratitude while respectfully accepting the 2 scrolls into his spatial ring. Enough, I can see your eagerness to embark on your training, so I shall not detain you further. Hu Qian, recognizing the fervor in Shiaoze's eyes, waved him off, allowing him to depart. The student bids farewell. Shiaoze performed the necessary courtesies before exiting the library pavilion. One can never be too courteous. Upon returning to my small loft, I summoned Little Medicine Fairy and Xiao Suner, and the 3 of us ventured to the back mountain, immersed in our cultivation throughout the night. It was not until a day later that a message bird from Ruolin arrived in Shiaoze's hands, informing him that the formal training courses at the academy were about to commence. The academy's training curriculum could be broadly summarized as 1 part theory and 7 parts practice. Should one encounter difficulties in their cultivation, consulting an instructor was encouraged. After attending a day of theoretical classes, Shiaoze reached a conclusion. The training courses were beneficial, yet not excessively so. The practical courses were even more critical, as they required the transformation of theoretical knowledge into tangible mastery. In the practical sessions, Ruolin arranged for students to pair up for sparring exercises. Shiaoze and Little Medicine Fairy formed one team, while Shiaoze was paired with a girl possessing striking red hair. Classmate Shiaoze, I look forward to your guidance. The red-haired girl boldly initiated the exchange of pleasantries. Shiaoze tilted his head, raising his hand to swat away her approaching palm. Your strength is insufficient. He attempted to condense his fighting spirit in his palm, demonstrating it as he spoke. The girl paused for a moment, then displayed a look of delight, beginning to mimic Shiaoze's actions. Identify the target of your attack. Even in practice, one must strike swiftly, accurately, and decisively, targeting the vital points. With a swift motion, Shiaoze struck the girl's wrist with the edge of his hand, causing it to redden instantly. Yet, the girl did not cry out in pain, nor did she complain. She merely bit her lip and, following Shiaoze's guidance, launched an assault on the critical areas. After 10 minutes, the girl opposite Shiaoze had made remarkable progress. The surrounding students gathered, their mouths slightly agape, eyes filled with astonishment. On the platform, Ruolin could not help but shake her head, a wry smile gracing her lips. Being a mentor to this young individual truly bore immense pressure. As the 15-minute mark arrived, Shiaoze ceased his movements, while the long-haired girl panted heavily, her face flushed. You should take a break. Moderation is key, Shiaoze advised. At that moment, a female classmate among the onlookers suddenly spoke up. Classmate Shiaoze, could you practice with me? I fear no pain. Please, feel free to instruct me. This girl had observed clearly that, under Shiaoze's tutelage, others' combat abilities had skyrocketed. This was likely more effective than Ruolin's one-on-one practical teaching. With the first voice raised, the surrounding students, wary of being left out, clamored forth. Classmate Shiaoze, I implore you to train with me. My resilience is unmatched. I am sturdy and ready to endure, so please instruct me without hesitation. Classmate Shiaoze, should you be willing to guide me, I can offer you certain advantages. As the discourse grew increasingly peculiar, an ethereal figure gracefully descended beside Shiaoze. The lively scene fell into a hush. With a smile, Shiaoze addressed the crowd. I understand everyone's eagerness to enhance their strength, but there is only one Shiaoze. To simultaneously instruct so many classmates would be overwhelming, so I kindly ask everyone to heed the mentor's arrangements. Her presence quelled the commotion. For Shiaoze was widely acknowledged as the strongest among this year's freshmen, an individual of extraordinary potential. Regarding Shiaoze's circumstances, Ruolin reported directly to the vice dean, leaving other students unaware of his true capabilities. However, Shiaoze's exceptional potential was proclaimed throughout the academy. Consequently, her prestige within the class was exceedingly high. The expressions of the other students reflected their disappointment, and Ruolin seized the moment to step forward. Thus, in the future, classmate Shiaoze shall take turns guiding everyone. Shiaoze, do you have any objections? Shiaoze shook his head, as he was to attend classes regardless. Moreover, mentoring others would afford him some enhancement as well. By the way, in 10 days, a class competition will be held, with each class sending forth their strongest student to represent them. The victorious class will receive resource support for the following year. In previous years, it was the students of the Mystic class who claimed victory. Yet this year promises a different outcome. I aspire for the Yellow class to achieve triumph as well. Ruolin declared, her gaze directed toward Shiaoze and Shiaoze, with an unspoken understanding evident in her eyes. The other students shared her sentiments, elated by their fortuitous circumstances. To be in the same class as Shiaoze and Shiaoze was indeed a matter of great pride. Suner, do you have any thoughts? Shiaoze inquired, turning his attention to Shiaoze, who, among her peers, stood as his strongest contender. I shall heed my brother Shiaoze's opinion, she replied gracefully. Ruolin rolled her eyes at the sight of the two engaging in mutual deference. In response, she proposed an additional incentive. The victor of this class competition will be rewarded with a 5th-grade elixir, reputed to enhance one's innate abilities. Ruolin, I am willing to represent our class in this contest, not out of any ulterior motive, but purely out of a desire to bring honor to our class. Shiaoze suddenly raised his hand. Such a 5th-grade elixir, capable of improving one's talent, was extraordinarily precious. If utilized on Shiaoze and then returned to him, the effects would undoubtedly be formidable. Relying on Shiaoze alone seemed somewhat precarious. If he took matters into his own hands, victory would be assured. The thought of a 4-star battle master facing off against mere novice fighters seemed almost cruel. The other students erupted in cheers. Shiaoze's earlier demonstration of skill had already revealed a terrifying prowess that placed him on an entirely different level. With Shiaoze in their corner, victory appeared to be a foregone conclusion, granting them access to the invaluable resources and assistance reserved for the winning class. In that moment, all eyes turned toward Shiaoze, filled with gratitude and admiration. As for Shiaoze's earlier remarks, they dismissed them as mere jest. Ruolin shot a disapproving glare at Shiaoze. All right, the break is over. Let us resume our practice. The red-haired instructor cherished this opportunity, for the next session would not feature her sparring with Shiaoze. Chapter 47. The vast sea of illusions. The fusion of water and poison. In the rear mountains of Canaan Academy, Shiaoze sat cross-legged on the ground, his breaths deep and prolonged. While significant changes unfolded within him, he had successfully transformed his martial arts technique into a low-level earth-grade skill, the vast sea of illusions. He chose this technique precisely for its capacity to cultivate a fighting spirit as expansive as the sea, characterized by an ethereal quality that seemed to defy physical form. Under his control, the malevolent poisonous energy within him merged seamlessly with his fighting spirit. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wisp of fighting energy drifted like ephemeral smoke, slowly descending upon a stone several meters away. In an instant, the stone was utterly corroded. He had succeeded in achieving a complete fusion of fighting spirit and poison, rendering it imperceptible to the naked eye, thus providing a significant advantage in combat. With the class competition imminent, he deemed it an opportune moment to test these new abilities against the incoming novices. Rising to his feet, Shiaoze made his way toward the competition arena. The class competition marked a significant event for the new students, drawing considerable attention, even from some seasoned students eager to observe. After all, those representing their classes were the strongest among them. This implies that they are likely to be formidable contenders in the upcoming selection trials. Consequently, they have garnered considerable attention. Upon arriving at the venue of the competition, Shiaoze found his class. Upon seeing Shiaoze's appearance, Ruolin breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shiaoze may often be elusive, he remains reliable in critical moments. Today, we are kicking off with a bang, being the first to compete. Your opponent is Bai Li from the Xian Stage Class 3. After Ruolin provided Shiaoze with information about Bai Li, the referee's voice announced the match. Bai Li from Xian Stage Class 3 versus Shiaoze from Huang Stage Class 2. As Shiaoze stepped onto the arena, he glanced at his opponent. A 4-star fighter. It seems I must temper my strength a bit, lest I inadvertently cause his demise. Humph. So you are the enigmatic student, Shiaoze, who has been the subject of much intrigue. Bai Li sauntered onto the stage, wielding a silver spear, dressed in white, exuding an air of elegance. If there are no name duplications, then it must indeed be me. Let me witness just how mysterious you truly are. As soon as the referee signaled the start, Bai Li lunged forward with his spear. A glimmer of cold light preceded him, and then the spear struck like a dragon. I must say, this spear technique is evidently the result of rigorous training. The bright yellow glow flickered at the spear's tip, and noticing Shiaoze remaining stationary, Bai Li couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. Suddenly, as he thrust his foot down forcefully, his heart raced. The world before him blurred, and he perceived 3 figures of Shiaoze instead of one. The spear that was once steadfast in its aim became wildly erratic. With a swift motion, Shiaoze seized the spear's shaft, exerting a slight pressure to wrest it from Bai Li's grasp. A sweeping strike. Bang! The onlookers watched in bewilderment as Bai Li tumbled off the arena. Was this a staged match? Surely, this performance is excessively contrived, devoid of any pretense. Mid-strike, he suddenly seemed as if under the influence of some enchantment, his steps faltering and his strikes askew. The middle-aged referee stood stunned. It was only when Shiaoze directed his gaze toward him that the referee hastily declared, "The victor is Shiaoze from Huang Stage Class 2. Shiaoze casually tossed the spear aside, which landed point first beside Bai Li. He had attempted to harness the combined attributes of water and poison in his fighting spirit, achieving remarkable results. However, due to the nature of the Academy's competition, Shiaoze refrained from delivering a lethal blow, merely enhancing the effect to induce temporary unconsciousness. The perfect ebb and poison body enables him to control the toxicity within, allowing him to amplify any effect with but a moment's concentration. The spectators, initially anticipating a fierce clash, were instead treated to this farcical display. Bai Li's classmates could not contain their ridicule, and they say our class is the strongest. The internal strife is fierce. Yet when faced with an external challenge, they turn into timid creatures. Indeed, was it really necessary to be that theatrical? With steps so unsteady, one might think you had battled through the night. You hadn't even made a move, and yet you fell off the stage yourself. Truly a disgrace to our class. The biting mockery pierced Bai Li's ears, igniting his fury as he abruptly stood, brandishing his spear toward his classmates. Who among you dares to utter another word? Let us see whether my blade is sharper than your tongues. The class mentor, witnessing Bai Li's outrageous demeanor, could not help but furrow his brows and admonish. What are you doing? You have lost the match, and yet you point your weapon at your classmates? Losing is not the disgrace. It is the inability to accept defeat that is truly shameful. With that, the mentor, filled with disappointment, turned away. He had once believed Bai Li to be the most gifted student in his class, but now he found himself disillusioned. Several elders, intrigued by the freshman evaluations, were expected to make an appearance. To their surprise, the very first match featured the contentious young man they had previously debated. While an ordinary mentor might overlook the subtleties, these venerable figures possessed keen insights. They could discern that this battle was not a mere farce, but a genuine display of disparity in strength. The gap was so considerable that even the mentor could not fathom the actions taken by Shiaoze. One elder, his face set in a rigid expression, stroked his beard, revealing a rather unsightly smile. The peculiar attribute of his combat aura was imperceptible to the naked eye, intangible and ethereal, yet it possessed a mesmerizing effect. It appeared that this class evaluation would not elicit his true capabilities. The elder had previously harbored great interest in gauging Shiaoze's authentic strength, but it seemed he would have to await the forthcoming match. Muttering to himself, the elder turned and departed. If someone familiar with the academy were present, they would surely recognize that the elder was heading toward the law enforcement team's quarters. Upon returning to the class quarters, Shiaoze was met with the adoration of his peers. Shiaoze, you are truly remarkable. With a single strike, you vanquished your opponent. How disheartened the once arrogant member of the Xian class 3 must have felt as he fell from the stage. Shiaoze responded graciously to his classmates' praises and approached mentor Ruolin. Suddenly, Ruolin inquired, "Is this a new combat skill you have mastered?" "It cannot be classified as a combat skill. It is merely a new ability I am experimenting with," he replied. This was not a combat technique, but rather a capability unique to him. After all, there was no one in the continent of combat aura who possessed a flawless and cursed toxic body. "Ah, you little rascal, you continuously astonish me." Indeed, such a level of competition does not warrant you employing your full strength, Ruolin sighed. Recognizing that scenes akin to today's would likely become increasingly common in the upcoming matches, others would come to realize that it was not that Shiaoze's opponents were lacking, but rather that Shiaoze himself was extraordinary. As anticipated, in subsequent matches, spectators were astonished to witness Shiaoze's adversaries mirroring the behavior of the first match. Initially fierce and valiant, they soon became dispirited, ultimately falling to Shiaoze's decisive blows. Not a single opponent could compel Shiaoze to unleash a second strike until the very finals. As the matches progressed, the audience grew somewhat desensitized. It seemed that whenever Shiaoze participated, victory was a foregone conclusion. In a flash, Shiaoze's reputation soared among the freshmen, eclipsing even the formidable Xiao Suner. Some enthusiastic onlookers began to refer to Shiaoze as the strongest among the newcomers. However, Shiaoze remained indifferent. After all, once the competition concluded, who would be able to track him down? Chapter 48. In high demand. The body-shaping flame pill. Upon the arena, Shiaoze flicked his fingers against the blade of his long sword, producing a resonant clash reminiscent of metal striking metal. The opponent before him felt a fleeting blur, only to realize that their beloved sword had slipped from their grasp, now firmly within the hands of the adversary. With a swift motion, Shiaoze reversed his grip and struck the hilt against the opponent's abdomen, compelling them to bend over. By the time they lifted their head once more, Shiaoze had already positioned his long sword against their throat. "Classmate, I have emerged victorious," he declared. The girl, possessing a striking appearance, let out a resigned sigh. Although she had anticipated such an outcome, a sense of reluctance lingered within her. Having advanced to the finals, she was tantalizingly close to claiming a fifth-grade elixir. Yet, against Shiaoze, he loomed like an insurmountable mountain. "I concede, Shiaoze," she admitted. The referee, seizing the moment, proclaimed, "In this match, Class 2 of the yellow tier, Shiaoze prevails." Rising from the judging panel, the vice dean addressed the assembled crowd, announcing, "The ultimate victor of this class competition is Shiaoze." Furthermore, the yellow tier Class 2, represented by Shiaoze, would receive support from the Academy's resources for the coming year. Ooh, as the vice dean's words echoed, cheers erupted from Shiaoze's class, their voices uniting in a fervent chant of his name. The joy on the arena almost rendered Shiaoze's smile uncontrollable. "Here is your sword," he said, reversing his grip to present the blade hilt first. The female student accepted it with a charming smile, declaring earnestly, "I hope so." "We shall see," Shiaoze replied nonchalantly. "Please, Shiaoze, step forward to receive your individual award." Upon hearing this, Shiaoze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped off the arena towards the elevated platform. This was the coveted fifth-grade elixir he had longed for. The vice dean observed Shiaoze with a hint of a smile, recognizing that his performance in the class evaluation was indeed deserving of the training program's accolades. However, he deemed it necessary to afford Shiaoze some time to mature. The future Shiaoze would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon the continent. "Take this. It is a rare and esteemed creation crafted by Elder Hua of the alchemy department." I had to persuade him quite sternly to part with it as a prize. The vice dean chuckled, solemnly handing a jade vial to Shiaoze. The vial felt warm to the touch, emanating a formidable energy from within. "Thank you, vice dean. You have earned it." Following the vice dean's instructions, he raised the jade vial high amidst the throng's gaze, declaring himself the ultimate victor of this contest. Upon returning to his class, Shiaoze vanished in an instant, unable to sustain his smile in light of the vice dean's final request. In the rear mountains of Canaan Academy, the trio often gathered to practice, where Xiao Suner and Little Dr. Immortal awaited his arrival. The vice dean's last demand had rendered even a forced smile a daunting task. Xiao Suner couldn't help but stifle a giggle, but to everyone else, you appeared quite gallant. Announcing yourself as the ultimate victor before the crowd. Little Dr. Immortal nodded in agreement, seriously affirming, "Indeed. I observe that every young man seems to yearn for the chance to outshine others, as it is indeed the most captivating manner to attract a lady's gaze." Shiaoze rubbed his arms, still struggling to acclimate to the situation. "Ah, I shall offer you this body refinement flame pill, Suner, since you possess a fire attribute. Its effects should manifest more profoundly." The body refinement flame pill is, in fact, the prize awarded to Shiaoze for his ultimate triumph. While its efficacy is apparent when he consumes it, the results are not exceedingly remarkable. However, the tenfold enhancement that Xiao Suner would experience upon taking it is precisely what Shiaoze yearns for. In truth, such medicinal pills that improve one's aptitude do not impose stringent requirements regarding attributes. Perhaps the effects would be even more beneficial for you, my dear elder brother Shiaoze, elevating your innate talent to new heights. Why do you need to be so courteous with your elder brother Shiaoze? I have gifted a low-tier cultivation method to little physician fairy. Can I not bestow upon you a 5th-grade pill? Shiaoze, with a hint of firmness, grasped Xiao Suner's hand and placed the jade vial into her palm. Furthermore, having successfully transitioned my cultivation method, my pace of progress will undoubtedly accelerate. And I would prefer not to face the prospect of entering the inner academy all alone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner ceased her resistance. She certainly did not wish to part ways with her elder brother Shiaoze. Standing nearby, little physician fairy's expression also turned earnest. Xiaoze's words were indeed truthful. If she did not strive to catch up, it was likely that Shiaoze would find himself entering the inner academy in solitude. Xiao Suner uncorked the jade vial, and a rich fragrance of the pill wafted forth, accompanied by a subtle energy fluctuation. The vial exuded a warm aura, and the ambient temperature seemed to rise. Such an exquisite aroma. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Suner arrived at a decision. Elder brother Shiaoze, I shall wait until I reach the 9-star fighter level before consuming this pill. Its potency is formidable, and even after enhancing my aptitude, a significant amount of its energy would remain. At that time, harnessing this energy to break through to the fighter level could yield exceptional results. Shiaoze nodded in agreement. Xiao Suner was not far from becoming a 9-star fighter. Perhaps, with the aid of this pill, she could indeed directly ascend to the fighter rank. In the following days, the three devoted themselves to their cultivation. Shiaoze chose not to claim Xiao Suner's feedback rewards, intending to conserve them for his own advancement. As for little physician fairy's feedback rewards, it seemed that his initial stroke of luck with a 100-fold reward had been depleted, as the subsequent returns were merely 1 or 2-fold, hardly worth mentioning. For his perfectly crafted poison body, these rewards were merely a delightful embellishment. Following the class evaluations, Shiaoze became quite the sensation. Many sought to align themselves with this rising star, the one who had ascended through the ranks with an invincible demeanor, step by step, to become the ultimate victor. However, to everyone's astonishment, after the class evaluations, Shiaoze appeared to vanish from sight. He did not even attend the academy's training courses. This left many who wished to befriend him feeling utterly thwarted. In truth, Shiaoze did not entirely abandon the training courses. He occasionally attended practical classes. He had already completed all theoretical coursework. Due to Xiaoze's behavior, Ruo Lin was compelled to arrange for additional partners during practice sessions to train alongside him. However, this arrangement significantly reduced the practice time for everyone. The other students expressed no complaints. Only those who initially trained with Shiaoze truly reaped the benefits. After the class evaluations, those who practiced with Shiaoze could only partake in a meager portion of the gains, as time had been drastically curtailed. Nonetheless, those students cherished the opportunity, fully aware that with Xiaoze's exceptional talent, their time together was fleeting, as he would soon ascend to higher realms of cultivation, such as the inner academy. Xiaoze would gradually distance himself from them in terms of prowess. Their only recourse was to make the most of this limited time and seek Xiaoze's assistance. Time passed swiftly in their cultivation, and soon Xiao Suner encountered a critical bottleneck. She was on the verge of becoming a 9-star fighter. Chapter 49, a significant enhancement in qualities. On a somewhat desolate mountaintop in the back mountains, the three had deliberately chosen this sunlit location for Xiao Suner's breakthrough, where the fire element was notably vibrant. Shiaoze and the little medical sage stood nearby, their gazes encouraging as Xiao Suner opened a jade vial and poured out a fiery red pill. A rich fragrance enveloped the surroundings, and around the pill, faint red energy ripples formed, showcasing the grandeur of a 5th-grade elixir. Casting a glance at Shiaoze, and receiving a reassuring smile in return, Xiao Suner parted her lips slightly and swallowed the fiery red pill. She then closed her eyes, focusing intently on refining the elixir. The medicinal power of a 5th-grade pill was extraordinary. Even one that primarily aimed to enhance one's innate qualities could elevate her cultivation level. Furthermore, during the advancement phase, it equally possessed the effect of refining her physique. The combination of both might yield even greater efficacy. Xiao Suner felt as though she had swallowed a ball of flame, as the potent energy surged violently within her body. However, before the energy could erupt, an even more formidable force suddenly emerged within her. Effortlessly, it subdued the scorching medicinal power. A faint red glow emanated from her skin as it began to undergo enhancement from the 5th-grade pill. Simultaneously, Shiaoze acutely sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding energy, which started to converge towards Xiao Suner. Was she about to break through? The red light gradually faded, replaced by an unparalleled golden radiance. As Xiao Suner's fair skin radiated this golden glow, it seemed that the very energies of heaven and earth were drawn to her, wildly gathering and forming a faintly discernible energy vortex around her. Sister Suner should be able to break through, the little medical sage remarked, her voice tinged with concern. For the cultivation of Do Qi was never a simple endeavor. Often, a failed attempt could lead to a regression in rank. Have faith, Shiaoze assured. Given Suner's innate talent, coupled with the residual potency of the 5th-grade pill, breaking through to a dome master should be effortless. With confidence in Xiao Suner, he knew they merely had to wait patiently. Indeed, as time flowed on, the aura exuding from Xiao Suner grew increasingly robust and potent, her golden radiance becoming ever more resplendent. Suddenly, a wave of faint golden energy rippled outward from her form, and Shiaoze received a system notification before his eyes. Ding! Xiao Suner consumed a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the body refinement flame elixir, resulting in a slight enhancement of her innate abilities, elevating her strength to the level of a fighter. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward. Upon seeing the system notification, Shiaoze felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of the elixir's effect. When administered to Xiao Suner, not only did she benefit, but Shiaoze also experienced a substantial enhancement. He decided to temporarily set aside the rewards and refrain from claiming them in haste. Having recently broken through to the 6-star Great Fighter, he intended to accumulate a few more days of progress. By claiming all the rewards he had amassed previously, he anticipated a direct leap to the 7-star Great Fighter. This way, he would reach a higher echelon within the fighter realm. Brother Shiaoze, sister Little Medical Sage, I have successfully advanced to the fighter level, Xiao Suner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Shiaoze and the Little Medical Sage, finally reaching the fighter level. She hoped not to be left too far behind by her brother. Congratulations, Suner. Well done, sister Suner. In celebration, Xiao Suner shared her insights from the breakthrough and her experience with the 5th grade medicinal pill. To celebrate your advancement, didn't we discover a nest of ice spirit rabbits a few days ago? Let's catch a few to feast upon. Shiaoze's suggestion instantly brightened the eyes of both Xiao Suner and the Little Medical Sage, causing them to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. I'll go catch the ice spirit rabbits. I'll gather some kindling. The two quickly divided their tasks and vanished into the surroundings. Shiaoze then retrieved a complete set of cooking utensils from his spatial ring. The three of them often spent their days in the back mountain, and it was essential to learn to fend for themselves. The ice spirit rabbit, a second-tier magical beast, was comparable to a fighter in terms of cultivation. Its ice attributes made it particularly challenging. Ordinary magical beasts typically did not include it in their diet, as they preferred to swallow their prey whole. The meat of the ice spirit rabbit contained a substantial amount of ice attribute battle aura, which was difficult to digest and could lead to severe digestive issues if ingested raw. As a result, many magical beasts kept their distance from the ice spirit rabbit. Even those capable of defeating it often disdainfully excluded it from their dietary preferences. However, once appropriately processed to eliminate the effects of the ice attribute battle aura, it transformed into a rare and exquisite delicacy. After savoring it once, both Xiao Suner and the Little Medical Sage could not help but crave the ice spirit rabbit. They had even marked the nest they discovered a few days prior, planning to catch a few when the craving struck. Before long, the mountaintop was filled with an enticing aroma. Unlike the previous scent of medicinal herbs, this fragrance awakened primal instincts for sustenance, making it impossible to resist salivating at the mere whiff. After each enjoying a portion of the ice spirit rabbit, the trio resumed their cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing against the current. One must keep progressing, lest they fall behind. The monotony of training was inevitable, and the only recourse was to find small joys along the way. The delectable ice spirit rabbit they had just enjoyed became the source of that joy for Shiaoze and his companions, warmly welcomed by many fellow students. In the eyes of his classmates, Shiaoze is indeed a coveted figure. Engaging in a spar with him is sure to yield remarkable benefits. After the academy's evaluations, Shiaoze deliberately chose to fade into the background, intentionally downplaying his own reputation. After all, human nature craves novelty. Prolonged absence inevitably diminishes enthusiasm. Shiaoze, I look forward to your guidance. A girl with a striking appearance, long black hair cascading to her waist, and a hint of shyness on her face, addressed him. Hello, you must be the last one to spar with me, right? What about Xiao Suner and Little Physician? She inquired. They practice with me daily. You needn't concern yourself with them, Shiaoze replied with a smile, gesturing for the girl to commence. How wonderful. A glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes, and she immediately launched a serious attack on Shiaoze. At that moment, the training session had already concluded, and Shiaoze was focused solely on finishing his final spar. Other classmates were scattered around, observing and learning from him. Suddenly, a flash of red caught his eye at the entrance. Shiaoze glanced over, suppressing a laugh, and chose to ignore it. The figure in red approached Xiao Suner directly, uttering words that left those nearby in stunned silence. Truly a declaration that was anything but mundane. Xiao Suner, I like you. Would you consider dating me? Xiao Suner stared at the unexpected figure, her mouth slightly agape, her heart overflowing with astonishment. Before her stood a remarkably beautiful girl, clad in a flowing red dress, a vividly colored flower held delicately between her teeth. The words spilling from her lips rendered Xiao Suner momentarily speechless. In the training room, the atmosphere grew heavy following a remark from Hu Jia, plunging everyone into silence. Some girls even envisioned the spectacle of Hu Jia and Xiao Suner together, two stunning beauties side by side, a feast for the eyes. Shiaoze swiftly delivered a light chop to the head of the black-haired girl, causing her to yelp and clutch her head. Even in practice, we must strive to simulate real combat. Distractions can be perilous. Yes, Shiaoze, the black-haired girl responded promptly, but hesitated before adding. Aren't you concerned about Xiao Suner? Such trivial matters, Xiao Suner can handle herself. Shiaoze remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the girl's intense curiosity, launching an immediate counterattack. Ah! The girl quickly crossed her arms to shield her chest. Bang! She staggered back, unable to suppress a rub at her chest. Would her otherwise unremarkable physique truly be dented by such a blow? Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Shiaoze, a mix of shame and indignation on her face. My previous strike was executed at a far slower pace than before. Had you not been distracted, you would surely have evaded it instead of enduring the impact. Shiaoze explained, his tone flat and unconcerned by her tears. Once outside the academy's confines, tranquility swiftly dissipates. The adversaries frequently resort to every conceivable means. As a young woman, there are numerous considerations you must take into account. and your foes will undoubtedly exploit this vulnerability. What you are required to do is to fortify your defenses and adapt with greater diligence, rather than weeping in battle and beseeching your enemies for clemency. Upon hearing Shiaoze's words, the girl with raven hair pressed her lips together, wiped her tears, and charged once more at Shiaoze. While the combat on this side was riveting, the unfolding narrative of the two stunning beauties on the other side was equally captivating. This left the other students in a state of indecision, pondering which spectacle warranted their attention. A portion of the students opted to focus on Shiaoze's sparring session, as it was likely to be his final practice match within the class. However, a greater number chose to observe the developments between the two enchanting ladies. Would it culminate in a transcendent union, defying the norms of the mundane world? Or would one face a heartless rejection from the other? Such possibilities deeply engrossed the majority of the students. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shiaoze regained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her features. We have yet to be introduced. May I inquire your name? I am Jia, a newcomer this year, she replied, chewing on a flower, her words somewhat garbled. In truth, Jia's grandfather had not intended for her to enroll this year. Due to her innate talent, combined with her grandfather's esteemed position as vice principal, she garnered the attention of certain individuals within Canaan Academy. Among a small circle, she had even acquired the nickname Little Demoness. Jia's grandfather served as the vice principal of the Outer Academy, which afforded her the liberty to navigate the halls of Canaan Academy. During the recent class evaluations, the Little Demoness unexpectedly encountered Shiaoze, instantly captivated by her beauty, falling head over heels. To facilitate her proximity to Shiaoze, Jia pestered her grandfather to allow her enrollment this year. Ultimately, Qian, thoroughly exasperated by Jia's persistence, consented to her admission. This was not considered a breach of protocol, as Jia's abilities met the Academy's admission criteria. Besides the annual enrollment dates, there are individuals who traverse great distances to present their children to Canaan Academy. Provided they meet the requirements, the Academy welcomes their admission. Shiaoze mentally sifted through her recollections and found no information pertaining to Jia. The moniker Little Demoness had only circulated within a limited scope, and she had engaged very little with her contemporaries. Jia, irrespective of my personal preferences regarding relationships with girls or the duration of our acquaintance, I have but one question for you, Shiaoze stated, lightly tapping her chin with her delicate fingers, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. At that moment, Jia remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the inquiry and promptly replied, Sunner, feel free to ask. In the realm of the Duki continent, where strength reigns supreme, would you ever contemplate forming a bond with someone of lesser prowess? As Shiaoze spoke, her palms spread open, creating a barrier to obscure their conversation from prying eyes. A faint veil of Duki coalesced within her hand. Jia's eyes widened in astonishment. Having grown up in Canaan Academy, she was no stranger to the signs of a dome master. To her disbelief, the girl before her, of similar age, had already ascended to the status of a dome master. Her mouth unconsciously gaped open, oblivious to the flowers falling between her teeth. Placing herself in another's shoes, she mused that if other boys were to pursue her, yet lacked her prowess, she would undoubtedly and decisively reject them, perhaps even administer a sound thrashing. I understand now. I shall strive to catch up with you. Sooner await me. With that, Jia spun around and dashed out of the training room. Shiaoze picked up the fallen flowers from the ground, storing them within her storage ring, for these blooms were indeed quite rare. At last, she began to appreciate the joy of ascending to a higher realm of cultivation. However, this joy was completely overshadowed by her proximity to Shiaoze. Despite her own exceptional talent, she could not experience such delight. Naturally, Shiaoze had other considerations. By employing this rationale for rejection, she could effectively curtail Jia's persistent pursuits. Should she resort to the previously mentioned two reasons, it could lead to incessant troubles. Disinterest in women? Jia would surely devise ways to alter Shiaoze's perspective, a prospect that seemed endlessly troublesome. Limited time spent together? For Jia, this would pose even less of a challenge, as he might very well follow Shiaoze daily. Nevertheless, if Shiaoze cited the disparity in their cultivation levels as her reason for rejection, it would not only deter Jia's incessant advances, but also serve as a catalyst for him to double his efforts in training. Shiaoze felt quite pleased with her maneuvering. As for the notion that Jia might genuinely catch up with her in terms of cultivation, the mere thought made her chuckle inwardly. Shiaoze delivered a decisive palm strike to the chest of the girl with black hair, effortlessly neutralizing her and sending her reeling back. All right, we shall conclude today's sparring here. The black-haired girl, albeit somewhat unsatisfied, sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Shiaoze, for your guidance. Shiaoze waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to mention it. Shiaoze and the little healing sage awaited nearby as their classmates bid farewell to the trio. During the skirmish, Shiaoze had been aware of how Shiaoze handled the situation. He found her reasoning for rejection rather intriguing. They had not ventured far when Mentor Ruolin hurriedly caught up with them. You three, wait a moment. Since you are here for class today, I might as well inform you about the upcoming monster hunting competition. Ruolin paused, scrutinizing the trio with a hint of exasperation. We wouldn't want to lose track of you later. Shiaoze halted, perplexed. The monster hunting competition? Indeed, the monster hunting competition, Ruolin affirmed, nodding at Shiaoze's inquiry. You three often traverse to the back mountain, so you must be aware of the vastness of Canaan Academy's rear terrain, correct? Indeed. It is vast, and the number of beasts residing within is considerable, Shiaoze replied thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the rationale behind the competition's organization. Precisely. Due to the unique environment, the monsters here breed at an alarming rate, and Canaan Academy is situated closest to the back mountain. If left unchecked, it could very well lead to an onslaught of beasts assaulting the academy. Simultaneously, the academy aims to hone the practical skills of its students, steering them away from becoming mere blossoms. Under the assurance of safety, it will periodically host grand beast hunting competitions, inviting participation from the entire student body. Upon hearing Mentor Roland's words, Shiaoze could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Canaan Academy would possess such audacity, allowing all students to partake. Initially, he assumed that the academy would only organize hunts for elite students. After all, with such a multitude of students from external departments, the number of formidable individuals required to oversee the entire hunting ground was considerable. The sporadic nature of these events likely correlates with the reproductive cycles of the beasts, determining the dates for the competitions. Before the beast population reaches a critical threshold, such a hunting contest will be held to significantly reduce their numbers. Isn't it astonishing? This is a competition at the academy level, distinctly different from the class evaluations you previously participated in, which were merely trivial skirmishes among freshmen. Here, in the realm of Canaan Academy, the safety of the students can be ensured, and it is this comprehensive consideration that has led to the decision that all students must participate in the activity. Roland elaborated, recalling another matter. The training in the Black Corner region following the beast hunting competition is a matter of personal choice. Given the chaotic nature of the Black Corner region, the academy cannot fully guarantee the safety of its students. Thus, it is left to individual discretion. Should a student wish to refine their abilities, they may apply to the academy, which will then make a decision based on the circumstances. However, it is generally the case that senior students from the inner academy accompany them, thus providing a measure of safety. As the topic of the Black Corner region training arose, I would like to inquire about your thoughts, the three of you. Shiaoze glanced at Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, and was the first to shake his head. I think I'll pass. I do not require the training in the Black Corner region to enhance my practical skills. Shiaoze held no particular inclination towards the Black Corner region. Why risk it when he could develop steadily? The Black Corner region is not Canaan Academy. It is all too easy to provoke trouble with formidable beings. Bringing Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian along would undoubtedly lead to incessant complications. The Black Corner region is synonymous with chaos. Encountering beauties of Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian's caliber, those at the Do Wang and Do Huang levels would not hesitate to disregard the dignity of the strong and seize them outright. Although Do Wang and Do Huang are not frequently encountered in the Black Corner region, one cannot guarantee that they won't cross paths. Moreover, Shiaoze's own combat capabilities are far from lacking. In fact, it could be said that the likelihood of finding someone with superior practical skills among the entire external academy is exceedingly low. While Shiaoze rarely engages in combat with humans, his experience in battling beasts is extensive. Previously in the Beast Mountain range and now on the back mountain of Canaan Academy, the beasts he personally vanquished could form a small hill when piled together. It is worth noting that these are ferocious and cunning beasts. To achieve such a record places him above his peers without question. Upon seeing Shiaoze shake his head, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian followed suit in their refusals. Roland was not taken aback. She merely sought to gauge the opinions of Shiaoze and the others. Henceforth, there would be no need to exert herself in seeking Xiaoze's counsel. Very well, there is no need to seek you out specifically in the future. As for the upcoming beast hunting competition, it is scheduled to take place 3 days hence. Participants may enter as individuals or in teams, with a maximum team size of 5. Generally, it is advisable to form a team for mutual support. Roland briefly introduced the event to them. The detailed competition rules will be announced the day before the event, though the fundamental rules remain largely similar, with the only distinction being the criteria for determining the victor. In one particular iteration of the beast hunting competition, the determining factor was the number of magic cores obtained. It is worth noting that not every magical beast necessarily produces a magic core within its body. Some participants, despite their formidable strength, may find themselves unfortunate. For instance, they could hunt 10 magical beasts yet only procure a single magic core. Typically, it is quite challenging for novice teams to secure a position within the top 10. However, in that specific year, due to remarkable fortune, a novice team astonishingly achieved 7th place, reaping abundant rewards. Indeed, the academy has invested considerable resources into this hunting competition. Unlike the minor skirmishes of the novice class evaluations, this is a grand event at the academy level, and the rewards offered by Canaan Academy are exceptionally generous. Any team that reaches the top 10 will receive high-grade elixirs, combat skills, and techniques. For the students, participating in the beast hunting competition is a surefire opportunity for gain. The academy ensures safety, provides a platform for skill development, and ultimately offers rewards. Those with exceptional prowess may even earn accolades from the academy. Shiaoze immediately resolved to participate and to form a trio team. He requested the assistance of Mentor Roland for the registration. Meanwhile, he intended to use the next 2 days to strive for a breakthrough to the 7-star Battle Master rank. 2 days later, at a certain waterfall on the back mountain, this was their most frequented training ground. The waterfall provided an advantageous environment for Shiaoze's cultivation. At the top of the waterfall, the sun shone abundantly, facilitating the training of Xiao Suner. Surrounding the waterfall were numerous medicinal herbs, ideal for the little medicine sage to concoct potions. Typically, the three would practice individually, but during their free time, they would gather together to indulge in culinary delights and relish leisure moments. At this moment, Shiaoze was seated cross-legged upon a smooth stone, feeling the surging battle energy within him coursing through his meridians. It was time to claim all rewards. Boom! A resounding wave echoed from within Shiaoze, accompanied by a swirling vortex of energy forming around him as a significant influx of natural energy surged into his being. The breakthrough process was smooth and unimpeded, merely repeating the steps of his previous ascension. Yet, this time was different, for he had received an enhancement reward that significantly elevated his capabilities. He could distinctly feel his meridians had become much more resilient, and his ability to attract surrounding energy had also improved. Numerous subtle and imperceptible benefits need not be elaborated upon excessively. Shiaoze had initially believed this was the culmination of his efforts. Little did he anticipate the presence of further mastery. The battle crystal he had coalesced within him had been spinning wildly since its formation, its significance unclear. However, after receiving the advancement reward for Xiao Sun'er's promotion to Battle Master, the crystal's rotation suddenly acquired profound meaning. Shiaoze gazed inwardly, observing the swirling energy of the Do crystal, which continuously scattered flecks of deep blue light. This ethereal luminescence was capable of reaching every corner of his being. Shiaoze could perceive that these deep blue rays were nourishing and fortifying his body. Though the enhancement was subtle, the cumulative effects were undeniable. The human body, inherently fragile, was being mended and strengthened through the nurturing of these deep blue lights. Gradually and imperceptibly, the potency of these effects would intensify over time. Chapter 52, Divergent Paths. The hunt begins. Shiaoze attentively sensed the transformations brought about by the Do crystal. He discerned that the pale blue specks of light emitted were not mere figments of imagination, but were generated through a unique process that transformed the latent Do Qi within the crystal into these luminous points. This energy was employed to nourish and augment Shiaoze's physical form. Exchanging Do Qi for bodily strength was indeed a most advantageous endeavor. He merely needed to slightly relax the absorption capacity of the energy vortex, and any consumed Do Qi would be replenished almost instantaneously. However, a crucial issue loomed. Persistent enhancement would invariably lead to a continuous depletion of his Do Qi. Shiaoze conducted an experiment, loosening the absorption capacity of the energy vortex to replenish the Do Qi within the crystal. The pale blue specks continued to transform Do Qi at the same previous rate. While the function was commendable, excessive conversion could potentially jeopardize his cultivation realm. Akin to how Xiao Yan had his Do Qi absorbed by Yao Lao without deriving any benefit himself. Yet, Xiaoze's situation was different. Despite the consumption of his Do Qi, his physical prowess was indeed increasing. It appeared that even without utilizing the advancement rewards from Sun'er to break through significant realms, he could still receive progression rewards that would complement the unique benefits. This time, the advancement reward from Xiao Sun'er would enable his Do crystal to convert Do Qi and, in turn, strengthen his body. It seemed that his cultivation system had diverged from the traditional practices of the Do Qi continent. Shiaoze pondered to himself, recalling how, in the original narrative, Do crystals were typically rhomboid in shape, only transforming into spheres adorned with 9 spikes upon breaking through to the Do Ling level. The transition from rhomboid Do crystal to sea urchin Do crystal occurred as each star of the Do Ling level was achieved, with one spike retracting into the crystal until all 9 were absorbed, marking the peak of Do Ling. At the Do Wang level, the Do crystal and energy vortex ceased to exist. Do Qi would seamlessly integrate with the body, manifesting at will without the arduous process of extracting it from the crystal through meridians. However, Xiaoze's internal Do crystal already exhibited characteristics of the pinnacle Do Ling level. Thus, he asserted that his cultivation system was fundamentally distinct from the traditional one. He mused about what the culmination of this unique path might reveal. As he silently contemplated, he opened his eyes to the soft light of dawn filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting beams of light around him. Had he truly practiced through the night? Indeed, dear brother Shiaoze, the commotion from your breakthrough yesterday was quite notable. Xiao Sun'er's voice resonated from the side, as she stood gracefully nearby. A faint fragrance wafted from a distance, revealing the little medicinal fairy entering with a pot of meat porridge. Shiaoze, have you completed your training? Just in time. I've prepared a pot of meat porridge. After we finish, we must head to the site of the beast hunting competition. Excellent. The 3 of them, basking in the morning sunlight, enjoyed the warm porridge. During their meal, Shiaoze shared his cultivation experiences, a customary activity among them. It is unwise to work in isolation. Collaboration brings abundant benefits. As the trio hurried to the competition venue, Ruo Lin hastily beckoned them over. We haven't seen you for days. I'm relieved you've made it. Ruo Lin sighed with relief. The academy-level competition offered substantial rewards, and she did not want Shiaoze and his companions to miss out. Given Xiaoze's capabilities, he could at least secure a position in the top 10, undoubtedly earning a reward. There's still a little time. Let me explain the rules of the beast hunting competition. It spans 10 days, and the judging criterion is the number of magic cores obtained from the hunt. There are 2 important points to note. First, the entry points for newcomers and veterans differ, so there's no need to worry about encountering veterans. Secondly, the academy prohibits students from snatching each other's spoils. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Ruo Lin's hurried introduction was interrupted by the arrival of an elder, whose magnificent battle aura manifested as wings behind him, showcasing his power. The time has come. the beast hunting competition officially begins. As the Elder's words echoed, a throng of newcomers surged into the mountains behind. This location, closest to Canaan Academy, housed the least powerful and numerous magical beasts. Currently, the strength of the newcomers vastly paled in comparison to that of the veterans in such academy-level competitions. Newcomers typically play a minor role. Rarely does a newcomer team manage to secure a top 10 finish and earn rewards. However, this year's competition, based on the acquisition of magic cores, might permit a stroke of luck to elevate them into the top 10. Shiaoze exchanged glances with his companions. Thankfully, the entry point for newcomers was on the outskirts. Shiaoze stood still for a moment, waiting for the crowd to disperse before he led Shiaoze and the little medicinal fairy into the mountains. With 10 days for the hunting competition, there was no need to rush. Shiaoze had no intention of competing with the newcomers for magical beasts. He aimed to delve deeper into the mountains. Here, the presence of magical beasts was noticeably greater, with groups of beasts becoming increasingly common. The ice spirit rabbit, a second-tier magical beast, appeared in flocks. Any ordinary newcomer would likely meet their demise upon encountering them. Only Shiaoze and his companions could tag them, ready to catch a few whenever they desired. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle erupted. Shiaoze glanced at Shiaoze, who furrowed his brow slightly. Although there were many students from Canaan Academy, the vastness of the mountains made encounters between teams unlikely. Let us circumvent them. While direct competition for spoils was forbidden, eliminating competitors was a plausible scenario. The waterfall, serving as a water source, attracted magical beasts. Within the dense forest, Shiaoze maintained his sole perception in the vicinity. While he could extend his range, it was unnecessary. The more concentrated the focus, the more refined the perception. The ability to detect stealthy and formidable magical beasts is crucial in evading close-range ambushes. With a resounding roar, Shiaoze delivered a powerful punch that shattered the neck of the azurewood wolf, extinguishing its life without a sound. This wolf was the leader of the pack they had unexpectedly encountered. Shiaoze retrieved a dagger and searched the leader's body for a moment before extracting a pale blue magic core. After wiping it on the wolf's fur, he tucked it into his bag. The academy prohibited the use of storage rings, fearing that some might clandestinely conceal magic cores within them, intending to cheat. Suddenly, Shiaoze stood up and glanced to the side, where Shiaoze and the little medicine fairy immediately fell into a defensive stance. Are you freshmen? 5 striking figures emerged from the thicket. The central figure, exuding an air of frigid elegance, stood tall like a snow lotus atop a mountain, capturing attention effortlessly. Chapter 53, Senior Hanyu, a 4th-grade magical beast. As Hanyu stepped from the dense forest and beheld the scene before her, a flicker of astonishment coursed through her. Typically, azurewood wolves of the 2nd grade moved in packs. Observing the youthful faces of the 3 students, she discerned their status as newcomers. Yet, this place was strewn with fallen azurewood wolves, and remarkably, none of the 3 freshmen appeared injured, save for some disarray in their attire. One must understand that even seasoned students would pay a price when besieged by a dozen 2nd-grade magical beasts. Only teams of senior students with superior strength and the presence of a grand fighter could emerge unscathed. The mere fact that 3 freshmen had accomplished this feat left Hanyu in astonishment, compelling her to reveal herself. Shiaoze's gaze fell upon the 5 suddenly appearing young women, and a sense of tension gripped him. He was not keen on engaging with senior students. However, having encountered them, there was no recourse. Greetings, seniors. We are the new students of this year, and we are rather unfamiliar with the rules. Have we ventured too far? Ah, I see. Nevertheless, this is quite impressive. Does this new batch of students possess such remarkable strength? Hanyu exclaimed, scrutinizing the trio before her. At that moment, Hanyu noticed that all 3 possessed strikingly remarkable features. The 2 girls each had their own unique charm, and Hanyu felt that their beauty subtly eclipsed her own. The young man exuded a reserved aura, his handsome countenance complemented by the imposing azurewood wolf at his feet, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Shiaoze smiled, but chose not to speak. It seems fate has brought us together. I am Hanyu. May I inquire about the names of my junior classmates? Hanyu. A flicker of doubt crossed Shiaoze's mind. Had Hanyu not yet entered the inner academy? He glanced at her. Her long, silvery hair cascaded gracefully, and she wore a shimmering silver gown, radiating an icy elegance akin to a snow lotus atop a mountain. A mere glance at her evoked a sense of distant aloofness. I am Shiaoze, and these are my companions, Shiaoze and the little medicine fairy, he introduced succinctly. The 4 charming young women behind Hanyu approached, introducing themselves to Shiaoze and his companions, their gazes lingering on him with subtle curiosity. Noticing the trio's apparent vulnerability, Hanyu extended an invitation. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Senior Hanyu. She likely harbors ambitions of securing a position among the top 10. Shiaoze feigned hesitation, shaking his head in refusal. Accompanying the 3 of us would undoubtedly burden Senior Hanyu, a notion that weighed heavily on our conscience. A hasty rejection might arouse suspicion. This reasoning prompted a nod from Hanyu, who indeed had aspirations regarding the rewards of this beast-hunting competition. Having entered the inner academy a year later during the last selection, she was now a year behind those formidable peers in their cultivation progress. Hanyu must strive for the academy's rewards to mitigate the gap in her training speed. With this in mind, the 3 junior disciples should exercise utmost caution. Upon encountering an insurmountable beast, they must immediately call for the elder's aid. Life takes precedence over competition. After imparting this advice, Hanyu led her team onward in their hunt. Shiaoze watched her depart, silently resolving to expand the radius of his spiritual perception. Let us proceed deeper. The trio felt more than capable of handling second-tier beasts. Even if they encountered swarms of second-tier creatures, such as the Greenwood Wolves, they could dispatch them unscathed. Han Yu's presence instilled a sense of urgency in Shiaoze. Could it be that the cadre of the Inner Academy from Xiaoyan's year had yet to enter? If that were true, the competitive pressure would indeed be immense. While rankings are determined by the quantity of magic cores collected, the value of cores varies with their tier. The higher the tier, the more precious the core. Shiaoze resolved to venture deeper, hunting more powerful beasts. At a certain peak on the back mountain, two elders sat in meditation, seemingly sensing an unusual occurrence, and opened their eyes. That young one has ventured deep into the back mountain. Does he aspire to claim the top position in this competition? It's possible. If he manages to hunt a high-tier beast, the magic core he acquires could secure his lead. They must keep a watchful eye on him to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. As the two elders conversed, they soared toward the depths of the back mountain, with other elders coming to their aid. It is precisely because of these elders that the Academy can guarantee the safety of its students. A deafening roar echoed, the final lament of a third-tier beast. Shiaoze gazed at the beast that had collapsed, a trace of relief gracing his lips. A third-tier beast equated to a grandmaster among human cultivators, a challenge easily met by Shiaoze. However, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian could only provide support. Facing a third-tier beast directly was still somewhat beyond their current capabilities. Suddenly, a slight frown creased Xiaoze's brow. What's wrong, brother Xiaoze? Xiao Suner, having just extracted the magic core from the third-tier beast, noticed his furrowed brow. The commotion from the battle seemed to have attracted the attention of a fourth-tier beast. A fourth tier? Xiao Yixian exclaimed in surprise, her expression shifting to one of concern. Should we leave quickly? Xiaoze glanced at his backpack, which was filled with various magic cores, both large and small, of different colors. Originally, these magic cores were sufficient. Yet the emergence of Han Yu instilled a sense of uncertainty within Xiaoze. He decided to wait and assess the situation, contemplating a retreat if circumstances became dire. After some reflection, he resolved to test the waters. The beast before him was not a flying creature, and he possessed the aerial combat skill, Azure Cloud Wings. In an emergency, he could ascend into the sky and swiftly escape with the two women. A colossal, azure-furred magic ape darted through the forest with remarkable speed, emanating an intimidating aura. As it passed, all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, fled in panic. Shiaoze concentrated his azure-hued fighting spirit, dispersing it over a radius of several dozen meters. Once released, the fighting spirit quickly diluted to the point of invisibility. At this moment, Xiao Suner and the little healer had already vacated the battlefield. Within the area shrouded by his fighting spirit, both trees and grasses bore faint signs of erosion. A manifestation of water attribute fighting spirit laced with the venom of calamity. Though it was challenging to slay the fourth-tier beast solely with this toxin, it could certainly induce distress, diminish its state, or even render it weak. The magic ape crashed to the ground, inhaling deeply before unleashing a roar in an attempt to intimidate Xiaoze. Ironically, this very breath inhaled a portion of the calamity toxin he had previously scattered. Xiaoze was momentarily taken aback. The beast was exceedingly cooperative. The visible transformation was striking. The azure-furred ape's visage shifted to a purplish hue, and its movements became rigid. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoze initiated the Azure Sea Whirlpool, momentarily restraining the ape's actions. The whirlpool was infused with water blades, also carrying the venom of calamity. Observing this scene from a distance, the little healer and Xiao Suner breathed a sigh of relief, while the two elders who were covertly guarding them were left in astonishment. Chapter 54, A Last-Ditch Counterattack. Soaring to New Heights. Is the fourth-tier beast truly so feeble? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of the two elders. This was not a battle of equal tiers. The fighting spirit energy level displayed by Xiaoze was at most that of a high-level great fighter, whereas a fourth-tier beast corresponded to the level of a human cultivator's fighting spirit. However, the rapid exchange that had just transpired was unfathomable. A fourth-tier beast was being subdued by Xiaoze, a mere great fighter. Upon closer observation, the two elders soon realized that the fourth-tier beast was not weak at all. On the contrary, it was exceedingly powerful. The energy within this magic ape was extraordinarily abundant, and its aura was exceptional. Even among fourth-tier beasts, it was among the elite. A single step forward might elevate it to a fifth-tier beast, equivalent to the pinnacle of human cultivators' fighting spirit. Yet, it faced a true prodigy. That intangible fighting spirit, once it came into contact, would be significantly weakened, potentially entering a state of frailty. Coupled with Xiaoze's mastery of combat techniques, he could execute them with effortless grace. This was the reason behind the initial rapid exchange, where Xiaoze had the upper hand against the magic ape. Roar. Indeed, as a pinnacle fourth-tier beast, its physical prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Despite being ensnared by the dual pressures of poisoning and the vortex's grip, he was still able to break free from the azure whirlpool. With crimson eyes, he charged towards Xiaoze, letting out a furious roar along the way. Xiaoze could only shake his head. This beast had yet to learn its lesson. It had forgotten how it had been poisoned in the first place. Xiaoze remained vigilant, controlling the ominous poisonous energy surrounding him. Just as the beast extricated itself from the azure whirlpool's toxic blades, it eagerly inhaled the malevolent toxins in the air. Even a fourth-tier magical beast could not withstand such relentless corruption. The ferocity of its earlier assault diminished abruptly. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoze deftly retreated, launching another azure whirlpool with a flick of his foot. He disrupted the surrounding water attribute energy, causing the whirlpool to collapse prematurely. This was one of the whirlpool's inherent weaknesses, though it could effectively bind foes and concealed water blades within to inflict harm. A fourth-tier magical beast could easily sever the whirlpool by merely unleashing its internal energy in a fit of rage. Shiaoze strategically fought while withdrawing, having no intention of competing in physical prowess with the fourth-tier beast. With Xiao sooner advancing to the rank of Do Master, he gained an additional binding enhancement. Presently, the most suitable binding candidate at Canaan Academy was, of course, Xian, who possessed the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon royal family. However, all of this could wait until they entered the inner courtyard. Therefore, Xiaoze's current physical capabilities were still inferior to those of the fourth-tier magical beast, as the disparity in their respective tiers placed the beast at a natural advantage over humans. Under these compounded circumstances, Shiaoze had no thoughts of engaging in close combat. Even though the fourth-tier beast had been eroded by the malevolent toxins and its condition had worsened, Xiao Suner and little Dr. Fairy trailed at a safe distance nearby. They eventually reached a small valley, where Xiaoze's keen eye caught sight of a stream. He glanced back at the crimson-eyed magical ape, determined to settle matters here. As a water attribute cultivator, the presence of a water source would undoubtedly enhance his techniques. The moment the magical ape roared and charged into the valley, an azure whirlpool materialized before it. Thanks to the stream, the speed at which Shiaoze could condense the whirlpool increased significantly. Caught off guard, the beast lost a considerable patch of fur from its arm. Realizing the unfavorable nature of the battle, the beast attempted to turn and flee. Having come this far, there was no way he would allow it to escape. Two whirlpools encircled the magical ape. It resorted to its old tactic, unleashing a torrent of furious energy from within. Unfortunately, the already formed azure whirlpool would not be so easily dismantled. Seeing that the energy assault had no effect, the magical ape pounded its chest in frustration. Seizing this moment, Shiaoze swiftly condensed another azure whirlpool at the beast's location. He had not forgotten that this was a simian magical beast, adept at climbing and scaling surfaces. At present, it was merely startled by the two whirlpools and momentarily at a loss. Once it regained its composure, it would undoubtedly attempt to scale the walls and escape. Indeed, the fearsome magical ape had finally reacted, preparing to climb to either side, when a swirling vortex ensnared it in place. The water blades, imbued with toxic calamity, sliced through its flesh. The venom accumulated furiously, and the magical ape seemed to sense its life nearing its end. It began to roar towards the heavens. An immense amount of azure energy coalesced within its body, and its colossal arms struck violently against the vortex that bound it. Hiss! The magical ape inhaled deeply, its chest and abdomen expanding at a visible rate, radiating a faint azure glow. A subtle sense of crisis enveloped Shiaoze, causing his brows to furrow instantly. Was this a last-ditch counterattack? Roar! The magical ape unleashed an enraged bellow in Shiaoze's direction, the energy contained within its chest transforming into azure wind blades that surged forth from its mouth. A torrent of wind blades swept towards Shiaoze, shattering stones and splintering trees in their wake. No wonder this magical ape relished roaring. Its ability was to unleash wind blades through its vocalizations. The two elders covertly guarding had long been poised for action. Their discerning gazes and seasoned experience indicated that this was indeed a formidable counterstrike as the magical ape faced its demise. Just as they were about to intervene, a pair of wings suddenly manifested behind Shiaoze. With a gentle flutter, he soared into the sky. Flight martial arts. No wonder this young lad appeared so self-assured. He possessed the invaluable skill of flight. Against ordinary magical beasts, he could navigate with ease. The magical ape was doomed, and this young prodigy was certain to claim first place. As the two elders exchanged glances, Shiaoze concluded the magical ape's fate, extracting a massive magical core from its body. Brother Shiaoze, Shiaoze! In the distance, the little healer and Xiao Suner rushed towards him. Upon seeing Shiaoze unscathed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we possess a fourth-tier magical core, barring any misfortunes, we are undoubtedly the champions, Shiaoze assured them, showcasing the magical core of the ape. In the ensuing time, they refrained from recklessly challenging fourth-tier magical beasts, instead opting to remain deep in the back mountain, gathering herbs while hunting third-tier magical beasts. Shiaoze believed that even the mere third-tier magical cores would suffice to elevate his team to the pinnacle of victory. Moreover, the decisive fourth-tier magical core would only bolster their chances, even when facing the likes of Lin Shia and Han Yu, the senior students. Shiaoze felt confident in securing first place. After all, it was improbable for them to possess combat spirit-level prowess before entering the inner courtyard. Slaying fourth-tier magical beasts was undeniably a formidable challenge. Surpassing levels was not a feat achievable by everyone. One must either be a super genius, possess advanced martial techniques, or wield unique secret methods. Chapter 55, The Consecutive Changes at the Top. After 10 days of silence due to the magical beast hunting competition, the outer courtyard began to regain its vitality. Numerous students emerged from the back mountain, some with bulging backpacks and expressions of joy, while others, with their bags tightly clasped, wore forlorn faces. There were still some students waiting outside, those who had unexpectedly encountered formidable beasts. Elders intervened to rescue them, allowing them to withdraw from the monster hunting competition prematurely. However, once the elders intervened, the teams would be disqualified from the contest. A multitude of student teams, led by their mentors, gathered in the academy's grand square, where an elevated platform had been set up with dozens of inspection points. Upon spotting the figures of Shiaoze and his companions, Ruo Lin let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly beckoned them over. Noticing the bulging backpacks behind Shiaoze and the others, she understood that they had secured a place in the top 10. Shiaoze, you must have reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Let's go. The other students have already rushed to the square to assess their results. The four of them arrived at the square, which was still teeming with people. Some students who had completed their inspections lingered, knowing that those vying for the top 10 rewards would not emerge so early. The climax of the competition was reserved for the final moments. The Baicheng team had scored 1,050 points, currently occupying the top position. With the announcement from the ranking mentor, the square erupted in astonishment. This was the first score to surpass 1,000 in this monster hunting competition. Baicheng had indeed proven himself a prominent figure from the outer academy, achieving such an impressive score. Moreover, aside from Baicheng's team, the highest score among other teams barely exceeded 800, leaving a gap of over 100 points from the second place. It seemed there were no other teams worth anticipating. Have you forgotten about senior sister Hanyu? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and just as Shiaoze arrived at the square, he heard the mentor announce a familiar name. Yet, apart from that, there were no other recognizable names. Had Lin Xiaoya's cohort already entered the inner academy? How could a mere Baicheng possibly claim the first position? Listening to the discussions around him, Shiaoze finally understood. It turned out that Hanyu had unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiaoya during last year's inner academy selection and had unfortunately been eliminated, failing to secure a spot among the top 50 and thus missing her opportunity to enter the inner academy. Upon learning the details, Shiaoze felt a sense of relief. After exchanging pleasantries with his cousin, Xiaoyu, he quietly lined up at the end of the queue. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Shiaoze turned to see the source of the commotion, which was caused by the appearance of a small team he recognized from his previous encounter at the back mountain. It was none other than Hanyu's team. At this moment, even Hanyu appeared somewhat disheveled and out of sorts, her silver-white gown stained with traces of blood. This altered her originally ethereal demeanor, adding a hint of ferocity. As Hanyu arrived, she found an inspection point unoccupied and stepped forward. The presence of a beautiful woman always captivates the attention of the crowd. Moreover, this particular beauty was exceptionally powerful, also a renowned figure from the outer academy. Had she not encountered Lin Xiaoya the previous year, Hanyu would have been training in the inner academy by now. Many students were curious about what kind of results Hanyu would achieve in this competition. Would she surpass Baicheng and claim the top spot? Esteemed mentor, could you kindly compile the statistics? Hanyu's lips curved into a gentle smile as she addressed the female mentor overseeing the review. The mentor returned the smile with a nod, accepting Hanyu's several backpacks. In addition to the primary statistical mentor, there were two others responsible for review and supervision. Below the high platform, Baicheng's expression darkened. Hanyu's appearance posed a significant threat to his standing, especially considering the size of her backpacks, which were comparable to his own. Damn it, why didn't I enter the inner academy alongside Lin Ziyi last year? I could have eliminated a competitor. Baicheng furrowed his brow, silently praying that Hanyu's scores wouldn't surpass his, nervously fiddling with the jade beads in his hands. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the mentor responsible for the statistics finally lifted her gaze. The two mentors tasked with review and supervision also nodded in acknowledgement. The papers were then handed to the ranking mentor positioned at the center of the high platform, who was responsible for announcing the results. Hanyu's team scored 1,260, surpassing Baicheng's team and claiming the top position. With a resounding crack, Baicheng crushed the jade beads in his grip. Witnessing his ranking plummet to second place, his face contorted in displeasure. Although second place still garnered a reward, it paled in comparison to the first. On the high platform, Hanyu exhaled in relief, her smile radiating warmth. Known as the Ice Mountain Beauty, her captivating smile stirred a flurry of heartbeats among the students below, even causing some female students to blush. Observing the Academy's notable figures prominently featured on the list, Hanyu mused internally, surely, no one can surpass me now. Yet, as she uttered these thoughts, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. The square erupted in a cacophony of chatter as students debated Hanyu's prowess, questioning whether she might be the strongest from the outer academy. Even Baicheng, who had previously dominated discussions, was momentarily forgotten. Nearby, in a loft overlooking the square, a group of elders gazed down through the windows. Leading them was Vice Dean Hu Qian, stroking his beard as he watched Shiaoze standing in line in the square. With a chuckle, he remarked, "That little fellow is indeed audacious. To challenge a fourth-tier pinnacle magical beast. A fourth-tier magic core could very well decide the rankings." The elders behind him gazed at Shiaoze with expressions of astonishment. To challenge a magical beast on par with the pinnacle of Do Ling using the strength of a great fighter, and to succeed, was nothing short of astonishing to these elders. Initially, they had valued Shiaoze for his innate talent, but now they recognized his formidable strength. It seemed likely that in less than 2 years, he would stand on the same level as them. With such a rapid pace of cultivation and remarkable talent, he could potentially ascend to the rank of Do Huang in a matter of years. At last, it was Shiaoze's team's turn. The mentor responsible for statistics was a strikingly attractive woman. As Shiaoze approached her, the mentor appeared fatigued, stretching languidly, and revealing an impressive silhouette. Ahem. Could you please tally the results, esteemed mentor? Shiaoze cleared his throat, placing several bulging backpacks on the table. The three mentors were momentarily taken aback by the weight of the load. The alluring mentor cast a meaningful glance at Shiaoze, her eyes brimming with seduction. Upon opening her backpack, the enchanting instructor gasped, fixated on the enormous magic core resting atop, falling into a contemplative silence. Soon after, the students lingering in the square turned their gaze toward the leaderboard. Surely, there could be no doubt. Senior Hanyu had clinched the top position. It was to be expected. How could a newcomer possibly rival the seasoned veterans? Not a single freshman team had ascended into the top 10 this year. How enviable. I've heard the rewards for first place are exceedingly generous. As the students awaited the final results, the captivating female mentor, still bearing traces of astonishment, rushed to the podium. The grand commotion attracted the attention of countless students. Chapter 56, Setting Records. Bountiful Rewards. The mesmerizing mentor approached the ranking instructor. Some female students eyed the mentor's figure, their expressions betraying envy and jealousy. Amidst this spectacle, the female instructor handed a sheet of paper to the ranking instructor. Unobtrusively, he glanced at her impressive stature, but his attention was swiftly drawn to the statistics inscribed on the paper. Gasp! He stared incredulously at the document, scrutinizing it thoroughly before raising his gaze to the female instructor. Are you certain there are no errors in the statistics? Absolutely no mistakes. I have verified it twice. And the two supervisors beside me have also reviewed it, the female mentor declared with unwavering confidence. I understand your disbelief, for I share it, yet the truth remains. The ranking instructor inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly as he announced, Shiaoze's team has achieved a score of 2,675. They have claimed the top position. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Numerous students murmured in disbelief at that staggering score, which surpassed the combined totals of the second and third places. Even the other instructors responsible for tallying the scores on the podium were taken aback, staring at the posted paper in the center. Is this real? Can anyone truly attain such a high score exceeding 2,000? Did they vanquish every magical beast in the vicinity? Or did luck shine upon them, unexpectedly leading to the discovery of a high-grade magic core? The notion seemed utterly implausible, whether attributed to extraordinary skill or sheer fortune. The instructors conversed in hushed tones, well aware of how pivotal the magical beast hunting competition was to the academy. Those responsible for safeguarding the students' safety also bore the duty of supervision, ensuring the prevention of any cheating. Thus, they understood that if the score was not a result of statistical error, it would signify the formidable prowess of Shiaoze's team. In contrast to the instructors, who were well acquainted with the academy, the students harbored doubts regarding such an outrageous score. Could it be a result of cheating? At that moment, Bai Cheng's eyes burned with intensity. He had initially believed he would secure the second-place reward, only to find himself relegated to third. Accepting that Hanyu ranked above him was bearable, given her status as a formidable competitor from last year's internal selection. Yet, how could a relatively unknown freshman team possibly surpass him? Is this not a declaration to the entire academy, proclaiming that despite Bai Cheng's arduous 2-year cultivation, he pales in comparison to a mere freshman? It is an affront to his dignity, thrusting him into the limelight of the academy's discourse. With rewards diminished and his reputation tarnished, Bai Cheng could not restrain his outcry. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a freshman team possibly amass over 2,000 points? This must be a mistake. They must be conspiring. Bai Cheng's words instantly captured the attention of all the students, positioned near the high platform. His loud protest became even more conspicuous. While others harbored doubts, none were as unhinged as Bai Cheng, standing boldly to question the academy. Naturally, as Bai Cheng spoke, an increasing number of gazes turned toward the calm figure of Shiaoze on the platform above. Shiaoze remained composed, fully aware of the skepticism reflected in the eyes of the students below. Yet, regrettably, this was the undeniable truth. The scores of his team could withstand scrutiny from any angle. Furthermore, Shiaoze was confident that the academy would inevitably intervene, allowing him to observe the unfolding scene in silence. As anticipated, Bai Cheng's outburst was met with an elderly voice piercing through the air. Humph, are you questioning the fairness of the academy? The elder's face darkened as he unleashed his battle aura, soaring from the pavilion to hover in midair, a cold snort escaping his lips. Crack! Bai Cheng felt as if struck by lightning, his face pallid, although the elder did not exert pressure upon him. As an outer academy student, he was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the elders. To publicly challenge an elder was tantamount to slapping their face. Bai Cheng hurriedly bowed in apology. Please forgive me, elder. I was momentarily overwhelmed by my emotions and did not intend to imply that you were shielding anyone. The elder, suspended in the air, merely snorted in response, ignoring Bai Cheng entirely. Bai Cheng remained hunched, refraining from any further movements. Ultimately, it was the vice principal, Hu Qian, who emerged, stating, I understand that many of you harbor some doubts, but the scores of Shiaoze's team are indeed authentic. Among the magic cores he submitted, there exists a 4th-tier magic core. As his voice, imbued with battle aura, resonated throughout the square, the students' expressions turned to one of shock. A 4th-tier magical beast equates to a battle spirit powerhouse. The skepticism in the students' eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by astonishment and admiration. Even Hanyu, still standing on the high platform, wore a look of disbelief as she gazed at Shiaoze. Battle spirit. Hanyu regarded Shiaoze's youthful visage, utterly incapable of reconciling it with that of a battle spirit powerhouse. It felt surreal. Upon hearing the vice principal's explanation, Bai Cheng abruptly straightened, his expression one of horror as he looked at Shiaoze. The veracity of Shiaoze's scores implied that not only had he questioned the elder, affronting their dignity, but he had also made an enemy of Shiaoze. The elder might overlook such indiscretions, but Shiaoze was a different matter altogether. Qian disregarded the myriad emotions of the students. Since he had made an appearance, he naturally proceeded to announce the ultimate victorious team of the beast hunting competition. After 10 days of fierce battles, the final champion had emerged. It was none other than Shiaoze's team, who shattered all previous records with a remarkable score of 2,675 points. Upon hearing the vice president's announcement, the students' sense of disbelief began to dissipate, replaced by a touch of reality. Gazing at the young man on stage, the students knew that the record he had set was unprecedented and may never be surpassed in the future. 2 days later, Shiaoze received the rewards for the competition from Vice President Qian. Among the rewards was a personal accolade. His quota for medicinal pills would be doubled. Additionally, he was awarded 3 rolls of advanced combat techniques suitable for the attributes of his team. Although he was initially given 6 auxiliary training pills, Shiaoze requested that they all be exchanged for pills that aided fire attribute practitioners. Qian, though puzzled, complied with Shiaoze's wishes. As Shiaoze exited the library, he noticed the passing students casting him fervent and admiring glances. Some bold female students even threw him flirtatious looks. Shiaoze responded with a smile, leaving those who had dared to flirt momentarily stunned, their faces turning crimson. However, Shiaoze realized that his usual charming smile, which was effective in deflecting attention, seemed to have lost its potency. It appeared as though the students were gravitating closer to him. Aware of this, Shiaoze hastily departed, leaving behind a trail of disappointment among the male and female students. Finding a secluded corner, Shiaoze began to explore combat techniques suitable for his water attributes. Azure Sea's wrath. It consumed a considerable amount of fighting spirit, unleashing astonishing waves of power. Upon reading the brief description, Shiaoze's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed to pair perfectly with the Azure Sea Vortex. Chapter 57. Seclusion for Cultivation. The Elder's Recovery. The Azure Sea's wrath could summon formidable waves to attack enemies, undoubtedly leaving behind ample water sources. This would compensate for the Azure Sea Vortex's slower condensation. With a sufficient water source, he could expedite the formation of the Azure Sea Vortex. Could these 2 techniques be part of the same set? Contemplating the remarkable synergy between the 2 techniques, Shiaoze could not help but ponder. The specifics would only reveal themselves through experimentation. As Shiaoze briskly walked along the paths of Canaan Academy, the students he encountered regarded him with reverent admiration. The previously effective smile that deflected attention seemed to have lost its charm. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. He could abandon the Fade and hasten away from their gaze. Along the way, he overheard their hushed whispers, referring to him as the foremost figure of the Outer Academy, the champion of the Inner Academy selection, and a formidable spirit fighter. Since Qian had mentioned that Shiaoze's group submitted a 4th-tier magic core, many students in the Outer Academy had already internally acknowledged Shiaoze's combat prowess at the spirit fighter level. Indeed, many speculated that Shiaoze might already be a spirit fighter at this moment. This year's Inner Academy selection seemed destined to crown Shiaoze as the undisputed champion without any doubt. Returning to the waterfall in the back mountain, the little medical fairy and Xiao Suner awaited in anticipation. Each had prepared their own combat skills suitable for them. Shiaoze handed 6 elixirs designed to aid in cultivation to Xiao Suner. Brother Shiaoze, are all these for me? Xiao Suner asked, somewhat flustered, glancing at Shiaoze and then uneasily at the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy reassured her, saying, Suner, you need not worry about my feelings being unbalanced. The Earth-tier technique Shiaoze gifted me is indeed invaluable. If it weren't for the truth, I might have thought I was the childhood companion who grew up alongside Shiaoze. Her jest alleviated much of Xiao Suner's unease. Suner, all you need to do is consume these elixirs without any pressure, Shiaoze added, gently ruffling her hair before addressing both of them. I have made a decision. If you 2 cannot enter the Inner Academy before the next selection competition, I would rather forego my chance to enter. Why? Both the little medical fairy and Suner were taken aback, bewildered by Shiaoze's declaration. It's simply because I cannot bear to leave you both behind. The thought of going to the Inner Academy alone is quite dreary, Shiaoze explained with a smile. Moreover, with you 2 in the Outer Academy, I cannot rest easy. What if someone bullies you? But Xiao Suner opened her mouth, eager to persuade Shiaoze further. However, he raised his hand, his expression resolute. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. What you both must do now is devote yourselves to your training. Together, we shall succeed in the Inner Academy selection and enter the Inner Academy. Seeing Shiaoze's serious demeanor, the little medical fairy and Xiao Suner had no choice but to relent and immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their cultivation. If they could not enter the Inner Academy, then perhaps it was best not to go at all. Shiaoze was acutely aware that his greatest asset was the feedback system. By remaining close to Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy and assisting them in their training, he could reap the greatest benefits himself. As for the Inner Academy, how many times could it provide feedback? In the time that followed, the 3 of them once again faded into obscurity, their presence becoming increasingly pronounced. Following the beast hunting competition, the next significant event at the academy level was the Inner Academy selection competition. As a leading candidate for the selection, Shiaoze attracted the most attention and discussion. However, the external discourse was of little concern to Shiaoze. Ever since Xiao Suner consumed the body-shaping flame pill, he had come to a profound realization. His use of elixirs was of minimal utility, but when Suner used them, the benefits were substantial. Therefore, he exchanged all 6 elixirs awarded from the beast hunting competition for those suited to Xiao Suner's attributes. Simultaneously, he utilized his elixir quota to exchange for a substantial amount of elixirs from the alchemy department that would aid Xiao Suner's cultivation. Gazing at his crystal card, which had once again returned to a balance of 0, Shiaoze couldn't help but sigh. Even with doubled elixir quotas, they vanished quickly. Elixirs truly are a costly endeavor. Alchemists are indeed among the elite. Third brother, hurry and become an alchemist. I too wish to rise among the elite. As Shiaoze and his companions diligently practiced in preparation for the inner court selection competition, far away in Wutan City, the Xiao family was embroiled in its own affairs. At this moment, Xiaoyan had calmed his anger and, gazing at the ethereal figure before him, inquired, "Can you truly enable me to catch up to my fourth brother?" The translucent figure chuckled, replying, "In the few days since my awakening, I have often heard you mention your fourth brother. Pray, enlighten me about his specifics." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan rolled his eyes in exasperation at the old man's words. "So, you have no knowledge of my fourth brother's situation. Yet you boast that you can help me catch up to him." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiaoyan resolved to disregard the old man. Noticing Xiaoyan's silence, the old man remained unfazed and continued, "Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for you to match your fourth brother's cultivation pace. I can make you a master alchemist. You will possess those precious medicinal pills that countless individuals in the Duki continent yearn for yet cannot obtain. You may even concoct them yourself." The old man spoke with unwavering confidence, a remnant of his past glory as a revered alchemist. "An alchemist?" Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet, his heart aflame with excitement. He was well aware of the immense value of an alchemist, who was revered by many in the Duki continent. The elixirs produced had boundless uses. Xiaoyan's throat felt parched. He had not anticipated that this old man also held the identity of an alchemist. He couldn't help but ask, "What rank of alchemist are you?" "Ah well, that is something I shall keep to myself for now. Just know that I am several hundred times more formidable than the most powerful alchemist in this empire." The old man replied, leaving Xiaoyan speechless at such an audacious claim. Nevertheless, the old man's tone, imbued with immense confidence, instilled a flicker of hope within Xiaoyan, who pondered to himself, could it truly be that exaggerated? The most skilled alchemist in the Gamma Empire is the Pill King, a 6th-tier alchemist. The old man rolled his eyes, realizing that this young lad was attempting to pry information from him. With a casual tone, he remarked, "The Pill King? In my presence, he is nothing. Now, pray tell, what is the situation with your fourth brother?" Xiaoyan fixed his gaze on the translucent figure and, gritting his teeth, declared, "I hope you can genuinely assist me. My fourth brother just broke through to the Great Dome Master stage at the tender age of 12. Before heading to the Jianan Academy." The old man gasped in disbelief. "What? Your fourth brother is a 12-year-old Great Dome Master?" Xiaoyan's heart swelled with pride and a hint of bittersweetness as he confirmed, "Indeed, he told me personally." He recounted Shiaoze's journey, from demonstrating the prowess of a 9-star Do warrior to departing the Xiao family for the Jianan Academy as a Great Dome Master. The time he took to transition from a 9-star Do warrior to a Great Dome Master was astonishingly brief. Even the erudite old man found himself momentarily stunned. Murmuring in disbelief, the room fell into a profound silence. After a while, the old pharmacist shook his head, a bitter smile reminiscent of Xiaoyan's gracing his lips. "You little rascal have truly presented this old man with a formidable conundrum. Your fourth brother's talent is indeed a rarity, even across the vast expanse of the Do-Chi continent." Xiaoyan, somewhat taken aback, lifted his gaze toward the old pharmacist. He had endeavored to elevate Xiaoze's talent in his mind to the highest echelons. Yet, Xiaoyan understood more profoundly that the Do-Chi continent was teeming with extraordinary individuals. One must recognize that there are always those beyond oneself, and realms beyond realms. His own perspective was still limited, rendering him incapable of accurately gauging where Xiaoze's talent stood among the myriad of talents on the continent. However, this mysterious elder, who claimed to be a high-level alchemist, had unambiguously conveyed that Xiaoze's aptitude could be classified as exceptionally rare, even on the grand stage of the Do-Chi continent. A flicker of despair welled within Xiaoyan's heart, from the moment his own talent waned, through Xiaoze's encouragement, to the revelation of Xiaoze's prowess as a 9-star Do fighter. Xiaoyan had silently regarded Shiaoze as a figure to aspire to, a target to pursue. Until the final revelation of Xiaoze's mastery as a Do master at the Jianan Academy, the widening chasm between them transformed Xiaoyan's pursuit into an obsession. He harbored his own pride, unwilling to remain in the shadow of his younger brother, merely existing under his wings. Xiaoyan yearned to break through the myriad constraints, soaring through the skies, safeguarding those he cherished, his family and friends. Observing the desolation etched on Xiaoyan's visage, the old pharmacist sighed inwardly. "Do not be disheartened, little one. Though your fourth brother's talent is indeed among the elite of the Do-Chi continent, the possibility of surpassing him is not beyond reach. The continent is replete with examples of late bloomers. If you lack confidence from the outset, it would be wiser to abandon your pursuits altogether." The elder's words struck a profound chord within Xiaoyan. Indeed, while he might currently be unable to match his fourth brother's talent, the future brimmed with infinite possibilities. Perhaps he could truly become the late bloomer that the old pharmacist spoke of. "I understand now. I will not yield. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I shall strive to catch up with my fourth brother." A glimmer of confidence illuminated Xiaoyan's eyes. The old pharmacist nodded approvingly. "Very well, enough with idle talk. It is time to commence your training. The gap between the two of you is unlikely to be bridged in the foreseeable future. What you can do is to diligently work on narrowing that distance." Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, settling onto his bed to begin his meditative practice. Upon completing a week of Do Qi cultivation and feeling the tangible growth within him, he could not help but feel a sheen of moisture welling in his eyes. He instinctively touched his wrist guard, sensing the Do Qi converging upon it, and a flicker of curiosity prompted him to inquire with the ring. Old pharmacist. Was what my fourth brother said about this wrist guard aiding in alleviating my plight truly accurate? The old pharmacist's form reappeared, nodding earnestly in affirmation. To his astonishment, this item was indeed a gift from your fourth brother. He seemed to have an inkling regarding the reason for the depletion of your Do Qi, which prompted him to bestow upon you this remarkable present. Within it lies a treasure capable of autonomously absorbing Do Qi. It is from this extraordinary artifact that I have drawn my energy, hastening my awakening. Upon hearing the explanation from the esteemed Elder Yao, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaoyan's face. He had not anticipated the truth of it. His gratitude towards Shiaoze deepened. Suddenly, Xiaoyan glanced at the wristband upon his arm. Elder Yao, you mentioned this is a treasure that can absorb Do Qi, but... Elder Yao rolled his eyes, fully aware of the latter half of Xiaoyan's inquiry. Do not harbor such thoughts. While this treasure can indeed absorb Do Qi, the difficulty for a cultivator to draw from it is immense. Were it not for my formidable soul power, extracting Do Qi from this artifact would also pose considerable challenges. After contemplating Elder Yao's explanation, Xiaoyan relinquished his hopes. You should hasten your training. Once you reach the dosher stage, you will be able to cultivate fire attribute techniques, at which point you can genuinely embark on alchemical endeavors. Moreover, in pursuit of your aspirations, be mentally prepared. If you wish to match your fourth brother's innate talent, you must engage in arduous training far beyond the ordinary, lest you indulge in futile dreams. Xiaoyan nodded. His determination was not merely a fleeting thought, but a profound conviction rooted deeply within his heart, a desire to exert every effort to achieve his goals. Fourth brother, wait for me. I shall certainly catch up. With this resolve in mind, Xiaoyan closed his eyes and commenced his training. Elder Yao observed Xiaoyan as he practiced the absorption technique, his expression tinged with seriousness. Even with his mastery of alchemy, he could not guarantee that Xiaoyan would be able to catch up to Shiaoze. After all, Xiaoze's innate talent was such that it would command respect even among the myriad prodigies of the Central Plains. Perhaps Shiaoze is already preparing to break through to the Doling stage? Yet, this too presents an opportunity. I wish to challenge myself and see if I can cultivate a genius that surpasses Shiaoze. As Elder Yao gazed at Xiaoyan, the young man's aspirations stirred a long-dormant ambition within him. Persevere, young one. As dusk fell, Xiaoyan emerged from his training. After such a prolonged period of seemingly fruitless effort, he could finally perceive the growth of his cultivation, leaving him invigorated and eager for further advancement. Xiaoyan, well-versed in matters of this nature, found himself somewhat perplexed. This may hold true for other alchemists, but for me, it is not necessarily the case. Elder Yao asserted with confidence. He then listed a series of materials that would undoubtedly cause Xiaoyan considerable distress. 3 purple leaf orchid herbs, 2 bone-cleansing flowers, and a first-tier wood element magic core. These would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Where am I to procure such funds? Xiaoyan lamented. Ah, this is your predicament. Being an alchemist is not merely a lucrative profession, it is also an expensive one. Elder Yao's tone dripped with mockery. If a mere 1,000 coins makes you wince, wait until you encounter the costs of high-tier elixirs. Xiaoyan exclaimed in dismay. Ah, just as he exerted himself towards the dosher stage, Shiaoze was already preparing to break through to the Doling stage. Chapter 59, Breaking Through to Doling. A Divergent Path. At Canaan Academy. By the waterfall on the back mountain, Shiaoze introspected within himself, feeling the surging fighting energy akin to a mighty river, continuously flowing into the vortex of fighting spirit through his meridians, as if the ocean embraced countless rivers. He had lingered at the 9-star Great Fighter level for quite some time, several months, perhaps. The breakthrough to Doling was a formidable challenge. Many required years of accumulation to even contemplate such a leap. In the original tale, Xiaoyan forcibly shattered the barrier of Doling thanks to the formidable energy contained within the earth heart-body refining liquid. According to the elder medic, a single drop of that liquid held an energy equivalent to what an ordinary person could scarcely gather in 6 months of arduous training. After accounting for the energy consumed in refining his body, Xiaoyan had essentially expended the energy of 5 drops of the earth heart-body refining liquid, effectively erasing 2.5 years of his accumulation. This left Shiaoze yearning for the earth heart-body refining liquid, a rare heavenly treasure. However, the inner academy selection competition was still distant, and he needed to focus on his training. A month prior, Shiaoze had harnessed the potent toxicity of the little medic fairy, combined with his own cultivation. Nevertheless, he continued to fervently accumulate energy. Only deciding to attempt the breakthrough today, he sensed that transcending to Doling could very well be the pivotal moment that would redirect his cultivation path. The round dojing within him was typically possessed only by those at the pinnacle of Doling in a conventional cultivation system. The Dowang realm marked a watershed in traditional cultivation, as it signified the cultivator's ability to harness the energies of the surrounding world. Thus, a saying circulated among practitioners, without becoming a Dowang, one remains an ant. This was exemplified by the elders of the inner academy, all of whom possessed the minimum strength of Dowang. Xiaoze's situation, however, was distinct. Should he advance further, would he, like in the original narrative, integrate his fighting energy throughout his being, transforming into a Dowang, or would he merely forge a sea urchin dojing, remaining a Doling? To ensure prudence, Shiaoze lingered at this level for over a month. Sensing that his accumulation had reached an unshakable foundation, he finally chose to break through. With a steadying breath, he slowly opened his eyes to find Xiao Suner and the little medic fairy waiting beside him. "I am ready to transcend to doling," Xiao Suner exclaimed, her sweet smile radiant as she raised her small fist and waved it energetically. "Brother Shiaoze, I believe you will succeed." The little medic fairy nodded earnestly, adding, "Shiaoze, I have faith that no challenge will be insurmountable before you." Stepping closer, Shiaoze gently patted the heads of the two ladies, encouraged by their support. With renewed determination, he leaped into the center of the water pool beneath the waterfall. Here lay a stone, the top of which he had sculpted away to create a platform. The water's rich affinity for the water attribute was conducive to his training. Sitting cross-legged on the stone, Shiaoze calmed his mind and regulated his breathing. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to attempt the breakthrough to doling at this moment. As his internal accumulation had reached a point of no further advancement, any further would lead him to doling. Yet, for Shiaoze, this was still insufficient. The system panel emerged, revealing a plethora of reward notifications before him. Naturally, not all of these pertained to Xiao Suner as tenfold feedback from her breakthrough. There were also rewards from Shiaoze redeeming elixirs for Xiao Suner, as well as the feedback from the elixirs she had consumed. Nearly 20 rewards had accumulated. If this still does not enable a breakthrough to the Do spirit level, then I would be utterly helpless. Upon uttering this thought, Shiaoze willed it, and in an instant, all rewards were claimed. A torrent of feedback energy merged with his being, igniting a chain reaction. The vast energy within him could no longer be contained, converging towards the Do Chi vortex. The breakthrough had commenced. Simultaneously, a terrifying vortex of celestial energy coalesced around Shiaoze's exterior. An immense surge of celestial energy began to flood into his body. The astonishing energy vortex stirred the waters of the pool, creating waves that crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar. Such commotion made Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy clench their fists, casting worried glances towards Shiaoze at the center of the pool. The splashing waves seemed to echo their anxious hearts, intensifying their unease. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ling Ying gazed at the colossal vortex of celestial energy, towering several meters high around Shiaoze, her mouth agape. A vortex of this magnitude, even she had never witnessed during her own breakthrough to the Do Emperor level. Were an unsuspecting observer to behold this scene, they might believe that a peak Do Wang expert was undergoing a breakthrough to the Do Emperor realm. Contemplating this, Ling Ying felt tears welling up in her eyes. She could not compare, truly could not compare. In contrast to the external tumult, the commotion within Shiaoze felt even more monumental. The boundless energy surged through his meridians, producing a cacophony akin to crashing waves, deafening in its intensity. Even Shiaoze's meridian strength felt as though it might shatter, were it not for the feedback from Xiao Suner's elixirs. He feared his meridians might not withstand the onslaught. This is absurd. How could my body possibly accommodate such a magnitude of energy? Within his inner sight, the surging celestial energy flowed into the Do Chi vortex. The vortex welcomed the energy with abandon, spinning wildly as it extracted the essence and expelled the impurities. The refined Do Chi was fervently absorbed by the Do crystal at the center of the vortex. The Do crystal resembled an insatiable abyss, continuously devouring the Do Chi. Seeing this, Shiaoze felt a twinge of concern that the Do crystal might burst. It is well known that breakthroughs to higher realms are fraught with peril. Should the energy be too immense, it could rupture the vortex and the Do crystal, rendering Shiaoze's cultivation null and void. Thankfully, no such signs emerged. The Do crystal not only remained intact, but also exuded an insatiable yearning. In light of this, Shiaoze had no intention of curbing the energy absorption, maintaining the highest intensity of influx. Finally, at a certain moment, he sensed something beginning to gestate within the Do crystal. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Shiaoze could perceive that once this entity fully matured, it is the inception of one's own cultivation system, a true embarkation on an alternative path. Suddenly, a resounding crack pierced the air as the rounded crystal shattered, reverberating like a soul-stirring echo that made Shiaoze's heart nearly cease its rhythm. Could it be that the crystal was truly on the brink of explosion? At that moment, from the fissure of the crystal, a golden light burst forth, subtly intermingled with a spectrum of colors. The golden radiance enveloped his form, and Shiaoze instantly felt a profound transformation within his body, as if he were experiencing a sublime elevation. This remarkable metamorphosis filled his heart with elation. Indeed, the sound of shattering continued, and the crystal, no larger than an infant's fist, was completely obliterated. The fragments of the shattered crystal formed a unique void within him. Within this ethereal space resided the essence that the crystal had once nurtured. As Shiaoze's perception delved into that void, a dazzling golden light greeted his gaze. Before him stood a tree, rooted in the vast emptiness. Its trunk radiated a golden brilliance, stark and leafless, with only a singular, vibrant branch extending outward. With a mere glance, Shiaoze discerned that this was the source of his power. Chapter 60, The Tree of Origin. The selection competition approaches. This tree, with its golden trunk and multicolored branch, stood less than a meter tall within the void. However, as the essence of battle energy continuously surged in from the outside, this diminutive tree began to grow slowly, yet resolutely. From the very first sight of it, Shiaoze understood that this was the origin of his power. The trunk symbolized the feedback from Xiao Suner, a pure golden hue representing nobility and mystery. The extending colorful branch was a manifestation of the feedback from the little medical sage. The hundredfold toxic body allowed the branch's length to surpass that of the trunk. As Shiaoze approached this tree of origin, illuminated by the golden light, he felt as if his soul were undergoing a sublime elevation. The intensity of his spirit surged dramatically. The enhancement bestowed by this golden radiance exceeded Shiaoze's wildest expectations. Simultaneously, the golden light emanated from the void, illuminating his entire being. His meridians, flesh, and bones underwent a metamorphosis under the golden glow. Under this radiant illumination, both his body and soul appeared to transcend. Every cell within him rejoiced in the embrace of the golden light. Even the meridians, which had once throbbed with pain due to the influx of battle energy, began to shine with a faint golden luster. As time passed, the golden sapling grew to over a meter in height, its resplendent glow gradually coalescing. What a remarkable enhancement indeed. Shiaoze contemplated the golden sapling within the void. He had previously harbored concerns that an excess of feedback power might engender conflict within him. Yet, the emergence of this golden sapling dispelled his apprehensions. With Shiaoze's feedback power serving as the trunk and the other ancillary feedback powers manifesting as branches, it constituted the tree of origin that belonged solely to him. As long as this tree stood, his power remained harmoniously ordered. Gazing at the golden sapling, Shiaoze felt an immense satisfaction. The heightening of the golden sapling signified his advancement in cultivation. Prior to this, the classification of star levels was quite nebulous. Much like the traditional system of doling, which generates a sea urchin dough crystal within the body. Each retraction of its 9 spines signifies an elevation of 1 star in the doling tier. Shiaoze withdrew his consciousness from the void and turned his gaze inward, discovering a profound transformation within himself. His entire being shimmered, as if enveloped in a delicate golden radiance. He pondered whether this enhancement could rival the effects of Xiao Yan's Earth Core Body Refinement Lotion. This fleeting thought passed through his mind as he slowly opened his eyes. On the riverbank, Shiaoze and the little medical sage, who had been waiting for 2 days and nights, sighed in relief upon seeing Shiaoze awaken. "Brother Shiaoze, you have finally awakened. Your breakthrough this time was exceptionally lengthy," Shiaoze remarked with a relieved smile. "How long did I take?" Shiaoze inquired. 2 days and nights. "Longer than your previous breakthroughs to a higher realm," Shiaoze replied earnestly. "Rest assured, I have successfully advanced to the doling realm, taking a crucial step forward. The path ahead is now clear," Shiaoze declared, leaving Shiaoze with a hint of confusion. The doling stage hardly seemed a pivotal cultivation juncture. Why did Brother Shiaoze regard it with such significance? However, noticing Shiaoze's reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. At that moment, the little medical sage produced a note and handed it to Shiaoze. He glanced at it, and then looked at Shiaoze and the little medical sage. After months of cultivation, they had all reached the level of high-ranking dough masters, a commendable achievement. They were more than prepared to enter the Inner Academy, especially since not every participant in the top 50 of the Inner Academy selection could attain the rank of Great Dough Master. Only the top-ranked students had a chance of achieving such a status. The caliber of students in Xiao Yan's cohort was notably high. "Let us participate. Please have Teacher Rolin enroll all 3 of us." Shiaoze decisively clapped his hands, and both Shiaoze and the little medical sage concurred. In the ensuing days, the 2 women continued their rigorous training, while Shiaoze focused on consolidating his doling realm and familiarizing himself with his newfound power. The atmosphere in the Outer Academy began to heat up, with students frequently discussing the upcoming Inner Academy selection. The Inner Academy was the very heart of the Jianan Academy, and countless Outer Academy students aspired to gain entry, despite their limited understanding of the inner workings. This only fueled their curiosity and desire to enter. Meanwhile, diligent students were eager to showcase their talents in the Inner Academy selection, a prestigious event where emerging talents would attract considerable attention. Amidst these discussions, 3 figures dominated the conversations: Shiaoze, Hanyu, and Bai Cheng, the top 3 from the previous beast hunting competition. Among them, Shiaoze was the most talked about. Although he had rarely appeared in public since the competition, the enthusiasm of his peers remained unabated. Numerous students regard him as their idol and object of admiration. Even outside Canaan Academy, the city of Canaan is captivated by the grandeur of events hosted by the Academy, drawing many eager spectators. The excitement persisted until the day of the competition, when students from the Outer Academy began to converge upon a vast plaza. This immense circular arena was surrounded by tiered stone steps, ascending like a colossal coliseum. The throng of spectators seated around the plaza had a clear view of the battles unfolding within. Those from Canaan City came to witness the internal selection competition of the Academy. It soon became evident that one particular spot drew the attention of the majority of Canaan's students. This was a stronghold of a particular class, where 3 figures stood out remarkably. 2 charming young ladies, each with her unique style, captivated the crowd. However, it was the young boy, clad in a loose-fitting white robe, who stood quietly at the center of their attention, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of gazes directed at him, engaged in light-hearted conversation with the 2 girls. Upon inquiring with the Canaan students, the visitors learned that he was none other than the Academy's prominent figure, Shiaoze, an individual of formidable prowess, regarded by many as the sole contender for the top position. This revelation ignited a profound interest among the onlookers, who resolved to observe Shiaoze's performance closely, eager to witness the extraordinary talents of the Academy's celebrated genius. The trio remained unperturbed, confident that by vanquishing all obstacles, they could secure a place among the top 50. With a melodious chime, The commencement of the internal selection competition was heralded. Chapter 61. No match for opponents. The competition officially commenced, with judges calling the participants to the stage. Those confident enough to enroll in the internal selection competition were predominantly ranked above the 7-star Do Master level. Otherwise, they risked public humiliation. Thus, the battles were exceptionally gripping, particularly when evenly matched opponents clashed in fierce combat. Brilliant displays of Do Chi illuminated the arena. At the Yellow Class 2 stronghold, Shiaoze stood alongside Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, analyzing the ongoing contests. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu observed from the sidelines with her fellow classmates. Although she appeared engrossed in the matches, she discreetly tuned her ears to the insightful commentary emanating from Shiaoze and his companions. Listening to their analysis of the combat dynamics left her feeling a twinge of sadness. In comparison, her own cultivation talent seemed almost non-existent. Noticing Xiaoyu's demeanor, Shiaoze waved her over. "Cousin Xiaoyu, if you wish to listen, come a little closer," he said with a warm smile. Upon hearing his familiar tone, any lingering sense of distance in Xiaoyu's heart dissipated. She strode over with her long legs, prompting her friends to follow suit. In an instant, Shiaoze was surrounded by girls, eliciting envy from those students who had been observing him, while his male classmates hesitated to approach, intimidated by the throng of girls. As Shiaoze inhaled the myriad of fragrances wafting through the air, he marveled at the heightened acuity of his senses. Although Xiaoyu and her companions approached, they remained outside the intimate circle formed by Shiaoze and his two companions, lacking even the opportunity to interject. Their analysis of the battle was far beyond what they could aspire to comprehend, leaving them to listen with insatiable eagerness. As they observed the combat in the plaza, expressions of satisfaction adorned their faces, realizing that there were so many intricacies to warfare. The wind attribute practitioner, failing to leverage their inherent advantages, recklessly advanced against the earth attribute practitioner, who seized the opportunity. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, victory would undoubtedly belong to the earth attribute practitioner. Shiaoze, watching the unfolding battle, spoke aloud, eliciting nods of agreement from the other two, who had no objections to his insights. Xiaoyu and her companions gazed intently at the plaza, where a thick aura of earth attribute fighting spirit coiled around a leg that struck the wind attribute practitioner in the abdomen, decisively concluding the skirmish. The admiration in Xiaoyu's gaze towards Shiaoze was palpable. Shia and I couldn't help but inch closer to Shiaoze, yearning for proximity. Xiaoyu leaned in towards Shia and I, whispering mischievously, "You little vixen, that's not how you should be flirting. My cousin isn't even of age yet. What are you planning?" "I can't help it. Your cousin is just so exceptional," Shia and I replied, her tone tinged with grievance, prompting Xiaoyu to roll her eyes in response. "Don't say I didn't warn you. My cousin is not someone to be trifled with. Your warning came too late. I have already witnessed her prowess," Shia and I said, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Upon overhearing the whispered exchange, Shiaoze and his companions couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Xiao Suner and the little medicine fairy smiled at Shiaoze, casting him a playful glare. Shiaoze shrugged lightly, signaling that he bore no responsibility for the matter. "The battle between Lin Kai of Class Xin and Shiaoze of Class Huang is about to commence," announced the referee. Xiao Suner, exasperated, remarked, "Now it concerns you." As Shiaoze approached the arena, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Suner's hair. His opponent had already taken the stage, wielding a deep blue spear embedded with a magical core. "Shiaoze, even if you are the Academy's illustrious figure, do not expect me to concede without a fight," Lin Kai declared, brimming with fighting spirit. Shiaoze nodded with a smile, responding, "I look forward to your performance." The audience collectively held their breath, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the legendary figure's display. A multitude of admirers spontaneously cheered for Shiaoze, their voices echoing into the heavens. "Let the match begin," the referee proclaimed, initiating the contest. Lin Kai's words were abruptly cut short. With a resounding clang, the deep blue spear clattered to the ground, followed by the thud of his body collapsing. Lin Kai lay sprawled on the ground, while Shiaoze remained motionless. The plaza was engulfed in a profound silence, the onlookers gazing in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, those who were bewildered shared a common perplexity. What had transpired? Why had Shiaoze not yet made a move? Yet she had already collapsed? Shiaoze turned his gaze towards the referee, who, quick on his feet, hastened to Lin Kai's side. Upon examining Lin Kai's condition, he discovered that Lin Kai had succumbed to unconsciousness. The referee promptly raised his right hand to declare the outcome. In this match, Lin Kai had fainted, and the victor was Shiaoze. This briefest of battles sparked fervent discussions among all present. They certainly did not believe Lin Kai had fainted of his own accord. It was undoubtedly the doing of Shiaoze. Although the audience was somewhat disappointed by the lack of an exhilarating display of combat, their curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, the participants of the Inner Academy selection were each wearing grave expressions. If they remained oblivious to their opponent's condition, how could they stand a chance when faced with him? However, the current Shiaoze exhibited a level of control far superior to before. The effects of the calamity poison were simply beyond what these students could withstand. Nonetheless, as this was a competition between academies, Shiaoze had significantly amplified the effects of the fainting spell without rendering it lethal. On the high platform opposite the square, the old man beside Hu Qian wore a stiff expression. "This little fellow has advanced further in strength. Such mastery over battle aura is something even the Do Ling has never possessed," Hu Qian remarked with a smile. The old man, Elder Hua of the alchemy department, renowned for his alchemical prowess, gazed intently at Shiaoze, suggesting that his peculiar battle aura was indeed extraordinary, seemingly unmatched even within the Academy's records. This is his own fortuity. Let us refrain from delving too deeply, Hu Qian suggested discreetly, and Elder Hu merely acknowledged with a casual mention, not pursuing the matter further. Should he continue down this path, the selection match would likely lose its appeal. Hearing Elder Hua's words, Hu Qian's lips twitched. Elder Hua, do not revel in the mischief. Perhaps you might assist me in devising a plan? This is your affair. After speaking, Elder Hua leisurely leaned back in his chair, appearing quite content. Hu Qian felt somewhat helpless. The alchemy department operated independently of both the inner and outer academies, leaving him unable to manage Elder Hua. Very well. I shall contemplate this alone. As Hu Qian observed the battle between the two students, a thought quietly took root in his mind. Perhaps a free-for-all could be arranged? Chapter 62. Advancing in Succession. The second to take the stage from Shiaoze's trio was Shiaoze. Her opponent was also a young maiden, of striking beauty. From the audience, Shiaoze gazed at her face and felt a hint of familiarity. However, he soon shook his head, if he could not recall her. She was likely not of significant importance. As the referee declared the match to commence, a golden light enveloped Shiaoze, transforming into a nimble butterfly with fluttering wings. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached her opponent, with her palm shimmering with golden brilliance, before the maiden could react. She had already been sent flying out of the arena. The resplendent golden light indeed treated the spectators to a visual feast. Moreover, the spectacle of two beautiful young maidens engaging in battle, though brief, is exceptionally captivating. Following Shiaoze, the next contestant is the little medical sage. Her opponent is a robust man, whose rugged visage belies his status as a student, resembling more a seasoned veteran from the ranks of an adventurous guild. I strongly advise you to surrender swiftly, or else, should the fight ensue, it may result in unforeseen consequences, the burly man implores the little medical sage. Yet, within his gaze lies not benevolence, but a flicker of trepidation, an apprehension directed towards the formidable figure standing behind her. Having grown up within an adventurous guild, he unexpectedly gained admission to Canaan Academy. He is acutely aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Eliminating this girl could very well provoke the ire of Shiaoze. The little medical sage, perceptive to the implications in the man's eyes, chuckles softly and shakes her head. You ought to be more concerned about yourself, my dear fellow. Once I engage, the distinction between light and heavy strikes may easily blur. Thus, I shall have to fight with all my might. Should I encounter Shiaoze in the subsequent elimination rounds, he shall have no one but himself to blame for his misfortune. The burly man tightened his grip on the heavy sword strapped to his back, drawing it forth with a sudden flourish. His arms swinging the massive blade with an awe-inspiring force. His form is enveloped by a thick layer of earthy-hued battle armor. Though he is adept in worldly matters, his prowess is equally formidable, having reached the level of a grand fighter. Even in the inner academy selection, such grand fighters are a rarity. His appearance instantly incites enthusiastic cheers from the audience, eager for a clash of titans. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he lunges forward. Having been raised in an adventurous guild, he is well versed in the art of survival, understanding that even the seemingly delicate girl before him warrants his utmost effort in combat. Only upon her withdrawal from the competition can he truly relax. As the burly man charges toward her, the little medical sage's expression shifts to one of seriousness. Yet she displays little fear. The man's heavy sword swings horizontally, yet he restrains his strength, wary of severing the fragile maiden in two. However, he underestimates her. As she swiftly darts aside, her speed astonishing, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. In an instant, the little medical sage closes the distance, compelling the man to relinquish one hand from his sword and strike downward with his elbow. She raises her hand to block, her delicate palm contrasting sharply against his robust elbow. Yet, instead of meeting his strength head-on, she deftly evades, redirecting the force to her advantage, and strikes at the armored ribs of the man. A chilling, corrosive sound echoes as a deep imprint emerges upon the protective armor, leaving the audience in awe. This is the battle armor of a defender renowned for its resilience, yet it was so easily breached. The burly man, sensing an unsettling shift, prepares to distance himself from her. Regrettably, he found himself ensnared by the enchanting figure of the young healer, making escape exceedingly difficult. The relentless sound of corrosion echoed, and the once formidable aura armor adorning the burly man now appeared riddled with countless wounds. With a clang, he relinquished his heavy sword, acutely aware that this delicate maiden possessed the lethal capability to end his life from the very first strike. The damaged armor could not withstand a second assault from her. Thus, the next encounter with her terrifyingly corrosive hand would undoubtedly be his own body. I concede. Thank you for your mercy, spare my life. The young healer waved her hand, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. In such close combat, a single lapse could lead to grievous injury. Her recent maneuvers were indeed akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. The audience erupted into cheers, genuinely praising the splendid duel between the two. The burly man, with a wry smile, dispelled his aura armor, retrieved his fallen sword, and descended from the stage. Though he possessed the prowess of a grand fighter, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, mirroring the misfortune of Senior Hanyu, as he faced such a formidable opponent in the elimination rounds and was harshly ousted. Upon the high platform, Vice Dean Hu Qian exchanged glances with the aged alchemist, Old Fire, both expressing surprise. They had not anticipated the presence of that entity. Indeed, Anyone capable of lingering beside that little fellow was undoubtedly a being of extraordinary prowess. Should that entity unleash its full power, controlling it within the academy would prove exceedingly challenging. Furrowing his brow in concern, Hu Qian remarked, that entity indeed poses a significant threat. Historical records indicate that its bearers have invariably met with dire fates, some even leading to widespread devastation. Casting a glance at Shiaoze and the two young women, he tightened his furrowed brow, sighing inwardly. Little one, you have entangled me in a considerable predicament. After several days of intense competition, the top 50 were officially determined. All three of Shiaoze's companions secured their places within this elite group. None of the opponents Shiaoze faced could withstand his prowess, collapsing immediately once the competition commenced. Xiao Suner, similarly, sought to swiftly dispatch her adversaries. As for the young healer, her battles were marked by ferocity due to her cursed physique, with every movement threatening to inflict corrosion, instilling a sense of dread. The trio exhibited distinctly different combat styles. Shiaoze was enigmatic, Xiao Suner was decisive, and the young healer was ruthless. Vice Dean Hu Qian stepped forward to announce the rules for the top 50 competition. You must be weary of the previous one-on-one eliminations. This year, the rules for the top 50 in the Inner Academy selection have been altered. It shall be known as survivor takes all. All 50 contenders will stand upon the plaza. The last one standing shall emerge as the ultimate victor. The remaining rankings will be determined based on the order of those who fall from the plaza or lose their fighting capability. The many students present exchanged bewildered glances at the Vice Dean's sudden rule change. However, the audience erupted in cheers, for they were mere spectators. Certainly, the more intense and lively the battle, the more exhilarating it is for the spectators. Cheers erupted, their excitement soaring to the heavens. Now, let the top 50 competitors enter the arena. Chapter 63, One Against Many, determining the top 5. The 50 participants entered the square, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Even Han Yu, who had previously participated in an internal selection competition, felt a twinge of hesitation in the current atmosphere. However, she quickly realized that the rules announced by the Vice Dean imposed no restrictions on forming teams. This meant that collaboration would confer a significant advantage in the chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Bai Cheng's voice resonated throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have witnessed in the earlier matches, the combined prowess of Shiaoze and his two companions reigns supreme. If we do not eliminate them early, they will undoubtedly claim 3 of the most coveted top 5 positions in the internal selection competition. If we can send them off first, I, Bai Cheng, will secure 1 spot, leaving the rest for you all to contest. Bai Cheng's words were highly persuasive. It was evident to the discerning that the trio's collective strength far surpassed that of the others. Should they not be dealt with promptly, they would occupy 2 of the coveted 5 slots. Even if others were inclined to ally with Shiaoze, they would merely be vying for the remaining 2 positions. It would be wiser to align with Bai Cheng or Han Yu, who had fewer spots to claim. In a corner of the square, Shiaoze listened to Bai Cheng's declaration with a faint smile, refraining from retorting. He was well aware that with his stature, a mere call would rally the majority of the students around him, excluding the others. Yet, this did not alter the situation. The remaining participants would still contend for those 2 positions. The wavering students in the square glanced toward Shiaoze's group, eager to hear his response. To their disappointment, Shiaoze remained silent. Clearly, as Bai Cheng had asserted, the trio would seize 3 slots. Thus, it would be wiser to eliminate them first. Though their capabilities were indeed remarkable, the sheer number of opponents instilled a different sense of confidence among the other students. Soon, the majority rallied under Bai Cheng's banner, while a portion chose to follow Han Yu. Meanwhile, Shiaoze and his companions withdrew to a corner of the square, with a few proud individuals opting not to join any side. 8 stood at the intersection of the 3 factions, for Han Yu and Bai Cheng to confront Shiaoze. They would first need to contend with these 8. Additionally, they aimed to swiftly address the indecisive participants to prevent others from reaping the rewards. Thus, the 8 who remained unaligned were quickly eliminated, falling to the bottom ranks. Shiaoze observed the bruised competitors with a tinge of sympathy. Without sufficient strength, one should refrain from being too independent. Yet, once the mindset of a cultivator is set, it becomes challenging to alter. Shiaoze chose not to persuade them, quietly watching the unfolding events. Soon, a team led by Bai Cheng and Han Yu directed their military might straight toward Shiaoze and his companions. Shiaoze, shall we escort you down, or will you relinquish yourself? Bai Cheng confidently declared, clutching a pale yellow spear. The students following him were the source of his assurance. In battles among lower-tier practitioners, numbers indeed play a significant role. As long as it does not involve crossing tiers, the advantage of many over few often leads to victory. Although Shiaoze and his companions displayed formidable combat prowess, this was merely an internal selection competition. It was unlikely that formidable spirit warriors would emerge. Han Yu remained silent, merely presenting her weapon. In the current situation, eliminating Shiaoze first would yield the greatest benefit for her team. Most of her followers were female students, resulting in a smaller number. Notably, each of them was clad in faintly glowing battle attire, while the greater fighters donned heavy battle armor. They approached Shiaoze only after ensuring comprehensive protection. Their heightened vigilance evoked a smirk within Shiaoze. If the battle attire and armor could withstand his capabilities, would that not render his meticulously honed abilities rather futile? Observing the 2 advancing factions, Shiaoze disregarded Bai Cheng's previous remarks and retorted, "Why don't you see how long you can endure?" As his words fell, the sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed. The students following Han Yu and Bai Cheng collapsed one by one, unconscious. According to the competition rules, this meant they had lost their combat effectiveness and automatically forfeited their qualifications. Impossible. Bai Cheng, one of the strongest on the battlefield, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The intense disorientation blurred his vision, and he barely managed to lean on his spear to remain standing. Han Yu was similarly affected. Through her battle armor, her eyes were filled with shock. Despite having taken every precaution, how could they still be harmed? As the cacophony of clattering ceased, only Bai Cheng, Han Yu, and Shiaoze's trio remained among the standing participants. Even the vice dean had not anticipated that the battle would culminate in such a manner. He looked at the old fire expert with a wry smile and said, "It seems we've somewhat outsmarted ourselves. This young one's abilities are truly unpredictable. The competition rules you devised have inadvertently provided Shiaoze with a tremendous advantage, leading to the most anticlimactic conclusion in history." The old fire expert observed the 5 remaining figures, revealing a grim smile. Hu Qian rolled his eyes. The audience was left astounded by this spectacular scene. One individual had single-handedly defeated numerous top students from the Canaan Academy's external division. This feat would surely stand out in the annals of past internal selection competitions. The spectators became increasingly curious about Shiaoze's capabilities. They were fortunate to witness this extraordinary moment. Indeed, the internal selection competition had not been in vain. After all, toppling dozens of Canaan Academy's prodigies single-handedly was worthy of being etched into the Academy's history. In the square, Shiaoze extended his arms, addressing Han Yu and Bai Cheng. "Ladies, shall I escort you down, or will you concede on your own?" Bai Cheng's countenance was exceptionally grim, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation and profound powerlessness. In the face of such an enigmatic ability, he found himself devoid of the means to compel Shiaoze to move. Han Yu was the first to shake her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "To have secured a place among the top 5 is already a source of great satisfaction for me. There is no need for your intervention, Shiaoze, I concede." She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent this time around. Even the likes of Lin Xiaoya seemed less monstrous in comparison to Shiaoze. Bai Cheng, however, fixed his gaze intently on Shiaoze, gritting his teeth in silence. It appeared that Senior Bai Cheng was determined to fight until the last moment, a commendable trait, but it must be considered within the context of the situation. As Shiaoze spoke, his figure flickered and suddenly materialized before Bai Cheng, delivering a powerful strike. Affected deeply by the toxic force, Bai Cheng had no time to react before he was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily outside the square. With the Vice Dean's declaration, this year's internal selection competition concluded in an unexpected manner, leaving many in awe. Countless spectators buzzed with speculation about the nature of Shiaoze's abilities. His emergence was like a radiant moon, casting the other participants into the shadows of mere fireflies. People are often drawn to the allure of the moon, and this cohort of students found themselves overshadowed by Shiaoze's brilliance. Regardless of their accomplishments, they would invariably be measured against his luminescence, and realizing their achievements paled in comparison would diminish their significance. In the foreseeable future, subsequent cohorts would dwell in the shadow of Shiaoze. As one of the top 5 in the internal selection, he was once again granted access to the Library of Tomes. Shiaoze succinctly explained the library's regulations to Xiao Suner and the little doctor, as they too were to enter the library, which did not contravene any confidentiality agreements. However, this time, Shiaoze did not harbor any particular desires. He already possessed the combat techniques he sought, and it was unlikely that the library would yield high-grade elixirs. He approached this visit with a casual demeanor, considering it a bonus if he stumbled upon something valuable. 3 days later, Shiaoze, accompanied by Xiao Suner and the little doctor, arrived at the library where the vice dean resided. The delay was due to Bai Cheng's injuries inflicted by Shiaoze. Otherwise, they could have entered the library the very next day. Upon reaching the library's entrance, they fortuitously encountered Han Yu. Shiaoze greeted her with a friendly nod, to which Han Yu responded with a faint smile. "Shiaoze, I truly appreciate your mercy that day," Han Yu remarked, her words laden with meaning. Shiaoze shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. There was no choice. Senior Bai Cheng is simply tenacious, refusing to concede until the final moment. I had no alternative but to assist him in his concession. As Shiaoze spoke, Bai Cheng's somewhat somber visage emerged within the view of the gathering. Shiaoze awkwardly cleared his throat twice, for they were discussing him behind his back. Although they were merely stating facts, being caught in the act was undeniably awkward. Bai Cheng remained silent, seemingly indifferent to their presence, and proceeded directly into the library. Shiaoze felt little discomfort, considering he had recently injured Bai Cheng just 3 days prior. If Bai Cheng were to smile at him now, it would indeed be a ghostly occurrence. "Let us not keep the vice dean waiting," Shiaoze remarked, prompting Han Yu to follow suit into the building. Along the way, Han Yu engaged in light conversation with Xiao Suner and the little medical sage. Shiaoze refrained from interjecting, as their topics were primarily those of young women, and his participation would have felt somewhat out of place. However, he had not anticipated that, despite Han Yu's icy demeanor akin to a snow lotus, she was not as difficult to interact with as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he and the others were on the same level as Han Yu that their interactions felt more effortless. Before long, they arrived at the room of the vice dean. The vice dean observed Han Yu and Shiaoze's group entering together, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The competition within the inner academy was fierce. The newly arrived students needed to unite to thrive in such an environment. Yet, upon noticing Bai Cheng, who had arrived earlier, the vice dean felt a twinge of helplessness. He was well aware of the commotion outside. It was evident that Bai Cheng was reluctant to join Shiaoze's group. Otherwise, having encountered them at the library entrance, he would have naturally followed them in, just as Han Yu had. Now that everyone is present, I shall not prolong the matter. Come with me to collect the rewards designated for the top 5, he declared. After some deliberation, the grand and ancient library emerged before them. Shiaoze, having visited once before, appeared composed, his inner tranquility matching his outward demeanor. In contrast, the little medical sage and Xiao Suner displayed expressions of surprise, astonished by the profound heritage of the Canaan Academy. Although they had heard Xiaoze's descriptions, the reality of the academy's depth still took them aback. Bai Cheng and Han Yu's reactions were even more pronounced. All right, let us hasten inside. You have but 1 hour and may only retrieve 1 item. Do not be greedy. Otherwise, no matter how much you gather, you will ultimately be left with just one. Hu Qian's voice resonated, prompting the 5 to enter the library in succession. Remaining outside, Hu Qian glanced at the 2 elders and cheerfully inquired, Elders, shall we wager once more on what Shiaoze will acquire this time? The 2 elderly men exchanged glances before responding in unison, earth-rank techniques or battle skills. High-level secret arts. Hu Qian chuckled inwardly. Realizing that Xiaoze's previous acquisition of 2 scrolls of earth-rank techniques had left a lasting impression on the elders, instilling them with confidence in his fortunes. Their guesses were all of elevated caliber. I am inclined to believe he will procure something rather different this time, Hu Qian remarked. Though the elders paid little heed to his words, as if they had gone unspoken. Inside the library, countless streams of light darted across the room. With the astonished gazes of Han Yu and Bai Cheng upon him, Xiaoze intercepted 5 beams of light. Before Xiao Yixin and Xiao Suner lay a selection of items. As previously mentioned, Xiaoze approached with the mindset of a treasure seeker. Presently, he found little interest in the 5 items before him, despite each being of elevated rank. None satisfied his expectations. Ultimately, Han Yu selected a silver-white scroll, her expression indicating her contentment. In contrast, Bai Cheng's demeanor darkened as he exchanged his chosen item 3 times before his countenance brightened slightly upon acquiring a blood-red scroll. Xiao Yixin opted for a jade tablet, which contained a vast repository of poison information, serving as a comprehensive compendium of toxins. Xiao Suner chose a terrestrial-level fire attribute technique, intending it as a transitional practice for her future endeavors. Han Yu, clutching the silver-white scroll, gazed enviously at Xiao Yixin and Xiao Suner, feeling fortunate to have Xiaoze's assistance. Had the scroll not pleased her, she might have reluctantly sought Xiaoze's aid as well. Meanwhile, Xiaoze remained undecided. Yet he did not relinquish his current item. If necessary, he could simply choose a high-tier item upon departure. After all, one could not leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a tremor surged through the energy shield, followed by a magnificent stream of light. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Cheng rushed forward, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he reached out to grasp the radiant flow. However, to his astonishment, before even making contact, he was struck by an overwhelming wave of energy. His body jolted as if struck by lightning, crashing to the ground. Han Yu, who had also contemplated seizing the light, quickly abandoned the thought. The energy emanating from the flow was beyond her capacity to withstand. Xiaoze, sensing the grandeur of the luminous flow, extended his right hand. The powerful stream of light naturally settled into his palm, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the 4 onlookers. Bai Cheng, sprawled on the ground and coughing up blood, was particularly incredulous. He had assumed that the object should only be admired from a distance, yet Xiaoze had effortlessly summoned it forth. The stark disparity left Bai Cheng seething, causing him further injury. Chapter 65, The Indestructible Pill, Ancient Elixir. Within the library, others regarded the item in Xiaoze's possession with a mix of emotions. As the surrounding energy gradually dissipated, a spherical crystal emerged. Encased within, through a special technique, was a resplendent golden pill radiating brilliance. Xiaoze glanced at the information inscribed upon it, and softly intoned, Indestructible Pill. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Suner remarked, What a formidable name. Xiao Yixin, intrigued, inquired, Xiaoze, what grade is this pill? After reviewing the details, Xiaoze's eyes sparkled with fervor as he incredulously replied, A 7th grade pill. Instantly, the others directed envious and astonished gazes toward him, particularly Bai Cheng, whose eyes burned with jealousy. Clearly, I was the first to step forward. Why then was it Xiaoze who was chosen? Han Yu felt a profound envy within her, for the appearance of this elixir was nothing short of extraordinary. Little did she anticipate that it was, in fact, the legendary 7th grade elixir. Xiaoze was also elated, realizing that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure during this expedition. Though the library contained various medicinal herbs, preserving elixirs was an arduous task. Xiaoze initially held little hope of acquiring high-grade elixirs, as compared to combat skills and techniques, which could be stored in scrolls. Elixirs posed significant preservation challenges. To maintain an elixir for an extended period, one would require a secretive method of sealing. Particularly high-grade elixirs are typically of immense benefit. Even within the esteemed confines of the Jianan Academy, it is rare to see high-grade elixirs bestowed upon students. They are usually consumed internally. Yet, the indestructible elixir he now possessed left Xiaoze utterly astonished, as did the profound heritage of the Jianan Academy. All right, let us depart. This journey has yielded tremendous rewards, Xiaoze declared, tucking the indestructible elixir into his bosom. He anticipated a search by the 2 elders upon exiting, and thus preferred to conceal the elixir within his clothing to avoid having to retrieve it later. Xiao Suner and the little doctor had also secured satisfactory rewards and followed Shiaoze outside. Han Yu pondered for a moment and glanced at the silvery scroll in her hand. Gritting her teeth, she chose to accompany Shiaoze and the others. Although there were still 15 minutes remaining, she realized that staying would offer little hope of obtaining high-grade items. Having witnessed the true power of high-grade items, Han Yu felt that even if she encountered one herself, acquiring it would not be as effortless as it had been for Shiaoze. She might even end up injured. Like Bai Cheng, by the energy that radiated from such items, Han Yu was already content with the scroll she had obtained. Greed can ultimately lead to one's downfall. Her heart was satisfied. Only Bai Cheng remained in the library, his eyes slightly reddened, filled with defiance and resentment. Why should Shiaoze be the one to acquire the high-grade elixir? Driven by this feeling of injustice, Bai Cheng resolved to remain until the very last moment. Refusing to leave, outside the library, the rewards bestowed upon Shiaoze left the two elders and Hu Qian wide-eyed with astonishment. A 7th-grade elixir. The indestructible elixir. Hu Qian exclaimed, for even at his level, he was envious of such a prize. The two elder guardians exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with desire. A 7th-grade elixir is still effective even for those of their stature, representing an opportunity that is both rare and coveted. The fact that this young lad had obtained it was indeed a source of envy among the three of them. However, they were not inclined to seize the opportunities of their students. Years ago, the esteemed Feng Zun had consumed a 7th-grade elixir, the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, which allowed him to undergo a transformation and ultimately attain the title of Zun. Zun. The women present gazed at Shiaoze in astonishment, having anticipated the rarity of the legendary 7th-grade elixir. Yet, they were taken aback to learn that such an elixir could cultivate a Zun. The little doctor felt genuine happiness for Shiaoze. Acquiring such a precious elixir, Shiaoze is destined to become a formidable figure renowned across the continent. Xiao Suner wore a gentle smile, feeling elated for Shiaoze's fortunate encounter. After all, if her elder brother Shiaoze fails to reach the pinnacle of the Duki continent, the obstacles they would face together would be unimaginable. Convincing the ancient clan elders to permit Xiao Suner, the bearer of a divine bloodline for millennia, to marry outside the clan would be as challenging as a mortal attempting to ascend to the heavens. Fortunately, Shiaoze's illustrious achievements thus far have instilled immense confidence in Xiao Suner. Even the rapid pace of Shiaoze's cultivation has left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Were it not for her own divine bloodline, she would worry that she might fall behind Shiaoze's progress in the future. Meanwhile, Han Yu was filled with envy. The 7th-grade elixir could elevate one to the status of a Do Zun, illustrating the exceptional value of this potion. Hu Qian continued, however, the indestructible diamond pill and the Yin Yang profound dragon pill are indeed different. Noticing that Hu Qian had trailed off mid-sentence, Shiaoze respectfully bowed and inquired, might I ask the Vice Dean to elaborate? After all, the crystal only detailed the grade and name, and he was unaware of the specific effects of the indestructible diamond pill. Ahem, to be honest, I am not entirely informed either, but the two elders must surely know. Hu Qian coughed awkwardly, not intending to be cryptic, but genuinely lacking knowledge. The two elder guardians exchanged glances with Hu Qian, and, seeing that he had finished his display, they did not withhold further information and began to narrate. The indestructible diamond pill is said to be an ancient elixir crafted by a legendary alchemist who was dissatisfied with the frail physique of humanity. He diligently sought materials to strengthen the body, aspiring to create a pill that would enable human physiques to rival those of magical beasts. Ultimately, through relentless research, this ancient alchemist brought forth the indestructible diamond pill. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the incredible creativity of alchemists. The ability to forge a potion that enhances human strength to that of magical beasts is truly astounding. The elder in the gray robe continued. Not only does the indestructible diamond pill allow human bodies to rival those of magical beasts, but it also aids body cultivators in their training, making the process far more efficient. Once consumed, the arduous task of honing one's physique becomes significantly easier. Everyone was filled with astonishment. However, Shiaoze found himself in a quandary. The efficacy of this elixir was indeed extraordinary, yet the immediate challenge was persuading Suner to consume it. Given the rarity of a 7th-grade elixir, Suner would undoubtedly refuse Shiaoze's generous offer. Yet Shiaoze yearned for the tenfold benefits that the indestructible diamond pill promised. Just as the crowd was captivated by the effects of the indestructible diamond pill, Bai Cheng emerged, his face a picture of despair, for since Shiaoze's departure, he had not encountered any high-grade items. Seeing the lingering astonishment in the eyes of the crowd, Bai Cheng was puzzled about what had transpired. After the two elders completed their examination of Bai Cheng's condition, Hu Qian waved his hand, directing the five to depart without further delay. Bai Cheng dared not defy the Vice Dean's words and buried his confusion deep within. Upon returning to the library, Hu Qian addressed the group, saying, "You shall now prepare to enter the inner academy." Chapter 66, Kindness and Preparation. Huakan regarded the 5 students before him with a meaningful expression. The competition within the inner academy is far beyond what the outer academy can compare to. As newcomers to the inner academy, if you continue to operate independently, you may easily find yourselves at a disadvantage. You 5, as the top 5 of this year's newcomers, should unite to better survive in the inner academy. After all, due to its unique regulations, the so-called connections you possess will have little impact. After concluding his remarks, Huakan turned his gaze toward Shiaoze and his companions. Shiaoze maintained a calm demeanor, while Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner stood beside him. clearly presenting themselves as a cohesive unit. Hanyu nodded in agreement, evidently taking Huakan's words to heart. The final member, Bai Cheng, kept his head down, his expression shadowed with gloom. Observing Bai Cheng's demeanor, Huakan recognized that his words had little effect on him. Very well, I have said all I can. Ultimately, the choice lies in your hands. Huakan waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Just as Shiaoze and his group were about to leave the room, Huakan called out, Shiaoze, please stay for a moment. Shiaoze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood it concerned his training plan. He gestured reassuringly to Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, indicating they need not worry. Han Yu and Bai Cheng exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why the vice dean would wish to speak with Shiaoze privately. They did not perceive any favoritism from the vice dean, considering his stature as a high-ranking expert who had encountered countless prodigies. Little fellow, you must be aware of the reason I have kept you here, correct? Huakan spoke kindly, perhaps unaware of the warmth in his tone, which was even more gentle than when addressing his granddaughter, Hu Jia. After all, Shiaoze possessed such remarkable talent, yet remained humble and courteous. Who would not admire such a student? Vice Dean, is this about the training plan? Shiaoze inquired. Indeed, it pertains to the training plan. I previously mentioned the unique regulations of the Inner Academy. Your training plan is no longer applicable within the Inner Academy. It was originally designed to span 2 years. But you have impressively secured your entry within just 1 year. While the plan has undergone modifications, you have still enjoyed numerous hidden benefits in the Outer Academy. However, once you enter the Inner Academy, those hidden benefits will cease to exist, so you must prepare yourself for that reality. Shiaoze had anticipated this and was not overly surprised. He understood that adapting to the rules of the Inner Academy would not be impossible. Oh, the spirit of youth is truly admirable, filled with ambitious aspirations. Rest assured, one aspect of your training plan remains unchanged, Huakan said, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Shiaoze. Upon witnessing Shiaoze's momentary astonishment, followed by a look of realization, Huakan continued without further preamble. The Alchemy Division is independent of both the Inner and Outer Academies, and the benefits you fought for earlier will still be extended to you. A glimmer of delight flashed in Shiaoze's eyes. Before he became an alchemist, the quota for elixirs was indeed quite coveted. Grateful for the vice president's assistance, Shiaoze understood that the vice president likely exerted some influence behind the scenes. Retaining the alchemical quota must have involved some concessions from the vice president towards the alchemy department. Little one, strive to grow. To the extent that even Canaan Academy takes pride in you. Hu Qian observed Shiaoze with keen insight, feeling genuine affection for him. Although they lacked the formal title of master and disciple, Hu Qian regarded Shiaoze as his own student, ensuring that he fought for every benefit on his behalf. The vice president's kindness would forever be etched in Shiaoze's heart. Shiaoze refrained from expressing any desire to repay the vice president. After all, he felt unworthy of such sentiments at this moment. In the future, when he had the capacity, Shiaoze would surely repay even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. After bidding farewell respectfully, Shiaoze departed. Hu Qian watched him vanish from the room, sensing 3 young ladies waiting for him outside the library, and couldn't help but chuckle. This young man is quite fortunate in love. However, it is regrettable that my granddaughter cannot forge a bond with such an exceptional individual. Hu Qian recalled his troublesome granddaughter. A slight headache forming. He had heard about the confession made by Xiao Jia to Xiao Suner. Let them sort out their own matters, he resignedly thought. Outside the library, Shiaoze was not surprised to see Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy. However, he was taken aback by Han Yu's presence. The atmosphere among the trio was quite pleasant. Senior Han Yu, Shiaoze greeted politely. You must have heard about the internal academy matters mentioned by the vice president. The competition within the internal academy is particularly fierce. The initial barrier to enter the internal academy is quite formidable, which leads me to propose a collaboration. Han Yu stated her intentions clearly. Shiaoze hesitated for a moment, glancing at the little medical fairy and Xiao Suner, and seeing no objections from them, he smiled. It would be an immense honor to collaborate with Senior Han Yu. Han Yu immediately felt relieved. I have a relative within the internal academy who is familiar with its situation. This knowledge will be invaluable compared to recklessly charging in without any insight. After a further exchange with Han Yu, Shiaoze bid her farewell. He then left Canaan Academy with Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy, spending several enjoyable days in Canaan City. After all, once they entered the internal academy, exiting would be quite troublesome. They needed to procure some essentials in advance, such as new clothing, as they were still in their youth and growing rapidly. Sometimes, they would change significantly in just a day, making it prudent to prepare additional garments. Simultaneously, Shiaoze utilized Canaan Academy's resources to write a letter to the Xiao family, informing Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan of his circumstances, assuring them not to worry. Should any urgent matters arise, they could write to him. Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy unexpectedly made consecutive breakthroughs, drawing closer to the great fighter rank. Through his persuasion and some pressure, Xiao Suner accepted the indestructible elixir that Shiaoze had gifted her. Persuasion, indeed, is the art of earnestly elucidating reasons, while coercion is delivered with blunt finality, declaring an unwavering refusal to partake. The 2 elders of the library have also remarked that although this elixir is shrouded in ancient sealing techniques, it is ultimately a relic of a bygone era. Hence, once the sealing method is unraveled, immediate consumption is imperative, otherwise, its efficacy may dissipate entirely. Left with no alternative, Suner reluctantly acquiesces, resolving to ingest this indestructible pill upon her ascension to the Grand Fighter rank. As the time arrives for Shiaoze to bid farewell to his friends and mentors at Canaan Academy, he prepares to enter the inner court. Chapter 67, Bai Cheng's Nightmare. An unusual combat technique. In front of the vice president's library, a spacious area is teeming with students. Today marks the moment of entry into the inner court. The inner court, being the heart of Canaan Academy, is regarded as a prestigious honor to access, igniting a sense of longing among the outer court students who gather to bid farewell and observe, secretly yearning to join their ranks in the coming year. In hushed tones, the students murmur, while those fortunate enough to enter Canaan Academy stand tall, basking in the envious glances of their peers. Their diligent training is all for this moment of brilliance. Among the throng, two figures command particular attention. One stands tall, yet his expression starkly contrasts with the jubilance of his fellow students, betraying a shadow of gloom. The 7th grade elixir, the indestructible pill, has morphed into a veritable nightmare for him. Over the past few days, its visage has haunted his dreams, and every time he approaches it with fervent anticipation, the indestructible pill emits a surge of energy that sends him reeling. Ultimately, no matter how ardently he strives, the indestructible pill invariably falls into Shiaoze's grasp. Each awakening from such dreams leaves Bai Cheng in turmoil. He has become almost obsessively convinced that this indestructible pill is his destined opportunity. Why should he be the one to initiate the pursuit only to see it claimed by Shiaoze in the end? A maelstrom of extreme emotions distorts his thoughts, culminating in the belief that Shiaoze has stolen his fortune, his rightful 7th grade elixir. Witnessing the coveted pill slip through his fingers and into another's possession has utterly warped Bai Cheng's psyche. On the other hand, Hanyu glances at Bai Cheng's morose countenance, shaking her head inwardly. Such a temperament bodes ill for his future. Suddenly, she notices the surrounding students falling into hushed silence. Sensing something amiss, she turns her gaze outward. And indeed, 3 figures led by Shiaoze are approaching. In every gaze directed at Shiaoze, there exists not only awe but also a hint of admiration. Despite having entered Canaan Academy merely a year ago, Shiaoze has already set 2 remarkable records. The first is for the highest score in the beast hunting competition, and the second for his exceptional performance in the inner court selection, where he faced numerous opponents single-handedly. Mysterious and formidable, such is the impression Shiaoze leaves on the multitude of students. As Shiaoze arrives at the center, he exchanges a brief nod with Hanyu, then glances at Bai Cheng, who remains ensconced in his gloomy demeanor. Sensing the futility of engaging him further, Shiaoze chooses to overlook his presence. Since the inner court selection, Bai Cheng's countenance has persistently remained clouded, a perpetual shadow of discontent. A fleeting doubt flickered through Shiaoze's mind, but he chose to disregard it. Yesterday, he practiced the advanced martial technique, blue sea surging waves, and attained a profound understanding, mastering it to a remarkable degree. However, what puzzled Shiaoze was that, unlike his experiences with other advanced techniques that brought about a sense of holistic comprehension upon reaching mastery, blue sea surging waves felt distinctly different. Though he had previously trained in advanced techniques, this one evoked an exceptionally peculiar sensation. His practice had been sporadic, yet he dedicated several months to it. Faced with uncertainty, he decided to consult the vice dean, as this technique had been selected for him by the vice dean, and thus, he would likely receive the quickest answers from him. However, considering the crowd, he resolved to wait for a quieter moment to inquire. Not long after arriving, Shiaoze saw the vice dean and several elders emerging from the library. Hu Qian was surprised to see so many students gathered at the entrance. Although there had been many spectators in previous years, this year was notably different. He noticed that a significant number of students were fixated on Shiaoze. The answer to his curiosity became clear. It seemed that even if Shiaoze were to enter the inner academy, his name would resonate throughout the outer academy for quite some time. After all, the records Shiaoze established over the past year were sufficient to make these onlookers feel as though they were witnessing history. Hu Qian himself shared that sentiment. It was highly probable that Shiaoze would leave an indelible mark in the annals of Canaan Academy's history. During his tenure as vice dean, he had never encountered a talent of such caliber. The vice dean delivered a brief opening speech, offering congratulations to the students entering the inner academy while encouraging others to strive upward, using them as a benchmark. This seemingly cliché sentiment surprisingly resonated with many students this year, primarily due to the figure standing at the center of attention. Though still youthful, he emanated an unparalleled charisma. Shiaoze sensed the waves of admiration and adoration surrounding him, prompting him to smile and address the students. Everyone, keep pushing forward. I will be waiting for you in the inner academy. His voice, though soft, carried throughout the silent crowd, as the vice dean and elders had appeared. Hearing their idol's words, countless students clenched their fists, their cheeks flushed with excitement as they gazed at Shiaoze. I too shall enter the inner academy. Indeed, I will follow in Shiaoze's footsteps to cultivate within the inner academy. By the time I enter the inner academy, perhaps you will already be renowned there. Shiaoze. Numerous students enthusiastically declared to Shiaoze, expressing their inner exhilaration. With a smile, Shiaoze waved at them. The vice dean remained silent, merely exchanging glances with the elders beside him, who shared faint smiles, their eyes conveying a clear message. Vice dean, your words seem less impactful than those of a student. Hu Qian shrugged and waved slightly at the sky, summoning shadows that slowly descended, accompanied by a gust of turbulent wind. To their astonishment, 10 gigantic griffins appeared. Formed groups of 5 and board the griffins. Shiaoze observed that some students, overly exhilarated, nearly stumbled after leaping onto the back of the griffin beast, which was damp with moisture. He turned to Xiao Suner and the little healing sage, urging, let us ascend. It has been quite some time since I last rode a griffin. With a delicate leap, Shiaoze gracefully settled into a chair, a look of comfort on his face. Shiao and the little healing sage took their places beside him. With Shiaoze setting a precedent, the other students ceased their bravado and obediently seated themselves. Witnessing this, the vice dean, who had seen many students attempt to show off in past years only to make fools of themselves, couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow lacked the demeanor of a strong warrior. He simply sought comfort. As this thought flitted through his mind, Hua Qian unfurled a pair of resplendent wings of fighting aura behind him. All right, young ones, it is time for us to depart for the inner courtyard. The 10 griffin beasts, escorted by 4 Do Huang powerhouses, soared toward the boundless rear mountains of the Jia Nen Academy. Seeing that there was no opportunity to inquire further, Shiaoze resolved to wait patiently. Once they entered the inner courtyard and commenced the fire energy hunting tournament, Hua Qian would surely have some leisure time, which would be the perfect moment for his questions. Chapter 68. Who is the hunter? Low-level Earth class, Do techniques. The boundless rear mountains concealed a plethora of magical beasts, prompting the Jia Nen Academy to hold an annual magical beast hunting competition to prevent an overpopulation of these creatures, which could lead to a beast tide threatening the academy. Within this vast expanse of mountains, formidable magical beasts thrived. The flight of 10 griffin beasts was enough to attract the attention of many creatures. Numerous flying magical beasts ascended from the skies, targeting the new students' team. However, these lower-tier flying magical beasts possessed little intelligence, completely unaware of the terror that a team escorted by 4 Do Huang represented. Before even drawing near, these magical beasts were reduced to mere blood mist. Seated atop the back of a griffin beast, Shiaoze watched in awe as the Do Huang effortlessly manipulated the energies of the universe, unleashing earth-shattering power. A glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. The Do Huang, having transcended to a higher level, wielded an unfathomable might. None of the magical beasts daring to assault the new students' team could venture within a 50-meter radius of the griffin beasts. Of course, high-tier magical beasts did exist in the endless mountains. However, at this level, they had developed intelligence. They recognized the danger posed by the 4 Do Huang and refrained from recklessly attacking the new students. After 2 hours of relatively uneventful flight, the griffin beast team gradually descended to a mountain gorge. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous students, Hua Qian waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that penetrated a section of space, causing it to ripple like the surface of water. To their astonishment, a massive silver-hued door, 7 or 8 meters tall, eerily materialized. Shiaoze's eyes reflected his surprise. Although he was aware of such entities, his spiritual perception had not detected it. As the silver door slowly opened, the scene revealed a forest within. The griffin beasts streamed in one after another, disappearing without a trace, as if it were merely an illusion. Following the griffin beasts, Shiaoze stepped through the massive door, and once all had entered, the door gradually closed behind them. Amidst the swirling waves of spatial energy, the resplendent silver gate vanished once more. Beyond the threshold lay a forest, albeit altered. A group of individuals awaited in this locale, led by 2 venerable elders, flanked by a dozen robust middle-aged men and several somewhat younger disciples. Old Yan, Old Lin, it is your turn to oversee duties this cycle, is it not? Hu Qian initiated the greeting. The 2 elder figures exchanged jovial banter with Hu Qian, suggesting a camaraderie of long standing. How fares this new cohort of students? I have heard whispers of an extraordinary talent emerging, one that the outer academy cherishes like a precious gem. Hu Qian rolled his eyes, playfully reproaching, what nonsense is this? Who is hoarding anything? If I were truly concealing someone, would I send them to the inner academy? Upon Hu Qian's cue, the 2 elders turned their attention to Shiaoze. Noticing their gaze, Shiaoze raised a hand in respectful salutation. The elders responded with warm smiles and nods. A fleeting glance exchanged between them revealed a trace of incredulity, as they discerned a hint of Shiaoze's true potential. Suddenly, an older student standing behind the elders spoke up. This year's newcomers seemed to feature quite a number of young women, including 2 striking beauties. He concluded with a playful whistle. Instantly, Elder Lin pivoted towards the speaker, his expression stern as he admonished, silence. You only serve to bring shame upon us. In contrast to Shiaoze's modest demeanor, the inner academy students behind him appeared somewhat vexatious. As for the one who spoke earlier, 5 days of fire energy shall be deducted. What? The unfortunate fellow blanched, astonished that a mere casual remark would cost him so dearly. Yet, he dared not contest the decree, for the elders wielded immense power within the academy, easily capable of disciplining a student. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of regret for his lack of restraint. Shiaoze glanced at the student who had whistled, the direction of his whistle unmistakably aimed at him. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a physical confrontation, and his fists itched with anticipation. Maintaining a facade of calm, his thoughts flickered. The elder's punishment was ultimately enacted through another's hand. His own retribution would require his direct involvement. As Shiaoze caressed the black card in his hand, a faint warmth radiated from it, revealing a crimson numeral 5. He cast a sidelong glance at the older student, whose eyes now glimmered with avarice, fixated on the oblivious newcomers as if they were mere quarry. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Shiaoze stowed the black card within his spatial ring, contemplating. Who is the hunter, and who the prey, remains to be seen. Elder Lin succinctly outlined the rules, prompting the new students to surge into the forest. Shiaoze, The little medical sage and Han Yu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they observed Shiaoze's lack of intent to depart. Shiaoze signaled them to remain patient. Approaching Vice Dean Hu Qian, the latter expressed intrigue at what Shiaoze might desire. Vice Dean, I seek your counsel regarding a matter. Earlier, you awarded me the advanced Qian-level combat technique, Azure Waves and Raging Tides, and I have some uncertainties about it. Hu Qian's eyes widened in surprise as Elder Lin turned his gaze towards him. Have you deemed the surging waves of the Azure Sea as a reward for this young lad? Elder Yin waved his hand, instructing the middle-aged men to arrange matters for the senior students. Hu Qian, intrigued, inquired about the specifics from Shiaoze. Present were only 3 elders and Shiaoze's trio of companions. Observing the Vice Dean's solemn demeanor, Shiaoze pondered and recounted the entire incident. After exerting himself fully, he sensed that there were subsequent transformations yet to be grasped. Hu Qian exchanged glances with the 2 elders, astonished that Shiaoze had indeed made the connection. Faced with this revelation, Hu Qian felt compelled to reveal the truth. In fact, the complete surging waves of the Azure Sea was a low-tier Earth-grade combat technique. Shiaoze was momentarily taken aback, while Han Yu and the others expressed disbelief. This technique originated from a relic. Initially intended as a reward for elders with notable contributions to the academy, its power was extraordinarily formidable, entirely unlike any water attribute technique. Subsequently, the dean personally intervened, dividing this technique into 2 segments. The first segment, Surging Waves of the Azure Sea, was quite safe to employ, exhibiting the might of a high-level mystic-grade technique. The second segment, however, was fraught with peril. Even an elder could find themselves drained of energy and suffer a regression in their cultivation due to a moment's carelessness. After practicing the first segment, you should realize that surging waves of the Azure Sea can unleash astonishing tsunamis to assault foes. The reason you feel at a standstill is that these tsunamis can be stacked. With each layer added, their power surges dramatically, yet the energy consumed is also alarmingly vast. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's elucidation, Shiaoze finally comprehended. So it was a low-tier Earth-grade combat technique. Having already begun training, perhaps he could endeavor to acquire the complete version. Chapter 69, Secret Collusion. Hu Qian noted the contemplative expression on Shiaoze's face and remarked, Young lad, you wouldn't be intrigued by this combat technique, would you? After a moment's hesitation, Shiaoze nodded. After all, Hu Qian, as the Vice Dean, was likely well informed about the whereabouts of the second segment of this technique. Hu Qian pondered for a brief moment, exchanging glances with the 2 elders, and eventually sighed before slowly speaking. Moreover, it would be permissible for you to attempt the training, as the second segment of this technique is in the possession of the Grand Elder. Should you encounter any mishaps in your practice, you may seek his assistance. Upon hearing this, Shiaoze expressed his gratitude to Hu Qian with a bow. He then realized that the Vice Dean had not mentioned how he should initiate contact with the Grand Elder. Vice Dean, how should I reach out to the Grand Elder? Hu Qian waved his hand, glanced at the time, and replied, through this fire energy capture competition, adapt to the living environment of the inner academy. But for someone like you, it should be akin to a fish in water, right? Students ought to strive to adapt. Shiaoze did not elaborate further. After bidding farewell to Hu Qian and the 2 elders, he led the 3 young women towards the forest. As Shiaoze and his companions departed, Elder Lin turned to Hu Qian and said, Old fellow, shouldn't you hasten to the inner academy? It would be opportune to witness what astonishing feats that young lad will accomplish in the fire energy capture competition. The 2 elders exchanged glances, realizing that Hu Qian's regard for Shiaoze surpassed their expectations, which piqued their interest in him even further. After all, there must be something extraordinary that makes the old fellow, Hu Qian, take such great care. As we ventured into the forest, the new and senior teams had vanished without a trace. The purpose of the fire energy hunt is to temper the freshers' enthusiasm, allowing us to acclimatize to the competitive environment of the inner academy. As Han Yu elucidated, a glimmer of understanding flickered in the eyes of Xiao Yixin and Xiao Suner. Shiaoze cast a glance at Han Yu. Indeed, having a teammate privy to information spared him the need for excessive elaboration, preventing him from appearing overly exceptional, as if he possessed foresight. Within the inner academy, fire energy is undoubtedly the most crucial resource. Some students, who struggle to acquire resources effectively within the inner academy, seize the opportunity presented by the annual fire energy hunt to extract fire energy from the freshers. Typically, these are students of lesser strength. For those of considerable power are not in want of fire energy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixin remarked with some relief. Does that not imply that the fire energy hunt will be quite easy for us to navigate? However, Han Yu shook his head, his expression grave, and replied, not quite. This year's circumstances are somewhat unique. Noticing Shiaoze's gaze fixed upon him, Han Yu felt a surge of delight, gathering his thoughts before speaking. You should be aware that I missed the previous inner academy selection due to an unexpected encounter with that anomaly, Lin Ziai, right? Lin Ziai and Yin Hao nearly dominated the last fire energy hunt. I've heard that this year, many formidable seniors are also interested in the fire energy hunt. Shiaoze furrowed his brow, looking intently at Han Yu, and inquired, is there a necessary connection between these 2 matters? Clearing his throat, Han Yu realized his explanation lacked clarity. Some seniors harbor a peculiar fascination with defeating unseasoned geniuses. Shiaoze scratched his head at this, finding the inclination rather unique. Just like the senior who defeated Lin Ziai and Yin Hao last year, who constantly boasts about his exploits within the inner academy. It's worth noting that Lin Ziai has now ascended the rankings of strength. Curiously, Shiaoze asked, will Lin Ziai not seek revenge upon him? I cannot say for certain, Han Yu replied, shaking his head. Enough gossip. Let us proceed and find a place to rest. We still have 7 days. So there is no need to rush. Under Han Yu's puzzled gaze, Shiaoze led them to a nearby stream, where they decided to pause and recuperate. Did you not mention that fire energy is of great importance? This presents a perfect opportunity to gather some. Upon hearing Shiaoze's suggestion, Han Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Even she found Shiaoze's idea quite audacious. Nevertheless, considering Shiaoze's capabilities, it did not seem entirely implausible. Alright, although your notion is somewhat reckless. Who am I to deny you as your teammate? Thus, the quartet took a moment to rest by the stream. Meanwhile, Bai Cheng, who originally belonged to Shiaoze's team, after overcoming numerous challenges, finally located the senior team clad in white garments. Cousin Bai Feng, you must lend me your assistance. Upon seeing Bai Cheng, the leading youth slightly furrowed his brow. You seek my aid upon our first encounter. You truly are a source of concern. Nevertheless, he is my cousin. I should lend an ear to his troubles. Bai Cheng, dear cousin, do not rush, speak at your own pace. I have been robbed of my opportunity, Bai Cheng lamented. His expression rife with bitterness, omitting crucial details and embellishing the narrative. He distorted the facts, claiming a precious, indestructible elixir, which was never rightfully his, had fallen into his possession, only to be seized by Shiaoze. What? You mean to say you originally acquired a 7th grade elixir, only to have it snatched away by your teammate? Bai Feng exclaimed in disbelief. His companions, standing behind him, turned their gazes toward Bai Cheng, astonished. It is indeed the truth. You must advocate for me, cousin. If that is the case, I shall certainly champion your cause. When the time comes to reclaim the elixir, we shall have grounds to justify our actions before the elders. Bai Cheng nodded vigorously, well aware of his cousin's formidable prowess. 3-star doling. His team was the strongest in the fire energy hunting competition, known as the Bai Xia team. Bai Feng patted Bai Cheng on the shoulder, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. A 7th grade elixir. Cousin, your cultivation is still in its infancy. You would be unable to withstand the potency of such a treasure. Allow me to endure that burden for you. Last year, he had triumphed over the prodigies Lin Ziyi and Yin Hao, earning himself a tale of glory. Little did he anticipate that this year, in addition to his achievements, he would also gain a coveted elixir. Ever since his victory over Lin Ziyi and Yin Hao, Bai Feng had grown increasingly enamored with the thrill of conquest. Defeating geniuses before they fully blossomed meant that when they eventually matured, he could boast of having bested them in their youth. Of course, such matters must be kept confidential. One must never boast in front of Lin Ziyi, lest he suffer a severe beating. Bai Feng eagerly anticipated the day he would vanquish the genius known as Shiaoze and seize his 7th grade elixir. As for the prospect of Shiaoze defeating him, that is utterly impossible. If he could overpower the prodigious Lin Ziyi, how could anyone surpass such a formidable opponent? Chapter 70. The hunt begins. The elder's misunderstanding. After resting for a day by the stream, Shiaoze set forth with the 3 women. Although the fire energy hunting competition spans 7 days, it rarely extends the full duration. The previous session was prolonged because Xiao Yin sought to rally all the new students' strength against the upperclassmen. Typically, the competition concludes within 2 to 3 days. After all, even the new students from the inner academy need not traverse a forest for 7 days. Shiaoze's deliberate day of rest was intended to allow the prey to grow plump, facilitating his harvest. As he traversed the woods, Shiaoze expanded his spiritual awareness. With his current level of perception, no upperclassman could elude his senses. Found it, Shiaoze whispered, beckoning to the 3 women before he surged ahead. By the time Han Yu and the others arrived, a scene of chaos awaited them. 5 figures lay sprawled before Shiaoze, their faces etched with terror. In their hearts, a question lingered. What had transpired? The interval barely spanned a minute. Han Yu gazed at the 5 fallen seniors on the ground, internally lamenting the overwhelming dominance displayed. Gentlemen, kindly surrender your cards. Otherwise, you shall face a brutal beating. Your bodies will be injured, and I shall waste my energy, remarked Shiaoze with a calm demeanor. The 5 seniors turned pale, utterly convinced of Shiaoze's words, for he had incapacitated them in an instant. The moment Shiaoze had appeared, they felt their bodies paralyzed, unable to stand steadily, restricted to minor movements. Do not strike, do not strike. I will comply. With their obedient cooperation, Shiaoze successfully transferred the fire energy from the 5 crystalline cards onto his own. Regrettably, he could not seize all of it. He needed to leave them with 7 days' worth of fire energy. However, should their remaining energy fall below 10, they would be compelled to exit the forest and could no longer partake in the fire energy hunting competition. The number of seniors participating was equal to that of the newcomers, with 5 teams of 10, yet only 9 teams remained. The 5 individuals sprawled on the ground watched as Shiaoze and his companions departed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this monster had finally left. Upon reaching a secluded area, Shiaoze produced his black card. Well, we have a total of 120 fire energy. Let us divide it equally among us. Neither Xiao Yixin nor Xiao Suner objected, but Han Yu hesitated before shaking her head. Shiaoze, if we divide it equally, am I not taking advantage of you? I have already informed you of the precious nature of this fire energy. Han Yu understood that the information she had provided could have easily been obtained by Shiaoze through questioning the seniors. Shiaoze glanced at Han Yu, nonchalantly responding, since you have joined my team, I must treat you all equally. Even if our time together is brief, we are teammates. Noticing that Han Yu was about to speak again, Xiao Yixin gently grasped her hand and winked at her. Senior Han Yu, let us adhere to the principle of the majority. All three of us have agreed to the equal division, and there is no need for you to feel distant. After contemplating, Hanyu ultimately nodded in agreement. She extracted a crystalline card from her spatial ring, along with a deep blue scroll. Regardless, I have benefited greatly from you all. This is a treasure map I stumbled upon. Its value remains unknown, but I implore you to accept it. As Shiaoze gazed at the deep blue scroll, a sense of ancient mystery enveloped it. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Senior Hanyu. The distribution of fire energy shall be settled thus. Shiaoze inscribed some fire energy onto each of their crystalline cards before stowing away the deep blue scroll. Relieved that Shiaoze had accepted the scroll, Hanyu exhaled. Despite being a treasure map, its uncertain value harbored too many unknowns. Ultimately, it was Hanyu who had gained the upper hand. Shiaoze's willingness to accept the treasure map likely provided her with some solace. Hanyu cast a grateful glance at Shiaoze's retreating figure. They then resumed their hunting journey, as senior teams were successively attacked. Soon, the topic of the new recruits hunting the seniors began to circulate throughout the forest. In a certain part of the woods, 3 elders sat cross-legged. This little fellow has rested for an entire day, evidently to allow his prey to grow plump, chuckled Huqian, finding Shiaoze's actions inexplicably amusing. This is the 6th team of seniors. With this little one's strength, even confronting the formidable Baisha team should pose no problem, Elder Lin remarked, somewhat astonished. Is the training program of the outer courtyard genuinely that remarkable? It has enabled this young one to advance to the doling stage at such a tender age. Elder Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued as he had not previously focused on the training programs while in the inner courtyard. Huqian shook his head helplessly, responding with a hint of annoyance. If the outer courtyard's training program were truly that effective, I would manage to secure 1 or 2 slots each year. Alas, it is merely this little one who is exceptional, and in reality, he has gained very little from the outer courtyard's program. Both Elder Yin and Elder Lin were taken aback by this assertion. Elder Lin, known for his frankness, elicited a roll of the eyes from Huqian, who jokingly retorted, "Oh please, you are aware of this little one's training program, which includes 2 opportunities at the library and an allotment of medicinal pills. On those 2 occasions, he acquired 2 volumes of Earth-tier techniques, one pertaining to water attributes for his personal use, and the other concerning poison attributes for that girl by his side." Upon hearing this, both Elder Lin and Elder Yin were left speechless. The young man's fortune was indeed remarkable. Obtaining 2 volumes of Earth-tier techniques with a single visit to the library. What was even more astonishing was that he seemed to regard these invaluable techniques as commonplace. So much so that he casually gifted one to the girl beside him. Furthermore, he utilized his allotment of medicinal pills to exchange for potions that would assist fire attribute cultivators in their training. Huqian added fuel to the fire, saying, Elder Lin was taken aback and instinctively murmured, "You didn't say he is of the water attribute. Could it be that he is giving them to another girl?" Seeing the shock on the faces of the 2 elders, Huqian proudly nodded. He managed to spend an entire year progressing from the Great Dome Master to the doling stage. The training program's contribution was merely 1 volume of Earth-tier technique, with the rest stemming from his own relentless efforts. Upon hearing this, Elder Yin expressed a hint of regret. If he had utilized all of it himself, he might have already reached the high tier of doling by now. Elder Lin nodded in agreement. This little fellow is practically using his own resources to propel those 2 girls forward. No wonder they can see no one but him, Elder Yin remarked, a touch of envy in his voice. If someone of the opposite sex were to invest such effort in me, I would surely be utterly devoted to her. Huqian, upon hearing this, shivered slightly and rubbed his arms. Oh, don't say such things, old man. It's quite nauseating. Elder Yin rolled his eyes, disregarding Huqian, instead lost in his own reverie. The 3 elders bantered and jested, showcasing the depth of their camaraderie. Just as they were engaged in their discussion, Shiaoze and his companions unexpectedly encountered a new team of recruits. Chapter 71, A Toxic Beating. There is something happening ahead. As Shiaoze's voice resonated, the 3 women immediately became alert. There is no need for concern. It is merely a team of newcomers, Shiaoze clarified, prompting them to relax. They had encountered these fledgling teams recently, most of whom appeared despondent. The initial pride and vigor they harbored from successfully passing the inner academy selection had been extinguished by this minor fire energy hunting competition. However, within Shiaoze's soul perception, this particular group of newcomers seemed rather exceptional. Upon entering a clearing in the forest, 5 new students were miserably leaning against tree trunks, attempting to recover. Sensing the arrival of others, they hastily grasped their weapons, displaying a sense of paranoia. Upon recognizing a familiar face, one of the newcomers exclaimed, "Shiaoze, what has happened to you? Have you encountered magical beasts? You look so wretched." Shiaoze furrowed his brow slightly. The fire energy hunting competition was fundamentally a trial among students, typically not involving such severe measures. Upon hearing Shiaoze's inquiry, the newcomer's face contorted with indignation. "Shiaoze, you must be cautious. That group of senior students ahead is laying an ambush for the newcomers." He appeared to be the one who had previously been penalized by the elder at the entrance, harboring resentment and deliberately targeting the newcomers at critical junctures. Not only do they strike with great ferocity, but they also insult us with their words. Another newcomer interjected, his eyes ablaze with anger. After listening, Shiaoze glanced at their grievous injuries. It seems that this senior is rather unsporting, treating us as if we are not from the same academy. In that case, I shall not hold back. Rest assured, I shall return the injuries he inflicted upon you with interest. Shiaoze leaned down, gently patting the agitated newcomer on the shoulder to soothe him. You all should recuperate here for the time being. The fire energy hunting competition lasts for 7 days. And there is still some time left. Do not be anxious. Having spoken, Shiaoze beckoned to the 3 women. The 4 of them vanished into the forest amid the adoring and grateful gazes of the 5 newcomers. In another part of the woods, 5 senior students were gleefully counting the fire energy on their crystal cards. It seemed that their ambush had indeed been effective. The newcomers, already weak in strength, were no match for their surprise attack. Haha, this fire energy hunting competition has yielded substantial rewards. One of them laughed. However, old May, you should perhaps temper your tongue. Your words are excessively vile, and I can hardly restrain myself from striking you, another commented. Those newcomers are not perpetually weak. Once they adapt to the inner academy, they may very well seek revenge. The young man, urged by his companions, shrugged nonchalantly, a boastful expression on his face. They are already 2 years behind me. The gap is not so easily bridged. Should they dare to trouble me again, I would not mind imparting another lesson, so they can understand the might of the seniors. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and old May turned his gaze toward the foliage, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Another prey approaches. Let 2 more teams come. It would help compensate for the 5 points of fire energy deducted by the elder. To be frank, the elder's deduction of your fire energy is truly well-deserved. A light and mocking voice floated through the forest. Lao Mei's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted a quartet emerging from the trees. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. So it is you lot who have caused me to lose 5 points of fire energy. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. With a dark expression, Lao Mei brandished his long whip. TSK, it's your own foul mouth that has brought this upon you. Shiaoze retorted, shaking his head in disdain. Few could evoke such revulsion in him. Not only were they lacking in strength, but their words were also reprehensible. Humph, little brat, soon you shall lie at my feet, savoring your own cries of despair, Lao Mei declared, his whip snapping through the air as the 4 senior students behind him stepped forward. This time, Shiaoze refrained from employing his toxic powers. Instead, he flickered forward, effortlessly bypassing the whip's defenses. Closing the distance to Lao Mei, he delivered a sharp slap across his cheek. The force of the blow caused several bloodied teeth to fly from Lao Mei's mouth. Before he could regain his composure, Shiaoze landed a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. The exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. The 4 senior students watching in horror as Lao Mei met his dismal fate. When Shiaoze cast his gaze upon them, they trembled in unison. Junior brother, let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence. One of them stammered. Indeed, we are all students of the inner academy. Why resort to blows? Another pleaded. Is that so? I recall you behaving quite differently not long ago. Shiaoze replied with a light chuckle, his expression one of contempt for these opportunistic individuals. Hand over your fire energy cards if you wish to avoid a beating. Otherwise, I shall make an example of you, he stated coldly. The 4 exchanged hesitant glances. But Shiaoze offered them no choice. In an instant, he launched a kick at another senior, causing him to double over in pain and collapse to the ground. I have not afforded you any choices. You are to comply with my demands. Reluctantly, the remaining 3 senior students discarded their crystalline cards, scrambling towards Lao Mei. With his mouth swollen from the earlier blow, Lao Mei was rendered speechless. In his terrified gaze, the trio unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Showing no mercy, the senior who had fallen to the ground, upon seeing Shiaoze's attention shift towards him, hastily tossed aside his own card and crawled over to Lao Mei, delivering a couple of kicks in a panic. He dared not hesitate. The earlier kick had left him questioning whether his insides were intact, as Lao Mei's cries of anguish echoed through the forest. Shiaoze methodically transferred the fire energy from the crystalline cards into his own. Don't forget to take that fellow's energy card as well after you're done, he called out to the chaotic battlefield. The other 4 senior students hurriedly echoed his command, fearing they might incur Shiaoze's wrath if they remained silent. It was only when Lao Mei's howl ceased that Shiaoze ordered them to halt their assault. As expected, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon receiving the bloodstained crystal card, Shiaoze hesitated not for a moment as he transferred the fiery energy onto his own card before returning it to them. Do not always think of bullying the newcomers. If you genuinely wish to intimidate them, I can certainly join in the game, for I too am a newcomer. Shiaoze spoke in a gentle tone. This prompted the 4 senior students to hastily shake their heads, exclaiming, we dare not, we dare not. After Shiaoze and his companions departed, the previous group of newcomers appeared in the forest clearing. Upon witnessing Lao Mei in such a wretched state, far worse than their own, they could hardly believe that the pitiful figure sprawled on the ground was indeed Lao Mei. Had it not been for the revelation from the 4 senior students, the newcomers felt a surge of joy upon seeing the fear reflected in the eyes of the seniors. All thanks to Shiaoze. Observing their pitiful circumstances, the newcomers abandoned any thoughts of revenge and continued their journey towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 72, Renowned Within the Academy. On the heap of rubble outside the forest, numerous senior students gathered to watch the spectacle. These were the teams that had been eliminated by Shiaoze. Their glances exchanged conveyed a sense of mutual understanding and shared suffering. Sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, Bai Feng furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the 7th team emerge from the forest, further elevating his assessment of Shiaoze's capabilities. Yet for him, it made little difference. His own strength as a 3-star doling had already placed him at a fundamental disparity from the other senior teams. The more seniors Shiaoze defeated, the more illustrious his own reputation would become when he ultimately triumphed over him. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted from the senior team. Bai Feng instinctively turned his gaze in that direction, where 4 seniors were using a stretcher to carry a grotesquely disfigured figure emerging from the forest. Oh, is that not Lao Mei? Has he been trampled by a horde of magical beasts? How did he end up in such a state? Although the seniors found it difficult to recognize Lao Mei's features, his teammates could still discern his identity. They deduced that the unfortunate soul on the stretcher was indeed Lao Mei. Upon witnessing Lao Mei's dismal fate, mockery ensued, revealing that his reputation within the academy was far from favorable. It seemed he had only managed to survive due to a slight advantage in strength. Alas, we have encountered that monstrous newcomer. His methods are exceedingly ruthless, remarked the senior who had previously been kicked by Shiaoze, clutching his abdomen. Is that true? Is it that seemingly youthful boy? Another inquired. Indeed, that newcomer possesses terrifying strength. Yet could he truly be so brutal? The eliminated senior teams expressed their disbelief. After all, they had all been vanquished by Shiaoze and were somewhat familiar with his modus operandi. What would we gain from deceiving you? Could it be that we inflicted these injuries upon ourselves? The senior teams remained skeptical, with one even rolling his eyes dismissively. Even if it was indeed that youth who acted, it is certain that you all must have instigated some grievous transgression first. For your reputation and interpersonal relations within the inner court are far from commendable. Upon hearing these words, many senior students nodded in agreement. Lao Mei's companions had initially intended to incite the senior students and stir up animosity toward Shiaoze. However, they found themselves in a predicament, as their attempts backfired, resulting in their own group becoming the subject of ridicule. Consequently, they dared not utter another word, acutely aware of the overwhelming numbers against them. With heads hung low, they carried their stretcher to a secluded spot. They were entirely cognizant of Baifeng's formidable prowess. Even that monstrous newcomer would surely be no match for Baifeng. Since they could not provoke the senior students, they settled for watching Baifeng teach that monstrous newcomer a lesson. Shortly thereafter, a team clad in sleek black attire emerged from the forest, prompting discussions among the senior students. ISNT that the Black Shia team? Have they been defeated as well? Are you suggesting that one individual single-handedly conquered the fire energy capture competition? Quite possibly. I believe that even when facing Baifeng, a 3-star combat spirit, that terrifying newcomer might just hold his own, or perhaps even triumph over Baifeng. The senior students murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, a group of seniors who had caught wind of the commotion and rushed over to witness the spectacle were equally astonished by the Black Shia team's elimination. After all, the Black Shia and White Shia teams were regarded as the two most powerful factions in the fire energy capture competition. With the Black Shia team vanquished, could the White Shia team possibly defeat that formidable newcomer? News of the enigmatic newcomer had spread throughout the inner court over the past few days, shrouded in mystery. Hearing the seniors' discussions, Baifeng could not help but smirk inwardly, resolutely deciding to defeat this so-called formidable newcomer in the most decisive manner, shattering all doubts. Shiaoze glanced at the numbers on his fire energy card, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his mind. Close to 400 units of fire energy. This was the result after dividing among his peers. If he were to keep it all for himself, the sum would astonishingly exceed 1,500. Nonetheless, Shiaoze understood the immense costs of fire energy within the inner court. The more, the better. Once the Black Shia team was dealt with, it would be time to confront the White Shia team. He stepped out of the forest, the somewhat blinding sunlight causing him to squint slightly. Almost immediately, he felt countless gazes directed towards him. Accompanied by a cacophony of murmurs, Shiaoze turned his attention to the pile of rocks. There, some individuals were seated, while others stood, most gazes filled with awe. After all, none among them were not his vanquished foes. On the other side stood several unfamiliar faces, clad in various uniforms, likely representatives of the factions within the inner court. Had these factions arrived early to scout the newcomers for future recruitment? A fleeting thought crossed Shiaoze's mind. Just as his thoughts swirled, Baifeng, perched upon the stone platform, drew forth a pale yellow spear. You are Shiaoze? Shiaoze calmly met his gaze and nodded slowly. As Shiaoze braced himself for a confrontation, believing silence would be his ally, Baifeng unexpectedly uttered. That individual who usurped my cousin Bai Cheng's fortune? Baifeng's words sent ripples through the crowd, drawing the attention of both seasoned students and onlookers alike, all intrigued by the mention of fortune and the brewing conflict. I took away Bai Cheng's fortune? What a ridiculous notion. We have no connection, Shiaoze mused, shaking his head in bewilderment. His gaze swept the area, searching for the focal point of this drama, Bai Cheng, as Baifeng rushed toward him with remarkable speed. Shiaoze couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. You would be better off remaining silent and simply engaging in combat. You're more cryptic than a riddle. Noticing the faint yellow aura of energy surrounding Baifeng, it became evident that he was an earth element practitioner, presenting an opportunity to test the advanced technique. Azure waves and raging tides. Baifeng enveloped himself in his energy armor, meticulously safeguarding every aspect of his being. Simultaneously, he concentrated a substantial amount of earth element energy into his spear, having resolved to defeat Shiaoze with utmost decisiveness using his intermediate technique, earth-shattering spear. The surrounding seasoned students observed Baifeng's preparations, gasping in astonishment. Although Baifeng appeared dismissive of the newcomer, it was clear he harbored a deep-seated apprehension. Indeed, this new student exuded an aura of strength that was utterly inscrutable, igniting a sense of anticipation within the crowd. Chapter 73. The Might of Earth-Level Techniques? Little brat, this technique of mine, honed over a decade alongside my elemental energy, possesses extraordinary power. I advise you to surrender promptly, Baifeng remarked with a cold smirk. unable to discern Shiaoze's hidden capabilities. Shiaoze chuckled softly, his slender fingers deftly forming seals. As he moved, the energies of the world surged wildly around him. Why has the water element become so turbulent all of a sudden? He pondered, noting the drastic shift from the calm demeanor he associated with water. The elemental energy seemed incited, spiraling into a frenzy. Following the disturbance, his gaze fell upon the source of this chaotic energy, Shiaoze. To his astonishment, ethereal strands of translucent blue energy began to manifest around him, creating an illusion of being submerged in the ocean. Some students with considerable background and insight gasped in revelation. To provoke the energies of the heavens and earth, this must be an earth-level technique. Upon hearing the term earth-level technique, the crowd collectively shuddered as they turned their attention to Shiaoze. Although earth-level techniques and their advanced counterparts were merely one tier apart, the chasm between them was monumental. Advanced techniques primarily relied on the practitioner's innate strength, while earth-level techniques harnessed the energies of the cosmos, yielding astonishing power. The contrast between personal strength and the energy of the universe was akin to comparing dust to the heavens. Although rare, those who are admitted into the inner sanctum of the Canaan Academy are undoubtedly prodigious individuals, each possessing formidable backgrounds. Some may effortlessly master a single technique of the Shin-level combat arts. However, the situation is markedly different with the earth-level techniques. Among the students, none have ever been witnessed executing an earth-level technique. Thus, the sight of this new student unleashing such a skill left them utterly astounded and horrified. At a higher vantage point, 3 elders exchanged glances, with 2 of them gazing in astonishment at Huqian. Did you truly not bestow upon him the complete earth-level technique? One inquired. Of course not. How could I possibly make such an egregious error? Huqian replied promptly. Yet, he refrained from further debate with the elders. Instead, his eyes widened in amazement as he observed Shiaoze below. He murmured to himself, no wonder this young lad sensed the anomaly in the combat technique. He has already demonstrated the prowess of an earth-level skill. The techniques personally allocated by the Academy head are undoubtedly flawless. After all, even the esteemed elders practicing the Azure Sea's tumultuous waves in the Inner Academy cannot unleash the might of an earth-level technique using merely an advanced Shin-level skill. The innate talent of this young man is truly terrifying. Huqian was profoundly shaken by Shiaoze's extraordinary aptitude. As the energies of heaven and earth surged violently, Bai Feng's countenance shifted dramatically, and he felt an undeniable urge to retreat. His movements became less decisive, and even his spear technique appeared somewhat sluggish. Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of a raging ocean filled everyone's ears, followed by the emergence of a colossal wave that surged toward Bai Feng. Witnessing this formidable force, Bai Feng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip on the spear, his form appearing diminutive in comparison to the approaching tidal wave. Alas, this young one has wielded his power with little restraint. The force of an earth-level technique, even in its residual impact, is beyond the capacity of these novice combat masters to withstand. Huqian remarked, signaling the 2 elders to act swiftly. He then unfurled a pair of resplendent wings of combat energy and dove toward the ground. The 2 elders conjured a barrier of energy to shield the onlooking students, while Huqian swiftly reached Bai Feng's side, grasping the back of his collar and soaring upward just in time to evade the devastating attack. The crashing tidal wave collided with the jagged rocks, which, in the face of such overwhelming force, appeared fragile and were effortlessly shattered. As the wave descended fully, countless students felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, as if a dragon stirred from its slumber. A torrent of water, laden with mud and debris, surged toward the forest below, uprooting trees in its wake. Observing this scene, reminiscent of a natural disaster, the students swallowed hard, casting grateful glances at the 2 elders who shielded them, while also gazing in awe at Shiaoze. Is this the true might of an earth-level technique? Is this the power derived from the energies of heaven and earth? The long spear in Bai Feng's hand slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the pile of rubble below with a crisp sound. His face was awash with shock as he gazed at Shiaoze, realizing that had he not evaded the strike, he might have been reduced to mere fragments at this moment. Huqian descended slowly, feigning anger as he remarked, "You little rascal, you must learn to temper your strength. What if someone else were to be injured?" Shiaoze clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I acknowledge my mistake." "Very well, let this be a lesson," Huqian conceded, recognizing that in battle, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. He gently set Bai Feng down, treating Shiaoze's actions with leniency. "Bai Feng, do you have any objections?" Huqian inquired, belatedly aware of the situation. Bai Feng's face turned pale as he hastily shook his head. He dared not voice any dissent. Had it not been for the vice principal's intervention today, he would have long met his demise at Shiaoze's hands. Internally, he cursed Bai Cheng vehemently, questioning why he would provoke such a formidable adversary. "Hold on, Senior Bai Feng. You have yet to enlighten me about the nature of this opportunity," Shiaoze interjected with a smile, prompting Bai Feng to recount the details. "My cousin Bai Cheng claims that you seized his opportunity, a 7th-grade elixir, the indestructible pill." Shiaoze was taken aback, pondering when the indestructible pill had become Bai Cheng's fortune. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. A 7th-grade elixir? Who could have anticipated that attending the fire energy capture competition today would yield such remarkable revelations? They had just witnessed the terrifying prowess of Earth-ranked combat skills, and now heard of an opportunity involving a 7th-grade elixir. Shiaoze glanced at the vice principal, and, seeing a slight nod of approval, began to elucidate. After all, The matters concerning the library pavilion were confidential to the academy. It was utterly ludicrous. Bai Cheng must have lost his senses. The 7th grade elixir was indeed a treasure from the library pavilion. Bai Cheng had rushed forward upon its emergence, only to be injured by the energy it radiated, and had not encountered it since. If merely catching a glimpse could be regarded as claiming an opportunity, that would be excessively tyrannical, wouldn't it? Bai Feng's complexion oscillated between shades of blue and purple, yet he did not believe Shiaoze would deceive him. After all, this was a matter of the library pavilion, and in the presence of the vice principal, Shiaoze would surely be reprimanded for any falsehoods. As he noticed the surrounding students casting mocking glances, Bai Feng felt a surge of indignation. He resolved to teach his foolish cousin a lesson. At that moment, 2 elders approached Shiaoze, chuckling as they remarked, "The younger generation is indeed formidable." Chapter 74, Do Not Rush. Retain the fire energy. Uft. So this is the method of seizing opportunities? How comical. A mere glance transforms it into Bai Cheng's fortune? His arrogance knows no bounds. They laughed heartily, realizing that although the inner academy often jested about the madness of others, they had not anticipated the arrival of a true lunatic. Yet, as Shiaoze stated, the treasures within the library pavilion were indeed tantalizing, with even 7th grade elixirs in the mix. Indeed, had I known earlier, I would have exerted every effort to secure a top 5 position. The students around engaged in lively discussions, finding amusement in Bai Cheng's behavior. Simultaneously, one cannot help but be astounded by the profound heritage of Canaan Academy. The library astonishingly houses even 7th grade elixirs. Some former students, upon hearing this, were filled with regret. It seems they were once very close to securing a place among the top 5, but missed this extraordinary opportunity. Countless students turned their gazes towards Shiaoze. This seemingly youthful freshman possesses both Earth-level combat techniques and 7th grade elixirs. Furthermore, having just entered the inner academy, he already wields such terrifying power, effortlessly defeating Bai Feng, a 3-star combat spirit. If given a year, he is bound to become a prominent figure among the elite. They could already envision the tremendous upheaval Shiaoze would create upon entering the inner academy. A single phrase surfaced in everyone's minds. Truly, as the elder remarked, "The youth are formidable." Elder Lin, chuckling, remarked, "Even the Bai Sha team has fallen to your hands, young lad. You have set a new record for the inner academy, becoming the first to single-handedly break through the entire fire energy capture competition." Thus, this year's fire energy capture competition came to a close. At that moment, Shiaoze suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Please wait a moment. Elder." Youngster, is there something else on your mind?" Elder Lin responded kindly. "I would like to request that Senior Bai Feng and his team hand over their fire energy cards." Elder Lin was taken aback, glancing at the elder beside him and Hu Qian, unable to suppress a chuckle. Bai Feng, pale and visibly reluctant, along with the other 4 team members, wore expressions of discontent. However, even if their faces were bruised, they dared not utter that they had not lost. After all, the power of that Earth-level combat technique was deeply etched in their minds. Losing means you must acknowledge it. What? Are you only permitted to seize the fire energy cards from the freshmen while they cannot take yours? Elder Lin snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Bai Feng's hesitation. Upon hearing the elder's cold snort, Bai Feng trembled slightly, his fingers trembling as he produced a blue crystal card. The number on it elicited a wave of fervor among the onlooking students, an astonishing 136. With a pained expression, Bai Feng reluctantly handed over the fire energy card, which he had fought hard to acquire in the arena. Shiaoze cheerfully accepted the fire energy card and vigorously rubbed it against his black card. Instantly, the number on the blue fire energy card transformed into 7. As Bai Feng received the blue fire energy card, his heart bled. Had he known that the fire energy capture competition would encounter such a monster, he would never have hoarded so much fire energy, but would have exchanged it for other elixirs or combat techniques long ago. Now, months of accumulation were entirely wiped out. This was beyond mere heartache. It felt as though his heart was bleeding. Shiaoze then took the fire energy cards from the other 4, methodically wiping away their fire energy. Observing the sudden addition of over 400 fire energy, Shiaoze's heart soared with joy. Even if divided among the 4 team members, each would still receive over 100 fire energy, coupled with their earlier accumulation. The 4 of them would likely be free from worries about fire energy for the coming months. "Ah, you have successfully obtained the fire energy, my little friend. Are you satisfied now?" Elder Lin remarked with a smile, to which Shiaoze responded with a respectful gesture of gratitude. After all, even if Elder Lin chose to disregard him and abruptly declared the end of the fire energy hunting competition, Shiaoze would have been powerless to object. "Very well. Let your teammates come forth and claim their rewards as well." Upon the appearance of Xiao Suner and the enchanting healer Han Yu, a sensation rippled through the crowd. The gaze of numerous students converged upon them, and soon after, upon Shiaoze. Observing Xiaoze's figure, one could not help but feel envious. Possessing Earth-grade combat skills, 7th-tier elixirs, and accompanied by 3 extraordinary beauties, what a sight to behold. The quartet of Xiaoze's team each received a green fire energy card. Elder Lin kindly elucidated the significance of these cards. The fire energy cards are categorized into 5 levels: black, blue, green, red, and purple, each representing the number of tiers one can access in the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower. The black card grants access to the 1st and 2nd tiers, the blue card to the 3rd and 4th, and so forth. Transitioning from a black card to a blue card requires 100 units of fire energy, while ascending from blue to green necessitates 200 units, and so on. effectively saving you 300 units of fire energy. Within the crowd, envy and jealousy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, as the vast majority had not managed to acquire a green fire energy card. Yet here stood 4 newcomers to the inner academy, possessing what they themselves could not attain. How could this not incite feelings of envy and even resentment? Additionally, each member received 100 days worth of fire energy, and Shiaoze was granted an extra 100 days. Elder Lin slowly articulated words that drew gasps of astonishment from all present. Each of you is awarded 100 days of fire energy. Thus, Shiaoze directly received 200 days worth, when accounting for the fire energy previously seized from the senior students. The worth of these 4 newly admitted students had already soared to an unattainable height in comparison to their peers. With a wave of his hand, Elder Lin summoned 4 green fire energy cards to hover before Shiaoze and his companions. The card before Shiaoze displayed 200 fire energy units. Now, transfer the fire energy from your black cards to the green cards, and then return the black cards to me. Shiaoze and the others promptly complied. Once the rewards were dispensed, Elder Lin addressed the assembly. The current fire energy hunting competition concludes here. The ultimate victors are Shiaoze's team. Come with me, little ones. I shall ensure your accommodations and explain the regulations of the inner academy. Elder Lin instructed the quartet, while Elder Yin remained to await the arrival of other new students. As Shiaoze and his companions received Elder Lin's guidance, a monumental wave swept through the inner academy, with the tales shared by the observing senior students. The name of Shiaoze resonated throughout the inner sanctum. Earth-grade combat skills, 7th tier elixirs, 1 individual dominating the fire energy hunting competition. Each topic had the potential to ignite fervor within the academy, all converging upon a single individual. Thus, the name Shiaoze became a resounding echo among both new and returning students. Apart from those in seclusion, not a soul within the inner academy was unaware of Shiaoze's name. Even students ranked among the elite began to take an interest in him, while others eagerly anticipated the prospect of battling with Shiaoze. After all, how could such a formidable being lack interest in the rankings? With the discussions surrounding Shiaoze igniting fervor within the inner courtyard, those associated with him, such as the Bai brothers, Bai Feng and Bai Cheng, found themselves in the limelight as well. However, while the discourse regarding Shiaoze was largely filled with admiration, the remarks directed at the brothers were tinged with ridicule and satire. Chapter 75, Forming a Faction? Future Aspirations. Creak. A wooden door was gently pushed open, and Elder Lin introduced the 4 individuals. This loft shall serve as your residence within the inner courtyard, equipped with private chambers, a training room, and all other necessary amenities. The competition here is far more intense than that of the outer courtyard. Being weak and isolated will be detrimental to you. Since you 4 have already formed a bond through the fire energy hunting competition, it would be prudent to meld together and establish a small group. Elder Lin elaborated on the rules of the inner courtyard and offered his earnest advice. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your guidance and enlightenment. Shiaoze responded with a respectful gesture. Haha, with your training speed, young one, it won't be long, perhaps a year or 2, before you ascend to the rank of elder. At that point, we shall be equals, Elder Lin chuckled, expressing his strong belief in Shiaoze's potential. Even before Shiaoze had truly become an elder, Elder Lin already regarded him as a peer. With no outsiders present, he spoke candidly. Xiao Suner and the little medical sage remained composed, possessing unwavering confidence in Shiaoze. In contrast, Han Yu regarded Shiaoze with a hint of astonishment, having grown closer to him only after the inner courtyard selection competition. She was not entirely familiar with him. However, with Elder Lin's endorsement, she gained a clearer understanding of Shiaoze's promising future, recognizing him as a being of at least elder caliber. Very well, you may take your time to settle in. Afterwards, explore the inner courtyard and acclimatize to its training atmosphere, Elder Lin advised as he departed. Shiaoze and the others bid farewell to Elder Lin, and each chose a room on the 2nd floor. As dusk descended, they reconvened in the hall downstairs. With the insights gained from Elder Lin and senior sister Han Yu, their understanding of the inner courtyard now rivaled that of seasoned students. It was time to make a decision. Xiao Suner smiled and proposed, should we consider establishing a faction? The little medical sage pursed her lips, her brow furrowed. As the bearer of the cursed poison body, she was accustomed to solitude. Had she not encountered Shiaoze and become his companion, she would likely still be alone. Thus, she felt a twinge of resistance towards the idea of forming a faction. However, seeing that Shiaoze had yet to express his stance, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Han Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting inner turmoil. She had benefited greatly from Shiaoze during the fire energy hunting competition, acquiring substantial fire energy. If Shiaoze intended to form a faction, she certainly could not consider aligning with another group. If that were the case, she would need to inform her clan in advance that she would not be joining the faction established by them. The sudden inquiry from Xiao Suner elicited varied expressions from the 2 individuals present. Shiaoze took in the scene before him, arriving at a resolute decision within. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I am accustomed to solitude, and the establishment of a faction seems unnecessary. I can barely attend to my own cultivation, let alone manage a group. Upon hearing Shiaoze's words, the expression on the little healer's face eased. Han Yu also quietly exhaled. Yet an inexplicable sense of loss lingered in her heart. Perhaps it was the realization that she would not be able to see Shiaoze as frequently in the future. After all, if she were to join the faction established by her kin, it would be impossible to share the same loft with Shiaoze. Coupled with their mutual cultivation, the opportunities for encounters would diminish even further. Since Brother Shiaoze has made such a decision, so be it. Xiao Suner harbored no objections. Should Shiaoze wish to form a faction, she would certainly assist in its management. However, if he had no such intentions, she would not impose upon him. Nevertheless, the elder's suggestion from the inner courtyard held merit. A solitary existence might prove challenging within the inner sanctum. Han Yu expressed her concerns, as she intended to join the faction being formed by her kin. This had been agreed upon before her entry into the inner courtyard, and she could not renege on her promise. With a newfound sense of belonging, Han Yu began to worry for Shiaoze and the others. Fear not, senior sister Han Yu, Shiaoze replied confidently. While solitary endeavors may seem disadvantageous, this is only true under ordinary circumstances. Once one possesses sufficient strength, such worries become trivial. After all, did not senior sister Han Yu herself state that even among the strongest, there exist those who walk alone? Perhaps I have overthought it, Han Yu chuckled. Her faith in Shiaoze unwavering. His mysterious aura and formidable prowess spoke volumes. Senior sister Han, you must have plans of her own, correct? Xiao Suner suddenly interjected. Han Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could Xiao Suner discern her intentions without her having revealed them? She glanced toward Shiaoze and the little healer, finding them both maintaining their calm demeanor, prompting her to wear a bittersweet smile. Have I been so transparent? Indeed, somewhat, Shiaoze nodded. When Suner mentioned forming a faction, your hesitation and inner turmoil were evident to all. Shiaoze, I have a request. I wonder if you might grant it? Han Yu, realizing that the three had already perceived her feelings, hesitated before speaking. Please, senior sister Han Yu, go ahead. The faction I wish to join is being established by my kin, and I have previously pledged my allegiance, making it difficult to withdraw. However, could I continue residing in this loft? Of course. This loft does not belong solely to me. Shiaoze, stay for as long as you wish, senior sister Han Yu. He replied with a smile, bringing relief to Han Yu and allowing her to express a contented smile. In the evening, the four of them gathered in the dining hall established within the inner courtyard, indulging in a hearty meal to celebrate the victory in the fire energy hunting competition. On their way back, Shiaoze gazed at the numbers on the blue fire energy card, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. Within this inner courtyard, the necessity for fire energy is indeed omnipresent. Previously, they indulged in a hearty feast, consuming several days' worth of fire energy. The inner courtyard does not lack methods to acquire fire energy. For instance, with your formidable strength, Shiaoze, you might consider trying your hand in the arena, suggested Han Yu upon hearing Shiaoze's musings. Let us not rush. Tomorrow, we shall first visit the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. That is the very foundation upon which the inner courtyard cultivates such a multitude of powerful individuals, and I am indeed quite curious, Shiaoze remarked with underlying intent. He brimmed with anticipation regarding the potential gains he might achieve within the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. Upon returning to their modest loft, Shiaoze ascended to the rooftop. Reclining upon the structure, he gazed at the inner courtyard enveloped in the night's embrace. Apart from a few areas still radiating warmth, the rest fell into a tranquil silence. Nestled within a basin, the inner courtyard was surrounded by towering edges of the landscape. As Shiaoze observed the scene before him, he realized that the next 1 to 2 years would be spent here. His aspirations within the inner courtyard were few. Primarily, he aimed to cultivate his strength to the Do Huang realm. Secondly, he sought to determine whether he could obtain the earth core tempering liquid. Achieving the Do Huang realm was fundamental to resolving the Xiao family's peril, thus it must be attained. Subsequent goals would also necessitate that Shiaoze possess sufficient strength to act freely. Otherwise, even the Queen Medusa would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 76. Intimate Encounters. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Many of the endeavors he wished to pursue required robust strength as support. Whether it was severing the Soul Palace's covetous gaze upon the Xiao family or delving deeper into the development of the feedback system, substantial capital was essential. His set objective over the next 1 to 2 years was to reach the Do Huang level. Shiaoze contemplated the void within him. A golden sapling was thriving, now exceeding 3 meters in height, drawing near to 4. At that moment, a faint sound reached his ears, and upon turning, he found a graceful figure lying beside him. In the dim night, the girl's pupils emitted a subtle golden gleam. Shiaoze Gij, why have you come to the rooftop alone? She inquired, her voice tinged with innocence. I was pondering the future and setting a goal for myself, Shiaoze replied, gently running his fingers through the girl's soft hair. And what is your future goal? Shiaoze Gij, Xiao Sun playfully prodded, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun tilted her head slightly, her delicate brows furrowing. If memory serves, the inner courtyard operates on a 5-year system. Achieving the Do Huang level within 5 years seems utterly unattainable for the average person, perhaps even a lifelong endeavor. Yet for you, Shiaoze Gij, it does not appear particularly daunting, does it? Haha, you little rascal certainly possesses unwavering confidence in me, Shiaoze chuckled. However, I do not wish to linger in the inner courtyard for a full 5 years. Within 3 years at most, I shall undoubtedly reach the Do Huang realm. After all, if I truly wish to walk hand in hand with you into old age, lacking sufficient strength would render my aspirations merely fanciful, would it not? Upon hearing these words, Suner's gaze gradually softened like water. Was it true that Brother Shiaoze had been striving so hard all this time for my sake? Unable to restrain herself, Xiao Suner leaned closer to Shiaoze, pressing against his chest to listen to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a muffled sound escaping her lips. Brother Shiaoze, do you understand? Yes, I am aware of your mysterious origins and formidable background. The obstacles in our path will be immense. But rest assured, I will not allow you to face everything alone. The Do Emperor is merely the starting point. If necessary, I will strive for the Do Zone, Do Zun, and even the legendary realms that seem so distant. I will clear away all the barriers standing between us. As Sunner listened to Shiaoze's slightly fervent heartbeat, her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Yes, I have always believed that Brother Shiaoze can achieve this. She buried her face in Shiaoze's chest, inhaling his familiar scent. Just as they fell into silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat intimate, a sudden sound of footsteps broke the moment. Ahem, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. The little doctor, observing the two nestled together, spoke awkwardly. Sunner's cheeks turned crimson as she stood up. Despite their daily interactions, being so close to Shiaoze in front of the little doctor made her feel anything but at ease. Shiaoze found the phrase oddly familiar, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. No, you arrived just in time. But he quickly dismissed it as he noticed the wooden box in the little doctor's hand. What is this? This was sent by a mentor from the inner courtyard. It contains subsequent Do techniques, advising you to practice with caution, and to abandon it if it proves too challenging, the little doctor explained, extending the wooden box towards him. A glimmer of excitement lit up Shiaoze's eyes. With the addition of this subsequent Do technique, it would constitute a complete Earth-level Do technique. It was far more genuine than the one he had forcibly executed. Of course, I would not jest with my cultivation. As Shiaoze accepted the wooden box, he marveled at how exceptionally generous Hu Qian was to him. On his very first day in the inner courtyard, he had already received advanced Do techniques from the Grand Elder, without having to pay any price. After all, these were Earth-level techniques. Even those with significant side effects would be sought after by countless individuals at any cost. Well then, as night falls, let us retire for the evening. We shall explore the sky-burning refining tower tomorrow. We can rest for a few days upon entering the inner courtyard. But soon we must commence serious cultivation, Shiaoze declared as he accepted the wooden box. He briefly skimmed through the subsequent Do techniques, his heart swelling with joy. Their power was indeed deserving of the Earth-level designation. Simultaneously, he understood why this Do technique could drain a person's Do Qi and even cause regression in their cultivation. The latter part essentially revolved around one core principle, the stacking method. The essence of the Bihai Jingtao Do technique was to simulate the ocean's waves, one after another. Each successive wave would exponentially amplify its power. Theoretically, it could stack without limit, yet in reality, it was nearly impossible. Even at the Do Emperor level, one could not withstand the immense amount of Do Qi required for several iterations of stacking. Some elders, while performing their techniques, miscalculated the amount of energy required, leading to their power being depleted and even resulting in a regression of their cultivation. Perhaps another day will be designated for this endeavor. If it proves unfeasible, I shall temporarily refrain from practicing, as I can still unleash the might of Earth-tier combat skills in the meantime. On the following day, Shiaoze and his companions made their way toward the northern part of the inner courtyard. They did not hurry, but rather strolled leisurely, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. The sky-burning refinement tower had a fixed opening schedule, and arriving early would only mean waiting in line. It was more prudent to wait until others had entered before proceeding. The inner courtyard was vast, yet it housed only a little over 1,000 students, often creating an atmosphere of solitude and desolation. Only in certain areas would battles occasionally erupt, drawing the attention of nearby students. As they walked, the four of them witnessed no fewer than a dozen sparring matches. However, some of these encounters amused Shiaoze, for the initial intent to spar was often overshadowed by the appearance of his group, particularly the presence of three breathtaking beauties. Eager to display their prowess, the challengers readily engaged in combat. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Sunner and the little physician were entirely indifferent. Even Han Yu did not spare them a glance. The display of strength was merely for the air. By the time the duel concluded and the victor scanned the surroundings, he discovered that the three enchanting figures had vanished without a trace. With a sigh of disappointment, he began to inquire among his companions about the sudden emergence of such extraordinary beauties in the inner courtyard. Those in the know explained that the three were new students who had just arrived the previous day, but warned against provoking them, particularly the one leading the trio, who was reputed to be a monster in strength. What can a new student, even if they are a monster, truly achieve? With the aid of the sky-burning refinement tower, I am no longer the same as before, replied one, brimming with confidence in his abilities. The Earth-tier combat skill he unleashed nearly defeated by foam, a 3-star battle spirit. What say you to that? Came the retort. Indeed, best not to provoke. As Shiaoze continued on his way, discussions of this nature frequently arose. Eventually, they came to a halt in a crowded area, where a black tower loomed before them. Sky-burning refinement tower, here I come. Chapter 77, The Heartfire? The suppression of the primordial tree. Hey, is that Shiaoze? Someone exclaimed. Where? Let me see. Wow. It really is him. He looks so young. He has truly mastered Earth-tier combat skills, and even defeated a 3-star battle spirit? Although it seemed unbelievable, the truth was undeniable. I witnessed it myself yesterday. The disparity between individuals can sometimes evoke a sense of despair. As Shiaoze and his companions neared the sky-burning refinement tower, some students who had observed the battle the previous day recognized him and engaged in fervent discussion. Yet, they had yet to arrive at the designated opening time for the tower. Shiaoze had misjudged the moment for the tower's opening. Surrounding the black tower was a faint shimmer of spatial ripples, identical to what he had seen earlier in the library. This is a spatial formation that can only be arranged by a Dozun expert. It is evident how much the Jianan Academy values the heavenly flame refining tower. Shiaoze stood beneath the shade of a tree, feeling the multitude of gazes directed at him without paying them much heed. Let them watch. As long as they do not seek trouble, a few glances will not lead to any mishap. After all, Shiaoze's recent accomplishments in the inner academy have already been sufficient to deter many senior students. Even some of the established factions within the inner academy, lacking sufficient strength, dare not provoke him. Generally speaking, a faction possessing a single Douling expert is already ranked as second tier within the inner academy. Only those with multiple Douling experts can ascend to first tier status. The top factions invariably boast powerful figures, even those ranked among the top 10, each possessing terrifying strength at the pinnacle of Douling. This illustrates the fierce competition within the inner academy of Jianan Academy. Only factions with peak Douling experts can truly be considered top tier. Consequently, ordinary second tier or even first tier factions do not dare to provoke Shiaoze. The combination of Douling realm and earth tier combat techniques is sufficient to intimidate them. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang out, and an elder appeared before the tower seemingly out of thin air. The elder surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shiaoze. Then, his aged yet resonant voice echoed across the plaza. The tower is now open. Shiaoze and his companions remained unhurried, not rushing to queue, and continued to converse beneath the shade of the tree. It was only when the crowd thinned significantly that Shiaoze approached the black tower. Are you the new students who have recently been the talk of the academy? As Shiaoze drew near, the elder greeted him with a smile. Shiaoze respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. No need for excessive formalities, young one. Elder Lin mentioned your achievements to us yesterday. Had it not been for his words, I might have found it hard to believe. The elder chuckled, introducing himself. My surname is Liu. You may call me Elder Liu. How well do you understand the heavenly flame refining tower? Somewhat. Shiaoze pondered briefly before responding. The first time one enters the heavenly flame refining tower, one must endure the torment of the heart fire. Correct. Elder Liu nodded, stroking his beard and explaining with a smile. The initial exposure to heart fire is a passive experience, as one does not yet know how to dispel it. The longer you can endure it, the stronger your resistance to the heart fire becomes, and the greater the benefits you can reap within the tower. However, this also entails risks, as allowing the heart fire to burn within one's body is not a safe endeavor. In that case, we would be grateful if Elder Liu could safeguard us. Shiaoze requested, clasping his hands once more. Haha, rest assured, young ones. This is indeed my duty, and I shall ensure your safety, Elder Liu replied with a smile, granting them permission to begin their attempts. Seeing that Shiaoze and the others remained still, Han Yu took the initiative and stepped into the tower first. Soon, her expression changed drastically, her body becoming somewhat rigid. Her previously pale face began to flush, as if a flame were igniting within her. Brother Shiaoze, should we go? Shall we engage in a contest to see who can endure the longest? Or perhaps not, for I might be the first to break free. Shiaoze chuckled and shook his head, trailing closely behind them. At the entrance of the Qi refining tower, four figures stood motionless. Elder Liu stood nearby, observing with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. His gaze was predominantly focused on Shiaoze. What kind of miracle could this little fellow, who bore the hopes of the outer court, create within the inner court? Surrounding them were several senior students, eager to witness the feats of this new student, renowned for his extraordinary talents. As Shiaoze stepped into the Qi refining tower, he felt an intangible and colorless heart fire materialize near his heart. However, with his formidable soul perception and strong control over his body, he sensed the heart fire the moment it appeared. Although it was formless and colorless, being within Shiaoze's own body allowed him to vaguely perceive its shape. Once it began to rise, the heart fire sought to swell and unleash its own power within this new vessel. Yet, before Shiaoze could channel his fighting spirit to refine and extract it through the heart fire, a golden light radiated from the void, illuminating the area around his heart. Before the heart fire could unleash its chaotic potential, it felt as if it had encountered a terrifying nemesis, instantly retracting into a compact form. Under the continuous illumination of the golden light, the heart fire shrank to the size of a small fireball. This sudden turn of events left Shiaoze momentarily stunned. Though this flicker of flame was merely a projection of the fallen heart flame and feeble in strength, it still caught him off guard upon their initial encounter. To his astonishment, it had been directly subdued by the tree of origin. After all, weakness and strength are always relative. This flicker of flame, when compared to the true fallen heart flame, was pitifully weak. Yet, to the new students who had just entered the inner court and were still at the Dome Master and Great Dome Master levels, it posed a terrifying threat capable of causing permanent harm. The ease with which it was subdued left Shiaoze somewhat astonished. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of intervening personally, eager to observe how the tree of origin would handle this fireball. Soon, drawn by the golden light, the fireball was swallowed into the void. Once inside this space, the fireball lost all capacity for resistance. Two golden roots pierced through the void, directly entering either side of the fireball. The fighting spirit from the tree of origin surged through one of the roots, flooding into the fireball. The fireball, initially the size of a fingertip, instantly expanded to that of a soccer ball. Fortunately, this void space was independent of his body. Otherwise, the sudden enlargement of the heart fire could have inflicted harm upon him. As the heart fire transformed into a soccer ball-sized fireball, its once formless and colorless flames were rendered a deep blue, with flashes of brilliance. The Heartfire diligently refined the fighting spirit infused into it. It frantically compressed its form, acutely aware of the formidable adversary it faced, and dared not expand its size. Chapter 78. The attention of Lu Qing as the Heartfire was freshly tempered into essence, returning to the size of a thumb. It was once again infused with an overwhelming force of Do Qi, expanding to the size of a ball. Shiaoze, observing this spectacle, could not suppress a chuckle. It was usually the Heartfire that scorched others, when had it ever been subjected to such humiliation. It could only passively endure the infusion of Do Qi from the roots of the origin tree, striving to accommodate this vast energy while silently refining itself. The two roots of the tree had distinct roles. One infused mighty Do Qi, while the other absorbed the refined essence thereafter. After the Heartfire expanded and contracted for the third time, the energy contained within it was utterly consumed, vanishing into thin air. The two golden roots, still yearning for more, waved in the void, reluctant to return to their original state until they confirmed the disappearance of the Heartfire. At that moment, as Shiaoze observed the ethereal space, the surrounding students instinctively parted to form a pathway, their gazes drawn to an imposing figure. Lu Qing, did you not immerse yourself in the arena? Elder Lu remarked upon noticing Lu Qing's arrival. He was indeed a student who had garnered significant attention the previous year. Elder Lu, I was fortunate to achieve 10 consecutive victories in the arena and felt compelled to seek enlightenment through seclusion in the refinement tower, Lu Qing replied graciously. The burgeoning aura of dominance about him captivated the attention of those around him. Another breakthrough? If memory serves, Lu Qing was already a 3-star Doling, was he not? It was truly astonishing, his rapid cultivation progress in just 1 year. Lu Qing paid no heed to the murmurs of the surrounding students, instead focusing his gaze on Shiaoze and his companions. So, these are the new students basking in the limelight of the inner courtyard over the past few days? Indeed, came the reply. Among the four, only Han Yu appeared relatively normal, her body stiff, face flushed, a familiar sight of pain akin to the others enduring the Heartfire's torment. Yet, the other three exhibited peculiarities. The girl clad in white exhibited a complexion shifting from green to purple, though Elder Lu discerned that this was not merely a result of the Heartfire, but rather indicative of severe poisoning. Conversely, the girl in a pale blue dress radiated a faint glimmer. However, the most inscrutable of all was Shiaoze. He bore no signs of distress, as if the Heartfire had never ignited within him. Had it not been for Shiaoze's steady aura, Elder Lu might have suspected an unforeseen anomaly beyond his control. At this juncture, Lu Qing also observed the peculiar state of the four. He regarded Shiaoze's calm demeanor with a hint of astonishment. Having once endured the Heartfire's trials himself, he understood how exceedingly difficult it was to maintain composure in the face of such an inferno. Even the girl in pale blue exhibited a more typical response than Shiaoze. Just as Lu Qing was about to inquire, he noticed Elder Lu's expression of uncertainty. It was evident that even the elder had not encountered such a scenario before. Meanwhile, some astute students in the vicinity had begun to whisper among themselves, recognizing Shiaoze's unusual condition. As Shiaoze observed the complete consumption of the Heartfire, he promptly assessed his gains. The essence of the energy within the origin tree had been somewhat refined. Simultaneously, the origin tree had grown slightly taller. After all, the Heartfire was merely a feeble flicker, containing only a limited amount of energy. For someone like Shiaoze, who had already attained the spirit realm, its benefits were minimal. The absence of residual violent energy indicated that he could engage in prolonged cultivation within the Qi refinement tower without fearing adverse effects. By directly channeling the Heartfire into the void space, he eliminated the risk of inadvertently injuring his internal organs. Moreover, with the roots of the origin tree immersed in the Heartfire, the efficiency of refining his fighting spirit increased significantly. Shiaoze swiftly synthesized his findings and concluded that training within the Qi refinement tower was indeed advantageous. He then withdrew his consciousness from the void space and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing around, he confirmed that he was the first to escape the searing effects of the Heartfire. You little fellow, you are always so exceptional. Elder Lu remarked upon seeing Shiaoze awake, a smile gracing his lips. You have experienced the benefits of the Heartfire, have you not? Elder Lu was aware that Shiaoze's rapid escape was indicative of his understanding of how to utilize the Heartfire. Truly, the inner courtyard was a remarkable place. The benefits of training within the Qi refinement tower were evident, and students had begun to savor its advantages. While conversing with Elder Lu, Shiaoze kept an eye on the situation of Xiao Sun and the others. He quickly recognized Lu Qing, whose burgeoning aura was unmistakable. In the inner courtyard, it was likely that only he possessed such a presence. After a moment, Xiao Sun's body shuddered slightly as she opened her eyes, a fleeting golden glow shimmering within her gaze. Upon meeting Shiaoze's cheerful expression, she remarked, Indeed, this Heartfire's trial is no challenge for my brother Shiaoze. Xiao Sun approached, her charming smile captivating the attention of the onlooking students. Even Lu Qing, who stood behind Elder Lu, found his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Alas, in Xiao Sun's eyes, there was only room for Shiaoze. She naturally drew closer to him, standing at his side. When do you think the little healer will finish? She inquired. The little healer? She should conclude within 5 minutes. Shiaoze replied, observing her assessment of the healer's condition with certainty. Elder Lu, overhearing Xiao Sun's words, couldn't he help but admire her keen insight. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, the little healer's body trembled gently before she exhaled a thin mist. Upon seeing Shiaoze and Xiao Sun together, She wore a bittersweet smile. You two are rather quick, aren't you? Shiaoze shrugged, mimicking Xiao Sun's earlier mannerisms, prompting the little healer to roll her eyes in exasperation. She too naturally moved closer, positioning herself on Xiaoze's other side. In an instant, Shiaoze sensed a shift in the nearby gazes, their scrutiny turning hostile, as if he were pricked by unseen needles. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard the unfriendly stares surrounding him. After all, both Su Er and Xiao Yixian possess exceptionally striking appearances. It is only natural for Shiaoze to receive such treatment, especially when they drew near after awakening. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, Han Yu finally emerged from the torment of the heart fire with the assistance of Elder Lu. 17 minutes of endurance. You little girl have adapted quite well to the sky-burning Qi Tower, Elder Lu remarked with a smile. However, he refrained from comparing Han Yu to Shiaoze and the others, as it was evident that there was something amiss with the three of them. Come, I shall introduce you to the conditions within the sky-burning Qi Tower, Elder Lu said, noticing that all four had awakened. The surrounding students dispersed in a flurry. Lu Qing cast a deep glance at Shiaoze before descending to the next level. Chapter 79. Dozens of times the cultivation efficiency. Taking pills. Within the same level of the tower, there exist various grades of cultivation rooms. Generally, higher-grade cultivation rooms yield results several times better than those of lower grades. Moreover, the energy consumed in different cultivation rooms remains constant. Elder Lu guided Shiaoze and his companions through the first floor of the Qi Tower, explaining its regulations. Upon hearing this, Han Yu could not help but exclaim, wouldn't this lead to the strong becoming stronger and the weak becoming weaker? Haha. Indeed, however, it is often in adversity that individuals unleash remarkable drive and potential. Each year, the Inner Academy witnesses some dark horses rising against the odds, growing stronger through challenges. Furthermore, this aligns with the Academy's cultivation philosophy. It is not about nurturing docile students, but rather about cultivating warriors who dare to fight. Elder Lu elaborated, prompting Han Yu to nod in agreement. Indeed, under the pressure of adversity, one either succumbs to mediocrity or strives upward to become a true powerhouse. Though you little ones are newcomers, your potential is commendable. Begin your training on the first floor to acclimate, should you wish to proceed to the second floor. That decision lies with you. Elder Lu led them to the center of the first floor, where a dark void awaited. Shiaoze glanced into the void but noticed nothing unusual, having no affinity for the extraordinary fire of the heavens and earth. This area primarily consists of high-level cultivation rooms. Given your abilities, securing a suitable room should be effortless, Elder Lu assured them. As an elder, he encouraged competition among students. Thank you, Elder Lu, for clarifying our doubts. Shiaoze expressed with a respectful gesture, choosing a small cultivation room sufficient for 4 individuals. Let us select this one. Shiaoze placed the Qinghua energy card at the entrance to notify those within. Before long, the door to the cultivation room swung open abruptly, revealing a rather displeased individual. Being interrupted during cultivation was understandably disheartening. However, upon seeing Elder Lu, the person's expression quickly transformed into a smile. Elder Lu, what brings you here? It is not I, but they who seek you. Elder Lu gestured, allowing the individual to finally notice Shiaoze. You are Shiaoze, the monster newcomer? The expressions of the students behind him swiftly shifted. Indeed, Shiaoze's remarkable achievements within the Inner Academy are well known to all. A few senior students exchanged glances, and one of them resolutely declared, though you are strong, it is utterly impossible for us to relinquish this advanced training room without a fight. Let us engage. Very well, Shiaoze replied calmly. After a moment, he respectfully addressed Elder Lu, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Elder Lu. Haha, no problem at all. Please, go ahead and experience the delights of the advanced training room. Elder Lu responded with a smile. With that, Shiaoze closed the door behind him, while 4 battered students leaned against the wall, nursing their bruises. Regretting their decision to provoke him, they lamented, why did we stir up trouble? We tried to save face, but now our faces are genuinely swollen. Onlookers witnessed this scene and felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the 4's battered appearances. Elder Lu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he walked away. Inside the training room, Shiaoze and his companions eagerly commenced their cultivation. The heart fire within the advanced training room was far more potent than that at the entrance. Yet, it remained under the suppression of the primordial tree within Shiaoze's body. He soon observed a fascinating phenomenon. While ordinary cultivators had to continuously channel their fighting energy through the heart fire until it was fully consumed before a new flame could emerge, Shiaoze's experience was markedly different. Once the heart fire was drawn into the void, a new flame would swiftly ignite within him. Even with the enhanced refining efficiency of the primordial tree, it could not immediately deplete a heart fire. This resulted in a continual influx of heart fire being drawn into the void. Roots of the primordial tree eagerly penetrated the heart fire, refining the fighting energy. As Shiaoze gazed into the void, he noticed dozens of heart fires being simultaneously intertwined. The influx and consumption of heart fire ultimately reached a harmonious equilibrium. Once one heart fire was consumed, another would immediately replenish it. With the aid of the heart fire, Shiaoze effortlessly broke through to the 4-star doling stage. What began as a basic training room now yielded the efficiency of a 3 or even 4-star training room. After achieving this breakthrough, Shiaoze did not pause in his efforts. Thanks to the suppression of the primordial tree, he remained unaffected by any side effects of fire poison. The first to withdraw from their prolonged cultivation was unexpectedly Han Yu. Slowly opening her eyes and exhaling a breath of fiery energy, she observed the three remaining, steadfast as mountains. Unable to suppress a sigh, she muttered to herself, truly, they are three extraordinary beings. When a melodious bell chimed, the three finally opened their eyes, a glimmer of surprise shining within them. It seems that cultivating within this tower indeed brings numerous benefits, Shiaoze remarked, feeling the robust energy coursing through her. However, she acknowledged, yet, the refining tower is not without its dangers. Han Yu cast a nervous glance at the trio, explaining, extended cultivation can lead to the accumulation of violent energy within the body, resulting in fire poison that induces extreme agitation. Shiaoze maintained a calm demeanor, reassuring them that there was no need for concern regarding Suner. However, there was a hint of concern for Shiaoze. Glancing at her, he noticed her calm demeanor, suggesting that she was not gravely affected. Indeed, cultivating within the Qi refinement tower should be approached with a balance of tension and relaxation. We should depart, as the tower will soon close. Once he confirmed that she was unharmed by the fiery toxins of the heavenly flame Qi refinement tower, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shiaoze, brother, so you are in Xiao Yixin's room. Suner's voice echoed from the doorway. I came to check if Xiao Yixin has been affected by the fire poison. What is wrong, Suner? Shiaoze replied calmly, his conscience clear. I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Fighter level, she responded. Oh, that is splendid news. You must consume the indestructible diamond pill soon to avoid any unforeseen complications, as it is an ancient elixir. Shiaoze exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a specially sealed pill appeared in his hand. Suner, this is for you. The trio made their way to Suner's chamber. Utilizing the unsealing method learned from the elder in the library, Shiaoze opened the vial containing the indestructible diamond pill. An immediate golden radiance illuminated the room, transforming it into a dazzling palace of light. The potent medicinal energy spread throughout the space. Observing this, Shiaoze hesitated no longer. Her ruby lips parted as she swallowed the indestructible diamond pill. In the adjacent room, Han Yu, who had been preparing for slumber, was abruptly awakened. She gazed in astonishment at the neighboring room, her mind racing with thoughts. Could this terrifying medicinal power belong to the 7th grade elixir that Shiaoze acquired? But why was it in Suner's chamber? Han Yu was startled by her own conjectures, finding it hard to believe. Surely, no one would gift the 7th grade elixir to another. Chapter 80. A physique comparable to a beast. In Suner's room, Shiaoze and Xiao Yixin anxiously observed as Suner sat cross-legged on the bed. As the indestructible diamond pill took effect, a brilliant golden light erupted from within her, enveloping her skin in a radiant glow. With each breath, streams of golden mist escaped her lips and nostrils, quickly filling the room with this ethereal haze. After inhaling the golden mist, Shiaoze felt as though his body was aflame. This mist seems capable of enhancing one's physique, Xiao Yixin remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, this golden mist must be the medicinal power exuded by the indestructible diamond pill. Shiaoze furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Suner. It appears her body is momentarily unable to absorb this power, causing it to overflow. Will that pose a problem? Xiao Yixin inquired with concern. There's no need to fret. I trust Suner will manage, Shiaoze replied, though he harbored some worry. Yet, he keenly observed that the golden mist exhaled by Suner began to radiate heat. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed considerably. The air surrounding Shiaoze began to shimmer, and even the two in the corner of the room felt waves of warmth enveloping them. It seems that the power within Suner is coming into play. Shiaoze reassured Xiao Yixin. Her anxious expression softened slightly. Having spent considerable time together, they were well acquainted with each other's states. Even without explicitly stating it, both had their own suspicions lingering in their hearts. After a brief moment of waiting, they suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation. See, I told you everything would be fine. We are officially about to break through. With Shiaoze's words, the familiar energy waves of heaven and earth began to coalesce within the room. The golden mist that had filled the space once more surged into Suner's body. The immense potency of the 7th grade elixir, combined with the energies of the cosmos, rendered success in this breakthrough nearly inevitable. Observing the gradually strengthening aura enveloping Suner, Shiaoze remarked, indeed, however, transcending such a significant realm is no simple feat. We must remain vigilant. The little healer said cautiously, that is true. Judging by this trend, it will likely take a day or two to complete. You should rest for now. I will keep watch, and you can take over in the morning. After contemplating for a moment, Shiaoze addressed the little healer. Seeing that Suner's situation had stabilized, she nodded in agreement, returning to her own room to rest before coming back to safeguard her. Shiaoze then took a seat at the table, propping his chin on one hand, his eyes fixed intently on Suner lying on the bed. Under the golden radiance, the girl's already striking features appeared even more divine. The power of the 7th grade elixir was likely instigating a profound transformation within Suner, akin to a rebirth. A fleeting thought crossed Shiaoze's mind as he continued to quietly observe the girl. The following morning, the little healer arrived to relieve Shiaoze. Just as he descended the stairs to grab a bite to eat, Han Yu's door creaked open. Watching Shiaoze's retreating figure, her gaze held a tinge of complexity. He truly bestowed the exceedingly precious 7th grade elixir upon Suner. Han Yu's voice was filled with astonishment. Stealing a glance at Suner's door, envy filled her eyes. If a boy were willing to treat her in such a manner, she would undoubtedly be utterly smitten, she mused with a bittersweet smile. Perhaps it was precisely because Suner's gaze was so filled with Shiaoze that he chose to gift her such a rare treasure. To Shiaoze's astonishment, This breakthrough and transformation persisted for a full 10 days. After this period, he and the little healer stood anxiously within the room, watching Sun'er. At this moment, the golden light surrounding her had completely receded. However, Sun'er now exuded an aura that made the little healer feel as though she were facing a formidable beast. Moreover, it was the kind that possessed immense strength among its peers. Sun'er slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling light bursting forth from within them. Shiaoze could faintly perceive golden flames flickering and dancing in her gaze. Shiaoze Gij, it's been so long. Sun'er exclaimed eagerly, rising to embrace him. Unbeknownst to her, the floor beneath her had cracked underfoot. As he watched Sun'er rush towards him, Shiaoze's pupils constricted slightly, yet he still opened his arms to receive her leap. Bang! Even with Shiaoze's current physical prowess, he couldn't help but gasp for breath. The force of her impact was something he had never experienced even in close combat with a third-tier beast. Shiaoze Gij, are you alright? Xiao Sun'er's expression subtly shifted, surprised by the astonishing transformation of her physique. Fortunately, the impact she exerted was unparalleled, even surpassing that of a third-tier magical beast. Shiaoze gently lowered Sun'er to the ground. It was hard to fathom that within her seemingly delicate form lay an extraordinary power that eclipsed that of a third-tier beast. Sun'er nodded obediently, relieved that her earlier charge had not been directed at the little physician. Otherwise, it could have led to dire consequences. Thus, specialized training was indeed essential. They decided to venture into the deep mountains, a place teeming with magical beasts, where her strength could be fully unleashed. Soon, the three were prepared to embark on their journey to the mountains. The day after Xiao Sun'er entered her transformative state, Han Yu joined the faction established by her kin. Not everyone could afford to be a hands-off leader. There were numerous trustworthy individuals to manage. Han Yu was being groomed as the next leader, and there was much to learn. Shiaoze left a note to inform Han Yu that the three of them would be training in the mountains. In the depths of the mountains, by a waterfall, Xiao Sun'er struck a third-tier magical beast, renowned for its strength and physique, with her fair palm, sending it reeling and causing it to spit blood. Shiaoze and the little physician, observing the one-sided battle, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Xiao Sun'er's talent was extraordinary. This was only the second day of her training in the mountains. After countless skirmishes with magical beasts, she had begun to master her strength with precision. The indestructible golden elixir truly deserved its reputation as a seventh-tier potion. I still possess a significant amount of its medicinal power within me. As my strength increases, I shall gradually absorb this power, leading to a remarkable enhancement of my physique. With a gentle fist wave, a gust of wind swept across their faces. It was undeniably impressive. Merely the portion of medicinal power she had absorbed had elevated her prowess to that of a 3-star battle master. Shiaoze, sensing the force contained within her punch, nodded in agreement. The next step was to diligently enhance their strength and see if they could elevate it to the battle spirit level before the internal academy competition. Securing a place among the top 10 in the internal academy competition would grant them the qualification to refine the original heart flame for body tempering, which would significantly aid in breaking through to the battle king level. Upon hearing Shiaoze's words, Xiao Sun'er and the little physician, brimming with determination, declared, "Then our next objective is the internal academy competition, right, brother Shiaoze? With nearly a year to prepare, that should be ample time." Hearing the confidence in the voices of the two young women, Shiaoze smiled. Chapter 81. The Recruitment of Top Forces. At that moment, the number of new students in the designated area had dwindled, as most had been recruited by various factions. This was the primary source of fresh blood for those factions within the internal academy. The remaining few either lacked sufficient strength, deterring factions from accepting them, or were strong individuals who, confident in their abilities, were unwilling to submit to weaker forces. However, none of this concerned Shiaoze. After all, his reputation, earned through the fire capture competition, deterred any factions interested in recruiting newcomers from approaching him. After all, the formidable strength of Shiaoze was such that their factions could hardly accommodate him. Should they dare to recruit him, they would likely have to relinquish their leadership positions. If the leader's prowess is inferior to that of Shiaoze, what grounds do they have to maintain their authority? In the inner courtyard, the distinction between strength and weakness is held in the highest regard. Upon returning to their modest loft, they found Han Yu already present, and the four engaged in a lengthy conversation. Han Yu perceived the subtle aura emanating from Xiao Sun'er and inwardly marveled at the extraordinary effects of the seventh-grade pill. While feeling a sense of envy, her gaze toward Shiaoze was tinged with astonishment. Such a precious elixir was so freely given. By the way, a group sought to recruit you yesterday, Han Yu recalled, addressing Shiaoze. Even after learning of my achievements, they still dare to approach me? They must possess considerable strength within the inner courtyard, Shiaoze remarked with surprise, pondering whether a top-tier faction had taken notice of him. Indeed, this faction was anchored by a formidable presence ranked 5th on the leaderboard, known as the Rising Sun Gang, with a leader named Lin Luyang. Lin Luyang. What a commanding name, Shiaoze mused, recognizing from the name alone that the individual likely had a domineering disposition. Indeed, the Rising Sun Gang is known for its tyrannical methods, yet they also possess the strength to back it up, Han Yu explained kindly. The Rising Sun Gang employs an elite management system, recruiting only the most powerful individuals. While their numbers may be few, each member is a spirit fighter. It is worth noting that spirit fighters are not commonly found within the inner courtyard. Upon hearing Han Yu's explanation, Shiaoze raised an eyebrow. It appeared that his display of spirit fighter prowess during the fire energy capture competition had drawn the attention of the so-called Rising Sun Gang. What if I do not wish to join this rising sun gang? He inquired. At Shiaoze's question, Hanyu offered a light laugh. It is said that many within the rising sun gang were once rebellious spirits, yet they were all eventually subdued by Lin Luyang. Subdued? That sounds rather flattering. More likely, they were forcibly subdued. Shiaoze chuckled in response. Hanyu shrugged playfully, acknowledging, perhaps so, after all. Only a power even more formidable than theirs could bring those rebellious souls to heal. Never mind them. Even if we encounter them, I will not join. To convince me? Perhaps in another lifetime. Shiaoze declared, shaking his head as he prepared to head to the celestial refining tower for cultivation. Thanks to the existence of the primordial tree within the void space, his efficiency in training at the celestial refining tower was notably faster than that of others. By tenfold or more. With such a valuable training resource at his disposal, failing to utilize it would be a grave waste. Hanyu nodded in agreement. Shiaoze's demonstrated combat prowess suggested that even against peak spirit fighters, he was not without the ability to contend. For Lin Luyang to subdue Shiaoze through sheer strength would indeed pose a significant challenge. After all, Earth-level combat techniques are decisive even among high-ranking practitioners. In the realm of spirit fighters, they are nothing short of devastating weapons. As she watched the retreating figures of Shiaoze and the others, Hanyu couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Although the Earth-level combat techniques possess formidable power, the difficulty of mastering them is commensurate with their might. For an ordinary individual, even upon acquiring such techniques, the path to mastery remains exceedingly arduous. Yet, the anomaly known as Shiaoze has managed to grasp these techniques at the spirit master level. His presence is sure to render the inner academy remarkably vibrant. Hanyu expressed her eager anticipation. Though she cannot draw near Shiaoze, witnessing his journey of growth seems to be a fortune in itself. Shortly thereafter, as Hanyu prepared to head towards her affiliated faction, she encountered 3 individuals whose powerful presence and grave expressions commanded attention. Upon seeing Hanyu, the leader among them revealed a slight smile. She gently shook her head and spoke softly. Shiaoze is not in the pavilion. He seldom lingers there. Like a dragon that is seen but not caught. Hanyu's words caused Lin Hao to furrow his brow slightly. Still no luck finding Shiaoze. What a pity. Does Miss Hanyu happen to know where he might be? Hanyu casually offered her speculation. Is that so? I appreciate it, Miss Hanyu. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Hao and his companions made their way directly to the dining hall. Watching the 3 depart, a faint smile graced Hanyu's lips. I apologize. But despite your eagerness to recruit him, Shiaoze does not wish to see you. With a light step, she proceeded in another direction, feeling quite pleased to alleviate a minor inconvenience for Shiaoze. Meanwhile, Shiaoze, accompanied by Xiao Suner and the little medical sage, found Elder Lu and engaged in a brief discussion. They successfully acquired a pass to the 3rd level. Xiaoze's strength was undoubtedly sufficient. Yet for the little medical sage and Xiao Suner, there was a slight complication. While they were undeterred by heartfire, their raw power fell short of the requirements. To enter the 3rd level, one must possess at least the strength of a 5-star great fighter. To avoid being halted at the entrance by the instructors, it was prudent to seek the Elder's assistance. Before long, armed with the Elder's pass and the Qing Huaneng card, the trio smoothly entered the 3rd level. They located a small, advanced training room, and Shiaoze politely requested the current occupants to vacate, allowing the 3 to enter. All right, you 2 practice here for now. I shall attempt the heartfire of the 4th and 5th levels, Shiaoze instructed, settling them in before departing the room. As they watched Xiaoze's retreating figure, the little medical sage exchanged glances with Xiao Suner. Sister, it seems we've been left quite far behind. Indeed, it is challenging to even train together. Then let us strive to catch up. They nodded resolutely and seated themselves on the platform to begin their training. Utilizing his 4-star spirit master strength, Shiaoze effortlessly ascended to the 5th level, seeking a solitary training room. His intent to train alone stemmed from his desire to receive the tenfold reward for the indestructible diamond pill. The overwhelming aura generated by Xiao Suner upon consuming the pill dissuaded him from claiming his reward in their presence. Xiao Suner consumed the 7-star indestructible diamond pill, significantly enhancing her physique and elevating her strength to that of a 3-star great fighter. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward, significantly enhancing physical prowess. Acquired talent, natural body cultivation. Gazing at the 2 notifications that had stagnated for several days, Shiaoze slowly closed his eyes and silently recited, claim the reward. Chapter 82, Natural Body Cultivation, uniquely favored by the heavens. Within the confines of the secluded training chamber, the once gentle illumination was now shrouded. The room gleamed with resplendent gold, suffused with dazzling radiance. The source of this golden light was Shiaoze, who was perched upon a platform. It was as though a sun had been birthed within him, releasing boundless golden brilliance that surged freely from his being. Simultaneously, a more intense metamorphosis was unfolding within Shiaoze. An immense flow of feedback energy coursed throughout his body, revitalizing every inch it touched with an exuberance for life. His body craved this feedback energy, voraciously devouring it, transforming it into sustenance for his enhancement. Shiaoze maintained a serene control over the situation. However, he soon realized that the feedback energy was rather gentle, requiring neither guidance nor organization from him. He calmed himself, observing the changes within his physique. The fortification and transformation of his body were anticipated by Shiaoze. Yet, the alterations occurring within the void space surprised him. The primordial tree within the void was also fervently absorbing the feedback energy. The golden sapling began to thrive. not only in height, but also in the robustness of its trunk. An inexplicable force surged into the void as the golden roots anchored themselves in the emptiness, commencing the extraction of fighting spirit from the void. This transformation quickened Shiaoze's heartbeat. It appeared to be a unique reward for Sun Er's breakthrough into the great fighter realm. While the golden roots anchoring in the void seemed impressive, their actual effect was minimal. The true exceptional reward lay in the ability to draw fighting spirit from the void. Shiaoze murmured to himself, deeply satisfied with the system's extraordinary reward. The current void space and the primordial tree were immensely beneficial to him. Such extraordinary rewards could only be attained when Sun Er transcended to a higher realm. Each acquisition diminished the opportunity for future gains. Cherish it while you can. Time during cultivation passed swiftly, akin to a fleeting horse, and 2 days had elapsed in an instant. Shiaoze gradually opened his eyes within the training chamber, his gaze now imbued with a pure and contained golden light. Under the radiance of this golden glow, the iridescent sheen in his eyes, symbolizing the cursed body, appeared remarkably sacred. Completing his metamorphosis in 2 days was quite efficient. Shiaoze clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through it. He gently swung his fist into the air. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind tore through the atmosphere, leaving a deep imprint in the wall. Incredible! Achieving such a feat without employing an ounce of fighting spirit, solely relying on the strength of his physique. Could he rival Xian, the brute force queen? Rising to his feet, Shiaoze moved about the training chamber, fully mastering the terrifying power he now possessed. Compared to Xiao Sun Er, his grasp of strength had developed at a swifter pace. In addition to possessing tenfold feedback talent akin to that of Xiao Sun Er, another crucial factor lies in the innate physique cultivation talent, an extraordinary endowment. The description is succinct, yet its implications are profound. Furthermore, the font representing this innate physique cultivation is adorned in a regal shade of purple. Although it pales in comparison to the illustrious golden font of the little medical fairy's cursed toxic body, the emergence of this innate physique cultivation signifies that Shiaoze can leverage Xiao Sun Er's tenfold feedback to acquire even more formidable talents. There is no longer a necessity to expend precious and rare binding resources to attain such gifts. This is the remarkable strength of the primary binder. Shiaoze gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ethereal realm. At this moment, the golden sapling had burgeoned to a height of 7 meters. Its trunk robust and sturdy. It had leapt to the rank of 7-star doling. The transition from mid-tier to high-tier required merely the feedback from a 7th-grade medicinal pill. With a sigh of appreciation, Shiaoze reflected that with Xiao Sun Er attaining the title of Grand Dome Master, he also possessed 2 additional binding slots. He pondered whether he might encounter Ziyin and mused about the delay in his third brother's ascension to Doja. Was Yao Lao still in slumber? Shiaoze glanced at the candidates for binding. Below Xiao Yin's name, the alchemical skills remained absent. Never mind. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Though it should be forthcoming soon. He felt an eager anticipation to begin concocting pills. Quietly musing, he proceeded to open the door. After 2 days, those 2 young ladies should have vacated the heavenly flame, refining Qi Tower by now, he thought. Yet his mind was still drawn to the location of Xiao Sun Er and the little medical fairy. Upon arriving at the training room, he noticed the door remained firmly shut. Contemplating for a moment, he placed the Qinghua energy card against it. After a short while, the door creaked open, revealing a delicate visage. Shiaoze, the little medical fairy, tilted her head in surprise upon seeing him. Surely you two haven't been meditating all this time? As Shiaoze stepped inside, he observed Xiao Sun Er rising slowly, her aura intensified. Isn't it the same for you, brother Shiaoze? You've only just come to find us after all this time spent in meditation, she replied with a smile, though a trace of subtle stubbornness tinged her tone. Her character was equally resolute. If she were not even qualified to train alongside Shiaoze, how could they contemplate moving forward together? Oh, I sought a more potent training chamber to facilitate my breakthrough. Shiaoze sighed, moving closer to ruffle Xiao Sun Er's hair. Let us depart. We have lingered here for 2 days. Prolonged stays in this tower may lead to psychological issues. While cultivation is beneficial, balance is paramount. His tone brooked no argument as he guided the 2 towards the exit of the heavenly flame, refining Qi Tower. Sensing the warmth of Shiaoze's hand, both the little medical fairy and Xiao Sun Er felt their cheeks flush slightly. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of mirth. Xiaoze's occasional display of dominance intrigued them. As he led them on a leisurely stroll through the inner courtyard, twilight began to envelop the sky. In the cafeteria, after indulging in a hearty meal, Shiaoze gazed at the diminishing energy on his green energy card, his mind becoming increasingly active. Simply consuming resources in isolation was not a sustainable approach. He needed to generate energy income. Was Shiaoze, perhaps, concerned about his energy reserves? Xiao Sun Er dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and, noticing Shiaoze's fixation on the energy card, understood his unease. Although the academy had numerous expenditures, there were also various means to acquire energy. The small medical sage, with her delicate fingers resting on her chin, appeared contemplative. I am contemplating whether to challenge the strong rankings. A high position could yield several hundred units of energy monthly. She mused. But wouldn't that attract a multitude of troubles? She was aware of Shiaoze's temperament. Well, as long as one demonstrates sufficient strength, all troubles can be averted. Just like when I showcased my combat spirit during the energy hunting competition, I encountered none of the difficulties that many freshmen faced. Shiaoze, at last, we have found you. A sudden voice interrupted, and 3 individuals approached, their chests emblazoned with the emblem of the Blaze Sun. Shiaoze raised an eyebrow. He believed he had heard Han Yu mention this insignia. Was it not associated with the Blaze Sun gang? Was this not an opportunity presenting itself? He turned to his companions, and then stood up, striding toward the newcomers. Before they could make their recruitment pitch, Shiaoze declared assertively, "Where is your leader? I wish to challenge him." Chapter 83. Challenge the top 5 of the strong rankings. In the cafeteria, Shiaoze's bold proclamation left the 3 individuals before him momentarily stunned. The surrounding students, who had been observing Shiaoze, were equally astonished. Even the strong contenders on the rankings, in comparison to the discussions surrounding Shiaoze, seemed less noteworthy. After all, many top-ranked fighters were currently engrossed in seclusion, preparing for the upcoming inter-academy competition. The leader, Lin Hao, couldn't help but scrutinize Shiaoze closely. However, with Shiaoze's aura restrained, even he could not discern the depths of his strength. It was remarkable that he, a 7-star combat spirit, could not perceive the capabilities of a mere newcomer to the inter-academy. This inevitably elevated Lin Hao's assessment of Shiaoze. Haha, I was just about to offer you a position with the Blaze Sun gang, but you have preemptively expressed your desire to challenge our leader? Is that not permissible? Lin Hao inquired, nodding in acknowledgement of Shiaoze's courage. Certainly, it is permissible, but our leader, being among the top 5 of the strong rankings, is not someone who can be challenged casually. Lin Hao, a high-ranking combat spirit and a significant figure within the Blaze Sun, reflected on the situation. If our leader wins, you must join the Blaze Sun gang. What say you? Agreed, Shiaoze replied, confident in his own abilities, and perhaps motivated by a desire to join the Blaze Sun gang. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Hao gestured for Shiaoze to follow him. Let us proceed, for our esteemed leader has recently become engrossed in the arena, and is likely engaged in a quest to break the winning streak record. Xiao Suner and the little medical sage swiftly followed suit, closely trailing behind Shiaoze, while a throng of onlookers surrounded them. Though the inner courtyard housed merely 1,000 individuals, it was mealtime, and the dining hall was bustling with students. As this large group made their way to the arena, the students along the path sensed the excitement brewing, prompting them to abandon their own affairs and join the procession, inquiring about the unfolding events. Upon learning that Shiaoze, the prodigious newcomer, aimed to challenge the top 5 on the leaderboard, gasps of astonishment echoed among them. Although Shiaoze had garnered a reputation as a monstrous newcomer within the inner courtyard, he was, after all, still a fledgling. Having recently entered the inner courtyard, he dared to confront the established elite. The top 5 were seasoned students, having honed their skills over several years, possessing terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of combat spirit. The influx of spectators into the arena momentarily stifled the previously vibrant atmosphere. Despite the onset of night, the arena remained brilliantly illuminated. All eyes scrutinized the newly arrived throng of students, with familiar faces hastily inquiring about the commotion. Lin Hao hurried to a particularly imposing young man, succinctly relaying the situation. "Oh, you wish to challenge me?" Lin Liang turned to face Shiaoze, his deep voice silencing the hushed whispers that had filled the arena. Shiaoze nodded, taking a moment to assess the extraordinarily robust young man before him. The sheer size of this figure was unmatched, even by some bear-like magical beasts. Shiaoze surmised that this individual might be more suited for the innate body cultivation talent. Lin Liang scrutinized Xiaoze's expression, confirming he was not jesting, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Since this is your decision, you must take full responsibility for it. I hope you will sincerely choose to join the Liang gang." With that, Lin Liang turned and ascended the arena platform. Although he exuded confidence, his words implied that Xiaoze's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Yet, reality seldom aligns perfectly with one's expectations. Xiaoze gracefully leaped onto the arena stage. An elder materialized seemingly out of thin air. In the arena, elders were tasked with oversight, as conflicts here could easily escalate to life-threatening proportions. Students who managed to enter the inner courtyard either possessed significant backgrounds or extraordinary talents. The academy was keen to avoid any loss of life among its students. "I will preside over this match," the elder declared, "and I trust both parties have no objections?" Lin Liang responded assertively, "None. We defer to the elder's judgment." Xiaoze clasped his hands in respect. The elder offered a faint smile before gesturing with his hand, signaling the commencement of battle. Boom. As the elder's words fell, Lin Liang surged forward like a rampaging beast, charging directly at Xiaoze. With a whoosh, his fist, larger than a sandbag, was hurled toward Xiaoze's face. Faced with the formidable punch, Xiaoze merely raised his hand, and a smooth water mirror appeared out of thin air. The force was deftly absorbed by the water mirror. However, Lin Liang's reaction was equally swift. A dark red fighting spirit surged forth, shattering the water mirror. At this moment, Xiaoze had already distanced himself from him again. Lin Liang's expression remained tranquil as he charged towards Xiaoze once more, initiating a chase across the arena. As Xiaoze executed his water mirror technique, a seasoned competitor, accustomed to the arena's atmosphere, exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiaoze is a water attribute practitioner? Does that not mean he will be utterly suppressed by Lin Liang?" He deliberately raised his voice to capture the attention of those around him, particularly the 2 beautiful women accompanying Xiaoze. To his disappointment, however, the 2 women showed no sign of wavering at his words, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on Xiaoze, exuding a serene confidence in him. Some bystanders, bewildered, urged him to explain further. Ahem, Lin Liang actually possesses a mutated attribute, fire attribute. It combines the earth attribute's solidity with the fire attribute's ferocity. He holds an unparalleled advantage over water attribute practitioners. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, casting sympathetic glances at Shiaoze. Not only was he at a disadvantage in strength compared to Lin Liang, but his attributes were also severely countered. If he were to face a different opponent, perhaps the tide would turn in his favor. Let us see how much fighting spirit you have left to maintain the water mirror. Lin Liang expressed a hint of annoyance at the prolonged pursuit. Fret not. When it comes to the volume of fighting spirit, I remain quite confident. Shiaoze halted, and the movements of his hands finally changed. Azure Sea Vortex. Drawing upon the residual water from the previous water mirror, he swiftly conjured a swirling vortex that enveloped Lin Liang. Sensing the hidden peril of the water blades within the vortex, Lin Liang wasted no time in summoning his fighting spirit armor. With a blend of the earth attribute's durability and the fire attribute's ferocity, his defenses were formidable. However, Lin Liang's expression shifted slightly. He had somewhat underestimated the water blade's power. A series of water blade strikes unexpectedly pierced through his armor. The situation took a dramatic turn. Chapter 84. The Inferno Fist versus the Azure Sea's Turmoil. Eagle-eyed competitors below the arena had already noticed the damage to Lin Liang's fighting spirit armor, which genuinely astonished them. As a peak fighting spirit master, Lin Liang had mastered the art of materializing fighting spirit, and the armor he formed was even more resilient than genuine armor. In such circumstances, to be breached by Shiaoze's technique was a revelation that heightened the awareness of those in attendance, indicating that Shiaoze's prowess was perhaps even more extraordinary than rumored. Lin Liang had not anticipated that confronting a mere freshman would lead to such a rapid downturn in his fortunes. Shouldn't this be a straightforward domination, successfully subduing him? Yet the current predicament necessitated that Lin Liang regain his composure, realizing that Shiaoze was not an ordinary newcomer, but rather a formidable contender of his own caliber. Although difficult to believe, this was indeed the truth. A fresh entrant into the inner academy, comparable to him. An experienced student who had been immersed in its depths for several years. It is essential to understand that the accelerated training within the heavenly burning Qi Tower is not something an ordinary person could easily compensate for. Years of cultivation under the influence of the heavenly burning Qi Tower can create an insurmountable gap. Yet, he had encountered such a monster. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Liang's mind. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he recognized that while the Bai-Hai Vortex possessed formidable binding power, the hidden water blades within were equally extraordinary. However, being a vortex, if he could not break through horizontally, he would ascend. He was not one of those mindless beasts that charged recklessly. A vast amount of battle energy gathered beneath his feet, erupting violently, infused with a unique and ferocious fire attribute. Under the explosive surge of this tempestuous energy, Lin Liang indeed broke free from the constraints of the Bai-Hai Vortex, soaring into the air as if flying. Boom. I admit I underestimated you. I should not have regarded you as merely a newcomer, but as a true challenger. A peer of mine, and I shall give my all, Lin Liang declared solemnly. His figure surged forward, his fists coalescing with a deep crimson energy, the searing aura palpable. Shiaoze hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against employing the power of calamity. He aimed to establish his reputation, lest others perceive him as someone who took shortcuts, leading to the illusion that they, too, could achieve similar feats, thus inundating him with incessant challenges. Shiaoze did not retreat. His fists also radiated a robust water attribute energy. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Shiaoze and Lin Liang engaged in close combat. They could not fathom why Shiaoze would forego his advantageous techniques to engage Lin Liang in such proximity. Given their size disparity, it was evident that Shiaoze would gain no advantage in close quarters. Yet, the ensuing scene left them astonished, their mouths agape. Under the onslaught of fists larger than sandbags, Shiaoze effortlessly neutralized the force with his palm, employing the principle of using strength against strength. Even the weaker students could discern that Shiaoze's close combat skills were exceptionally high. With each contact, the force behind Lin Liang's punches was diminished. However, what the students failed to notice was that Lin Liang's expression grew increasingly grave. This was not solely due to Shiaoze's extraordinary close combat prowess, but also because Shiaoze's energy reserves showed no signs of depletion, despite the continuous consumption. It is well known that fire attribute energy holds a significant advantage over water attribute practitioners. Each time Shiaoze's fist met Lin Liang's, a considerable portion of energy was consumed. Yet, under the circumstances of such exponential energy expenditure, Shiaoze's demeanor remained calm, devoid of any hints of exhaustion. Lin Liang realized that Shiaoze's earlier claim of possessing vast energy reserves was likely not an exaggeration. Shiaoze perceptively noted that Lin Liang had suddenly lost his focus for reasons unknown. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction, a soft blue luminescence coalesced in Shiaoze's hands. Swallowing the return, with a resounding clash, Lin Liang was propelled several dozen steps backward, trembling as he gazed at Shiaoze. He could sense that this was a formidable combat technique, one capable of completely reflecting his own strength. Furthermore, it bore an enhancement of Shiaoze's innate energy, causing his arm to tremble slightly. This brief and intense close-quarter struggle concluded with an outcome that none had anticipated. All the spectators observed Lin Liang retreating while Shiaoze remained motionless, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. The disparity in their physiques rendered it astonishing that Lin Liang was the one forced to retreat. However, what none present realized was that despite Shiaoze's formidable skills, without a robust physique, such abilities could not be fully realized. The extraordinary outcome of this confrontation was significantly attributed to Shiaoze's terrifying physical prowess. Yet, under the veil of his exceptional techniques, his formidable physique seemed almost inconsequential, an aspect Shiaoze purposely concealed. After all, a sudden surge in physical strength would be difficult to explain in the presence of Xiao Suner and the little medical fairy. The indestructible diamond pill was indeed a singular treasure. Let us determine the victor with the next move, Lin Liang declared, his fists beginning to gather a profound dark red energy. The temperature in the arena began to rise, with even the moisture at Lin Liang's feet evaporating under the intense heat. Just as I wished, Shiaoze felt that the battle had dragged on long enough. It was time to strike the decisive blow. His fair fingers rapidly formed seals, their speed blurring the eye. As Shiaoze moved, the elemental energies within the arena began to stir violently. Lin Liang's expression turned grave. He had heard of Shiaoze's earth-tier combat technique, but witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. Yet, with the moment at hand, retreat was not an option. He concentrated all his energy and launched a powerful punch. A massive dark red energy fist, infused with searing heat, hurtled toward Shiaoze. Flame Sun Fist. Raging waves, accompanied by the simultaneous shouts. The crashing waves collided with the blazing Sun Fist. After a brief stalemate, the overwhelming force of the waves surged forth, overpowering the fiery assault. Even with the protective barrier of his energy armor, Lin Liang was slammed against the wall, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. The elder, having dispersed the students prior to the initiation of the techniques, regarded Shiaoze with astonishment. The power of this strike was not to be underestimated, even by himself. The battle concluded with Shiaoze's victory. Moreover, he had usurped Lin Liang's position, claiming the 5th place on the strength leaderboard. As the elder announced the outcome, the still shocked students turned their gazes toward Shiaoze, the newly established 5th on the strength leaderboard. Their eyes reflected disbelief and a sense of surrealism. It was noteworthy that this was a newcomer who had just entered the inner courtyard, yet had already ascended to the top 5. What significance do the training endeavors of these seasoned students hold? Chapter 85, Ascension to the 5th. Individual Cultivation. Standing upon the arena, Shiaoze, feeling the abundant energy of his internal combat aura, spoke up. Is there anyone who wishes to impart their wisdom? Please, feel free to ascend the stage. Today, having ascended to the top 5, some may perceive my status as a newcomer as a mere stroke of fortune, believing my strength to be lacking. However, I abhor complications. Let us resolve this matter today. Should anyone deem my rise to be unmerited, or consider my strength unfit for the 5th position on the strong list, I invite you to challenge me. His gaze swept across the audience. Those students who met his eyes either lowered their heads or averted their gaze, unwilling to confront the young man on the stage directly. Do you think everyone is like you? Asserting oneself as the 5th strongest is no trivial matter. The most crucial point is, you have indeed triumphed. As witnesses to this battle, they dared not suggest that Shiaoze's strength was embellished in any way. It was evident that his combat techniques had placed Lin Liang in a precarious situation, underscoring the sheer magnitude of Shiaoze's power, which was nearly all-encompassing. The elder standing beside Shiaoze cast a surprised glance at him. Sensing the enduring aura and the fullness of his combat energy, he realized that Shiaoze's decision was not impulsive. Even if a student from the strong list were to challenge him, Shiaoze possessed sufficient strength to suppress them on the spot. The elder's eyes subtly drifted toward 2 directions, where 2 of the top 10 on the strong list, both at the pinnacle of combat spirit, were situated. A hint of intrigue flickered in his gaze as he anticipated whether these 2 would dare to challenge Shiaoze. After all, Shiaoze had issued a bold statement, promising to engage. However, having observed for a while, the elder felt a twinge of disappointment as neither of the 2 top 10 contenders seemed inclined to issue a challenge. Perhaps they were reluctant to exploit another's vulnerability, or maybe they were deterred by Shiaoze's displayed condition. Is there truly no one willing to impart their wisdom? He mused. If that is the case, then I urge the senior students witnessing this battle to inform those who are unaware. I detest trouble. If you genuinely believe me to be an easy target, feel free to challenge me. However, even in my current state, I cannot fully master earth-tier combat techniques. Should I inadvertently inflict serious injury upon a senior, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Below, Lin Liang, supported by Lin Hao, clutched his chest and gazed at Shiaoze on stage, unable to suppress his thoughts. You better truly feel uneasy. Were it not for having exhausted all his combat energy to forge a combat aura armor, his injuries would undoubtedly be far more severe. Despite these thoughts, Lin Liang genuinely admired Shiaoze's prowess. This young newcomer had bested him in nearly every domain, and such sheer, unadulterated strength left Lin Liang with no room for dissent. Although it was nighttime, the news of the 5th position on the strong rankings changing hands spread swiftly throughout the inner courtyard, akin to a massive lotus of wrath being cast into the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves. The strong rankings garnered considerable attention from the students of the inner courtyard, especially with the turnover among the top 10. Any minor disturbance would ignite fervent discussions. This particular instance was even more remarkable, as a newcomer had ascended directly to the 5th rank. The ensuing discourse was intensified. Were it not for the multitude of voices affirming the event, one might suspect it was merely a fabricated tale. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Moreover, when Shiaoze made his bold declaration, I noticed the presence of someone from the top 10. Yet, Why did this individual not seize the opportunity to claim the 5th position while Shiaoze was still recovering from battle? Surely, it was not a matter of ethics. Nonsense. Even if he could defeat Shiaoze in his weakened state, once Shiaoze regained his strength, he would undoubtedly reclaim his rightful place. For Shiaoze's prowess is beyond question. Ahem, that may be true. However, based on your description, Shiaoze appears to be quite at ease. I wonder if he harbors intentions of further challenges? I believe he does. Lin Liang's attributes are particularly effective against him, yet he still emerged victorious. One can only surmise that his true combat strength likely exceeds the 5th rank. Opinions on whether Shiaoze will continue to ascend vary widely. Some assert he will, while others doubt it. Shiaoze's capabilities should enable him to contend for the 2nd position. Among some elite factions, there are those who have reached such conclusions. Nevertheless, regardless of how monstrous Shiaoze may seem, they do not believe he possesses the potential to challenge the top rank. The individual occupying 1st place is a veritable monster. It has not been long since Ziyan attempted to seize the top position. Some of the more seasoned students recall vividly her meteoric rise to the pinnacle. That terrifying strength demands caution even from the mightiest of combat kings, as a direct hit could result in severe injury or defeat. Generally, seasoned students aware of the circumstances surrounding the top rank instinctively exclude Ziyan from any comparisons. After all, allowing a combat king to participate in the rankings among inner courtyard students is decidedly unfair. Yet, there is little recourse. The elders have tacitly accepted this situation, leaving the students to acquiesce. At this moment, the protagonist igniting the fervent discussions in the inner courtyard was leading Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian to the 4th level of the sky-burning Qi Tower. Shiaoze addressed Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, to which they nodded in agreement before settling into a meditative position on the platform, placing their fire energy cards, and commencing their cultivation. After a while, Shiaoze observed that although their complexions bore a slight flush, there was no sign of distress, suggesting they were still within tolerable limits. Brother Shiaoze, we are fine. We've just reached our limits. They both communicated in turn. Very well. You two continue your practice here. I must endeavor to master the latter half of the Azure CS tumult, which I have held for quite some time without attempting to cultivate. Shiaoze closed the door and deliberately strolled around the vicinity, ensuring that the passing students were aware of his connection to this place. Although Xiao Suner and the little medical sage, at their current level of cultivation on the 4th tier, were not qualified to occupy the advanced training rooms, their formidable backing was none other than Shiaoze himself. Ranked 5th on the inner court's power list, there were scarcely a handful of students within the inner court who could rival him. The number of students permitted to enter the 4th tier was evidently diminished, so Shiaoze's brief perambulation was sufficient to establish an aura of intimidation. Moreover, unlike Lu Fei, who intended to monopolize the training room entirely for himself, Shiaoze had no such intentions. Once Xiao Suner and the little medical sage completed their training and vacated the space, others would be welcome to use it as well. Chapter 86, a new form of ascendant challenge. In the depths of the inner court's mountains, Shiaoze soared through the air, his figure propelled by the flapping of his Ziyun wings. In the midst of his flight, an ill-fated flying magical beast mistook him for prey. As it drew near, Shiaoze unleashed a punch, obliterating it into a mist of blood. The sheer might of his physical prowess was on full display in that moment. Before Xiao Suner and the little medical sage, Shiaoze had to temper his overwhelming strength, but in this desolate expanse, any creature daring to approach would meet a swift demise. With fingers like lightning, he reached into the blood mist. In a single fluid motion, he had already soared far away. Were it not for the swiftness of his actions, the magical core might have been left behind. Indeed, strength was paramount. This 3rd-tier wind attribute magical core, if sold, would fetch no less than 200,000 gold coins. Reflecting on his past, when he felt pained at the thought of spending 2,000 gold coins for a feast of magical beasts, he now grasped this core worth 200,000 with little sense of its value. Shiaoze murmured to himself, as he deftly flipped his wrist and stored the magical core within his spatial ring. In the future, as he mastered the art of alchemy, such cores would be invaluable. After all, most precious elixirs required magical cores as primary materials. The persistent demand from alchemists for these cores had kept their prices perpetually high. Although he had yet to become an alchemist, it was prudent to gather some magical cores in advance. As this thought flickered through his mind, Shiaoze's gaze brightened upon spotting a magnificent waterfall. The thunderous roar of the cascading water was audible even amidst the aerial heights. This place was an ideal location for cultivation. Slowly, he descended towards the river flowing above the waterfall. The best site for cultivation amidst the tumultuous azure seas would undoubtedly be the vast ocean itself. However, the ocean lay several thousand miles away, and even flying there would consume many years. Nonetheless, this colossal waterfall served as an excellent training ground. The tumult of azure seas required immense amounts of fighting spirit to conjure crashing waves. Thus, ample water sources and elemental water could significantly reduce energy expenditure. Shiaoze gently landed on the river flowing above the waterfall, gathering water attribute energy beneath his feet. Shiaoze's exceptional control over this energy allowed him to stand upon the water's surface. The essence of the stacking technique lay in the seamless layering, mimicking the undulating waves of the sea. He meticulously revisited the combat techniques he had long since mastered. With hands moving in a blur, he formed seals at a dizzying speed. The first technique he unleashed was the initial segment of the Azure Sea's raging waves, a formidable high-level Xian-class combat skill. A colossal surge erupted upon the river, creating tumultuous waves. With no adversaries in sight, Shiaoze drew upon the river's might, unleashing the crashing waves upon its surface. The sound of the water's impact reverberated, powerful yet insufficient. Shiaoze contemplated this, his hands continuing their intricate movements. He had previously perfected the seal formation. Yet this was his first attempt at harmonizing it with his energy flow, so he opted for a cautious approach. The core of the stacking technique involved harnessing the residual power from his last attack and augmenting it with several times the energy, creating a formidable accumulation. Boom. A massive wave surged forth, its power reaching the peak of high-level Xian class, nearly rivaling the might of Earth class techniques. Such a level of enhancement achieved with just one stacking. Shiaoze's eyes narrowed as his hands pressed on with the intricate gestures. What followed would undoubtedly be the true prowess of an Earth class technique. As anticipated, the surrounding elemental energies began to writhe uncontrollably. The Earth class technique he was forcibly conjuring was merely a diluted version. At this moment, the Azure Sea's raging waves possessed the genuine terrifying power of an Earth class technique. The consecutive stacking of the Azure Sea's raging waves left Shiaoze awestruck. The terrifying surges crashed upon the river's surface, causing the flowing waters to reverse direction. The relentless waves spread outward, exposing a significant portion of the riverbed. Behind him, the waterfall ceased its flow, cut off from its source. Witnessing this, Shiaoze could not help but continue forming seals. Vast amounts of energy surged through his body. He was preparing for a third stacking, eager to discover the extent of its power. Rumbling, a torrent of debris was swept downward by the rushing waters. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shiaoze's eyes. This power could obliterate even a Do Wang-level warrior upon direct confrontation. Just as he contemplated a fourth stacking, the golden sapling within the void trembled slightly, severing the flow of energy. Without the energy to sustain it, a fourth stacking was rendered an impossibility. It seemed that even with his current energy, 3 stackings were his limit. Such a terrifying consumption. It was no wonder that the elder of the inner court had exhausted his energy. He decided against pressing further, resolving to attempt again in the future when his energy reserves were more substantial. According to the technique's principles, as long as his energy allowed, stacking could be limitless. Perhaps one day he could indeed create a colossal wave, a single technique capable of engulfing an empire. Shiaoze gazed at the waterfall before him, the landscape irrevocably altered by his singular combat technique. The method of superposition can indeed be regarded as the completion of one's training. The subsequent phase involves mastering it to an unparalleled degree, thereby achieving total comprehension. Once this combat skill is refined to perfection, the next step is to strive for a ranking. In the original narrative, Ziyin is elusive, making it quite challenging to encounter her by mere chance. Instead, it would be more prudent to approach her directly as a challenger. Upon entering the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, he extracted the 2 girls who were engrossed in their training. He decided to take them to the inner courtyard for a moment of relaxation. After all, under his influence, these 2 young ladies had developed a tendency towards becoming fervent practitioners. For 10 consecutive days, they remained in the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, immersed in their cultivation. During a leisurely stroll, Shiaoze contemplated whether to ascend gradually or to confront Ziyin directly. Just as he was in a state of indecision, a young man clad in a white robe, with striking silver hair, approached him. "I finally found you, Shiaoze. I wish to challenge you." Shiaoze, upon observing the young man's aggressive gaze and formidable aura, realized that this individual was likely among the top 10 on the strength rankings, thus possessing the qualifications to challenge him. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My name is Lei Jia, second on the strength rankings." Upon hearing this, Shiaoze fell into silence. Why did he feel that this year's strength rankings were filled with battle maniacs? The second-ranked Lei Jia challenging the 5th-ranked Shiaoze seemed illogical. If victorious, Lei Jia would gain nothing. If defeated, he would lose his rank. Shiaoze found himself perplexed by Lei Jia's motives. Why would you, as the second on the strength rankings, exert yourself in such a thankless endeavor to challenge me? Shiaoze posed his curiosity. Of course, it is because after you defeated Lin Liang, those in the inner courtyard have been incessantly claiming that you possess the potential to challenge for second place. I, too, am curious about the extent of your abilities, Lei Jia replied, his gaze scrutinizing Shiaoze. Perceiving the aggression in Lei Jia's eyes, Shiaoze understood this was a battle maniac. The impetus for his challenge might partly stem from the incessant chatter of the inner courtyard, which had likely annoyed him. However, more significantly, it appeared that he harbored his own desire for combat. Very well, let us set a time and place. Tomorrow at noon, in the central plaza of the inner courtyard, Lei Jia stated decisively. I eagerly anticipate our battle. With that, Lei Jia turned and left. The surrounding students buzzed with excitement, sharing the news fervently, for this was a clash between 2 of the top 10, a true contest of strength. Shiaoze turned to Xiao Suner and the little medicinal sage. The competitive environment in the inner courtyard is indeed intense, he remarked. Shiaoze, brother, you can do it. Xiao Suner encouraged him with a gesture of support. The little medicinal sage mimicked her. Go, Shiaoze. The second on the strength rankings is but a minor hurdle for you. Seeing their adorable expressions of encouragement, Shiaoze couldn't help but affectionately ruffle their hair. With your support, I shall surely triumph in tomorrow's battle. All right, with matters settled, let us dine, Shiaoze declared, leading the 2 to the dining hall. In contrast to the leisurely demeanor of Shiaoze and his companions, the inner courtyard began to stir with anticipation. A battle was imminent between the 2nd and 5th-ranked contenders. Although there had been speculations regarding Shiaoze's capacity to challenge the 2nd rank, these remained mere conjectures until now. The truth would finally be revealed tomorrow, as they awaited to see whether Shiaoze could indeed triumph over the formidable Lei Jia, the second-ranked fighter. On the following day at noon, Shiaoze, accompanied by Xiao Suner and the Little Medicine Fairy, arrived at the central square, the venue for the inner courtyard competition. The expansive area could accommodate all the disciples of the inner courtyard, with ample space to spare. This impending clash had garnered considerable attention from many students. Apart from those engaged in seclusion or training in the deep mountains, the majority of the disciples flocked to the central square. In such a fiercely competitive environment, any mention of combat ignited enthusiasm among the students, whether as participants or spectators. As one of the protagonists of today's battle, Shiaoze attracted a significant amount of attention. He was not affiliated with any particular faction, however. His striking appearance and formidable prowess inspired a spontaneous assembly of supporters within the academy, creating a tremendous show of solidarity. Go Shiaoze, ascend to second place, and Shiaoze once more conquer the battle of contrasting attributes. Echoed through the crowd. Amidst the resounding cheers, Shiaoze stepped onto the arena. Lei Jia had long been prepared, embodying the epitome of a battle enthusiast. As a practitioner of lightning attributes, he exuded a striking presence during combat, naturally drawing a considerable number of supporters. Shiaoze, it seems your popularity surpasses even mine. It's hard to fathom how a newcomer can command such admiration. Lei Jia remarked with a hint of envy. His own acclaim was the result of years of hard-fought battles. Shiaoze smiled, observing the flickering lightning serpents that danced around Lei Jia, his eyes narrowing slightly. A thought crossed his mind. How curious it felt that, as a water attribute practitioner, he seemed susceptible to anyone who might seek to counter him. At that moment, a familiar figure descended gracefully onto the arena, Elder Lin, who had previously been responsible for accommodating Shiaoze and his companions. Battles among the top 10 of the inner courtyard were rarely conducted publicly, as the contenders were often evenly matched and rankings seldom experienced significant shifts. Elder Lin chuckled, your duel shall indeed enliven the inner courtyard. It will also serve as an enlightening spectacle for the new students, providing them a glimpse of the might possessed by the top 10. With that, Elder Lin raised his right hand and decisively brought it down, signaling the commencement of the match. In an instant, Lei Jia unsheathed his silver spear from his back. Only an equally matched opponent could compel this battle aficionado to wield his weapon immediately. Shiaoze, you'd best be cautious. I am of the lightning attribute, Lei Jia declared, unleashing a tempest of crackling energy that illuminated the arena in a blinding flash. Seizing the moment of brilliance, he surged forward toward Shiaoze with incredible speed. He was not only a battle enthusiast, but also a prodigy in the art of combat. Seizing the moment that caught Shiaoze off guard, he sought to close the distance. Unfortunately, Shiaoze was equally adept in combat. Although the arena appeared shrouded in a haze, even Lei Jia could not afford to expend his energy recklessly, filling the entirety of the stage. This provided Shiaoze with the opportunity to condense the Azure Sea Vortex. With keen soul perception, Shiaoze swiftly unleashed the Azure Sea Vortex in the direction of Lei Jia's advance. Regardless of its power, Shiaoze aimed merely to momentarily impede him. Simultaneously, Shiaoze retreated, his movements shifting to execute the Azure Sea Fury. His previous battle with Lin Liang had already showcased his formidable prowess. There was no need for further delay. He would decisively employ a ground-level combat technique. Moreover, prolonging the encounter would only disadvantage him, given the water attribute's inherent weakness against lightning. Suddenly, the energies of heaven and earth surged violently. Under the onslaught of Lei Jia's lightning attribute energy, his expression shifted as he forcefully swung his spear, obliterating the not-yet-formed Azure Sea Vortex. However, it was still too late. In the direction of his advance, he would need to shatter another Azure Sea Vortex. Was he truly this ruthless? To employ a ground-level technique right from the outset? A fleeting thought crossed Lei Jia's mind, and he too was unwilling to prolong the confrontation. He unleashed his strongest ability, the Fallen Thunder Spear. Drawing upon the essence of the thunder that descends from the endless firmament, he unleashed the Fallen Thunder Spear. The ferocious lightning attribute energy surged forth, coalescing into a dazzling bolt of lightning that entwined around the spear. Lei Jia grasped the spear firmly, his body poised to throw as he aimed at Shiaoze's position. Launching the spear with tremendous force, the spear, imbued with lightning attribute energy, sliced through the air like a thunderous dragon, its overwhelming power causing the spectators below to gasp in trepidation. Had they faced such a strike, they would likely have met a swift demise. Their gazes turned towards Shiaoze, as a colossal wave of energy manifested out of thin air, surging with formidable might towards the opposite end of the arena. Shiaoze narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Lei Jia was not without preparation. He had discerned the vulnerability of Shiaoze's water attribute technique, Azure Sea Fury, that it was particularly susceptible to being countered at its core. Indeed, as the two techniques collided, the spear pierced through the Azure Sea Fury with astonishing speed. Although the lightning attribute energy upon the spear was significantly diminished, it retained considerable potency. The two techniques narrowly missed one another, hurtling towards their respective wielders. Chapter 88. At last, encountering Ziyan, the bloodline of the ancient dragon monarch. In such a scenario, even Elder Lin was caught off guard. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Lin refrained from overestimating his abilities and swiftly communicated with another elder for assistance, lest he become overwhelmed by the two combatants. The audience erupted in gasps, astonished by the turn of events in the battle, which had unfolded in a manner they had not anticipated. Supporters of both fighters found themselves sweating in anxiety. Shiaoze's condition was relatively stable. He had not, as many had envisioned, depleted his energy reserves by resorting to ground-level techniques. In stark contrast to his current state, he could engage in yet another intense battle. As the silvery spear hurtled towards him, Shiaoze summoned a deep blue aura armor. Unwilling to be struck by the thunderous force, with a sharp crack, he enveloped his hand in the impenetrable armor, swiftly grasping the spear's shaft. Taking several steps back, he dissipated the spear's momentum. Though the thunder raged, leaving numerous scars upon the armor, it could not shatter it entirely. While Shiaoze effortlessly neutralized the fallen thunder spear, his counterpart, Lei Jia, was far less fortunate. The Azure Sea's wrath, despite being somewhat diminished, still bore the formidable power of Earth-tier combat techniques. The fallen thunder spear pierced through the Azure Sea's wrath, depleting much of its energy. Yet, the Azure Sea's wrath remained largely intact, hurtling towards Lei Jia. With a grave expression, Lei Jia sensed that all avenues of retreat had been sealed off. The vulnerability of the Azure Sea's wrath lay in its susceptibility to pinpoint attacks. Yet its advantage was unmistakable. Its attack range was absurdly vast. Lei Jia felt as though escape was impossible. He had no choice but to gather all his aura, forming it into armor while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy. With his palms converged, the ferocious thunder surged forth like a towering lightning pillar, striking fiercely against the Azure Sea's wrath. Unfortunately, this endeavor merely served to slightly diminish the might of the Azure Sea's wrath. With a thunderous crash, the armor shattered, and Lei Jia was flung off the arena, unable to suppress a cough of blood that mingled with the seawater, tainting the pale blue liquid with a hint of crimson. However, it was not yet a life-threatening situation, so there was no need for him to intervene. In this match, Shiaoze emerged victorious, replacing Lei Jia to claim the second spot on the strong rankings, earning a substantial amount of fire energy each month. After Elder Lin announced the results, the entire central square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The swift conclusion of the battle, though unexpected, was nothing short of spectacular. Especially witnessing the might of Earth-tier combat techniques firsthand stirred their spirits, making this experience invaluable. The new students directed their fervent gazes towards Shiaoze, having not forgotten the dazzling figure who shone upon the arena, appear from their own cohort entering the inner academy. Countless individuals clenched their fists, faces flushed, silently setting Shiaoze as their benchmark. If they could achieve even a fraction of Shiaoze's accomplishments, they would undoubtedly carve a name for themselves across the continent upon graduating from Canaan Academy. In that moment, Shiaoze transformed into an idol for many inner academy students, representing the pinnacle of their aspirations. The crowd erupted in chants of Shiaoze's name, heralding the shift in the strong rankings. Leaders of various inner academy factions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of apprehension, coupled with relief that Shiaoze had no intentions of forming a faction. Otherwise, another top-tier force would undoubtedly emerge within the inner academy. After all, the title of second on the strong rankings would attract countless followers. At that moment, Shiaoze leaped off the arena and approached Lei Jia, extending his hand. Lei Jia, still struggling to rise from the ground, paused in surprise at the sight of the fair hand before him. What now? Lost the match and can't even make friends anymore? Huh, what nonsense. Thank you. Lei Jia decisively grasped Shiaoze's hand, using the leverage to rise. Speaking of which, you truly are a monster. You do not resemble a newcomer at all, being even more formidable than I. An old hand who has been in the inner courtyard for years. Lei Jia exclaimed as he accepted the silver-white spear that Shiaoze handed him. Shiaoze smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on this topic, and instead posed another question. By the way, the top of the inner courtyard rankings seems quite mysterious. Where might one find her? Upon hearing Shiaoze's words, Lei Jia's expression changed abruptly, revealing a rare sense of trepidation and fear in his eyes. You intend to challenge that person? Seeing Lei Jia's reaction, Shiaoze could not help but chuckle inwardly. The impact of Ziyan's ascension to the top of the strong rankings must have left a profound psychological scar on this group of powerful individuals in the inner courtyard. Merely mentioning her causes such a drastic change in expression. Shiaoze feigned ignorance and asked, what is so special about this top-ranked individual in the inner courtyard? Is she not to be challenged? It's not merely a matter of whether one can challenge her. She operates on an entirely different level from us. Lei Jia stated gravely. To put it plainly, she should not be involved in the conflicts among the inner courtyard students. Your strength is formidable, yet in comparison to her, there remains a considerable gap. Lei Jia earnestly advised, unless you possess combat prowess at the Duke level, it is best not to entertain thoughts of challenging her. Your words have only piqued my curiosity further. What is so extraordinary about this top-ranked individual in the inner courtyard? Where might one typically encounter her? Recognizing that he could not dissuade Shiaoze, Lei Jia sighed and replied, if you wish to see her, it is quite simple. She usually cultivates on the 6th level of the sky-burning refinement tower. Since you are now second on the strong rankings, there is no rush. As you both cultivate on the same level, you are bound to encounter her eventually. Is that so? Then I am not in a hurry. Shiaoze chatted with Lei Jia for a while longer, and upon seeing Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian approaching, he waved goodbye to Lei Jia. Take care and recuperate well. You should hurry, as I feel a breakthrough is imminent. Shiaoze left behind a statement that left Lei Jia dumbfounded, then departed with Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian. After a moment, Lei Jia slowly shook his head, exclaiming, truly a monster. The next day, after settling Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, Shiaoze continued his descent towards the lower levels of the sky-burning refinement tower. Just as he entered the small square, his presence drew numerous gazes. Many had witnessed Shiaoze's display of Earth-level combat energy the previous day, and now, seeing him, their eyes were filled with a hint of reverence. Shiaoze, however, first glanced towards the first training room. There, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in white. Shortly before the door quietly closed, Ziyan, Taishu Ancient Dragon, Royal Bloodline. Observing the shimmering golden characters on the panel, a smile graced Shiaoze's face. The binding of the attachment had finally come to fruition. Amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, Shiaoze approached the second training room. The training rooms at the center of the 6th level are scarce, almost 1 carat per pit, and only those on the strong rankings have the opportunity to compete for them. Shiaoze sensed the abundant energy concealed within the faint crimson mist surrounding him. A smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. What a remarkable place for cultivation. Chapter 89, Xiaoyan. Only with the burning technique can I hope to catch up to him. Shiaoze surveyed the second training room. Enveloped in a gentle haze of rosy mist, this delicate crimson vapor was clearly a manifestation of energy at its most potent, having coalesced into mist. It resembled the principle by which fighters transform their fighting spirit into liquid upon breaking through to the Dome Master level, representing a higher form of energy. Shiaoze inhaled deeply, feeling the golden sapling within his void space stir with vitality. In such an energy-rich sanctuary, it would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of Do Spirit. This would effectively bridge the gap between him and the top 10 on the strength leaderboard, placing them all on the same level, though, of course, excluding Ziyan. Seated cross-legged upon the platform, Shiaoze refrained from hastily activating the Qing Hua energy card. He silently recited the binding of Ziyan's ancient dragon bloodline. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Ziyan's ancient dragon bloodline. The bloodline has been enhanced, and the host will receive multiplied feedback. Shiaoze glanced at the system notification, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, he remained uncertain whether the bloodline power of magical beasts would increase with their strength. To his recollection, the only confirmed enhancement of Ziyan's bloodline in the original narrative occurred upon obtaining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. If Ziyan's ancient dragon bloodline did not escalate alongside her strength, it would significantly diminish the frequency of feedback Shiaoze could receive. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation. The enhancement Ziyan experienced from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit would be transformative. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, imbued with the powers of the ancient dragon and the primordial phoenix, would elevate Ziyan to the status of a supreme magical beast. As long as Shiaoze could obtain that singular feedback, the binding would be entirely worthwhile. Should he trigger tenfold or even hundredfold feedback, the enhancement to his capabilities would be unparalleled. At this moment, Ziyan was likely engrossed in her own training, yet the system had not provided any feedback. Could it be that, for magical beasts, normal increases in strength do not affect their bloodline power, and only breakthroughs to significant realms would awaken such power? With no feedback yet received, Shiaoze could only speculate. He had even begun to place his hopes on the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The fact that Ziyan could evolve her bloodline power through the consumption of the fruit was a certainty. As for whether her advancement would trigger an enhancement in bloodline power, that remained uncertain. After all, he was of the human race and not privy to the mysteries of magical beasts. In the original narrative, magical beasts enhanced their bloodline power by absorbing the essence of even more formidable beasts. Shiaoze presently lacked the means to acquire the essence of the ancient dragon. It seemed that the feedback from Ziyan would remain a distant prospect for now. Thus, he resolved to prioritize enhancing his own strength. Shiaoze placed the Qinghua energy card into the slot, which promptly deducted 25 points of fire energy. Ouch! How costly. With that thought, he entered a state of cultivation. Not long ago, in the city of Wutan, at the Xiao residence. Master, I have finally ascended to the level of a fighter. A chuckle followed. Ah, this is merely the first step. The elder Yao's words served to temper Xiao Yan's burgeoning pride. Nevertheless, it is a remarkable feat for Xiao Yan to attain such a level in such a brief span of time. Beyond mere talent, Elder Yao has keenly observed Xiao Yan's relentless dedication. Since the restoration of his cultivation abilities, Xiao Yan has transformed into a fervent devotee of martial arts. Forsaking all frivolities and minimizing any superfluous endeavors, he has devoted every ounce of his energy to training. Were it not for Elder Yao's occasional reminders about the perils of excess, Xiao Yan might have overexerted himself by now. The arduous effort culminated in his promotion to fighter, a source of immense satisfaction for a youth. Well then, as I previously hinted, it is now time for a definitive choice. As Elder Yao's words settled, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly transformed to one of calm. Master, could you elaborate on the cultivation method you mentioned that holds potential for growth? The burning technique, which I obtained by chance, possesses a level of difficulty commensurate with its extraordinary nature. Indeed, the burning technique can evolve, specifically by devouring exotic flames. As I have previously stated, exotic flames are among the most ferocious and destructive forces in existence, exceedingly rare, and may not be encountered for centuries. Choosing the burning technique entails challenges that extend beyond the anguish of refining exotic flames. The rarity of these flames may render you devoid of any opportunity for evolution. Elder Yao's candid words left Xiao Yan in profound contemplation, his brow furrowed. The extraordinary aspect of the burning technique lies in its capacity for evolution. If one were to absorb sufficient exotic flames, even reaching the pinnacle of heavenly rank could become a possibility. Yet, as Elder Yao elucidated, one must confront not only the hardships and agonies of the absorption process, but also the extreme scarcity of the exotic flames. Should fortune not favor him, he might spend his entire life without the chance to evolve the burning technique. Xiaoyan, if you genuinely regard surpassing Shiaoze as your unwavering resolve, then you must embark on a path fraught with impossibility. A wry smile graced Xiaoyan's face. Indeed, the burning technique is currently his sole avenue to transcend his fourth brother. Master, did you not say I should make my own decision? Why do you persist in extolling the virtues of the burning technique? Xiaoyan complained with some vexation. Were it not for Elder Yao's insistence, his internal balance would have already swung entirely in favor of the burning technique. Truth be told, I harbor my own selfish motives. Oh, Master, might you share them? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Xiaoyan's eyes. Could there be more secrets to the burning technique? Within its text lies a subtle suggestion. Should one successfully master several exotic flames, one could forge a vessel capable of housing the soul through a unique method. Possessing such a vessel would be akin to an unconventional rebirth. There exists a matter of great importance that cannot be accomplished in a spiritual state. Thus I require a truly corporeal form. Elder Yao spoke, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan displayed an expression of astonishment. Realizing that the burning technique indeed possessed a method of resurrection, he held great respect for Yao Lao. Despite the initial siphoning of his dou qi, which Xiaoyan was keenly aware of, his heart was not made of stone. Well, one grows old, and words become plentiful. Here lies a fire attribute low-level earth rank skill, alongside the burning technique. Whichever you choose, my dear student, I shall support you, Yao Lao stated. Setting two scrolls before Xiaoyan, gazing at the black scroll, a radiant smile spread across Xiaoyan's face. Master, you speak true. To chase an unattainable goal, one must tread an impossible path. As he uttered these words, he placed a hand upon the black scroll. An influx of information surged into his mind. Only the burning technique can possibly allow me to catch up. Xiaoyan silently professed, then sat cross-legged to begin converting his dou qi. Chapter 90, A Hundredfold Return on Alchemy. Within a secluded cave on the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes, extending his palm to admire the faint yellow glow of dou qi within it, unable to suppress his exhilaration. Is this what it means to master the burning technique? He pondered. Indeed, it was only a low-level yellow rank, and the quantity of dou qi was minimal. Thus, swift victories in combat were imperative. Yao Lao spoke again. You have officially advanced to a doja. It is time to formally learn the art of alchemy. At those words, yearning flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. He had personally taken these elixirs to the auction house, where their value multiplied dozens, even hundreds of times in the ebb and flow of trade. This realization profoundly impressed upon him the esteemed status of alchemists in the dou qi continent. Now that he possessed the aptitude of an alchemist, he was determined not to squander this gift. Rest assured, I have meticulously prepared as per your instructions, Xiaoyan declared, swiping his finger across the spatial ring. Summoning a two-hued cauldron into the cave, place your palm upon the cauldron's opening and channel your dou qi, following Yao Lao's directives with precision. Xiaoyan observed the flames roaring within the cauldron, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Next, seek the wood attribute within your body and draw it in through the other opening. After several minutes, Xiaoyan gradually opened his eyes, a thread of wood energy entering through the opposing aperture. Yao Lao, witnessing this scene, could not help but nod in approval. It had taken him nearly half an hour to locate that sliver of wood energy in his youth. Only by infusing this essence could one temper the raging flames, rendering them more enduring and manageable. This demonstrated the extraordinary sensitivity of Xiaoyan's soul perception. In every respect, Xiaoyan exhibited remarkable talent as an alchemist. However, to become an exceptional alchemist, mere talent was insufficient. Temperament, diligence, and opportunity were all essential. Yao Lao tapped Xiaoyan's forehead, an influx of knowledge flooding into his mind. This is a healing potion crafted by my own hands. Once familiarized, we can begin the refinement process, and I shall guide you throughout. As the elder alchemist's words echoed, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the formula that danced in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a spark of confidence illuminating his gaze. He commenced tossing the requisite herbs into the cauldron. In an instant, the herbs vanished, reduced to ashes. A hint of embarrassment crept across Xiaoyan's face. Merely reading the formula had led him to believe the task would be straightforward. Yet, he was unprepared for the formidable challenge of mastering the flames. Press on. The earnings of an alchemist are staggering, but the expenses are even more daunting. Nurturing an alchemist is no simple feat. The elder's words jolted Xiaoyan back to reality. He steadied his breath, resumed his work, and repeated the extraction process. After several hours of toil, interspersed with brief respites to regain his energy, he gazed upon his refined results, taking a deep breath. The upcoming fusion would be the true trial. Time is a mere illusion in the realm of cultivation. On the 6th level of the sky-burning refinement tower, Shiaoze gradually opened his eyes, feeling the vibrant energy of dou qi surging within him. Exhaling slowly, he removed the fire energy card from its slot, reflecting inwardly. He glanced at Xiao Suner and Little Medicine Sage, who were seated nearby. Indeed, he had brought both of them into the second training chamber of the 6th level. Even if they could not endure the intensely potent heart fire within the chamber, the abundant, vaporous energy present would enhance their cultivation far beyond the previous level's advanced training rooms. However, They would miss out on the heart fire's unique ability to refine Do Qi. Nevertheless, it would not be long before they could acclimate to the heart fire's vigor, albeit only for short durations. Conveniently, the second training room offered but a single cultivation platform, allowing them to alternate their practice, thus significantly accelerating their progress. Shiaoze casually glanced at the system panel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed the alchemical skill indicators beneath Xiao Yan flickering into view. Was fortune smiling upon him? It was serendipitous to witness his brother's initiation into alchemy. Without hesitation, he chose to bind the skill. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding Xiao Yan's alchemical skill. Just as Shiaoze completed the binding, the alchemical skill's inscription solidified. Xiao Yan has successfully completed his first refinement. He has entered the realm of alchemy. Congratulations, host, on receiving 100-fold reward. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shiaoze, even with his composure. The prospect of 100-fold reward was thrilling. Brother Shiaoze, what is the matter? Shiaoze, are you alright? The two, emerging from their meditative states, cast concerned glances at him, as such expressions were rare for him. It's nothing. I merely feel a surge of inspiration. As if something fortuitous is about to unfold, perhaps a serendipitous opportunity? Shiaoze shook his head and addressed them. I will step out for a moment. Continue your cultivation. With that, Shiaoze's figure swiftly vanished from the second training chamber. Left with a look of confusion was the petite healer, while Xiao Suner appeared contemplative. Suner, what is the matter with Shiaoze? The petite healer, filled with bewilderment, could only inquire of Xiao Suner, who was more acquainted with Shiaoze. Xiao Suner, lost in thought, could not help but scrutinize the petite healer. Why do you gaze at me so? If you have a question, do not hesitate to ask. The last time Shiaoze spoke in such a manner was in Wu Tin City, after he had also ventured on a distant journey. Suner's words immediately enlightened the petite healer. According to her understanding, the only time Shiaoze had embarked on a long journey before arriving at the Canaan Academy was indeed when he encountered her. Unable to restrain herself, the petite healer exclaimed, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Suner. No, I meant that Xiaoze's premonitions are remarkably accurate, much like your calamity poison body, which serves as a tremendous boon to Shiaoze. We need not fret over this. Instead, let us seize the moment to cultivate. With a reassuring remark, Xiao Suner once again closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. Xiaoze possessed the calamity poison body, and finding someone else who shared this unique trait was indeed a significant advantage. However, it was not merely beneficial to Shiaoze, rather, it was advantageous to both parties involved. This implied that Shiaoze might gain substantial benefits this time, necessitating a fervent dedication to his cultivation. As he was falling further behind, before long, the second cultivation chamber once again fell into silence. Meanwhile, Shiaoze hastily made his way to a secluded spot in the deep mountains. After ensuring the area was secure, he opted to accept the 100-fold reward for his alchemical skills. Chapter 91, Fire Control Ability. Alchemist Ruins. Boom. This marked Shiaoze's second acceptance of the 100-fold reward. Much like the previous reward for his calamity poison body, this too transpired in an instant. Shiaoze felt as though he had transcended years in a mere moment, tirelessly honing his alchemical techniques day and night. A torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a dull ache in his temples. The next moment, Shiaoze opened his eyes. In stark contrast to the feedback reward from the calamity poison body, the 100-fold alchemical reward was entirely focused on the refinement of skills. Stretching out his hands, which had merely been an instant's work, he felt as though he had concocted countless elixirs. It was a truly wondrous sensation. He pondered what level he could currently reach in alchemy. Although Shiaoze yearned to immediately attempt concocting elixirs, the three essential components of alchemy, materials, fire source, and spiritual perception, presented a dilemma. It is said that a skilled artisan cannot work without raw materials. Without ingredients and a cauldron, what could he possibly achieve in alchemy? He delved into the void within his body, where the golden sapling had undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new branch had extended from the golden trunk, shimmering with an even more resplendent hue than the colorful luster of the calamity poison body. It seemed as though all the essence of the heavens and earth was condensed within this single branch. Focusing his mind upon the branch, Shiaoze glimpsed an endless array of spiritual herbs flashing before him. This brought to mind the elders' descriptions of alchemical practices. The alchemist is adept at concocting celestial elixirs. If one were to consider an ordinary alchemist as a creator of spiritual medicines, then the imperial-grade pills are akin to the fusion of heaven and earth, the amalgamation of mountains and seas. Presently, this represents the branches of alchemical arts, manifesting boundless celestial elixirs. As Shiaoze's alchemical prowess advances, will he eventually unveil a panorama reminiscent of heaven and earth, mountains and seas? Perhaps when these branches reveal such a grand spectacle, it will signify that Shiaoze possesses the formidable skills to forge imperial-grade pills. He yearns to discern how the system would enhance his fire and wood attributes. With that thought, he extends his palm, commencing the gathering of battle energy. As an apex battle spirit, conjuring tangible flames is indeed effortless for him. With a mere flicker of his will, the golden sapling within the void space trembles slightly. An overwhelming surge of battle energy flows through the branch of alchemical arts, transforming into fire attribute battle energy. This energy courses through his meridians, ultimately materializing in the palm of Shiaoze. With a sudden pop, substantial flames erupted from his palm, radiating an immense heat. Shiaoze's soul perception expands, endeavoring to manipulate this flame. Upon contact, he distinctly perceives that this flame is unlike any ordinary fire. It seems that due to his primary water attribute, this flame possesses a hint of liquid quality. Under his control, the flames in his palm flow as if they were liquid, enveloping his forearm. He clenches his fist tightly, forming a fiery armor. Is this what is deemed the flame armor? Alas, my flames are not of the extraordinary kind, failing to match the intensity of the azure fire armor from the inner academy competition of Shaoyan. This quality bears some resemblance to the sea heart flame. Regrettably, I have yet to master the burning technique, and my current cultivation is still insufficient. At most, I can only subdue one type of extraordinary flame. Otherwise, I would certainly strive to tame the sea heart flame. For now, however, it is best to wait for sooner to successfully conquer the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, which would naturally grant me access to an extraordinary flame. To forsake the 4th-ranked Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame for the 15th-ranked sea heart flame seems a folly of prioritizing the trivial over the essential. A fleeting thought crossed Shiaoze's mind. With a sudden motion, he disperses the fiery armor into a swirling mass, commencing an experiment of his flame control abilities. The flames dance within the valley. Under the guidance of his soul perception, this mass of fire behaves like clay, allowing Shiaoze to mold it into various forms. Under his command, the bright yellow flames transform into a majestic fire dragon, soaring freely through the valley. It twists and leaps, scattering the thin mist that veils the valley, and then suddenly dives down to the valley floor. With a thud, the fire dragon is instantly extinguished. The valley's humidity is excessive. Additionally, the distance proves too great for Shiaoze to maintain complete control over the fire dragon. Although the fire dragon has been snuffed out, the mist at the valley's base has dissipated somewhat. Upon probing with his soul perception, Shiaoze discovers the valley floor littered with the corpses of magical beasts. What piqued Shiaoze's interest even more was the sight of a ceiling array below. He never anticipated that one day fortune would smile upon him. As he spoke, ethereal violet wings manifested behind him, and with a slight flutter, he plunged down to the valley floor. The sound of crunching echoed as his feet landed upon the corpses scattered about. With so many beast carcasses present, could it be that the ceiling array had faltered, allowing the essence of heavenly treasures to escape and attract these beasts? Yet, it seemed these creatures underestimated the array's lingering power, leading to their demise instead of their coveted prize. After casting a cursory glance at his surroundings, Shiaoze could only arrive at this conclusion. Otherwise, it remained a mystery why such a multitude of beasts lay lifeless here. Once assured that no other threats loomed nearby, Shiaoze turned his attention to the ceiling array. To his astonishment, it was shrouded in a veil that obstructed his soul perception. Earlier, while surveying the area from above, he had completely overlooked the existence of this array. Had it not been for the fire dragon fortuitously dispersing the mist, revealing the array to his naked eye, he might have missed this opportunity entirely. This phenomenon of cloaking soul perception surely hinted at the handiwork of an alchemist. For only one well-versed in their craft would possess the foresight to safeguard against potential thievery from kin. Contemplating this, Shiaoze